Ugh, partied too hard last night. My head really hurts. Chen Que slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling a sense of weariness. His unfocused pupils slowly sharpened. Chen Que was startled to see an unfamiliar ceiling. Then he sat up abruptly. Snake, you're awake. Just as Chen Que was filled with question marks, doubting his life, and about to complain, a burly man with a smile, like a chrysanthemum, suddenly appeared in the hospital room, quickly coming into Chen Ke's view. Chen Que listened to the others, mishi, with a confused look, realizing he couldn't understand a word. But his heart leaped. He recognized this man as the third Hokage, plus the current environment and the completely incomprehensible language without subtitles. This is the Naruto world. Chen Que was utterly stunned, suppressing the words that almost slipped out, because he knew that the seemingly simple man in front of him was not a good person. If he blurted out Chinese, it would be disastrous. His eyes, which had just shown a hint of liveliness, became dull again. He looked dazed, as if not fully awake. He sat silently on the hospital bed, not moving. Doctor, what's wrong with my disciple? He looks. Hiruzen Sarutobi hurriedly went to fetch a doctor and asked. The doctor was also extremely serious, because the person before him was the current Hokage and the patient was the Hokage's genius disciple. Lord Hokage, according to what you said, Orochimaru fainted from grief and anger over the death of his parents. The symptoms seemed mild, but after waking up he appears like he has dementia. This symptom is like a subconscious self-enclosure. Because he is too young to accept his parents' death in battle, he is escaping reality. The doctor checked Orochimaru's eyelids, then shone a light into his eyes and spoke cautiously. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, couldn't help taking out a pipe and puffing it twice. Just as he was about to use a small ninjutsu to light it, he remembered it was a hospital, so he put the pipe away. He suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke. Death is the fate of a ninja. My disciple is only 7, but he is exceptionally talented. There's no way he lacks this awareness. Please treat him properly. I await your good news. The fiery-tempered Hiruzen in his prime forced down his anger and spoke calmly. He strongly doubted the doctor. His disciple was such a prodigy, it was impossible for him to be as fragile and hopeless as the doctor claimed. The room fell silent again. The doctor dared not slack off, preparing to consult medical texts to diagnose and treat Orochimaru's condition. The third Hokage returned to handle government affairs. On his desk lay a crystal ball. From time to time, he looked worriedly at the steamy bathhouse through it, as if afraid a woman might accidentally drown. Chen Que stared blankly at everything before him, not daring to act rashly. At the same time, he searched Orochimaru's memories in his mind. The most important thing was to solve the language barrier problem. Once upon a time, he was still a little boy, full of longing for the gigantic-tailed beast, the chakra that resembled cultivation, the mysterious Rinnegan and Tenseigan. Unexpectedly, he really transmigrated into this world. But he never imagined he would end up in Orochimaru's body. At least it's not the adult Orochimaru. If it were the adult Orochimaru, it would be dangerous. Because one wrong move, and he wouldn't know what he would face. Half an hour later, Chen Que stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes lifeless. He realized that the original Orochimaru's memories had left him nothing at all. After transmigrating, the first big problem arose. I don't know Japanese, how to solve it. And where is the golden finger that every transmigrator is supposed to have? Chen Que felt a pang of resentment thinking about a solution. But he wasn't in a hurry. Although he didn't have a powerful bloodline, Orochimaru himself was a genius. Then he could use the impure world reincarnation. Wait, damn. Now I'm the one in control of this body. I have no idea how to invent anything. No way. If this path continues, even if I survive, I won't escape a 9-year compulsory education. Thinking this, Chen Que finally realized how naive he had been and the seriousness of the problem. After 9 years of compulsory education, how useless would he become? Then the third Hokage wouldn't value him. Learning the impure world reincarnation would be a pipe dream. Orochimaru, are you feeling better? Just as Chen Que was daydreaming, a rough Japanese voice came. A boy with white hair and 2 red marks on his face quietly opened the door and ran in. He said softly. Chen Que couldn't understand a word, so he simply ignored him and closed his eyes to sleep. 5 minutes later, Chen Que barely suppressed the urge to kick, his fists clenched under the blanket. 10 minutes later, Chen Que felt his ears ringing, his head buzzing. So inconsiderate. I'm still a patient. Who is so heartless? The barrage of Japanese showed no sign of stopping. Instead, he became more excited, speaking faster from 2 syllables per second to 3. 20 minutes later, Chen Que foamed at the mouth, twitched all over, and rolled his eyes back like having an epileptic fit. He had been holding back to avoid detection, but his anger grew stronger, and internal fire caused this scene. He had forced himself into this state, as if he had taken poison. Fortunately, young Jiraiya was a bit thirsty, looked up to drink some water, and then planned to continue telling Orochimaru about his glorious exploits. Then he saw the scene, quickly ran out to find a doctor. Chen Ke's consciousness forcibly fainted, and his brain started its protection mechanism, preparing to shut down and restart. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuations in the host. Physical functions meet the criteria for system binding. Please select a system. 1. God level check-in system. 2. God level quip system. 3. God level lottery system. 4. God level cash system. Please make a selection and confirm in your mind. Detected that the host has not operated for a long time. A random system will be drawn in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Drawing. Success. Congratulations. Host has obtained the mysterious system. The System Bureau wishes you a pleasant experience. Please rate the service. Detected host consciousness is asleep, defaulting to 5-star rating. Thank you for your use. Have a nice day. Goodbye. After a chaotic commotion and emergency resuscitation by doctors and nurses, Chen Que, who had fallen into a coma with a temporary cardiac arrest, also known as the Shiwan, was finally revived. At least that was what they believed. The patient's heartbeat has returned to normal, but his body is twitching abnormally. We suspect he was poisoned by someone, yet no trace of poison was found at the scene. The nurses carefully examined the Shiwan's body as they concluded. Meanwhile, the Shiwan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling. He looked like a bewildered boy. Not only did the noise around him not fade, it grew louder, the decibels rising. If he could understand, it would be tolerable, but the key point was that it was like an English class. He understood nothing at all, which made it very uncomfortable. Detected that the host needs help. The mysterious system is here to escort you. My God is very happy to serve you. Just when Shi Wan was about to break down, forcing himself to endure, about to make himself sick, a second time a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Like a ray of light in the pitch darkness, it shone warmly upon Shi Wan. Shi Wan was startled, then his expression returned to blankness. Because he didn't know if this system could make him instantly fluent in Japanese, or make him invincible in the world, he decided to play it safe for now. The noisy sounds around him seemed to vanish. Just as Shi Wan was about to ask the system about its functions, the system suddenly spoke. Detected that the host has a strong desire. Awarded Japanese proficiency level 8. Thank you for using this time. Chen Que felt a cool sensation in his head, and his intended words were interrupted by the system's voice. When he came to his senses, he found that he could already understand Japanese. Moreover, it seemed he could even speak it, which was wonderfully marvelous. Just as he was marveling, he suddenly remembered, didn't he have 2 wishes? Which part had gone wrong? The Shiwan fell into deep thought, calling the system in his heart, but received no response. It seemed that the system only appeared when he was in a special state. This was not Shiwan's guess, but a thought transmitted to him by the system. Great, Shiwan, you're awake, said Ziyi happily. The surrounding nurses and doctors were also taken aback, seeing Shiwan's lively eyes, and fell into deep thought. A nurse hurriedly ran out. Shiwan glared at Ziyi, remembering that voice. It was the one who had caused him to have a seizure earlier. He didn't expect it was Ziyi. Where is he? Is he okay? I found a treatment. It's very reliable. Just strike his head with lightning, and Shiwan will definitely regain his memories. Just as the other doctors and nurses stood there at a loss, waiting for the nurse who had gone to call the expert to decide the next move. The attending doctor, who had diagnosed Shiwan with senile dementia, a form of dementia from escaping reality, returned after looking up information, his voice coming from the corridor and growing closer. He was the most skilled brain surgeon in Konoha Hospital. When Shiwan heard this, his heart chilled, and he threw off the covers, preparing to flee. This was not saving a life at all. He was clearly the Lightning King of Konoha. But when he set foot on the ground, Shiwan felt his body go weak, and he fell straight to the floor. This was because his body had not yet fully adapted, and it was also Shiwan's first time using his leg strength, so he felt some discomfort. Ziyi dumbly helped Shiwan up. What are you doing? When you're sick, you should see a doctor. Why are you so agitated? Ziyi said with a simple grin. No need, I'm already fine. Shiwan said coldly. This was his first time speaking, yet he was incredibly fluent. The brain surgeon, seeing Shiwan speak, inwardly felt regret. What a good experiment it would have been. It was ruined. If only he had read that divine book earlier. Seeing that Shiwan was already normal, he could only give him a gentle examination, not daring to say anything. After all, this person was the disciple of the current Hokage, and would surely become extraordinarily powerful and hold a high position in the future. He couldn't afford to offend him. At the same time, he became very interested in how Shiwan had recovered, and planned to ask for details later. From what he heard, it seemed to be a case of treating poison with poison. This is a good method. It should be recorded in medical books, the attending doctor thought to himself. His body seemed to emit a holy light. Shortly after Shiwan checked out of the hospital. Using his overall weakness as an excuse, he tricked Ziyi into carrying him home. It was a twofold benefit. On one hand, it was a mild punishment for Ziyi getting revenge for earlier. On the other hand, he had absolutely no memory at all, so how could he know where he lived? Alright, we're here. Get some rest. Tomorrow I'll bring that washboard Tsunade to see you. Ziyi wiped the sweat-soaked white hair on his forehead, and said softly. Shiwan was startled. Washboard. Then he recalled that Tsunade indeed seemed to have been a bit lacking in fabric when she was young. Alright, thank you. Ziyi. Shiwan said gently. Seeing that the young Ziyi had carried him so far, sweating all over, he decided to forgive him. After all, in the original story, he really liked the hero who was always a bit short of perfection, Ziyi, and felt a lot of regret. Found it. Shiwan looked at the small notebook in his hand, a subtle expression flickering on his face. After all, his previous self was a top student, so he would definitely have left notes. The notebook in Shiwan's hand recorded the chakra refining technique and the 3 basic jutsu. It also contained complete annotations. This greatly helped his current self, who had no memories. Although these techniques were simple, Shiwan didn't dare ask anyone. The ninjas were all very vigilant. If he showed any abnormal behavior, he would be in big trouble. After all, ninjas were not only vigilant, but also skilled killers. The night passed without incident. Deshiwan first read through the notebook carefully, then began to practice from beginning to end. Although his body already had chakra, he had to go through this process several times to deepen his memory. Meanwhile, Yuan Fei Rijan knew that Deshiwan had recovered. He had no intention of visiting immediately. The truth was the tranquility of the night was more appealing, and he couldn't leave. He would wait until his precious disciple had rested well and visit the next day. As for the doctor's claim that his disciple had been poisoned and cured by poison, he just smiled and said nothing. He had deployed several elite ANBU members nearby. How could he not know what was really going on? It must be that Zilai Yi had awakened Deshiwan with love. His good disciples were all good children knowing how to help each other, true inheritors of the will of fire. Yuan Fei Rijan thought happily. He was in a very good mood. Bang, bang bang. Wake up, Orochimaru. The sun is burning your butt. I'm here with Tsunade to see you. A pounding knock echoed into Orochimaru's mind. Last night, he had stayed up late familiarizing himself with chakra refinement. Coupled with the unfamiliar bed sleep had been elusive. He had drifted in a half-waking, half-sleeping haze. Only as dawn approached had he finally managed to drift off. He had barely fallen asleep when a violent knocking shattered the quiet. Orochimaru sat up, annoyance written across his face. This isn't knocking, it's battering down the door, he grumbled inwardly. His slit-like snake-like pupils were still heavy with sleep. Coming. Stop knocking. He lazily folded the blanket. He called out while moving to the door. Upon opening it, he offered no greeting to the two visitors, instead heading straight to wash up. Only after finishing did he speak in a flat tone. Morning, you two. Given the original personality's cold and aloof nature, Chen Que dared not deviate from it, fearing he might expose himself. Thus, he carefully mirrored the original character's expressions and tone when speaking. Fortunately, Orochimaru, or rather Chen Que, was naturally taciturn and reserved, which didn't raise any suspicion from the other two. Grr. As the trio stepped out of the door, Orochimaru's stomach began to growl loudly. He was at a growing age and having skipped dinner the previous night while expending considerable energy. A wave of hunger washed over him. It was only due to the nutrient fluids administered at the hospital that he wasn't too weak to walk. Whose stomach is growling? Jiraiya's big eyes darted around as he spoke, a hint of amusement in his voice. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a scornful look. Childish. A pang of melancholy struck Orochimaru. At this time the legendary Sannin were just newly graduated brats, only 7 years old. It all felt so immature. A sense of unease settled over him. Oh, my 3 disciples training so early. How diligent. Just as the trio was about to head out for a stroll and grab a bite to eat, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice came from behind them. Old man, you're up early too. Jiraiya instinctively replied. Orochimaru and Tsunade, in perfect sync, crossed their arms and watched the exchange. Orochimaru, however, maintained a calm facade while inwardly panicking. He feared slipping up in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fortunately, the third Hokage didn't pay him much attention, merely patting his shoulder lightly, allowing him to pass unnoticed. Upon learning they were going to eat, Hiruzen Sarutobi offered to treat them to celebrate Orochimaru's recovery. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed in disdain. As everyone knew, breakfast was just a casual meal, lunch and dinner were the real feasts. Hiruzen's move was admittedly quite clever. It was a great way to save money. Oh, these dumplings are great. Eat up, Jiraiya. I've got plenty. If you don't eat more, you're not respecting me. If you disrespect me, your training tasks today will be doubled. Seeing Hiruzen's frugal antics, Jiraiya couldn't help but fire off a few mocking remarks, which led to the current scene. Each skewer held 5 dumplings. Jiraiya had 3 empty skewers in front of him, with 5 more full ones yet to be touched. He had ordered 10 skewers to bleed the old man dry. Orochimaru was speechless. 2 skewers of these things, and he was full. They were incredibly filling. The sweet center was also cloying. Jiraiya had already eaten breakfast, so he was now in an awkward spot. The sight drew laughter from the other 3. In the end, Jiraiya only managed 5 skewers, and had the remaining 5 wrapped up to take home. The weather is nice today, and I'm in a good mood. I'm going to teach you a jutsu. What do you want to learn? The 4 stood on the training ground, sensing it was about time for work. Hiruzen Sarutobi decided to teach them one jutsu, and then leave them to their own devices. Old man, I want to learn a jutsu that can destroy the world. Before Orochimaru or Tsunade could speak, Jiraiya shouted out. Hiruzen ignored him. He turned his gaze filled with affection towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru was the one he favored. If he had his way, he'd only take Orochimaru as his student, the other 2 being merely an afterthought. However, to his disappointment, Orochimaru didn't respond to his gaze. Instead, he was staring blankly at the ground. Tsunade, being a princess of the Senju clan, had plenty of access to jutsu even though the first and second Hokage were gone, especially since her grandaunt Mito Uzumaki was still alive. Hiruzen's black goatee twitched as he reluctantly turned back to Jiraiya. I don't have any world-destroying jutsu, but I do have some powerful ones. Unfortunately, you're all too weak right now and wouldn't be able to learn them, Hiruzen stated. Orochimaru felt a stir in his heart. The main character changes, but the Rasengan remains. He mentally recalled the training steps for the Rasengan. An A-rank no-hand-sign jutsu was just too appealing, especially since they were only 7. There was no way Hiruzen would teach them anything too powerful. A B-rank jutsu would be the limit. Master, I want to learn the shadow clone technique. Seeing Jiraiya failing to come up with anything, Orochimaru spoke softly. His voice was a bit cold. Hiruzen turned to face him. Orochimaru, you like me possess all 5 chakra natures. Logically, you should inherit my legacy and learn the basic jutsu of all 5 elements to facilitate future combination and composite jutsus. What's the point of learning the shadow clone technique? Hiruzen was puzzled. He couldn't fathom what his genius disciple was thinking. Seeing Hiruzen's concern, Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. He paused for a moment before snapping back to reality. Master, I just want to research the shadow clone technique, that's all. Besides, I find the idea of a clone with a physical form quite interesting. Orochimaru replied earnestly. Hiruzen had shown him kindness, so he would return that respect in kind. It was simple. In the original story, Hiruzen wasn't portrayed in the best light, often seen as passive, which was frustrating. But since he was now in this world, he shouldn't judge a person based on fragments of a story. He should experience it for himself. After all, he was a transmigrator with intelligence. There was no reason to repay kindness with resentment. Besides, no matter how Hiruzen treated others, as long as he was good to him, then in Orochimaru's eyes he was a good person. Thinking it over, Orochimaru felt it made sense, yet something still felt off. But he couldn't pinpoint it, and suppressed the thought. He felt as if he'd been brainwashed. Is this the ultimate Jinjutsu, the Koto Amatsukami, of the will of fire? Truly terrifying indeed. Unable to find a clear answer, Orochimaru attributed it all to the will of fire. It had to take the blame. He was Orochimaru, and also Chen Que, and wouldn't be fooled by such petty tricks. Time would tell he'd see the truth soon enough. Sincerity or falsehood, wouldn't the truth reveal itself when put to the test? That said, One gleefully obtained the cultivation method of the shadow clone technique. Admittedly, it was truly exhilarating. The shadow clone is also a cheat-like ninjutsu useful for training ninjutsu and serving as cannon fodder. It was an indescribably marvelous technique. However, One did not immediately start training. Instead, he first studied the art of throwing kunai. His chakra was currently limited, so he needed to practice some hidden weapons for self-defense. Soon the sun rose high in the sky. Zirai was still painstakingly studying the shadow clone technique, while Gangsho sat leaning against a tree enjoying the shade to cool off. One, who was tirelessly throwing shuriken, saw this scene and was momentarily stunned, not understanding why. Sweat a little more during training, so you can bleed less and save your life in critical moments. One said softly. Gangsho came to her senses and saw One standing before her looking at her. Oh. After thinking for a moment, not knowing what to say, Gangsho casually replied. Seeing this, One said nothing and simply found a spot nearby to sit down and lean against the tree. To be honest, that guy Zirai, though a bit ugly, a bit stupid, a bit short, and poor, really has great perseverance. Just as One was enjoying the gentle breeze, gazing at the distant scenery, and preparing to rest for a while, he suddenly heard Gangsho speak. This made One slightly stunned. He felt a bit bewildered. Could it be that Gangsho had a crush on Zirai during this period? But was she rejected by Zirai because she was as flat as a washboard? Then she became exceptionally voluptuous, causing Zirai to regret for life. Thoughts surged in One's mind. Soon a grand drama formed in his mind, and it seemed plausible and convincing. Feeling One's persistent gaze, Gangsho's face flushed red. Then she put on a fierce expression. What are you looking at? What are you thinking? Don't let your imagination run wild. Gangsho was flustered like a little girl whose thoughts had been seen through. To be honest, she did have a bit of a crush on Zirai. As for why, Gangsho was born into a noble family. Since the past, no one had ever dared to defy her. But this Zirai constantly teased her, completely disregarding her status. Moreover, young Zirai was quite handsome, youthful, and sunny with a special charisma. Although he sometimes seemed foolish being together every day, it was only natural for Gangsho to be attracted to him. As for One, he was also handsome and intelligent as a child. But he was too cold. His smile gave people a chilling sensation, and his slitted eyes looked at others as if they were prey. So by comparison, it was natural that Gangsho was more interested in Zirai. One smiled with practiced ease, the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. It felt utterly insincere. What are you two chatting about? Zirai noticed them talking and seemed quite engaged, so he walked over and asked. The two looked at the sweating Zirai and were speechless for a moment. Nothing much, just saying you're handsome, One said casually under Gangsho's fierce glare. Zirai, hearing even someone like One compliment him, felt pleased. He not bad, you have good taste. Zirai was smug. Gangsho was puzzled, thinking, what's there to laugh about? How's your training going? There's a D-rank mission this afternoon. Don't exhaust yourself and end up holding us back, Gangsho said irritably. She couldn't stand Zilai's narcissistic personality. If only he were a bit more modest, Gangsho sighed inwardly. In the afternoon, they spent the time in a chaotic frenzy completing a D-rank mission. Time flew by. Another half-month passed uneventfully. One finally repracticed the notes left by his predecessor, deepening his memory and achieving complete mastery. Old man, if you assign us another cat-catching or dog-catching mission today, I'll tear down your office. Just as the three were receiving their mission, the young Yuanfei was about to assign routine tasks to his disciples. Gangsho couldn't hold back anymore. She strode forward and said boldly. Zirai saw such a domineering Gangsho, and a glint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He liked bold women. As for One, he remained unmoved, as he didn't care anyway. After all, they needed time to mature. Gradually getting familiar with the terrain of Mai and its geographical locations. Routine missions were not bad either. Moreover, his shadow clone technique was nearly mastered. Once his chakra increased a bit more, he could sustain it for half an hour or an hour. He could let his shadow clone do the missions while he himself played nearby, without leaving a trace. Thinking of this, a gigantic nine-tailed fox appeared in his mind. Chakra was a wonderful thing. He had to find a way to get his hands on it. The nine-tailed fox, said to have infinite chakra, was still in its complete form. In the original story, even half of its body was so formidable, let alone the whole. At this thought, Dash1 made a mental note. This was one of his current main tasks. Ahem, Dash1, do you also think so? Yuanfei Risen coughed, and asked as gang show was roaring, and Zilai Yu was eager to act. The young Yuanfei Risen turned his gaze to Dash1. Seeing his sensible disciple lost in thought, he coughed to get his attention, wanting to hear his precious disciple's opinion. Dash1 was startled awake by Yuanfei Risen's voice, a bit confused. I think it's fine. At least C-rank missions are completely doable. Dash1 said instinctively. He knew that the Second Shinobi World War was about to begin, followed by the Third. He had to find a way to become stronger. In the original story, even when the three of them were older, they struggled to fight a demigod of the Shinobi world and nearly died. Moreover, with his transmigration, the Shinobi world could turn out completely different. It might become even more dangerous. Yuanfei Risen frowned slightly, seeing that even Dash1 said so. He had to consider it seriously. However, he couldn't leave himself. He needed to find a trusted jonin to protect the children. Thinking of this, he felt a headache. He had become Hokage by his teacher's decree not long ago, and now he was essentially a figurehead. All power was in the hands of the major clans, especially the Senju clan. Although many clan members married commoners, the clan that produced 2 Hokages was incredibly powerful. The Uchiha clan was even less reliable. Because of his teacher's questionable actions, they were now on bad terms with the Uchiha. After thinking, he realized only his close friends' clans were reliable. Orochimaru, the old man, put you in charge of this bandit suppression mission. What do you think? Tsunade ignored Jiraiya, who was walking ahead with his head in his hands looking at the road. She said to Orochimaru, we'll scout first. What else can we do? Didn't we just learn Shadow Clone? I used it to gather intelligence. Orochimaru said, casually, not taking it too seriously. He was more concerned about whether his hands would shake when he killed someone. In his past life, he had never even killed a chicken, so he felt restless. Although he had already resolved himself, he hadn't expected this day to come so soon, leaving him at a loss. As for being put in charge, what could he say? There were definitely several big shots following behind them, so he wasn't panicked at all. After all, Princess Tsunade was right there. Washboard, are you scared? A few bandits are nothing to me, the great Jiraiya. I'll capture them with ease. Just stand behind me then. I'll make them flee in disarray. Jiraiya said smugly, completely unconcerned. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, feeling at a loss for words. After thinking it over, fearing that Jiraiya might get into trouble, she still spoke up. Jiraiya, don't underestimate them. Even if the bandits are just ordinary people, they're adults who have seen blood. In principle, we are still children. Our strength, stamina, and combat experience are certainly inferior to theirs. Moreover, we've never killed before. I've heard that the first time you kill someone, you might experience some negative effects. Tsunade said in a crisp voice, sharing her insights. It was well reasoned. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with appreciation. There is no harm without comparison. The stronghold was not far ahead. Do you have any ideas? Let's brainstorm and discuss a strategy. The three hid by the tree, looking at the stronghold in the distance. Orochimaru spoke first. What's there to discuss? We're ninjas. Let's just go straight in and smash them, Jiraiya said arrogantly. He completely disregarded the bandits, perhaps relying on something. Tsunade listened, still not intending to speak. She had already said everything she needed to. Then let's wait for nightfall. After all, we're ninjas. We specialize in assassination. Only fools would meet head-on. Orochimaru said pointedly, causing Tsunade to chuckle lightly, while Jiraiya was annoyed but said nothing. Since Orochimaru was the leader, he would definitely listen as long as the decision was correct. That was combat discipline. The three decided to act at night, and quietly retreated a few hundred meters to avoid detection. This dry ration is absolutely terrible to eat. Jiraiya took a bite and spat it on the ground. The other two deeply agreed. Dry rations are mainly for filling the stomach when it's inconvenient to make a fire. So they added all sorts of stuff which severely affected the taste. The main thing was that they were eating it for the first time, and there was no water. Who could possibly swallow that? Orochimaru was also speechless. He had no experience with this stuff either. I'll go get some water. You two keep watch. Seeing the two lazy bones with no intention of moving, Orochimaru said helplessly. Seeing Orochimaru leave, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a knowing smile. Night fell, and when it reached 1 in the morning, the three began their operation. Orochimaru had originally planned to use a shadow clone to scout, but then thought that the clone would only have a fraction of his strength and would divide his chakra. If it failed, it would alert the bandits anyway, so it was better to just go directly. After thinking it over, he decided against it. So the three crept up to the wooden wall about 3 meters high. On the wall, there were only 2 bandits leaning against the wall and chatting. They completely failed to notice 3 small figures quietly using chakra. They climbed the wall using both hands and feet. While climbing, Orochimaru remembered that he still had several training exercises to complete: tree climbing and water walking with chakra. At a time like this, having that level of proficiency with chakra would certainly be more convenient. The three crawled along the outer edge of the wooden wall like geckos, just 1 wall away from the 2 bandits. Orochimaru gently took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The cold gleam showed its sharpness. Tsunade also gritted her teeth and picked up a kunai. Jiraiya had been bragging just a moment ago, but now he hesitated. Seeing Jiraiya's abnormal state, Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged a glance. Tsunade nodded slightly. The three sat on the wooden wall. Jiraiya saw the gruesome state of the two bandits and turned pale. Orochimaru's eyes were a bit dazed, but soon became firm. Tsunade, on the other hand, crouched in a corner and vomited violently, almost bringing up bile. Although the three had long prepared themselves, mentally facing this reality was still hard to accept. When the two had recovered a little, Orochimaru said softly, "Let's go. The bandits might change shifts, we shouldn't linger here." Orochimaru tried to stay calm even though the gruesome images of the two bandits lingered in his mind. But then he thought about how his kunai had missed its mark, almost causing the bandit to cry out. Orochimaru silently criticized himself. Seeing the two still trembling slightly, he didn't intend to speak. These were psychological hurdles that they had to overcome on their own. Comfort from others would be useless, and even if it were useful, Orochimaru didn't know how to do it. Besides, the current environment was not suitable for such things. Moreover, he could barely take care of himself, so how could he spare time for others? Right now, he only wanted to get stronger quickly. Everything else that distracted him was set aside. The three of them began to move stealthily. Fortunately, the bandits were not very alert. They didn't set up patrols inside the stronghold. Orochimaru had no intention of paying attention to the other two. Although he knew that staying with Tsunade would be much safer, the current opponents were just bandits. Having come to this world, he certainly couldn't hide behind a woman. Under the shimmering moonlight, Orochimaru quietly entered a small wooden hut, and then came out quietly. His clothes were stained with blood, the result of being splattered while killing. Especially with a weapon like a kunai, sharp but too short. Just as he stealthily entered the second room, a scream pierced the night sky. The stronghold instantly erupted with noise. Orochimaru retreated to the previous room and searched. He found a large blade. If not for assassination, a large sword was more suitable for group combat. Orochimaru walked toward the noisy area. There should be someone protecting them from the shadows, and their actions would surely reach Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears. So he had to display unity and camaraderie, and put himself in danger for his teammates. At critical moments, he could even take a hit for them. This would be greatly beneficial to him. Of course, only under absolutely safe conditions where he could stage a show. If he were truly in danger, all these things would be meaningless. He would definitely choose to run away without a second thought. "Zile, what is this?" Orochimaru asked speechlessly, seeing a knife wound on Zilei's arm. Tsunade looked at Zilei with deep concern. Rage blazed in her beautiful eyes. The three of them had gathered together. They were surrounded. The bandits only encircled them, showing no intention of attacking. So Orochimaru inquired of Zilei, "Let's talk after we've killed them all." Zilei was unusually serious. He didn't want to say much now. Perhaps it was because he was the only one wounded by the bandits, and he was humiliated and angry. The three stood back to back, occupying three directions. Orochimaru charged straight ahead. Due to his small stature, he dragged the large blade behind him. Tsunade and Zilei were speechless at Orochimaru's recklessness, holding kunai ready to throw. To be honest, they were a bit frustrated. Shouldn't they stand back to back and use projectiles to kill some enemies first? Orochimaru's initial recklessness left them momentarily at a loss. It's not surprising they thought this way. After all, Orochimaru's mindset was different now. His combat thinking and ideas were also different. Without a word, Orochimaru dragged the blade to a bandit, using chakra to enhance his arm strength. He began to slash wildly. Amidst the chaos, there was a hint of beauty. Of course, that was if you ignored the opponent. Because although Orochimaru's flurry looked fierce, he didn't even graze the bandit's clothes. This was truly exasperating. "Don't dodge if you dare." After swinging about 7 or 8 times, Orochimaru felt slightly out of breath. He grumbled, but he didn't get angry, staying calm. The bandit opposite him completely ignored Orochimaru. Because the bandit's hand was still numb from clashing blades with Orochimaru, so he used clever maneuvers to hold him off, trying to find an opening. Tsunade and Zilei had thrown all their 7 or 8 kunai and shuriken, killing only 3 bandits. They were stunned. They realized hitting a moving target was different from a stationary one. "What business do you little ninjas have sneaking into my stronghold at night?" Just then a loud voice rang out. All the bandits slightly parted, awaiting the arrival of the speaker. "A dark and windy night is perfect for killing. Why else would we be here? Do you think we'd skip sleep to go shopping in your esteemed place?" Orochimaru replied loudly. Though his voice was young, it was full of spirit. "I don't recall offending you Konoha ninjas." The bandit leader, seeing the ninja headbands, felt a chill in his heart. His men didn't know, but he was well aware of Konoha's power. "Who knows? We're just hired to do a job. Would we come to dispense justice in the dead of night? Maybe you could hire us instead," Orochimaru said with a smile. Meanwhile, he took the chance to recover. The leader gave the three a deep look. "How about this? I'll pretend you were never here, and I'll give you double the reward. If you retreat, today's events never happened. How about it?" The leader spoke calmly. He wasn't afraid of the 3 brats, but of the Konoha behind them. Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru showing some interest, Zilei quickly called out. If they went back, it meant mission failure. If they couldn't even complete a simple bandit suppression mission, who would ever hire Konoha again? Tsunade said nothing, her small fists clenched tightly. She would not let the reputation of Konoha, protected by her 2 grandfathers, be tarnished. Orochimaru appeared to be thinking, but he was actually using a delaying tactic. Their stamina had drained too quickly. Now the bandit leader had appeared. He planned to strike with a single fatal blow, capture the leader to defeat the rest. He began gathering chakra onto the blade, intending to throw it like a projectile. Just as the bandit leader spread his hands ready to increase the offer to sway Orochimaru, a sharp glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Go! The long blade cut through the air with a fierce gust hurtling toward the bandit leader with terrifying force. The leader, seeing the incredible speed of the blade, panicked, his pupils contracting. Young man, no martial ethics. Before he could finish, the blade pierced his neck without surprise. The other bandits, seeing their leader dead, began to retreat and flee. Run, the leader is dead. Orochimaru watched them flee without hesitation, opened his ninja tool pouch, and threw shuriken. Each throw took down one. He became a master of projectiles. After throwing 4 or 5 times, he saw the bandits had gone far. So he picked up a nearby longsword and charged after them. The mission was to eliminate the bandits, so he needed to kill as many as possible. Fortunately, chakra enhancement was quite effective, allowing him to catch up with the scattered bandits. Tsunade and Z-Lei, seeing Orochimaru first kill fleeing ones with projectiles, then pick up a sword to chase, also snapped out of it, remembering their mission. Orochimaru caught up to a bandit, and with a swift sword stroke, the bandit's body stumbled forward a few steps, while his head remained behind. Orochimaru's heart was not at ease, his face was pale, but he forced himself to continue the chase. Fortunately, he had killed the leader with one blow, or they would have been in real danger. They were only 7 years old with limited chakra and physical strength, and too little close combat experience. They were far from the ferocity of the 12 or 13-year-old children in the original story during the Chunin exam. He kept pursuing until around 4 or 5 in the morning, then stopped, panting heavily. The bandits who had fled in his direction were all dead. Now he planned to slowly walk back to the stronghold to meet the other two. Orochimaru, you're back. As Orochimaru neared the stronghold, Z-Lei with sharp eyes spotted him and shouted. Tsunade also came out. When did you two get back? Orochimaru asked softly, noticing Z-Lei's arm was bandaged like a twisted rope. Long ago. There were only a dozen or so in my direction, Z-Lei replied. I had about 20, and it was quick. They had no will to fight, and I took them down one by one easily. Tsunade also reported. Is there anything left in this stronghold? Let's go see if there's any loot. Orochimaru sat on the ground to rest for a while, then spoke. Great, we've been waiting for you. Orochimaru also stood up. Tsunade was somewhat uninterested. After Hashirama died, no one dared take her to the casino. She was also afraid Mito would spank her. And in Konoha's casinos, she couldn't enter until she was 18, and even if she did, no one would dare play with her. So she had no interest in money. Z-Lei, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but before the fight you were so bold, treating the bandits like nothing. But when it came to fighting, you were so useless. You couldn't even assassinate a normal person, and you got yourself wounded. As they walked, Orochimaru teased Z-Lei. Tsunade looked at Z-Lei with some confusion, listening quietly. Though she had no interest in gold and silver, she chose to walk with her teammates. Oh, don't get me started. I snuck into the first room and finished it smoothly. When I crept to the bedside of the second room about to strike, a woman hugged me. She asked why I was so late. I was completely baffled. While I was trying to figure it out, she smelled the blood on me. She pulled out a short knife from under the pillow and slashed at me. It's all my fault. Because she was a woman, I had a moment of mercy and couldn't bring myself to kill her, which put you all in danger. Z-Lei explained the reason and apologized softly. Orochimaru was stunned. Such a twist. Tsunade looked confused, not quite understanding. Soon the group found a secret room and seized some silver and a few odds and ends. They split the spoils among themselves, counting it as extra profit. Later they found a cellar holding many young men and women. They freed them. This mission ended successfully. After resting for an hour, the three prepared to return to Konoha. Old man, we're back. As soon as they entered the office, Jiraiya shouted in his usual carefree manner. It still baffled him why everyone called Hiruzen Sarutobi old man when the third Hokage was still in his prime. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly hid the crystal ball on his desk and sat up straight. You're not injured, are you? He asked casually, as if knowing nothing at all. Jiraiya, you look like a mummy. Why haven't you gone to the hospital yet? You could get tetanus and need an amputation. After glancing at the relatively unharmed Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to the other two and spoke with a serious expression upon noticing Jiraiya's hand. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then without a word bolted out of the room. He clearly valued his own life quite a bit. After Orochimaru gave a brief report, he prepared to leave. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked Orochimaru to stay behind, catching him slightly off guard and filling him with caution. Seeing Orochimaru's serious demeanor, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled gently. Just a casual chat, don't be nervous. Hearing this, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. During this mission, did you feel there were any areas where you fell short? Hiruzen Sarutobi lit his pipe, took a gentle puff, and exhaled with evident satisfaction before speaking. Master, I feel my chakra is still too insufficient, and I lack any signature jutsu. My taijutsu isn't impressive either. Orochimaru said this with quiet self-reflection. Hearing his words, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a deep sense of approval. Truly his prized disciple. So young and already this humble. Truly a fine student cultivated with care. The jutsu I taught you, why don't I see you using them? Didn't I secretly give you 5 basic jutsu last time? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked softly. Orochimaru was taken aback. He had never expected his current master to have given him special treatment behind the scenes. Master, my chakra wasn't enough. In that situation, I felt close combat would be more advantageous. Although we have little experience in hand-to-hand combat, isn't the purpose of missions to build experience? With a shift in his thoughts, Orochimaru made excuses smoothly, his face unblushing and his heart unmoved. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him with clear appreciation. Orochimaru, one day I'll show you what a true composite jutsu is, the power of combined techniques. You must build a solid foundation, understand? I expect you to inherit my legacy one day. Orochimaru paused slightly, then nodded gently. Understood, master. Watching his sensible student Hiruzen Sarutobi felt deeply gratified and waved his hand lightly. Orochimaru, go play. When your strength improves a bit, I'll give you another gift. Hiruzen Sarutobi said softly. Orochimaru nodded. Yes, master. After returning home, Orochimaru sat for a while, then began carefully searching through his belongings for the basic jutsu Hiruzen Sarutobi had mentioned. He pondered over Sarutobi's words. To be honest, the combination jutsu was indeed quite powerful, but Orochimaru felt it was slightly insufficient. After all, he possessed not only wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water, but also yin and yang release. The original Orochimaru in the novel never followed Sarutobi's path either. This Orochimaru, being a transmigrator, would certainly not walk that road either. But since he had no jutsu to use now, studying some was still worthwhile. After all, composite jutsu was not as simple as merely learning techniques. It involved nature transformations as well, which would take considerable time. Moreover, whether it was him or Hiruzen Sarutobi, their bodies were merely mortal frames with limited chakra. Composite jutsu was clearly meant for those with a tailed beast or sage body. Having watched Naruto master countless jutsu, using his 9 tails chakra Sharingan be a Kugen Mangekyo Sharingan, and would release these 5-element combination jutsu, were hardly impressive to him. And they weren't combinations of all 5 elements at once, just 1 or 2. Orochimaru, what are you doing? The next morning the 3 of them were training at the training ground. Having identified their shortcomings during this mission, everyone practiced with clear focus. Orochimaru repeatedly coated the soles of his feet with chakra, climbing trees as effortlessly as walking on flat ground. With his solid foundation, he picked it up quickly. At this rate, he would likely complete the tree climbing exercise in under half an hour. Meanwhile, back at his house, a shadow clone was studying the 5 C-rank jutsu he had found. By the time he succeeded here, the shadow clone would probably exhaust its chakra and dissipate, but it would save him 1 or 2 hours. His current chakra and physique were still too weak, so he dared not push too hard, fearing physical collapse from overexertion. After all, when a shadow clone disperses, all fatigue and memories transfer back to the original body. Idiot, he's training his chakra control. I think you should practice too. Your chakra usage is scattered and sloppy, Tsunade said irritably. Jiraiya scratched his white spiky hair. I'll deal with it later. For now I should focus on mastering the jutsu that old man taught me. Jiraiya said impatiently. After all, if he hadn't even learned the jutsu, yet what control was there to speak of? Did he lack control? No, he lacked the talent to learn jutsu in the first place. Tsunade saw Jiraiya's state and paused slightly, as if recalling something. A gentle smile graced her face, radiant and breathtaking. If Orochimaru had seen this scene, he would certainly have quoted, graceful as a swan, elegant as a dragon. But unfortunately, charm is only for those who capture the heart. Fortunately, Orochimaru didn't witness this moment, or he would have certainly commented. Jiraiya naturally was stunned by Tsunade's beauty. His face flushed with a faint blush. Seeing Jiraiya's reaction, Tsunade felt a touch of shyness. She quickly turned her head away. In the past, she would have snapped, "What are you looking at? So beautiful." Orochimaru stood quietly on the highest tree branch. His toes lightly pressed against the bark as if practicing lightness skill. Though in his past life, he often stood on tall buildings gazing at distant views, the feeling in his heart was entirely different. After watching for a while, Orochimaru quickly climbed down. He estimated the shadow clone at home was about to run out of chakra and dissipate. If that happened, all the memories and fatigue would flood his mind and body. If his brain went into shock and he fell from the tree, it would be quite amusing. Orochimaru, are we doing missions this afternoon, or waiting until tomorrow for another C-rank job? As soon as Orochimaru came down, Jiraiya ran over and asked softly. Tsunade said nothing, her eyes fixed entirely on Jiraiya. Your hand is in this state. You could barely pull weeds, let alone do a C-rank mission. Are you kidding me? Orochimaru rolled his eyes and said impatiently to Jiraiya. His gaze was as if looking at an idiot. But when he glanced at Tsunade, he noticed her watching Jiraiya with obvious fascination. Without warning, a certain song popped into his head. Snowflakes drifting. Orochimaru quickly shook off the unwanted thought. What was he thinking? He had no interest in Tsunade. He preferred younger girls. And Tsunade was simply too mature for his taste. He couldn't handle her. All this chakra refinement is really slow. At this rate, how long will it take? Nightfall. Dashyuin sat cross-legged on the bed. He felt a bit bored. The second great ninja war hadn't even started yet, so he had nothing to reference for the plot's development. After all, the original story described very little of what came before. Some things were too risky to touch because his current strength was too weak. If he disrupted the future development, he wouldn't be able to reap the benefits from the sidelines. For example, he really wanted to tamper with Hashirama's corpse, but he feared being discovered and killed. It was a pity that the still fresh body would eventually decay. Sometimes Dashyuin even felt like conducting research. But it was too confusing and time-consuming, so he dismissed the idea. Lost in thought, Dashyuin lay on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. After a while he sat up again and took out a notebook and pen from under the pillow. He began to write furiously, jotting down more than 10 lines in Chinese in one go. Ninetales would release Rinnegan Tenseigan. Nagato. Dashuin considered waiting for the outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War before Jiraiya took Nagato as a disciple to directly seize the Rinnegan. But he feared that Madara would refuse and come after him. The Rinnegan matched Hashirama's cells, which were Ashura's chakra. Combining the two would result in Otsutsuki chakra. Once he obtained both, he would transform from a snake into a dragon and soar to the heavens. Thinking these thoughts, Dashuin finally drifted off to sleep. After all, dreams had everything. The next day, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why not rest a bit longer? Why are you looking for me so early? Looking at Jiraiya, who had come to his door, Dashuin asked with some confusion. He couldn't understand. We have a few days off. I'll take you to a great place. I wouldn't take just anyone there, Jiraiya said mysteriously, his expression slightly lecherous. Seeing that look, Dashuin understood immediately. But he still pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Where are we going so early in the morning?" Jiraiya glanced at him. "Why ask so many questions? Just follow me. Am I going to harm you?" Seeing that Dashuin really didn't ask further, Jiraiya felt a bit bored. So he trudged ahead in silence. "Why are we here? And sneaking around like this? Are we planning to ambush someone you don't like?" Seeing that Jiraiya had led him to a mountain ridge and was hiding in the grass, Dashuin asked in surprise. He had thought Jiraiya had found some wonderful place, or maybe a new bathhouse had opened. But instead he was brought to this shabby spot, utterly disappointing. "Ambush my ass. You'll see soon. We came early to save spots." Jiraiya lay motionless on the ground, speaking softly. "Save spots for what? Is there some treasure on this crappy mountain?" Dashuin was puzzled. "She'll wait another 2 or 3 hours and you'll know." Seeing Dashuin speaking a bit loudly, Jiraiya quickly gestured. "Spit it out, or I'm leaving. This is boring." Dashuin got up and prepared to leave. This whole act looked really foolish. "Hey, don't go. I brought you here to find inspiration. You train all day long. I'm afraid you'll get sick. I specially brought you out to relax. This is a treasure spot I discovered with great difficulty." Afraid that Dashuin would leave, Jiraiya quickly explained. "Oh, then tell me, how do you relax? Besides going to the bathhouse, what else do you, Jiraiya, know? Do you have some secret technique?" Dashuin turned over, lying flat on the ground, looking into the distance with some resignation. I didn't expect you to know me so well. Since you know me that well, I won't hide it from you. Not far from here there's a natural hot spring. Some girls like to soak in the morning to invigorate their blood. You're in luck. Those who come this early are usually good looking." Jiraiya wore a knowing expression, an understanding look that all men shared. Dashuin's eyes glazed over. He should have known what kind of person Jiraiya was. They hadn't even had breakfast yet, here they were saving spots at dawn. Such an addiction, he was speechless. But deep down he felt a bit curious about what exactly had captivated Jiraiya so much. Today he would observe carefully. He suddenly remembered that Jiraiya was also a great author, corrupting countless youths, and his books were in high demand. He could invest in that venture. It was like picking up money. Much better than slaving away on missions for a few measly coins. Thinking this, Dashuin's gaze toward Jiraiya became more appreciative. His mind also began to recall a few classic novels, such as by Jia, Abin, the Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ouyang Feng Battles, Huang Rong, and so on. These were all silver and gold. Writing them would definitely be more promising than Jiraiya's makeout series. "Jiraiya, Dashuin, what are you doing here?" Just as Dashuin was enjoying the scenery, and Jiraiya was practicing ninja stealth techniques, a voice came startling them. "Old pervert, you're here too. I've already saved us a spot. Let's go together." While Dashuin was thinking of what to say, he remembered that their cheap teacher had some black technology and could watch from the office. So he wondered what this cheap teacher was doing here. Jiraiya said boisterously beside him, "Nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about. I just came out for a morning walk, because the air here is nice." Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke without changing his expression. Jiraiya was scornful. "Then how come I ran into you last time at the Konoha bathhouse and the time before that at another waterfall? Are you always coincidentally here?" Seeing the old man being so reserved, Jiraiya was displeased. He wanted to show Dashuin the old pervert's true colors. Just as Hiruzen was about to come up with some excuse to salvage his image in his beloved disciples' eyes, his expression suddenly turned serious. "My 2 disciples, the air here is fresh, allowing you to get closer to nature. Training ninjutsu here will yield twice the results with half the effort. Do you understand?" Hiruzen suddenly started talking about this, leaving Jiraiya and Dashuin completely bewildered. They had no idea what he was up to. But within a few seconds they understood. They saw Danzo walking leisurely with his hands behind his back, approaching them. "Old friend, what a coincidence. Are you also here to absorb the essence of nature?" Before Danzo could speak, Hiruzen spoke first. "Hiruzen, you're out early with your disciples. It seems quite a few people have discovered this blessed spot." Danzo spoke without changing his expression. And so a group of them sat on the ground and began chatting. Jiraiya didn't like the fierce-looking Danzo, so he sat on the ground refining chakra. Dashuin, on the other hand, sat behind his cheap teacher, quietly listening to their conversation. But an hour later, Dashuin looked at the group of Chunin and Jonin before him, feeling quite dizzy. Only then did he truly understand what Jiraiya meant by saving spots. The whole of Konoha was having a morning meeting here. No wonder it was so lively. "Jiraiya, is this what you call relaxation? Listening to them talk all morning?" Dashuin and Jiraiya walked side by side down the street. Dashuin said helplessly, "I don't know either. Before we all had an unspoken understanding, we each minded our own business. We all pretended not to know each other. Who knew the old man would show up today? So everyone gathered together. Jiraiya said innocently, claiming it wasn't his fault. Dashuin felt utterly disappointed. If he had actually seen something, it would have been worth it. But the key was that he hadn't seen anything at all. From then on, a label was stuck on his head. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat contentedly at his desk, occasionally taking a puff of his pipe. After the morning meeting, he found that his bond with his beloved disciple Dashuin had grown even closer with an additional connection. Truly my disciple, we even share the same hobbies. He is a treasure sent from heaven, Hiruzen murmured softly. At the root headquarters, there were only a few members, who told me that a group of ninjas were conspiring there. Even Hiruzen himself was there. Is he planning to usurp his own position? Danzo cursed angrily. Yesterday he had received a secret report, saying that recently a group of ninjas had been going to the mountain area early in the morning and staying there for hours, suspected of plotting something. They thought it was a rebellion. Danzo took it seriously, but when he went there he was enveloped by Hiruzen's presence. He had no choice but to head toward Hiruzen. There were indeed many ninjas, and they were all breathing fresh air together, having a morning meeting. Later, when the meeting ended, he learned from Hiruzen what that group of people had been doing there. It left him quite frustrated. Now he gathered his subordinates to hold a criticism session. At the same time, he prepared a document for Hiruzen to seal off that indecent place. A group of ninjas not thinking about contributing more to the village, but instead running off to that kind of place early in the morning. How disgraceful. A month later, at Orochimaru's residence. Jiraiya, are you really up to this? How much have you written? I'm sick of doing D-rank missions. Orochimaru asked, watching Jiraiya, who was reading his manuscript. It had taken nearly 2 weeks just to heal Jiraiya's injuries from last time. Once Jiraiya recovered, he wanted to take on C-rank missions and go out again. But Hiruzen Sarutobi refused, citing their lack of strength. They had no choice. After all, they had been injured and encountered danger. So they could only do D-rank missions in the village, working in the fields, looking for cats and dogs. Seeing this, Orochimaru pulled Jiraiya aside and started planning. They had to eat after all. If they couldn't go out, doing D-rank missions was worse than staying home and training. Orochimaru remembered from his past life how the ninja had hundreds of D-rank missions, and it gave him a headache. They had only done a few dozen so far, with hundreds more waiting. So he decided to find another way, resurrecting his previous plan. Jiraiya always talked about art, but when it came to actually writing, he found himself staring blankly after writing less than a dozen characters, his mind drifting. Seeing this, Orochimaru knew it wouldn't do. So he wrote a few thousand words from his past life memories for Jiraiya to reference. Before this, Jiraiya would wander around. But after reading it, he came to Orochimaru's house every day begging for more. It was absurd. That's what led to the scene earlier. Jiraiya stared at the still drying ink on the paper, eyes nearly falling out of his head, as if he held a treasure. Orochimaru was speechless, realizing Jiraiya was completely absorbed in the manuscript and ignoring him. His mind started turning. He refused to believe it. A transmigrator like him being stumped by this problem. This is too little. I find your writing incredibly exciting. Far better than anything I've read before. After finishing the manuscript, Jiraiya exclaimed in awe, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the pages to look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru saw this and was utterly exasperated. You're the author. I just wrote a few chapters to give you a sample, Orochimaru said, a bit annoyed. Jiraiya hastily shook his head. No, I think you're the true artist. You should be the one writing. It'd be a huge hit. Then we'd have tons of money. Jiraiya rattled on, making Orochimaru's head spin. Don't even think about it. Take the manuscript and figure it out yourself. Stop coming over so often. People might think there's something going on between us, Orochimaru said, irritably shoving the manuscript into Jiraiya's arms and shooing him out. He couldn't think of a better solution. In the original story, Jiraiya didn't start writing novels until he was older, after years of experience and hardship. So Orochimaru couldn't just fast-track him. He had considered taking Jiraiya to a pleasure quarter to spark inspiration. But given their age, they wouldn't even get in. After kicking Jiraiya out, Orochimaru rummaged under his bed. He pulled out 2 small spheres. The first step was to fill a balloon with water. But Orochimaru searched all of Konoha and couldn't find a balloon. Helpless, he had to skip ahead. It was incredibly difficult to proceed to the second step without the first. This era's ninja world didn't have many such toys. The solid sphere alone had consumed much of his time. He even considered carving them from wood. If he hadn't been afraid of wasting time going down the wrong path with his imperfect chakra control, he would have done it. He would have done it long ago. As for the basic jutsu Hiruzen had taught him, they gave him a hell of a time. It proved that one's talent wasn't just about the body. It was also tied to the mind. This was the lesson Orochimaru learned after dozens of failures. In the past, watching the anime, he always thought Sasuke was lackluster. After the clan massacre with 2 tomo in each eye, it took him forever to learn the fireball jutsu. Now he understood that many things are easier said than done. He was a perfect example. A transmigrator with a talented body, yet he managed to play it like a fool. He figured if he followed the original path by the 4th war, he still wouldn't have figured out the impure world reincarnation. Forget cloning or copying the Mangekyo. He'd need at least 500 more years. This was something Orochimaru kept pondering. Perhaps it was because he was new to chakra and his understanding of it was still shallow. That's why he was performing so poorly. Half an hour later, Orochimaru dejectedly tossed the sphere on the ground. So Sasuke and Naruto are both geniuses. And I'm the clown. Orochimaru lay on the bed staring blankly, finally accepting that he was a talentless fool. Ding. sensing the host's strong desire. Congratulations host, you've obtained the complete C-rank Jutsu Compendium. All C-rank Jutsu will be remembered effortlessly. Enjoy. The system's voice was like a whirlwind, came and went in a flash. It appeared abruptly, solved the problem, and vanished without a trace, as if being chased by an enemy. Before Orochimaru could complain, 5 basic Jutsu materialized in his mind. They were dissected step by step, explaining the principles and usage deeply etched into his memory. Holy crap, this is awesome. Wait, I may lack talent, but I have the system. Orochimaru whispered, his voice brimming with excitement. It was like a problem he couldn't solve suddenly clicking into place. One word: sweet. After a moment of elation, his mood soured again. He recalled that last time he had wished for invincible power or fluency in Japanese. This time he'd been agonizing over A-rank and C-rank Jutsu. He noticed the system always seemed to pick the easy option. It was exasperating, but thinking it over, his mood brightened. Something was better than nothing. Even if he had high-level Jutsu, now he couldn't use them. He was well aware of his meager chakra reserves. Though Orochimaru was somewhat content feeding himself chicken soup, greed is human nature. So he racked his brain trying to figure out how to summon the system. To give himself a massive cheat. Recalling what had just happened, Orochimaru began to mutter in his mind. I want the Tenseigan, I want the Rinnegan, I want the God Tree Fruit. I want wood release. I want the Sage Body. He kept thinking until he exhausted himself and fell asleep. The system still didn't appear, which was absurd. But Orochimaru had a wonderful dream. He dreamed Kaguya was massaging his legs, and she even went to another planet to fetch him a fruit. Then he became invincible, conquering other worlds, snatching Luffy's straw hat, tossing Zoro's swords into the sea, and taking over the palace of the woman who always asked, "Am I beautiful?" The scene shifted to a deep mountain where he caught a rabbit and roasted it, only to be chased by someone with a hammer. Then he swiped a kid's milk. Then, as if back on Earth, he stole a Mercedes at the foot of a mountain. In the end, it seemed he was buried by a girl who liked using the away 18 styles. Orochimaru, you look so haggard with such heavy dark circles under your eyes. The next day, just as usual, Jiraiya strolled with a lollipop in his mouth, heading to knock on Orochimaru's door. Orochimaru had dreamed all night long, his dreams so thrilling that despite sleeping for a long time, he still felt spiritually drained. Nothing much. Didn't I tell you not to come here? If you have something to discuss, go play around at Tsunade's place more often. Why do you keep coming to my place? Orochimaru said somewhat speechlessly. His tone was somewhat unfriendly. Seeing that Orochimaru seemed somewhat unhappy, Jiraiya felt a bit timid. Fearing that Orochimaru might challenge him to a sparring match, he left after only a few words. He didn't even mention asking Orochimaru to write more chapters. After all, in the past, whenever he said he had started writing his artistic work, but had lost inspiration, Orochimaru would kindly invite him into the room, and then begin writing the chapters, letting him chase after the updates. Old man, this time we absolutely will not accept D-rank missions anymore. We must at least do C-rank missions. The Hokage's office. Jiraiya, who had been suppressed for over half a month, finally could not hold it in anymore. Seeing that the old man did not even blink and I did not ask any questions, and threw another D-rank mission at them, he instantly became furious. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the wildly furious Jiraiya, and Tsunade, slightly stunned. Then, seeing his most favored disciple still remaining calm and composed, a wave of emotion swept through his heart. Indeed, to gain such an obedient disciple, one must inevitably lose something else. In his view, Tsunade and Jiraiya were simply two forms of retribution. After thinking for a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell somewhat silent. He was not too worried about Jiraiya and Tsunade. Even if something happened, they would not die. He was only afraid that Orochimaru might fall into crisis, and if something went wrong, he would regret it deeply. How about this? For the time being, you two should not take any missions. I will teach you a ninja technique. Your ages are still too young, and it is easy to reach a bottleneck limited by age. Wanting to grow stronger quickly would be very difficult. It would be better to let nature take its course. And this ninja technique happens to be quite suitable for you at this stage. Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his dark beard and spoke calmly. Indeed, upon hearing about a new ninja technique, Jiraiya's eyes instantly sparkled with green light, and he immediately stopped his tantrum. As for Tsunade, she felt utterly speechless. She had little interest in ninja techniques, but as long as they did not have to do D-rank missions, she would raise both hands in agreement. Orochimaru, however, was lost in thought, trying to understand his affordable teacher's meaning and guessing what kind of ninja technique it might be. Seeing Orochimaru lost in thought, Jiraiya's face was full of expectation, and Hiruzen Sarutobi felt somewhat smug. As for Tsunade, he instinctively overlooked her. Alright, this ninja technique is called the summoning jutsu. Once you have mastered it, come find me. Of course, you can also go out on your own to find a summoning beast that suits you. Consider it a vacation I am giving you. Hiruzen Sarutobi took 3 scrolls from the drawer and gave one to each of them. They were all personally copied by him. Clearly, he had already thought about this issue and prepared to teach these 3 disciples. Orochimaru held the scroll in his hand, gently stroking it with his thumb. He remembered the great snake from the original story, which always demanded a sacrificial offering whenever it appeared. He was somewhat displeased by this. However, Ryukin was the most suitable place for him. In the original story, because he had already used the impure world reincarnation technique, his soul and body were not in harmony, and his soul was weak, which is why he failed to learn Senjutsu. Orochimaru, do you want to stay behind to say something? Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed that Jiraiya and Tsunade had already left while Orochimaru was still standing dazedly in place and asked. Although his summoning beast Sarutobi was quite good, Sarutobi belonged to the Sarutobi clan and was passed down through a single lineage. Moreover, the Sarutobi clan was relatively small in population and not suitable for too many people to sign summoning contracts. Of course, if Orochimaru wanted it, he would certainly take out that large scroll directly and decisively sign a contract for him. Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Orochimaru snapped out of it. Teacher, I'm fine. I'll be leaving now. You should be busy. Take care of your health. Orochimaru softly said a few words and took his leave. However, on his way back, he was lost in deep thought. He was wondering whether he should also follow Jiraiya's example form hand seals and use the reverse summoning jutsu to travel to the summoning world. Or should he, according to the plot in his memory, find the Uchiha clan? The entrance to Ryukin should be nearby. Back at home, Orochimaru conducted a thorough research. He planned to master this ninja technique first. As for the matters that follow, one would cross that bridge when he came to it. He had not thought about making a move on Sarutobi. It was still uncertain whether Sarutobi possessed Senjutsu, although his combat power was quite good. However, on large-scale battlefields its size was too small. Considering summons like Katsuyu Gamakichi and snakes once summoned, they were exceptionally well suited for large-scale army battles. Of course, Sarutobi could transform into a golden hoop staff and then swing it like Sun Wukong. But he still had the Kusanagi sword. In his personal opinion, swords were much more handsome. Most importantly, this sword was a divine artifact. When taken out, it was quite impressive. Thinking of this, he refined his goals once again. Now he wanted to obtain a cool summoning beast, and one that could learn Senjutsu. Then find his sword. Arm himself to the teeth. At that time, his left hand would hold a kidney and liver, and his right hand a sword. It would be best to wait until Kakashi was born and obtain the Chidori. At that time, he would transform into the Lightning Demon King. Lightning gathers and disperses. Whatever heavenly collapse, an earthly ruin, purple gold hammer. All sorts of fancy moves, he had already thought them through. As Orochimaru was lost in thought, he realized something was not quite right. He remembered that in the original story, Jiraiya had been extremely envious upon seeing the summoning beasts of him and Tsunade. Then out of anger, he had used the reverse summoning jutsu to reach Mount Myaboku. But what the hell happened to my snake? Where did it go? Thinking of this, Orochimaru was utterly bewildered. He was also somewhat helpless. According to the original host personality, he probably would have seen a beautiful snake on the road, discovered that it had some intelligence, and since he also loved snakes very much, he would have naturally signed a summoning contract. He planned to raise the snake himself, and then summon it to fight alongside him. Then he discovered that the casually signed snake actually had a great background connected to Ryukin. Thus he would fragrant summon the giant snake to fight. After all, genius's thinking was always strange. For example, both Sasuke and Itachi raised a nest of crows and used them as summoning beasts. Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt utterly terrible. If he followed this logic, it would be too full of uncertainties. Detected that the host has a need and possesses the prerequisite summoning jutsu. A pet egg is specially gifted to the host to solve his urgent problem. Wishing you pleasant use. Just as Orochimaru gritted his teeth preparing to use the reverse summoning jutsu to transport himself to the summoning world, the system's voice sounded again. Holy crap, this system is awesome. Definitely a 5-star review. You are the best system I have ever seen. Orochimaru, finding the system so capable, instinctively began praising it. This system was simply a timely rain. Whatever he thought of it appeared. Compared with those systems that would instantly kill the host or shrink his private parts, it was simply a clear stream in the system world. Gazing at the egg that had materialized out of thin air upon the table, Orochimaru let out a sigh of contemplation. Carefully, he cradled the unassuming fist-sized egg in his arms and placed it upon the bed, his mind already churning with speculation as to what kind of egg it might be. Given that it came from the system, it ought to be something of exquisite quality, surely. Yet the egg appeared so small, it hardly seemed capable of yielding any formidable beast. Just as Orochimaru was pondering when this egg might hatch into a little chick or a pet, a crisp crack suddenly echoed from the eggshell. A fine fracture appeared, rapidly spreading across the surface. Witnessing this, Orochimaru stared at the egg with rapt attention, his heart growing increasingly agitated. On one hand, he hoped this summoned beast would be handsome, on the other he wished for it to be ferocious. Most crucial of all, it needed to grow quickly. Otherwise, waiting decades for it to gain combat power would be utterly ridiculous. As a small hole emerged on the shell, Orochimaru's slit pupils contracted. He yearned to peer inside and see what creature lay within, yet feared that his presence might startle the little one into retreating back into its shell. That would be a real disaster. So he stepped back a few paces, his mind playing tricks on him. Finally, after several minutes, a long tongue slithered out from the shell, followed by a small pointed head that emerged and began nibbling on the eggshell. The sight left Orochimaru thoroughly disheartened. Damn it, another snake. This is absurd. The creature was pure white with 2 tiny bumps on its little head measuring about a dozen centimeters in length, roughly the thickness of a chopstick. Orochimaru's slit pupils, typically cold and sinister, now appeared unfocused and hollow. He was utterly dejected. As he stood there in a daze, the little white snake was crunching away at the eggshell, one crisp bite after another. Its body began to undergo changes. The delicate, fragile-looking scales gradually grew coarse and rough. Dead skin began to appear on its body, as if it were about to shed. After finishing the eggshell, the little white snake found a corner of the bed, pressing, stretching, and twisting with great effort. It began to shed its skin. When Orochimaru snapped back to his senses, he discovered that the little white snake had already grown to nearly twice its previous size, its length now reaching over 20 centimeters. Moreover, it was doing something unspeakable to his pillow. But noticing the thin, uneven layer of skin beside the pillow, Orochimaru realized that this little darling had started shedding its skin right after being born. "Hey kid, what are you staring at? Come give me a hand. I've thrown out my back." Just as Orochimaru was about to leave it be and let the little white snake finish shedding on its own, the creature began trembling violently, as if struck by cramps, and it spoke. Orochimaru was taken aback, then recalled that even the little toads could speak, so it wasn't entirely strange that this system-issued white snake could talk. "Hey kid, what are you standing there for? Help me out. Don't you want me to be your big brother?" Seeing Orochimaru still frozen in place, the little white snake flicked its tongue in irritation and spoke again. Hearing the little white snake's words, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. "Big brother. You should be calling me big brother." Despite his words, Orochimaru nonetheless pinched the little white snake's vital spot with one hand and pulled at a corner of the dead skin with the other. "Rip? Ouch. Damn it, kid. Are you trying to kill me? My newly grown skin and scales are extremely delicate." Witnessing the little white snake let out a shriek and collapse limply onto the bed without moving, Orochimaru was baffled. He poked it with his finger, flipping the creature over. "Ouch, I've caught my breath now. You nearly sent me to the afterlife." The little white snake's tiny eyes stared blankly ahead as it spoke languidly. "Oh, you're not dead. I thought you were a goner," Orochimaru said, gazing speechlessly at the traces of blood on the shed skin in his hand. He felt rather exasperated inwardly. If such a minor injury makes you wail like this, then on a real battlefield you'd be crying to run away before the fight even began. "Hey kid, what kind of talk is that? Do you wish I were dead? Let me tell you, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble. Don't come crawling to me for help when the time comes." The little white snake's words interrupted Orochimaru's train of thought, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Orochimaru asked, puzzled. The little white snake flicked its tongue. "Hey kid, I'm thirsty. Go pour me a glass of water." The snake offered no explanation, simply making its demand. Orochimaru stroked his chin, a foreboding feeling creeping over him. After a moment's thought, he walked to the table, poured a glass of water, and placed it beside the seemingly mysterious little snake. Watching the little snake arch its body and prepare to dip its head into the cup to drink, Orochimaru observed quietly, finding the sight rather amusing. It was quite ironic. In his past life he had been terrified of snakes, yet in this one he ended up keeping one as a pet. "Now can you tell me, what serious trouble have I gotten myself into?" Holding the teacup, Orochimaru asked softly after the little snake finished drinking. Seeing that Orochimaru's attitude was decent, the little snake flicked its tongue. "Hey kid, how exactly did you steal me out of there? And how did you bind a contract with me?" The little white snake's slit pupils fixed intently on Orochimaru, as if trying to see right through him. Orochimaru was startled by the little white snake's serious demeanor. "When did I ever steal you? What are you talking about with this binding contract? I haven't even signed a summoning contract with you. Where would a contract even come from?" Orochimaru said, genuinely confused. Then, as if remembering something, he froze. It suddenly dawned on him. This egg had been produced by the system. That meant it wasn't something the system conjured with a poof, but rather something it had stolen with a whoosh. As for the contract the little white snake mentioned, it was likely the faint connection he felt in his mind linking him to the snake. Watching Orochimaru lost in thought, the little white snake observed him with keen interest, its tongue flicking in and out. "So where were you originally? If I told you that someone else stole you out, and I just happened to find you by chance, would you believe me? How about you just go back and we pretend none of this ever happened? Sound good?" Orochimaru planned to retreat in order to advance, spinning a tall tale to avoid revealing the system's existence. Witnessing this act of denying all responsibility after getting what he wanted, the little white snake experienced the treachery of the world for the first time. It was utterly speechless. The contract was signed, the egg was hatched, and now he wanted to back out. Absolutely absurd. "Listen, you wouldn't understand anyway. Our clan is the boss of the 3 major underworld powers in the spirit realm. You know those summoned beasts out there? They're all just small fry." "Oh, you're that impressive. My teacher's summoning beast can turn into a weapon. It can stretch and shrink, grow and shrink at will." Dashuin began to play dumb. The crime of stealing an egg was something he could never admit. In the short term, the other party's parents would come looking for trouble. In the long term, when he became invincible in the world, this would be an indelible stain on his reputation. As for the so-called contract signing, Dashuin still didn't quite understand it. The system hadn't explained anything, nor had it given him an instruction manual. It was rather frustrating. "Kid, I'm taking off now. If I don't leave soon, my mom will probably come looking for me. Then there'll be a huge disaster in the ninja world." Just as Dashuin was about to think of an excuse to confuse the situation, the little white snake softly spoke. Dashuin was stunned. This little white snake seemed pretty impressive. It had quite a big mouth. As Dashuin was about to say something, the little white snake's body turned into white mist and vanished. "Who stole my child? He was still an egg. Who could be so heartless?" In the Ryuchi cave, a great white snake stretching thousands of meters let out a roar. This small world seemed to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. "White snake sage, please calm down. We have spread out from the dragon transformation pool and will not miss a single corner. We will definitely find the little sage." The great white snake had a pair of dragon horns on its head. Upon closer inspection, it had already transformed into a flood dragon. She looked deeply at this clan member who lacked talent. Do you know? My child is the snake most likely to become a dragon in the past 1,000 years. Just the hatching took 81 years. He has been soaking in the dragon transformation pool all along. Once he hatches, he will become a flood dragon. The white snake sage wanted to say more, but then suddenly remembered something. This matter couldn't really be blamed on the clan members. After all, even she hadn't noticed the child was missing until after the incident, let alone these weaker clan members. With that thought, her aura surged slightly, and the clan members hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters thick vanished from the spot. She was irritated. A spatial fluctuation. Who's there? The earth fell silent for a moment. Suddenly the white snake sage sensed a spatial disturbance beside her, snapping her out of her daze. Mom, it's me. I'm back. The little white snake landed and looked at his mother's towering, endless body, swallowing his saliva. The white snake sage was also stunned. Who's your mom? Don't call me that. The white snake sage was confused by the little white snake's boldness. She replied instinctively. Then, as if remembering something, her originally vertical pupils seemed to turn round. Are you my egg? My child? The white snake sage sensed and indeed felt a connection of flesh and blood. So she spoke. Yes, Mom. The little white snake answered honestly. The white snake sage's tongue flicked out and the cold aura around her had dissipated noticeably, showing her anger had subsided. Child, what exactly happened? Why did you vanish in an instant? And you hatched, but ended up in this stunted form. According to expectations, you should have soaked for another 300 or 400 years before emerging. Upon emerging, you would have become a flood dragon. Then you would be the one in our clan with the greatest hope of becoming a dragon. The white snake sage's tone was sorrowful, as if years of hope had been dashed in an instant. Oh, that's a long story. I don't really know how it happened. Suddenly a spatial rift enveloped me. By the time I regained consciousness, someone had already signed a contract with me. And I also suddenly had to be born. In the past, I couldn't emerge no matter what, but this time I came out effortlessly. What surprised me most was that the other party was a child less than 10 years old, probably his first time using a summoning technique. Then some unknown variable occurred, and I was summoned over. The little white snake began its analysis, deducing based on the available conditions. It couldn't imagine that Dashuin had black technology like a system, so it blamed everything on fate and destiny. How is that possible? Our clan hasn't signed a contract with humans for a long time. And without a contract, how could you have been summoned over? Without a contract, it's useless. At most, you could use the reverse summoning technique to teleport to our Ryuchi cave. What you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. With that thought, the white snake sage flicked her tongue and spat out a scroll dozens of meters long. She opened it slightly. Then she discovered that a name had appeared on it. Damn. Not only did he summon my son without reason or logic, but he didn't even let me off. At this point, the white snake sage was shocked. This scroll was the summoning contract of their white snake clan. If there was enough chakra, even she could be summoned out. The white snake clan ruled the Ryuchi cave, and the purple snakes were their underlings. Snakes of other colors had different uses. Usually purple snakes went to the ninja world to show their presence and recruit some underlings. Although purple snakes weren't very large, they were already presentable. Thinking of this, the white snake sage felt quite frustrated. Although snakes seemed to have endless lifespans, just shed their skin repeatedly. She felt her potential had been exhausted, and she could never become a dragon. She had always placed her hopes on the little white snake, but now with a single incident her long-laid plans were shattered. She had already thought of a name for the little white snake, Little White Dragon. But unfortunately it seemed it would never be used. Thinking of this, the white snake sage's mood turned sour again. This cheap son not only failed to meet her expectations, but also dragged her down with him. However, remembering that summoning her would require a vast amount of chakra, she felt a little better. Go soak in the dragon transformation pool. Try to become a flood dragon as soon as possible. See if there's still hope of becoming a dragon. The white snake sage's emotions calmed down after the loss and recovery. Seeing that his mother seemed unhappy, the little white snake said nothing and slowly crawled into the dragon transformation pool to soak. The white snake sage looked at this cheap son so small. No matter how she looked, she found him displeasing. She simply stopped looking. Her massive body began to crawl deeper. As she crawled, the white snake sage stopped and murmured softly, "Oh, maybe I should have another one." She had the feeling of scrapping a failed account and starting a new one. She thought of how this egg was formed from flood dragon blood and immortal energy, and how it seemed full of potential when it first appeared, only to end up like this. But she also realized that instead of spending the endless boring years, she might as well have children to pass the time. Orochimaru, shall we roam the ninja world together? Find a summoning beast. The next day, Jiraiya sought out Orochimaru with a mysterious air. No need. I already have a summoning beast. I won't bother with you. Orochimaru replied softly, unwilling to accompany Jiraiya. Jiraiya had spent years in Mount Mayaboku eating nothing but insects. It was absurd. They weren't even stir-fried. Boiling was considered a luxury. Hearing this, Jiraiya initially wanted to ask Orochimaru to show his summoning beast, using it as a model to find a larger and more formidable one. But Orochimaru showed no intention of boasting, which was strange. Moreover, he rarely went out, recently staying cooped up at home, mysterious about his activities. Thinking this, Jiraiya felt a pang of disappointment as he saw the door close. Sighing, he decided to visit Tsunade. Orochimaru, what did you call me for? So mysterious. Tsunade's eyes lit up with delight when she saw Jiraiya. He couldn't help swallowing hard at her enchanting demeanor. Glancing at her chest, he muttered inwardly, "A woman who can see her toes when looking down is not my type. A woman who cannot see her toes when looking down is the one. What are you staring at? What's the matter?" Tsunade rolled her eyes at the distracted Jiraiya. Jiraiya snapped back to reality. "Tsunade, have you signed a summoning contract yet?" he asked awkwardly. Tsunade replied without hesitation, "Yes, I did. Last night, I found a summoning scroll at home and signed it." Pausing, she remembered Jiraiya was just a commoner, so she changed the subject. "Do you want to sign it?" Jiraiya was about to agree, touched by her loyalty, but then wondered if a girl's taste might be too peculiar for a man like him. "What summoning beast did you sign? Can I see it?" Jiraiya was cautious, not agreeing, immediately wanting to see first. With a shifting motion like a mobile toilet, white smoke rose from the ground. Jiraiya recoiled at the sight of a slimy, damp slug. To make matters worse, it was absurdly small. Far too unsuitable for a man like him. "I have things to do. I'll come play another day, Tsunade." His face pale, Jiraiya hastily excused himself. He had no interest in that soft, tiny slug. He decided to ask his master for a travel permit, go on a journey, and find a majestic summoning beast. Then he'd have the last laugh. Imagining a fierce summoning beast that could trounce Orochimaru's and Tsunade's, he nearly burst out laughing. It went smoothly. Jiraiya soon held a travel permit. Hiruzen Sarutobi simply warned him to be careful and said no more. The ninja world was relatively peaceful then, so he wasn't too worried. He would assign an Ambu as a bodyguard. Jiraiya left the village. Suddenly remembering something, he frantically rummaged through his pack. His plan to enjoy himself was dashed. He had only about 1,000 ryo to his name. Far from enough for food and drink. Beyond mission earnings, he had no idea how to make money. How absurd. The Hokage's office. "My dear disciple, you're also going out to find a summoning beast. Why not go with Jiraiya?" Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe, frowning at Orochimaru before him. "Master, everyone's fortune is different. That's why I didn't go with him," Orochimaru replied, intending to travel and pretending he had no summoning beast as an excuse to leave. "Disciple, the outside is too dangerous. Why not sign a contract with my summoning beast? It's extraordinary, not only ferocious, but also can transform into a weapon adjustable in length and size." "Impressive, right?" Hiruzen spoke in a coaxing tone, hoping to keep Orochimaru in Konoha. After all, the boy was too brilliant, he needed guidance close at hand. Such intelligence could blur the lines between good and evil, and he feared Orochimaru might stray. Orochimaru felt a warmth in his heart, seeing Hiruzen willing to share his prized summoning beast. "No need, master. I want to find one myself," he said, feeling a sense of urgency at his current strength, which was less than 1 Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was a famous unit of measurement, the legendary 50 to 50 ninja. "Very well, may you succeed. If not, come back immediately. If you don't want to sign mine, I'll help you find a new one." Hearing the sincerity in Hiruzen's voice, Orochimaru was slightly moved and resolved to repay his kindness by offering a few words of advice to this nominal master, helping him avoid future folly. Wue. Then he thought he was overthinking. People change and power corrupts. "Thank you, master." Hiruzen stared at the empty room for a long time. "Sai, send 3 special jonin to protect Orochimaru." After a long pause, he spoke as if to the air. A shadow flickered in the distance and vanished, perhaps to summon the guards. After presenting his travel permit, Orochimaru finally left the village that felt like a cage. Leaving the village for anything other than missions required a permit. Stretching slightly, Orochimaru removed his ninja headband. His form shifted into that of a 10-year-old boy in patched clothes. Like a refugee, the height difference was minimal, so maintaining the transformation required little chakra. This appearance would also reduce trouble. Wearing the headband might attract respect, but also far more enemies. After all, the first great ninja war had just ended. Tobirama Senju led Konoha against multiple invaders coveting the fertile land of fire, killing countless enemy ninja. If he had the strength of several Kakashis, others would fear and respect him. But as a mere child, they would probably want to kill him on sight. Both of Hiruzen's disciples have left the village. It was our Uchiha clan and the Senju who founded Konoha together. Why did the Senju produce 2 Hokage? Now that both are dead, they passed the title to their disciple. It's outrageous. Where's justice? Where's the law? As he spoke, the man in luxurious robes back to the door paused. The ninja kneeling by the door dared not utter a word, staring at the man's silhouette. "And I suspect that brat Hiruzen gave the Uchiha the police force not just to acknowledge our strength or to gain our support. I feel he has ulterior motives. Cunning as a fox. Find a few skilled men, make it look like an accident, understand? Only recruit those who are loyal to us. Those who have been lost to peace, do not go to them, got it?" The man in luxurious attire turned his head, his 3 tomo eyes glaring fiercely at the subordinate kneeling on the ground. "Why, yes, minister." Watching the subordinate leave, the man gazed at the sky outside the door with a hint of melancholy. "You want to play? I'll make you bear the consequences. If I can't defeat you with wits, then I'll break the rules with absolute power. Even if I can't win, I'll make you taste my fury." Where to go now? Orochimaru stood silently at the crossroads, lost in thought. After a moment, he took out a map from his bosom. He looked at the map. He planned to go to the land of iron to see if the sword destined for him, the Kusanagi sword Tengen no Tsurugi, was there. Thinking of the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru was once again dumbfounded. Logically speaking, there might still be a creature called the Yamada no Orochi in this world. After all, in the original story, Orochimaru later transformed into the Yamada no Orochi. In some Kusanagi, swords were merely white snakes transformed. It could be extended or shortened, and the most troublesome part was that no one knew how many Kusanagi swords actually existed. After all, several had appeared in the original story. If it was said that they were made from snakes, that reasoning didn't hold, because even after Orochimaru was sealed later, the sword in Sasuke's hand remained unchanged. The most reliable explanation was that this divine artifact could be summoned at will. Additionally, Orochimaru with his vast knowledge forged one himself, the one that Sasuke used. After thinking for a long time, Orochimaru decided to head to the Land of Iron. He thought that instead of overthinking, he might as well search slowly. If fate allowed, he would naturally obtain it. The reason Orochimaru was so keen on this weapon was that it was extremely sharp, could be extended and shortened, looked cool, and was highly practical. The key was that he loved swords, and this sword was the only one that was decent. As for the Totsuka sword, he had no particular feeling for it. Orochimaru strolled gently, heading in the direction of the Land of Iron. His destination was already decided. He would simply enjoy the scenery along the way and walk slowly. 3 days later, Orochimaru's clothes were tattered and worn, and he had reverted to his original appearance. The reason was that he had only brought a map when he left. He had brought no money and no extra clothes. He thought a ninja should be capable of anything. Washing up could be done in a river. For food, he could just hunt. The main reason was that he was too lazy to bring anything. However, his ideas were beautiful, but reality was harsh. Unlike the wonderful, carefree, and nature-close life he had imagined. To take a shortcut, he chose a path full of thorns. Earlier, he had been disguised as a refugee and walked along. Although with his current physical condition, walking on such terrain was a piece of cake. But his clothes didn't know how to dodge. So in less than half a day, his clothes were almost completely torn. He looked like a real beggar. When he prepared to hunt for food, he truly realized the absurdity of nature. He might not have had 1 Kakashi's worth of chakra, but at least 1/5 or 1/6 of that amount. Damn it, he couldn't even catch a cute rabbit for company. How ridiculous was that? The rabbits in the wild were masters of evasion. His proud speed couldn't even catch a glimpse of their tails. In the end, he found a river, swiftly killed 2 small fat fish, and roasted them. After a refreshing bath, he found that his clothes wouldn't dry at all. He tried to use chakra to dry his clothes, only to realize he had no idea how to perform such an advanced technique. This series of actions by Orochimaru had the ANBU agents hidden in the shadows laughing to death. But it was precisely these actions that led their group into danger. Because Orochimaru always chose such remote places to travel. The people protecting him from the shadows also needed supplies. So they would send someone to resupply, and those following Orochimaru would leave several unique signals. Markers to guide those behind. Finally caught up with them. How should we proceed? 2 men who looked like simple woodcutters gathered together. One of them spoke. Kill them first, then disguise the scene. Why make it so complicated? The other, a burly man who looked like the leader, pondered slightly upon hearing his junior's words. After thinking for a while, the leader said in a displeased tone. You're dreaming. Although our clan is unmatched in one-on-one fights, the enemies are also ANBU with combat experience. And here there are actually 3 skilled ANBU following. Wasn't it agreed that each side would only send 1 ANBU? The leader said gloomily. They were also Tokubetsu Jonin. Tokubetsu Jonin are stronger than Shunin, with strength close to that of a Jonin, but not enough to take on a Jonin alone, hence the name, Special Jonin. As for why they sent Tokubetsu Jonin for assassination, it was because every ninja from each clan who reached the level of Jonin was registered, and their movements were watched by certain people. After all, Jonin were already formidable combat power. Unlike Genin, who could only throw kunai and learn a single jutsu, or Chunin, who knew a few basic techniques, the difference was a Jonin's casual jutsu could already cause massive destruction. We take out the ANBU in the back, then it's 2 against 2. We both have 2 Tomo Sharingan, then it'll be a one-on-one fight, easy as pie. The leading ninja thought for a moment and spoke. The one who looked a bit dull listened quietly. Soon after, in the grass, the 2 seemingly simple-minded men wore serious expressions. We're almost there. Act according to the plan and don't alert the enemy. The leader warned again, still uneasy. I know. First use Jinjutsu to control him, then suppress the chakra fluctuation, cover his mouth, and slit his throat immediately so that the nearby ANBU don't sense it, because ANBU have their own perception techniques. I've memorized everything you said. The leader listened and found that the other had remembered most of his instructions, so he nodded slightly. Who's there? A masked figure was swiftly moving through the trees when he suddenly stopped, his hair standing on end. What's the matter? Is this road yours? Can't a man take a piss? A voice came from behind a tree, and a man walked out, pulling up his pants and tying his belt. The ANBU ninja breathed a sigh of relief. Who's there? A voice came from not far behind the ANBU. Hearing that the voice was close, the Konoha Tokubetsu Jonin instinctively turned to look behind him, alert. Uchi. The eyes beneath the ANBU mask became dazed. It turned out that when he looked back without any guard, he saw a pair of 2 Tomo Sharingan spinning delicately. The kunai in his hand became useless. Before the ANBU ninja could finish his words, he fell into a stupor. A large hand covered his mask, and a small sharp kunai slit his carotid artery. Waves of warm liquid splattered on the ground. Enemy. The pain broke the Anbu's genjutsu, and he instinctively shouted. But he found his throat already cut, and he could only utter two indistinct words, blood spraying from his mouth. His body fell straight down. The man behind wiped his kunai on the Anbu's clothes. Then he gently laid the Anbu's body on the ground. I told you to cover his mouth, how did you cover it? If he broke the genjutsu earlier we'd be dead. Or if we didn't finish him off we'd bring trouble to our clan. The leader said softly, casually searching the body for a scroll containing supplies. Boss, didn't you see he was wearing a mask? And this mask doesn't even have a mouth slit. How was I supposed to cover it? The burly man felt a bit annoyed, thinking the leader was talking nonsense with his eyes open. Seeing the burly man's aggrieved expression, the leader softened a bit. Alright, you did well. From now on we can't work together. We'll follow behind them, and try to pick them off one by one. When they see their comrade hasn't returned they'll likely come back to investigate, and one of them will stay to guard the target. Then it'll be much easier for us. We'll complete the mission beautifully without taking risks. The leader said lightly, obviously in a good mood. But boss, what if they don't follow the script and bring the target back with them, then discover us, and directly run away? What do we do? The simple-looking man said softly, his reasoning sound. The leader paused, then sighed. Even the wise are not immune to oversight. The leader nodded, acknowledging the man's words. That's why we have to follow behind them. Then we can control the overall situation and defeat the enemy with ease. The leader smiled slightly, and said softly, Sugoi. The burly man looked at the leader with admiration. Orochimaru found a relatively tall tree branch and lay upon it, drifting into sleep. Deep into the night, he suddenly jolted awake. Who goes there? Orochimaru stared at the dark silhouette not far away and shouted. His hand tightly gripped a kunai, his spirit and focus fully concentrated as the shadow drew ever closer. Do not be alarmed. I am from the Konoha Yanbu, dispatched by the Hokage to protect you. We were watching from the shadows and intended not to reveal ourselves. But something has gone wrong. Black Fox, reveal yourself. The masked man spoke calmly and quietly. Orochimaru observed him silently, saying nothing more. Another dark figure emerged from a different direction, stopping a short distance before him. Close enough to be a threat, yet maintaining a distance of 3 meters. What is it? Orochimaru, noting no intention to attack, spoke up, gathering his spiritual energy to its peak. He feared they might exploit any moment of vulnerability while he was speaking. We were sent by Lord Hokage to protect you. Our team consisted of 3 members. This afternoon our companion went to the rear to resupply. All 3 of us are Tokubetsu Jonin in strength. He has not returned yet, and we are mid-mission. There is no way this should take so long. Under normal circumstances he would have been back already. The man calmly explained the circumstances, hoping to earn Orochimaru's trust. They intended to provide close-quarters protection, believing it would better safeguard their charge. Upon hearing the man's words and the full story, Orochimaru's heart slowly sank. He had not expected so many people to be guarding him from behind. He had been overly optimistic, assuming there would be little danger outside. Thus he had not been overly vigilant, knowing that his so-called teacher would certainly arrange protection for him, given his young age and defiance in running away. He never expected to be awakened in the dead of night, only to hear such dire news. Then what do you think? Have they already hidden in the shadows? Are they following behind us? Or have they circled ahead to intercept us? Orochimaru pondered for a moment and spoke softly. The Anbu agent was taken aback by Orochimaru's words. This level of insight was truly unlike what one would expect from a 7-year-old child. The enemy likely numbers 2 or 3, and their strength is not exceptional. Whoever could silently eliminate our companion possesses enough power to overwhelm us completely. They would not have waited this long to strike. The man paused, then continued his analysis. Therefore they must have been coordinating their attack, which is how they managed to kill our companion without a sound. Their strength is likely no more than Tokubetsu Jonin. If they were truly powerful they would have attacked us outright, or after eliminating our companion, they would have tracked our position and struck immediately. Orochimaru listened quietly, then furrowed his brow slightly. So what is it you wish to say? Have you determined whether you are their target? Or am I a? The Yanbu agent about to respond hesitated. Before he could speak, Orochimaru's voice came once more. Split up and run. Draw their fire, and do your best to return alive. The target this time is likely me. As Anbu operatives you always wear masks, making you less conspicuous. You are unlikely to be the primary target. That would have to be me. This was most likely orchestrated by a spy from another village who leaked our information. The ambushers are ninja from a rival village. However, a greater possibility is that a clan within our own village is behind this. As for their motive, it remains unclear. If it were indeed ninja from another village, they would not likely approach from behind us. Orochimaru spoke rapidly, and upon finishing he gave the 2 men a long searching look. Then his foot tapped lightly, and he leaped onto a tree branch, bolting away. The words were done. If they didn't run now, when would they? The 2 ninja left behind exchanged glances. They then formed hand seals and transformed into younger versions of Orochimaru, flanking from both sides and heading toward the village. One purpose was to draw fire, the other was to see if they could make it back. They were diehard loyalists of Hiruzen Sarutobi and had long prepared to die on the battlefield. They harbored no selfish thoughts of using Orochimaru as a shield to save their own skins. After all, their mothers, fathers, wives, and children all still lived within the village. Orochimaru bounded across the branches for several minutes before forming hand seals. As the white mist dispersed, 4 Orochimarus appeared in his place. One continued forward, deliberately leaving traces. The other two on either side did the same. Following a detour route back to Konoha, each path was marked with subtle traces. The real Orochimaru meanwhile lingered for a moment at the original spot before carefully making his way forward and to the left. As he moved, he cleaned up any footprints or signs he inadvertently left behind. His pace gradually shifted from hesitant to practiced, growing faster and more efficient. After all, the three shadow clones had consumed the majority of his chakra and could only sustain themselves for about 30 minutes without combat. This was precisely why Orochimaru was being so meticulous. He feared that if the pursuing ninja followed his misleading trails, found no one, and returned, they might discover his true path. So even in this critical moment, he methodically and carefully erased his traces. Of course, come dawn, any traces he had concealed would be impossible to hide. He also considered the possibility that his pursuers might use shadow clones as well. If it came to that, he would have no choice but to fight. This was also why he had only created 3 shadow clones. He had conserved a small reserve of chakra supplemented by what he could recover while traveling. Barely, perhaps it would be enough. He was not overly concerned, for he still had a trump card up his sleeve. He simply chose not to reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Of course, if he had known the assassins were from the Uchiha clan, he might have taken the time to teach the 2 ENBU operatives the shadow clone jutsu right there. After all, the shadow clone jutsu was a technique specifically created by Tobirama to counter the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Half an hour later, Orochimaru realized he had only managed to cover a few li, and a chill ran through him. During the first 15 minutes, he had been running while concealing his tracks. For the subsequent 15 minutes, he had abandoned all pretense of hiding and sprinted at full speed. Waves of exhaustion and fatigue washed over him. Orochimaru lay on the ground staring blankly at the sky. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his entire body ached with exhaustion. He had originally planned to wait for his shadow clones to dissipate before creating more and splitting into 2 groups. Now he realized he had vastly overestimated himself. He could not move a single step. On top of his existing fatigue, everything had doubled all at once. He would need at least half an hour just to recover enough to stand. After a moment's thought, Orochimaru had no choice but to rest where he was. In his current state, even if he deployed his trump card, there was a high probability he would suffer a humiliating defeat. They split into 3 groups. What do we do now? The burly man who looked somewhat simple-minded spoke in a low voice. The leading man remained still, not moving an inch. A moment later, let's split into 2 groups. Take out the 2 heading back. The ones fleeing outward don't matter, we can catch up later. The leading man said softly. With that, his figure flickered, and he went off in pursuit. The somewhat simple-looking man, seeing the leader had already left, also flickered and disappeared in another direction. Deep in the forest, a member of the Umbu who had transformed into Orochimaru halted in his steps. Come out, no need to hide. A light mist enveloped the Umbu member, and he reverted to his original form. Impressive perception. A pity. A voice emerged from the darkness responding. Before the words were finished, the speaker holding a longsword was already less than 3 meters away from the Umbu member. Seeing the opponent's fierce approach, the Umbu member's heart sank. He grabbed 3 kunai in his hand and hurled them at the foe without a moment's hesitation. The Uchiha watched the kunai flying toward him, lightly flicked his longsword and knocked them to the ground. At such close range, possessing such remarkable reflexes and insight spoke volumes about his swordsmanship. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud explosions rang out. It turned out the kunai thrown by the Umbu were all wrapped with explosive tags, and under the dim night the Uchiha hadn't noticed in time. By the time he realized, the explosive tags had already glowed, and the next second they detonated. The Umbu stared solemnly at the smoke rising from the explosion. He didn't expect 3 explosive tags to finish off the opponent. He only hoped the loud noise would send a signal to his comrades and Orochimaru to warn them that a fight had broken out here, to be cautious and not be caught off guard. The smoke dissipated, and a vague dark figure slowly emerged. The previously bulky figure like a peasant had vanished, replaced by a man about 1.8 meters tall with a somewhat slender build, as expected of a skilled Umbu. A pity. The slender man's pupils began to turn blood red, and 4 black tomo appeared above them. He looked utterly sinister and eerie. The Sharingan. An Uchiha. The Umbu's voice trembled with fear. He hadn't expected an Uchiha to be the one attacking them. His face beneath the mask twisted in shock. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. The Uchiha, with his slender frame and black clothes slightly singed, stared coldly at the Umbu member before him. Don't resist. I'll let you die without pain. The Uchiha leader spoke indifferently, as if the Umbu who was on par with him were nothing but a blade of grass. The Umbu lowered his head, watching the opponent's body, trying to predict his movements. But it was night, and the situation was heavily against him. You've already seen my eyes. Do you think any belated action will help? The Uchiha said calmly, trying to mess with his opponent's mind. Since the other wore a mask, he couldn't read his expression to gauge his thoughts. The Umbu's heart sank. He felt like prey. Yet he dared not be careless. He made a subtle hand seal, disrupting the chakra within him, attempting to break free from the illusion. Seeing the bait taken, the Uchiha curled his lips in a faint smile. He sneered coldly. Just as the opponent was forming seals and disrupting his chakra to dispel the non-existent Jinjutsu, he flickered, leveraging his sharp insight to lock onto the target. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, aiming for the Umbu's neck, a strike that would be fatal if it landed. The Umbu's face darkened as he used his superior taijutsu to kick at the wrist holding the sword. The Uchiha subtly altered the trajectory of his blade, turning the diagonal slash into a downward chop, as if to sever the opponent's leg. At the same time he spoke to rattle his foe. It's useless. Before these eyes all your movements are laid bare. The Umbu saw the sudden change in the attack, bent the leg that was on the ground slightly, then used the leverage to leap backward, trying to evade the blow. Nice reflexes. The Uchiha man wiped a trace of blood from his sword. He had only managed to slash the opponent's calf. Seeing the enemy standing still afraid to move lest he reveal an opening, the Uchiha sheathed his long sword behind his back and began to form hand seals. In 1 second, he completed 4 seals, his chest slightly swelling. The Umbu, seeing the Uchiha forming seals, took it seriously as well. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out 8 shuriken. Without hesitation, he hurled them at the Uchiha. The Uchiha's expression remained unchanged. He raised his left hand to his mouth. A massive fireball several meters in diameter erupted from his mouth and surged toward the Umbu. The 8 shuriken too light were blown away by the fire release. The Umbu hadn't expected the great fireball technique to be so powerful and fast. In his pupils the massive fireball rapidly expanded and hurtled toward him. But a closer look at the Umbu's eyes beneath the mask showed no change. He had clearly anticipated this and prepared a countermeasure. Bang! A puff of white smoke rose, leaving only a log in place. It turned out he had used the substitution technique without the Uchiha's notice, even evading the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Taking advantage of the fireball's intense heat and brightness as it grew, blocking the Uchiha's line of sight. Hearing a faint sound ahead, the experienced Uchiha didn't hesitate to dispel the jutsu. His Sharingan eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to locate the Umbu member. In the darkness, the masked Umbu lay on a tree branch, staring intently at the blurry figure below, afraid to move, fearing even the slightest sound would betray his position. A drop of blood fell from the Umbu's wounded calf, hit the branch, and continued to drip downward. The Umbu's palms began to sweat. Too tense, he didn't notice his leg was still bleeding. The Uchiha below stood motionless. Suddenly, the Uchiha paused. Then he twitched his fingers slightly. A moment later, he took a small step forward. Could that guy have run away? In the pitch-black, silent forest, the Uchiha leader's voice muttered to himself. Then he took a few more steps forward. The Umbu clenched his fists tightly, watching the terrifying enemy below, who seemed to think he had fled. His breathing became even shallower. With extreme caution, he began to plan his escape route. Seeing the terrifying enemy in his line of sight, had walked away and disappeared from view. The Umbu let out a slight sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing. He felt a wave of exhaustion. The wound on his leg began to throb with pain. He froze. Then he quickly looked down. He saw blood dripping from the branch onto the leaves below, sliding down. He didn't know where it was falling. The Umbu scrambled to his feet, not wasting time to think about his next move, determined to leave this place first. But just as he stood up, something seemed to pierce through his back. A chilling voice sounded from behind him. Nothing escapes my eyes. The Umbu's pupils dilated, and he pitched forward to the ground. Bang! His body hit the earth heavily. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Seeing that the enemy was dead and hadn't turned into anything else, the Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. You were too weak, and too naive. The Umbu squad on this side had already been eliminated. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan members had just caught up to the figure. The Uchiha leader, after resting for a moment on a tree, used a few uncommon ninjutsu to tamper with the traces of the battle, then set off in the 3rd direction. That was the point where Orochimaru and the Umbu had separated. Orochimaru, having rested enough, continued sprinting forward. The successive explosions and the burst of flames in the distance told him that a fight had broken out. You little brat, stop right there. The burly man, transformed by the Uchiha clan member, spotted a petite figure ahead. With hands clasped behind his back, the figure leaped from tree to tree, weaving through the forest with astonishing speed and grace. The Umbu member, disguised as Orochimaru, heard the voice behind him, but showed no intention of stopping. About 10 minutes earlier, the distant glow of fire and the echoes of explosive tags had told him that the battle had already begun. And just moments ago, when he sensed the enemy pursuing him, he had already sent out the intelligence. It would take only a few hours for the Ninja Hawk to deliver the message back to Konoha. Now all he wanted was to run as far as possible to keep one enemy occupied and give their target a sliver more hope of survival. 10 minutes later. Why aren't you running? The Uchiha man regarded the frail small figure before him with amused contempt. The Umbu member gasped heavily, greedily savoring the air. He paid no heed to the enemy's question from behind. The dull-looking giant flickered and transformed into a boy of 14 or 15. In his hands he held 6 kunai. Without hesitation, he hurled the 6 kunai, his Sharingan flaring to life. From the very start, he struck with the ferocity of a lion hunting a rabbit. A killing stance. The Uchiha boy watched the motionless figure before him, quietly preparing 6 more kunai in his hands. Bang! The Umbu, disguised as Orochimaru, turned into a log with 6 kunai embedded in it. The Uchiha boy was taken aback. He scanned the surroundings. When did he form the seals? Oh, I see. You made me think you were gasping and trembling violently. But it was actually the trembling of your shoulders while forming the seals. The Uchiha youth spoke with admiration, but his respect for the opponent grew. The Umbu member had reverted to his original form, having expended too much chakra to maintain the transformation technique. He stood behind a thick tree branch. He quietly drew a few shuriken, ready to end this quickly and attempt to kill the enemy. His mission as a decoy was complete. If he could kill this opponent, he would continue the Hokage's mission and protect the boy. The Umbu mind recalled the image of Orochimaru. Then he focused his gaze, steadied his breath, and prepared to hunt the lamb below. Yet he still hadn't noticed the Sharingan in the Uchiha's eyes. He had been too busy planning. Now staring at the motionless enemy below with his back, the situation grew tense. The Uchiha sensed no movement. He didn't know if the enemy had fled or was hiding. After a moment's thought, he formed a hand seal. His chest swelled. He intended to set the forest ablaze. He had no patience for searching. He would roast this seemingly clever Umbu member like a pig. He placed his left hand to his mouth and exhaled a torrent of flames, even spinning in a circle to create a ring of fire. The hidden Umbu, seeing the enemy's hand seals and preparing to release a jutsu, readied himself to strike. But he hesitated, wanting to see what the enemy intended. All he could discern through the blurry silhouette was the movement of arms and the surging chakra. So he didn't know what the enemy was planning or what jutsu he was about to unleash. When the flames erupted, he knew it was bad, but since the fire wasn't directed at him, he remained calm as a mountain. But when the man below started turning, he couldn't hold back. This guy has no honor. Setting fire to a mountain will land you in jail for life. With no time to think, the Umbu channeled chakra into his legs, his spirit and strength merging into a single thread. He was ready to burst forth like a blade, using his rich experience in close-quarters combat to kill the enemy. Just as the Uchiha was enjoying the blaze and preparing to turn toward him, the Umbu's eyes sharpened and he charged. The Uchiha had turned the 3 forward directions into a sea of fire and was about to take a few steps back to set the rear ablaze as well. When he was halfway through the turn, a sharp gust of wind came. The Uchiha smirked and a wall of earth rose rapidly before him. He had deliberately released a massive amount of chakra to confuse the hidden enemy, while secretly forming other seals ready to welcome the ambush from the rat in the shadows. The Umbu saw the earth wall rising at an alarming speed, his heart tightening. The surrounding flames illuminated the area brightly. He halted his charge mid-air, landing on the ground. His eyes behind the mask fixed on the figure before him. The Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Who are you? Why act so sneakily? The Umbu believed this was merely the enemy's illusion, a disguise to play mind games with him. With that, he bit his tongue hard, trying to use pain to break this seemingly low-level Jinjutsu. The Uchiha found the words amusing, but also irritating. He had just used the Uchiha clan's signature fire release, Great Fireball, yet the enemy still doubted his identity. This dented his pride. The Umbu, seeing the enemy distracted, closed the distance in 2 swift strides. The Uchiha was annoyed that this little rat dared to attack him, and worse, dared to look into his eyes. As the Umbu charged, he noticed the Sharingan still active. He lowered his head slightly, suppressing the disbelief deep in his eyes. This was a golden opportunity. Oh, everything else must be cast aside. Hesitation leads to defeat, and the speed of swinging a kunai would slow. Such was the fundamental discipline of an Umbu assassin. The Uchiha youth, seeing the Umbu lower his head mid-charge, felt a surge of satisfaction. He loved it when enemies dared not meet his eyes during battle. If they looked him in the eye, he would be at a loss for how to fight. After all, whether in training or combat, once he activated his Sharingan, no one dared to look into his eyes. Thus he had built his combat experience around this pattern. The Sharingan spun slightly, and the Umbu, who had been moving at breakneck speed and was almost upon him, now seemed to move like an ant. His movements slowed many times over. The Uchiha felt a thrill of pride. This wonderful feeling, he didn't know who to share it with. The Uchiha was lost in thought for a moment. When he snapped back, the Umbu had already reached him, the kunai gleaming in the firelight, chilling to the bone. But the Uchiha paid it no mind. He moved hands and feet in unison, striking after the opponent's attack. His fist slammed into the wrist, holding the kunai, disarming him. He drove a knee into the Umbu's soft abdomen. Under the firelight, a boy about 1.6 meters tall hovered in midair. He landed slowly, clutching the stolen kunai. The Umbu was sent flying several meters, crashing into a tree, then collapsed limply onto the ground. Staring blankly at the reddened branches illuminated by the flames, he suddenly sat up and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt several ribs snap. He didn't know how the organs protected by those ribs were faring. All he knew was that blood surged again, lodged in his throat, and he forced it down. The Uchiha was slightly surprised that the enemy could still sit up after receiving a full-powered chakra-infused knee strike. But he didn't dwell on it, as the flames were about to form a circle around him. The Uchiha shifted his feet, blue chakra flickering at the tips. He kicked the Umbu square in the chest. The Uchiha left. The place was engulfed in flames. On the ground lay a masked Umbu, his chest caved in with a gaping hole. Thus all 3 Umbu protecting Orochimaru had perished. Fortunately, the fire spread quickly. The small animals in the forest were startled, fleeing in all directions. Their frantic movements woke the sleeping creatures untouched by the fire. Instinct passed down through their blood guided them to deal with such natural disasters. Soon the mountain was filled with running, fleeing animals. They migrated as if trying to escape the entire forest. With their acute hearing, the entire mountain region was soon in motion. By chance, the traces of Orochimaru's escape were almost completely trampled and obscured by the mad stampede, leaving chaos everywhere. Hours later, Orochimaru sat in a cave watching the rapidly spreading flames in the distance with a chill in his heart. But he was not anxious. A river nearby would stop the fire. Hours later, near Konoha, a ninja hawk flew through the sky. Then, as if struck by something, it plummeted straight down. A figure shrouded in a black robe caught it, opened the bamboo scroll tied to its leg, and examined the small note inside. Finding no issues, he pulled out the senbon from the hawk's body. A green light flickered in his hand. Soon the hawk soared back into the sky, heading for Konoha. There were no fewer than 10 such robed figures, each intercepting hawks flying in the general direction. They had been doing this for days. They never tired of it. The night passed without incident. Orochimaru concealed the small cave entrance with weeds and various foliage, preparing to spend the night within the rocky shelter. The blaze illuminated the sky, making any attempt to flee both reckless and conspicuous. Moreover, the fire and the panicked animals had utterly obliterated his tracks. There was no need to bolt recklessly and expose himself to further peril. Yet sleep evaded him entirely. The faintest rustle stirred him to full alertness. One day earlier, Jiraiya had scoured the mountains thoroughly, only to discover that the creatures dwelling here were utterly unimpressive. Frustration gnawed at him. The arduous days of travel had worn away what little patience he possessed. Worst of all, no glimmer of hope appeared. These beasts were wholly unsuited to serve as summoning animals. His irritation mounted. He reclined upon a sturdy branch, uncorked the canteen at his hip, and took a sip of water. Suddenly he sat bolt upright. As if struck by a revelation, he hastily retrieved a scroll from his bosom and pored over it intently. I see. So that's how it is. Jiraiya tucked the scroll back into his robe, planted his hands on his hips, and gazed into the distance with boundless confidence. In that moment, he was filled with soaring ambition. After a brief rest, he carefully wove hand seals. Upon closer inspection, the technique was none other than the reverse summoning jutsu, a counterpart to the summoning jutsu, differing only by subtle variations. The summoning realm, your master Jiraiya has arrived. He bellowed with laughter after completing the seals. Whoa, damn it. Before the bewildered Umbu operatives, Jiraiya left behind only 5 words and vanished from the spot. The Umbu rushed forward to investigate. Staring at the now empty ground, they were utterly baffled. He had no idea how he would explain this to the Hokage. Could he possibly tell the Hokage that his disciple, right before his eyes, first turned his back, planted his hands on his hips, laughed wildly, declared he was going to some place the operative couldn't quite make out, and then shouted, "Whoa, damn it," and vanished into thin air? If he reported that he'd likely be beaten to death by the Hokage. Meanwhile, a tall and a short figure, both Uchiha, sat by the riverside. The conflagration had grown so immense that they had regrouped. With such a massive fire, sending animals scattering in every direction, what traces could possibly remain to track? They weren't hounds after all. They possessed no canine noses. These Umbu are truly well trained. Knowing they couldn't defeat us, they not only made themselves bait, but also had the wit to ignite a forest fire to stop us from killing their charge. Truly admirable. The tall, lean Uchiha leader gazed at the raging flames and spoke with genuine respect. The younger Uchiha lad, hearing the leader's words, faltered for a moment. Indeed. Quite cunning. The Uchiha youth's eyes darted aside as he nodded in feigned agreement. It suddenly occurred to him. He was the one who had started the fire. So boss, do we keep chasing, or what? The youth asked, deftly changing the subject. The leader pondered for a moment. Chase my ass. The ninja world is vast. Who knows where he's fled by now? Wouldn't we rather go home and enjoy ourselves? Besides, this mission's failure has nothing to do with us. Their intel was flawed. They claimed there was only one Umbu, yet there were 3. The leader recalled the 3 separate sets of tracks he had discovered during the pursuit and sighed in frustration. Had there truly been only one, he might have pressed on. With that thought, he spoke with irritation. After resting briefly, the pair transformed and began their journey home. A fire of this magnitude would draw considerable attention. If they ran into acquaintances, things would become troublesome. 3 days later. In the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, what business do you have with me? A youth of about 10 years stood before Hiruzen Sarutobi, silver-white hair tied in a ponytail, a chakra short sword strapped across his back. Tsukumo, I'd like to ask you to handle a personal matter for me. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, gazing at the youth with evident appreciation. This was Konoha's true foundation. When the youth thrive, so does the village. This young man, though barely in his teens, had already displayed remarkable prowess. His strength had reached the level of a jonin, awaiting only formal assessment. His talent rivaled that of his disciple Orochimaru, which was the highest praise Hiruzen could offer. In his estimation, his disciple's intellect was a rarity in the world. Speak, Hokage-sama. Tsukumo Hatake replied with calm composure. Hiruzen looked upon the youth and was reminded of his own disciple, equally composed and undaunted. A shadow of concern passed across his eyes. The matter is this: my disciple Orochimaru departed several days ago. I dispatched 3 special jonin Umbu to safeguard him. Hiruzen paused to draw a long contemplative puff from his pipe. Tsukumo listened quietly. He had heard of Orochimaru, a prodigy of the ninja academy taken as the Hokage's personal student. The finer details were unknown to him, as Hiruzen deliberately kept much concealed to protect his disciple. Observing that the young man showed no hint of impatience while awaiting his continuation, Hiruzen felt his own troubled heart ease somewhat. Such a presence instilled a profound sense of reliability. They typically send a coded message every 2 days reporting their status and my disciple's progress. But this time over 3 days have passed without word. I suspect something has gone wrong, so I want you to investigate on my behalf. Hiruzen spoke softly. In this moment, he was less the exalted Hokage and more a concerned master fretting over his pupil's safety. Tsukumo listened thoughtfully, then offered his analysis. Could it be they've simply traveled too far, or that the ninja hawks encountered some mishap? Hiruzen did not respond, merely puffing quietly on his pipe as the office gradually filled with haze. Impossible. They carry special summoning scrolls, and their ninja hawks are bred specifically for wartime, swift, soaring high, and remarkably resilient. Most importantly, Orochimaru was merely traveling at a normal pace. He couldn't have gone far. Very well. Give me the general location, and I'll depart immediately. I'll report back once I have news, Hokage-sama. Tsukumo saw no reason to delay further. Konoha was his home, and a village strengthened by gifted young talents was a stronger village. He took this matter seriously. Moreover, he detected an undertone of unease beneath Hiruzen's words. Then I entrust this to you. You must bring Orochimaru back to me, Tsukumo. Hiruzen handed him a scroll, his voice grave and earnest. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. Tsukumo nodded solemnly. At the border of the Land of Iron, a man with a resolute expression clad in training garments and crowned with a wild golden afro strode along the path in a most peculiar manner. This figure was none other than Orochimaru, who always defied convention. He chose to go against the grain, transforming himself into the most eye-catching presence imaginable. Every passerby who saw him couldn't help but steal a lingering glance. He reasoned that if the Umbu failed, no pursuer would ever anticipate such an audacious disguise. And should the Umbu succeed, his so-called master would surely hear of this brazen display, an outcome even more to his liking. 3 days prior, upon waking from sleep, Orochimaru had carefully assessed his situation, debating whether to hole up in the cave for a few days or make an immediate escape. His investigation revealed that the great fire which had ravaged the mountain had spread with terrifying speed. In merely a single night, as far as the eye could see, the once verdant slopes had been reduced to blackened barren wasteland. Perhaps the trees in the shinobi world grew more luxuriant and resinous than those of the mundane realm, where a blaze would rage for days before consuming everything in its path. Consequently, many locals ventured into the mountains to investigate. Whether intending to replant the forest or hoping to salvage something of value from the ashes remained unclear. Orochimaru employed the transformation jutsu, assuming the guise of a grown man, and mingled with the crowd. He loitered about, feigning curiosity like the others before turning and taking his leave. He continued his journey toward the Land of Iron. After all, he possessed boundless courage. Fear was simply not in his nature. However, his chakra reserves were limited. After walking for several hours, he would pause, find a secluded spot to dispel the transformation, rest briefly, and then reapply the jutsu. This cycle repeated endlessly for 3 days until he finally reached the border of the Land of Iron. As he beheld the somewhat ornate entrance ahead, Orochimaru found his mind wandering. He noticed that every person passing by, regardless of their skill with a blade, bore a long sword at their waist or strapped across their back. It seemed the sword was the city's passport. Orochimaru felt a momentary sense of bewilderment. Would entering the city without a blade brand him hopelessly out of fashion? Moreover, if questioned, the lack might invite considerable trouble. Thus, he contemplated slipping into a nearby grove to conjure a sword of his own. Just then, however, a young man clad in a blue robe with a long sword slung across his back emerged from the city and walked directly toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's mind stirred, and a less than wholesome thought took shape. He watched the approaching man with eager anticipation, waiting until the moment their shoulders were about to pass. Yet Orochimaru ultimately refrained from acting on that ill-conceived notion. The terrain was too open and the city gate too near, too risky to execute cleanly. "What are you staring at, you country bumpkin?" the young man suddenly snapped, just as Orochimaru prepared to let him off the hook. Orochimaru blinked, pointing a finger at his own nose in disbelief. He could hardly believe that despite his outrageous appearance, akin to a super saiyan, someone would dare address him with such insolence. "Are you talking to me?" Orochimaru's eyes betrayed his astonishment. His getup alone should have signaled formidable might. Yet as he stood there in disbelief, the young man's next words nearly shattered his vaunted composure. "Yes, I'm talking to you. Don't think you can throw your weight around just because you've styled your hair like a broom. Why do you keep staring at me? Want me to gouge those eyes right out of your skull?" The young man's nose twisted, his lips curled in contempt as he regarded Orochimaru with undisguised disdain. "Hey, what do you two think you're doing? Fighting is forbidden in the Land of Iron. If you want to brawl, take it somewhere far away," a soldier shouted from a distance, having spotted the brewing altercation. Hearing the soldier's cry, the blue-robed man shrugged nonchalantly. "Consider yourself lucky. Otherwise I'd have plucked out those eyeballs and turned them into marbles for my pet." The young man flared his nostrils, peering down at Orochimaru with naked contempt etched across his face. Orochimaru stood there dumbfounded, never imagining that a mere glance could trigger such a melodramatic confrontation. But since the other had been so bold with his words, backing down was simply not an option. "Come then, let us spar." Orochimaru's voice was flat, his gaze utterly devoid of emotion. With that, he turned and headed toward a small grove not far away. The young man, taken aback by Orochimaru's decisiveness, hesitated for a moment. Yet noting the lack of musculature beneath Orochimaru's odd attire, he felt reassured. He concluded that this opponent likely possessed no real skill. And so he followed after Orochimaru, determined to teach this strange young man a lesson in true swordsmanship. Moments later the two stood facing each other. "Well boy, you've got some nerve and spirit after all. I'll make your death a swift one." The blue-robed youth finished speaking and drew the long sword from his back. A battered, worn wooden scabbard met Orochimaru's gaze. As Orochimaru inwardly lamented, what a sorry excuse for a sword, a crisp, resonant ring of steel reached his ears. Woe, this sword! Orochimaru felt a subtle shift within. The blade's resonance was far from ordinary, especially as the youth drew it. A flash of silver light struck Orochimaru's eyes, forcing them into a squint. So bright. Orochimaru murmured instinctively, raising his left hand to shield his gaze from the inexplicable radiance. Seeing Orochimaru's hand rise reflexively, the youth let out a cold smirk. With a shift of his feet, he leaped more than 2 meters in a single bound, as if employing some strange footwork or sleight of hand. Orochimaru watched the opponent charge at him, then raised both hands and brought them together. He began forming hand seals. The youth's face went blank as he witnessed the signs. His charging steps faltered. With a resounding thud, he dropped to his knees, a genuinely earnest, heavy kneel. "Please spare me, esteemed ninja." The moment he saw the extraordinary energy rising from Orochimaru's body, the youth began begging for mercy, without hesitation. He didn't know a shred of swordsmanship. The blade was stolen from within the city. It was all a ruse to conceal his identity. The weathered scabbard, the spoiled aristocrat act, all to avoid detection. When he'd walked out of the city gate and spotted Orochimaru's gaunt, undernourished frame, he'd felt an instinctive urge to bully the man. It would also leave a lasting impression on the soldiers. After all, who would suspect a thief bold enough to swagger so openly? What he never expected was that the random target he'd picked would turn out to be a ninja. This was simply absurd. Orochimaru stared at the youth kneeling on the ground, his mind buzzing. Weren't we supposed to spar? What is this? To be honest, Orochimaru couldn't fathom the youth's actions. He briefly wondered if this was some form of etiquette, or perhaps a ploy to lower his guard before launching a surprise attack. Maybe the man intended to stab him full of holes. "Sir, do you find this sword beautiful?" The youth, seeing no sign of mercy from Orochimaru, raised the blade with both hands. Like a man offering a treasure, he crawled forward on his knees toward Orochimaru. A pang of tension shot through Orochimaru's heart as the man approached. He spoke, placed the sword on the ground, then back away. Orochimaru's caution was far from baseless. The way of the sword had endured through the ages for good reason. Ninja were typically powerful, leveraging chakra to eliminate weaknesses, but their bodies were all too fragile. If a swordsman closed the distance, a ninja wouldn't even have time to form hand seals. They'd be run through in an instant. Hearing Orochimaru's command, the youth complied, without hesitation, placing the sword on the ground. Then he backed away on his knees, retreating 5 or 6 meters. Orochimaru found the youth's cooperation rather amusing. He stepped forward, bending down to pick up the sword gently. He held it, feeling its weight and essence. The blade was about 2 feet 8 inches in length, and its earlier flashy glow had vanished. Orochimaru sensed, however, that this sword was far from ordinary. He ran a finger lightly along the blade's edge. To his astonishment, the skin parted without any pressure at all. A trickle of blood welled up, flowed across the blade's surface, and then vanished, absorbed entirely. Shock rippled through Orochimaru as he felt a faint connection forming in his mind with the sword. The youth, watching Orochimaru fondle his precious blade with obvious delight, swallowed his grief. He remained kneeling, inching backward, faster than faster still. When roughly a dozen meters separated them, he scrambled to his feet. And then he bolted. Each stride covered 3 or 4 times a normal man's distance. A truly extraordinary footwork. By the time Orochimaru snapped back to his senses, the man had vanished. He stood frozen for a few seconds, then almost laughed. For a fragment of obscure knowledge surfaced in his mind. The blade's name, the Kusanagi sword. After a moment, Orochimaru snapped back to reality. He picked up the tattered scabbard from the ground, slid the sword into it, then turned and walked away. Such a fine sword, and that young man had simply handed it over to him, likely to go fetch reinforcements. By now the city was in absolute chaos. For the Kusanagi clan's heirloom, the Kusanagi sword had been lost. Legend held that it was forged from the tail of the 8-headed serpent which their ancestor had severed, combined with meteoric iron from the heavens. A blade of extraordinary power. Afraid others would set their sights on it, they had long spread word that the sword was already lost, fooling the world. But nobody expected that today the damn thing was truly gone. Orochimaru continued walking, lost in thought, planning to visit the Ryuchi cave to see if he could cultivate senjutsu along the way. After all, the Kusanagi sword had come into his hands under such dubious circumstances. He could never have imagined that his chakra reserves were simply insufficient. So the transformed Kushimaru Kuriarashi had ended up rather scrawny, and thus this amusing scene unfolded. But he also fell into deep contemplation. Was this all the work of the world's corrective force, delivering everything that belonged to him to his hands through a series of accidents? If so, then the trouble would be immense. It would mean he might very well follow the same path as his predecessor, the old snake. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's expression darkened. After all, if that were the case, he would become a snake woman. Or at the very least, not even that. Constantly swapping bodies to cling to life had already begun to disgust him. After all, each body transfer caused damage to the soul. Realizing he was overthinking, Orochimaru slowed his steps and came to a halt. He would head to Ryuchi Cave first and secure Senjutsu before anything else. Senjutsu was an immensely powerful art, a unique hallmark of the shinobi world, one of its core strengths. Only by growing strong enough could he face whatever unwelcome changes lay ahead. Just as Orochimaru stood still preparing to perform the reverse summoning jutsu, the ground beneath him began to loosen, unnoticed. In the next instant his foot gave way. He slid right in. What the hell is this? Orochimaru felt his body sliding downward along a track-like passage. Yet he did not worry too much. Instead, curiosity began to stir within him. This scene looked exactly like something out of a novel or film. But if this cave truly held a legacy, why was the entrance so bizarre? Wasn't he worried about rainwater flooding in? So straightforwardly vertical. Orochimaru paused, a thought striking him. Wait, could this be the home of some reptile? It didn't look much like a legendary cultivation cave. No entrance this slick. He attempted to use his chakra to grip the slippery walls. His heart sank. The passage was far too smooth. His chakra could not adhere to it at all. Calming himself, Orochimaru prepared to control his chakra and form hand seals to release a ninjutsu, even in this situation. A wisp of mist rose from his body as the transformation jutsu broke. After a moment, Orochimaru's hands began forming hand seals, though rather slowly. After all, casting a ninjutsu was not merely about forming seals. It required precise chakra control as well. But before he could finish, he had already reached his destination. His expression turned somewhat complicated. But upon seeing what lay before him, he stopped in his tracks. It was a chamber like a secret room. Perhaps to prevent animals or rainwater from entering, there stood a stone door before him. One that looked anything but ordinary. Orochimaru's mind was in turmoil. He felt as though today's fortune had been astonishing. Every good thing seemed to be falling into his lap. Armed with the knowledge of a new era and revelations from countless novels and films, in less than 10 minutes Orochimaru found the mechanism. He pressed it successfully. The stone door shuddered, then slid open on both sides. Orochimaru gazed at the doorway with reverence. He hoped that whatever lay within, whether a powerful ninjutsu, a supreme sword technique, or at the very least a mountain of gold and jewels, would not disappoint. After all, such an imposing and magnificent stone door deserved something equally worthy inside. If the contents were trash, it would feel entirely mismatched. Filled with anticipation, Orochimaru stared intently at the narrowing gap between the doors, a rare sense of expectation stirring within him. It had been a long time since he had felt anything like this. The door opened. Faint light emanated from within. Orochimaru sent a shadow clone inside while he remained at the entrance. Though great treasures lay just ahead, he did not lower his guard. After a brief wait, the shadow clone dispersed. Orochimaru's previously expectant expression froze slightly. After a moment's thought, he stepped through the stone door. But as soon as he crossed it, the door automatically closed behind him. He showed no surprise and continued forward. The stone door possessed some unknown sensing mechanism. It would seal itself automatically once it detected no one remained outside. In an era lacking advanced technology, such a configuration seemed almost unbelievable. When he reached the center of the chamber, the faint light gradually intensified, allowing him to see everything clearly. The workbench that his shadow clone had reported on, causing his expression to stiffen, came into view. On the table were various bottles and jars, their contents murkier and more impure compared to modern standards. A single sheet of paper lay upon the desk. The handwriting on the paper was clear, the ink unlike anything he had seen before, its composition unknown. Orochimaru picked up the paper and studied it quietly. The message was roughly as follows: the former owner of this cave, this small laboratory, had passed away. With no successor to pass his knowledge to, he left everything he had learned in his lifetime here, awaiting whoever was fated to find it. His knowledge was vast and diverse, including numerous small inventions, projects, and experimental data. What surprised Orochimaru most was discovering genetic engineering data among them. Although he had already seen the message through his shadow clone, he could not resist reading it once more. Is this the world's corrective force? Orochimaru murmured to himself. He noticed that many of the experimental records involved knowledge that in the original story belonged to Orochimaru himself. After all, in the original narrative, Orochimaru was like a walking bug. At such a young age, he had already mastered Edo Tensei and the rebirth jutsu. He had even pulled off cloning. It was absurd. His knowledge was so vast it defied belief. And now he knew nothing, which was precisely why he had ended up here. This was a place where someone with merely 1/10 of the original Orochimaru's ability, a youth at best, had spent a lifetime contributing knowledge, leaving precious foundational materials for the current Orochimaru. To be honest, Orochimaru did not want to read any of it. He had no interest in studying these matters. After all, mastering such knowledge would take far too long. Compared to that, he desired raw power far more. Power was far more alluring to him. Yet some restlessness stirred within his heart, as if his body's instincts urged him to dive into the ocean of knowledge. Or so he told himself. Orochimaru picked up an experimental document and began reading. He mainly wanted to see whether his low-level ninjutsu crash course and photographic memory abilities could activate on this material. If they could not, he would have to bring Kabuto along. But if they could, Orochimaru would accept it without hesitation. After all, when the occasion called for showing off, one needed all sorts of knowledge. Even boasting requires a bit of preparation. The Shiwan gazed at this for 3 full days. Fortunately, he still had a fair amount of water with him. Dashiwan was inherently a person of strong will. Upon discovering that these materials could also trigger an eidetic memory, he began to peruse them. By the second day, he was already unbearably hungry. Yet seeing that the remaining documents were not many, perhaps only half a day to a day's worth, Dashiwan gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew where the exit was, but the entrance's location was still unclear. It was likely at the place he had come from. He was not confident of finding it. Thus, he was reluctant to take risks or leave hastily. He decided to memorize all the materials first, as they might prove useful later. Of course, all of this relied on the chakra within his body. An ordinary person could never achieve such a feat, especially under the consumption of mental energy required for memorization. Dashiwan stood somewhat gaunt before the exit, a ray of sunlight shining upon him. His slender figure carried a unique charm, and his eyes appeared much deeper. This was a feeling of profound wisdom. In the past, his eyes had only been lively. After adjusting to the dazzling sunlight outside, Dashiwan drained the remaining water from his flask. Now somewhat weak, he did not walk fast, but maintained a normal pace. He set out to find water and food. Half an hour later, Dashiwan finally discovered a small stream. He had long suspected that a laboratory built in such a place would be near a water source, as researchers in their dedication would not waste time on trivial daily chores. An hour later, Dashiwan set up a fire inside a cave, carefully managing it, so that while smoke swirled within, little was visible outside. This was the best he could manage. In his weakened state, he could not eat raw food lest parasites or microorganisms in it take advantage of him. He chose this method of making fire with caution. Despite his gnawing hunger, he ate slowly, washing down the fish with boiled water. After eating, Dashiwan felt his strength partially restored. He used the transformation technique to leave the cave, silently vowing never to do this again. He mused that if he had studied this hard in his past life, getting into a top university would have been effortless. A young man walked along the road, gazing curiously at everything around him. This place is truly astonishing. Steel horses dash everywhere at such speed. After adapting to Chen Ke's body, Dashiwan began to cultivate chakra. Though Chen Que was already 18 or 19, his body was aged, yet it could not stop the brilliant Dashiwan. Within half a month, he successfully extracted chakra from the seemingly useless Chen Que. During this time, he also mastered the smartphone and computer left in Chen Ke's room. Now he could watch dramas while learning Chinese characters. He delighted in this vast culture, though he also encountered familiar scripts and languages online. After learning some history and the actions of certain nations, he sneered and swiped away. If possible, when he achieved formidable power, he would visit that place and leave a few ninjutsu to cleanse those who had defiled this language. Before long, Dashiwan would create sparks of change in Chen Ke's world. Notably, after Dashiwan took over Chen Ke's body, a certain anime from this world vanished from everyone's memory. No one remembered it, nor could anyone find it again. In the evening, Dashiwan formed hand seals with a solemn expression, mentally linking with the bond to the small white snake. To locate it, with a soft sound, Dashiwan vanished from the spot. Moments later, he found himself beside a large pond. In the pond lay a white snake about 40 to 50 centimeters thick. Its length was impossible to estimate as it floated on the surface. Its tail curled under its head, looking utterly content. "Holy crap, are you Xiaobai? How did you get so huge?" Dashiwan exclaimed in astonishment. The snake before him was likely the small white snake. "Kid, you call this over 10 meters long and several tens of centimeters thick snake, Xiaobai?" Hearing Dashiwan's voice, Xiaobai remained motionless, though he had long sensed Dashiwan's arrival. But he was enjoying his bath and didn't want to bother with him. Dashiwan noticed that the snake had grown cocky in just a few days, narrowing his eyes. But considering that the snake had suddenly become this massive, far stronger than he held back. "Then to buy, where is this place?" Dashiwan looked around curiously, asking casually. He had expected to face the purple snakes of the Ryuchi cave upon arrival, but instead he had ended up here. He hadn't seen a single purple snake. "Oh, this is the forbidden ground of the Ryuchi cave. Ordinary snakes can't enter," Xiaobai said, nonchalantly unconcerned. After all, the bond between them and their minds was far closer than a normal summoning contract. Dashiwan was momentarily stunned. A red warning symbol seemed to flash in his mind, accompanied by an alarm, though it was merely psychological. "Kid, what business do you have here? You never summoned me to go out and play," Xiaobai first inquired, then complained. "Oh, don't mention it. These past few days have been perilous. I almost died. I thought you were still the size you were at birth. How could I dare summon you to certain death? And even at your current size, you wouldn't stand a chance against them." Xiaobai felt slighted by Dashiwan's underestimation, but quickly forgave him. After all, how could a foolish mortal know his true power? Time was indeed a strange thing. In such a short span, Xiaobai had become insufferably arrogant. "It's fine. Next time, call me along. I'm bored out of my mind soaking every day," Xiaobai said, rolling over and swimming in the pond. Dashiwan looked at the snake, so different from when they first met. From the noisy, excitable creature, it had transformed into one exuding calm and stability, giving him an odd feeling. "Oh, by the way, you haven't said why you're here," Xiaobai suddenly remembered, speaking softly. Dashiwan's eyes brightened slightly as the host finally asked about his purpose. "I want to learn the sage art," Dashiwan stated without hesitation, getting straight to the point. Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Then he spoke casually. "Which version do you want? There's the express version, the standard version, and the deluxe version. Each takes a different amount of time," Xiaobai said lightly. Dashiwan was confused, feeling at a loss. In his memory, learning the sage art required first applying some kind of oil, then practicing the first stage according to a certain ratio. Then sitting on a wooden board placed at a height of several hundred meters, one would undergo the next phase to ensure the ability to enter sage mode at any time. Or perhaps like Hagoromo, who nearly killed Himura, then placed a sage talisman on him, allowing him to instantly enter sage mode and learn the art. How did it come to this with Xiaobai with versions like these? The Shiwan was completely bewildered. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru tentatively asked, "What are the differences between the Express Edition, the Standard Edition, and the Deluxe Edition? How much time does each require for cultivation?" Orochimaru inquired softly. "The Express Edition is naturally the version you can learn quickly. Moreover, the compatibility with Senjutsu Chakra won't be too high. You might grow some scales or develop a snake tail, but nothing serious. And the time required is quite short. See this pool? Just drink a few pounds of it every day and you'll master it, even while lying down." The little white snake said casually, unconcerned. After all, no one else could be as fortunate as Orochimaru to form a contract with him. The essence of the dragon transformation pool was at Orochimaru's disposal. Upon hearing the little white snake's words, Orochimaru recalled a person, Kabuto. Kabuto's entire body was covered in scales, and he had grown dragon horns and a dragon tail. It resembled a dragon transformation, but calling it a flood dragon would be more accurate. Moreover, it was terribly ugly. Just thinking about that appearance made Orochimaru feel disgusted. After all, he had no intention of turning into a white phosphorus great serpent or an 8-headed great serpent like in the original story. Those were hideous. So that's ruled out. What about the Standard Edition? Orochimaru asked again. Feeling a bit tired from standing, he sat on the edge of the pool, resting his chin on his hand, with his elbow on his knee, looking rather composed. The little white snake stared at Orochimaru with longing eyes. That pose was so handsome, but it couldn't touch him. The Standard Edition is the sage art found in the other two great sage regions. Combined with some special snake oil, you just follow the normal cultivation method, practice it however you like, and you'll master it. And if you have good talent, you won't undergo too much snackification. You'll only know for sure once you successfully enter sage mode. The little white snake finished speaking, then dipped its head into the pool and submerged for a moment. It gave Orochimaru some time to think. After all, different people have different tastes. It didn't know which version Orochimaru would prefer. As Orochimaru listened to the little white snake, a fitting phrase came to mind: sage's affinity. Thinking of this, Orochimaru truly felt that he and Ryuchi Cave were destined to be together. After all, if his sage art talent were like Naruto's, possessing perfect sage's affinity, then the snackification symptom would likely be limited to his eyes, and he already had snake-like pupils. Wasn't that fate? After all, adding a cross-shaped pupil to his snake eyes would be somewhat strange, wouldn't it? Then what about the Deluxe Edition? If it's called the Deluxe Edition, it must be something extraordinary. After thinking for a while, Orochimaru asked again. If the Standard Edition was already comparable to other sage arts, this Deluxe Edition must be far more powerful. You're overthinking it. Even though I said there are 3 options right now, you can only choose between 2. The little white snake looked at Orochimaru and said with a hint of annoyance. Orochimaru was stunned, his mind buzzing. So all that anticipation was for nothing. Then why did you say there were 3 options? Tell me about the principle behind the Deluxe Edition. Orochimaru asked, curious about this Deluxe Edition sage art. The Deluxe Edition, just from the name you know, it's extraordinary. But to cultivate the Deluxe Edition, first you are too young, second I am too young, and third you need to master either the Standard Edition or the Express Edition first, and then elevate it. Orochimaru found the little white snake's words intriguing. This was far more interesting than a single choice question. I understand that I need to cultivate one sage art first. I also understand you saying I'm too young, but what does my cultivating sage art have to do with you? The little white snake blushed slightly upon hearing Orochimaru's question. Of course it matters. If you cultivate the Express Edition and then undergo the Deluxe Edition upgrade, you could become a true half-snake, half-human with incredibly enduring sage art, able to activate and deactivate it instantly with full control. If you cultivate the Standard Edition and then undergo the Deluxe Edition upgrade, your original characteristics will be fundamentally enhanced, and you might even gain the talent to truly transform into a dragon like me. As for me, whether it's the Express Edition or the Standard Edition, both require my essence blood. As you humans say, 1 drop of essence equals 10 drops of blood. I am still too young. It's not appropriate. The little white snake shook its head shyly. After listening, Orochimaru was completely baffled. He had never expected such a twist. But another question arose in his mind: which sage art had Kabuto cultivated to end up like that? Given his relationship with Ryuchi Cave, he could at most have trained in the Express Edition or the Standard Edition. There was no way he could have accessed the Deluxe Edition. Alright, I'll choose the Standard Edition then. Orochimaru made his decision without a second thought. Seeing that Orochimaru had decided to cultivate the Standard Edition, the little white snake arched its body, and then let out a series of hisses in a language Orochimaru couldn't understand. It had no idea how to teach sage art, so it was calling someone else. Speaking would be somewhat awkward, so it used this incomprehensible method. After all, it had just been talking big, and if it now admitted it didn't know its snake face would be hard to save. At present, the White Snake clan consisted of only 2 snakes, itself and its mother. After a while, Orochimaru felt the ground tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Then he heard a loud voice. "Little snake bastard, can't you behave yourself? Can't you just soak in the pool quietly?" Orochimaru understood this sentence. From the tone, it was a fierce mother snake. After all, besides him, there were only snakes here. A white serpent coiled up like a mountain appeared before Orochimaru. Its snake eyes stared at Orochimaru, as if he were prey. There was a chill in the air. What Orochimaru didn't know was that when he usually stared at others, they felt the same way. Actually, the white snake sage had known about Orochimaru's arrival from the moment he entered, but she still roared at the little white snake. Why? It was like adding insult to injury. Seeing the prematurely hatched egg, her hopes were shattered. Though she was quite upset inside, it was still her own egg, her own blood. She could bear it. And seeing Orochimaru alone, she could still accept it. Although Orochimaru was the instigator, such an adorable boy made her maternal instincts overflow, and she couldn't stay angry. But when the two were together, she couldn't help it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The more she looked, the more annoyed she became. She could only intimidate the snake to scare the snake. So she roared at the little white snake, trying to daunt this little Orochimaru. She wanted to make this cute young man understand that she was not to be trifled with, and that when he grew stronger and summoned his contract beast, he should think twice. This was like a scene meant to frighten a child, testing Orochimaru's caliber to see if he was worthy. If he wasn't worthy, this cute, beautiful-eyed young man would be kept in Ryuchi Cave forever. If he was worthy, she would let it go. Of course, if Orochimaru hadn't been good-looking, she would have probably eaten him long ago regardless of anything else. Deshiwan felt his body had become completely immobilized. When the great serpent arrived earlier, he had stood up straight, hoping to leave a good impression on the visitor. After all, he harbored quite a few secret schemes in his mind. For instance, the little white snake that the system had stolen. And this serpent's gaze was piercingly sharp, as if it saw through him entirely. His mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. Beads of cold sweat as large as soybeans densely appeared on his forehead, and his back was drenched with cold sweat. Little snake, Brad, a guest has arrived, and you didn't inform me earlier. I haven't even dressed up yet. To receive a guest in such a state is truly discourteous. After a moment, the white snake, immortal, finally released the pressure that had enveloped Deshiwan with some satisfaction and scolded in a soft voice. Yet even this soft voice echoed through the space like a thunderclap. Young man, what is your name? We rarely have visitors here, so we were a bit flustered. Please don't mind, guest. The white snake immortal flicked her tongue and then revealed a human-like smile, which sent a chill down Deshiwan's spine. To Deshiwan, the white snake immortal felt like the emperor in a film, sometimes smiling and amiable, other times erupting in thunderous rage. It was utterly baffling, fully demonstrating the saying, serving a ruler is like serving a tiger, never knowing when one's head might roll. Even if one's head fell, they wouldn't know why, as the white snake immortal's vertical pupils fixed on him, waiting for his answer. Deshiwan dared not be negligent. His mind raced. A sister snake, hello? This is our first meeting. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. I am a friend of Little White. Today I came to your esteemed land seeking refuge. I apologize for the intrusion. Little White was right. You are indeed gentle and dignified, beautiful and charming and exceedingly virtuous. Deshiwan racked his brains, launching into a sweet-talking mode. After all, any female who understood human speech enjoyed being praised. Indeed, after hearing Deshiwan's words, the cold aura of the white snake immortal dissipated instantly. Ho ho ho, young man, you certainly know how to talk. What does this little snake brat know? I am his mother. How could he praise me like that? The white snake immortal's voice lowered again, becoming gentle. Deshiwan felt a flicker of joy in his heart upon hearing this. But he was still puzzled. Sister, what are you saying? If I didn't know, I'd think you were Little White's elder sister. I almost didn't recognize you. How do you maintain your skin, sister? It's so smooth and beautiful. Deshiwan spoke again, making the white snake immortal's heart blossom with joy. Little White stared at his mother's scales, lost in thought. He pondered the word skin. Lovely little one, I already know your purpose. I will help you cultivate the immortal arts properly. It's perfect now. Your chakra is not too abundant, so absorbing natural energy will be easier to balance proportionally. But you are still too young, so you shouldn't practice too long. At most 1 hour a day. Therefore stay here and train slowly. Sister will treat you well. The white snake immortal spoke softly, like a gentle elder sister from next door. Deshiwan appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Indeed, often wits are far more useful than brute force. Little white snake crawled back into the pool with a look of utter despair. He couldn't understand. Why was his mother so gentle with Deshiwan yet called him a snake brat? It made him doubt whether he was really her biological child. In the evening, the white snake immortal instructed her underlings to build a luxurious poolside villa for Deshiwan beside the dragon transformation pool. She also had a large wild boar brought for Deshiwan to cook for dinner, letting him prepare it himself. After all, they only had snake tails. How could they understand human cuisine? Besides, Deshiwan wouldn't dare eat what they cooked. Gazing at the surrounding scenery, Deshiwan felt a sense of contentment. Compared to dealing with humans, he still preferred these little animals. Snakes might seem cold and fearsome, but that was merely due to the innate genetic information passed down from human ancestors. After all, snake venom was far too lethal for humans. This was a legacy born from the great suffering of the human ancestors. Time flew by, as Deshiwan became utterly engrossed in the immortal arts. 2 months passed without him noticing. During these 2 months, Deshiwan's talent for the immortal arts was, to say the least, indescribable. He hadn't even begun. After all, he was still struggling with the Rasengan, even with a full tutorial and process, and now he had yet to master it. let alone the immortal arts which were far more difficult than the Rasengan. Of course the White Snake Immortal also played a role. She insisted on no more than 1 hour of practice per day, not a second more. Even when Dashiwan had a sudden inspiration, he had to stop. One could imagine how strict the White Snake Immortal was. However, his chakra had become considerably denser, and his control over chakra was like an extension of his limbs. Previously, he could only exert at most 80% of his strength. Now, he could unleash at least 120%. Little Snake One, I found another fine medicinal herb. Take it today and stew it with meat. You're so thin. You need to nourish yourself properly. After Shiwan completed his daily tasks, the White Snake Immortal spoke with a doting expression. Little White Snake poked his head above the pool surface and saw his mother using chakra to lift a centuries-old medicinal herb, exuding a fragrant aroma, and handing it to Shiwan. He was speechless. Wasn't this the very herb his mother had planted herself? Last time he tried to mess with one, he was pinned to the ground and beaten for ages. Yet here with Shiwan, these herbs were given away like common cabbages for him to squander. A wave of utter pointlessness washed over him. His head about a meter wide sank into the water and began blowing bubbles as if in silent protest, saying, "That stuff is bitter and tastes awful. I'm already strong. Eating it is useless and it'll give me diarrhea." The White Snake Immortal glanced at the pool and the bubbles stopped. She was annoyed by this cheap son of hers. Dashiwan was much more well-behaved. "Thank you, Sister White. When I become strong, I'll find many delicious foods and fun things to bring you." After 2 months, Shiwan had discovered that the White Snake Immortal loved it most when he spoke in a childish sweet voice. Whenever he put on such an act, she became even more patient. The aura she emitted became more comfortable for him, and she cared for him meticulously. Thus, for the sake of his studies, he endured humiliation and completely shed his sense of shame. He thought after all there were only him and 2 snakes here. No one would know the efforts he made to become strong. The world only knew of his brilliant and carefree invincibility. The White Snake Immortal gave too much. The soup made from this herb had a refreshing fragrance and kept his spiritual energy active for days, making chakra extraction easier, faster, and of higher quality. That was the root cause of Shiwan's indulgence. If someone asked him to choose again, would he do the same? He only wanted to say bring on more of such benefits. Truly irresistible. Of course, the strength gained through enduring humiliation now was only to show off even more in the future. Little Snake Maru, be careful when you return. After you go back to the village and tell your cheap teacher come right back, understood? Early in the morning, Orochimaru had asked the White Snake Sage if he could make a trip back to the village, which led to this very moment. After all, the village still had many valuable treasures he had not yet exploited. He had been away for so long, it was time to go back and report. Besides, what if that cheap teacher of his had found some stray disciple out there? That would be most unpleasant. Snake Sister, I understand. You should also take good care of your health. Please don't always scold Little Snake, or you'll spoil your own mood. Orochimaru's normally calm expression instantly shifted into an endearing childlike demeanor. Upon hearing Orochimaru mention him, Little White surfaced from the pool. To his surprise, this shameless fellow was actually asking his mother to stop scolding him. A flicker of delight crossed his mind. This good brother was not mistaken. But before he could enjoy this feeling for more than a few seconds, his mother's voice rang out. "Oh, now that you mention it, I had forgotten. Why not let Little White carry you back? It's not right for him to be this lazy all the time." Hearing Orochimaru's words, the White Snake Sage felt a warm surge in her heart. Without hesitation, she sold out her own son. "No need, Snake Sister. The summoning jutsu has limitations. It can only keep summoned beings in the mortal realm for a certain period. One cannot remain in the ninja world through continuous summoning indefinitely." Orochimaru's mind stirred upon hearing this, and he replied with a denial. He was telling the truth, not making excuses. The White Snake Sage was slightly taken aback. Having never been a summoning contract animal herself, she knew nothing of such matters. "Then how about this? I'll send him out through the exit and he can find you there." The White Snake Sage proposed again, as though going to great lengths to get rid of her own son. "No need, Snake Sister. After I return, I will come back very soon." Orochimaru declined once more. Over the past, while he had been using the White Snake Sage's connection to torment Little White relentlessly, now that he could not defeat the young White Snake, bringing it along would be like hanging oneself at an old man's funeral, simply asking for trouble. Mainly, Little White had been staring at him with green light in his eyes lately, just like a ravenous wolf. This made him rather uncomfortable. Little White, who had been thoroughly unwilling at first, seemed to understand why his mother liked Orochimaru so much upon hearing him speak on the snake's behalf. Orochimaru stood at the spot where he had previously used the reverse summoning jutsu, gazing blankly at the sky. A wave of melancholy washed over him. He missed them a bit. After a moment of dazed silence, Orochimaru slung his long sword over his shoulder and set out on the road back to Konoha village. A little one wandering alone in the wilderness. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by wolves? Half a day later, the sky was growing dim. Just as Orochimaru was about to find a place to rest and continue his journey the next day, a man's voice came from not far away. Orochimaru chose to ignore him, although he had not yet mastered Senjutsu. After months of accumulation, his chakra, physical condition, and perception had all improved significantly. He had long sensed the man's presence, but simply had no interest in engaging him. Seeing that the brat was ignoring him, the young man's brows furrowed. His thick eyebrows knit into a straight line. "Hey kid, I haven't eaten in days. How about lending me some money? The young man frowned and said to Orochimaru again. He wondered if the kid was deaf. He was originally a villager from a nearby town, but he had a flaw, a gambling addiction. This time he had not only lost all his family's money, but also his wife and house, and he was deeply in debt. So in the afternoon he had grabbed a pork knife and headed up the mountain, hoping to find some valuable wild herbs. But being a lazybones, he knew nothing about such things, and was merely hoping for luck. If he was fortunate enough to find rare medicinal herbs, he could sell them, and go back to win everything back. Win back his wife and house. But he had not considered one problem. If there were precious herbs, would they still be there for a lazy bum like him to find? So unsurprisingly, he had come up empty-handed. Now that dusk was approaching, he was preparing to bite the bullet and head back when he spotted a lone child. Although the child's clothes looked even more tattered than his own, a child was inherently valuable merchandise. So he decided to trick the child and sell him. But the child seemed unable to hear him, which slightly furrowed his brow. Because if the child were deaf, the price would be significantly reduced. Seeing the child still picking up wood, as if he were invisible, the young man secretly felt it was a pity. What a shame. Such a good-looking boy would certainly have many wealthy buyers if only he were not deaf. If he were deaf, the price would be drastically reduced. Orochimaru quietly squatted on the ground, arranging pieces of wood. Behind him, the man strutting forward with a cleaver raised was completely visible to his perception. Furthermore, perhaps due to his recent cultivation of the Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu, at close range he seemed to have acquired a heat-sensing ability akin to that of snakes. Any living creature with body heat would become unmistakably clear to him nearby. It was subtle, yet utterly brilliant, simply marvelous. If I were you, I wouldn't be so foolish. When the man was less than 2 meters away, Orochimaru stood up facing away from him and spoke softly. The young man was slightly stunned upon hearing Orochimaru's words. Then anger flared up. You can hear me? Even a kid looks down on me. The young man's face turned ashen, feeling that Orochimaru was despising him. Then a vicious grin spread across his face. Excellent. A little plaything who is neither deaf nor mute will surely fetch a good price. Silver coins seemed to dance before his eyes. His pace quickened. He disliked this little brat's attitude. He intended to press the pork knife against the arrogant kid's pale neck. Hearing the man's words, even Orochimaru, who had decent composure, was nearly enraged to death. After being bombarded with information, he understood exactly what the man meant. Foolish and ignorant. Orochimaru's hair stirred slightly. With a light step he appeared behind the young man. His hand moved, gently snatching the pork knife from the man's grip. At the same time, he made a light swipe, severing the man's wrist tendons. When a dog barks at me, I do not bother responding, for dogs are lovely creatures loyal only to their masters. But in my eyes you are beneath even a dog. So you do not receive a dog's treatment. With that, the heavy pork knife swung in Orochimaru's hand. The young man's wrist and ankle tendons were all severed. Orochimaru casually tossed the knife aside and strolled into the distance. This kind of trash was not even worth experimenting on. Leave him here to feed the lovely little ones then. Disturbed by an idiot Shiwan decided to travel through the night. He intended to report back quickly and then see if he could squeeze some more benefits from his cheap teacher. Now he was running short of ninjutsu. The basic techniques could no longer match his chakra. He also planned to bring his little sphere with him during the reverse summoning this time. He would also practice the Rasengan. At Lonely Cave his days were spent learning senjutsu, refining chakra, and resting as prescribed by the White Snake Sage. She wouldn't let him overwork himself. Even if he wanted to train, the White Snake Sage would stop him. The White Snake Sage was like a strict mentor, not only teaching him cultivation, but also caring for his physical and mental health, making him follow her rules for scientific training. What could Shiwan do? He had no choice. When under someone else's roof, one must bow his head, especially since she meant well. He traveled until around 2 or 3 in the morning before stopping. He found a thick branch, drank some water, and prepared to take a nap. After all, the journey had been dusty and tiring. Soon he drifted into a light sleep. Nearby, over a dozen small snakes, hidden among the branches, stood guard like sentinels, vigilantly sensing any movement. These were all Shiwan's work. His body naturally possessed an affinity with snakes, and spending every day with the White Snake Sage had enhanced it further. He carried the aura of a flood dragon from the White Snake Sage. Additionally, using snake oil daily to cultivate senjutsu had granted him this marvelous ability to command all ordinary snakes. In the perception of snakes, Shiwan was now akin to a serpent king. 2 days later he returned to Mai. The journey was smooth without encountering any assassins or ill-fated souls. Thus he returned without delay. I lost my pass. My teacher is the current Hokage. I'm Shiwan. Seeing 2 unfamiliar guards standing like door gods, Shiwan patted himself down. He then realized his clothes were tattered and his pass had long been lost somewhere. Oh, you're Shiwan. Even if you say your teacher is the Hokage, even if your father were the Hokage, it's useless. Without a pass today, dragging out your ancestors won't help. Do you know how many relatives of the Hokage and self-proclaimed elders I stop every day? The guard like a door god rumbled. Indeed, Shiwan's clothes were too shabby. How could a disciple of the Hokage look so miserable? And the Hokage's disciple should be enjoying himself somewhere. The guard suddenly recalled that the Hokage's 2 disciples had indeed gone out and hadn't returned yet. Thinking this, the guard's expression softened slightly, but he still didn't let him pass. Wait here. When you see an acquaintance, have them call someone to fetch you. The guard said ruthlessly. After all, the Hokage had recently ordered a strict inspection and the previous 2 guards had been dismissed. He had heard that spies had infiltrated Mai, that something big had happened, and that 2 important figures had gone out and met with misfortune, betrayed by spies. He didn't know the specifics. He was just an ordinary gatekeeper, not needing to know too much. His companion, noticing that Dashiwan's clothes were tattered and he looked travel-worn, sensed something unusual about his aura. After a moment's thought, he spoke. I'll go report to the captain and have him pass it up the chain. Kid, this is no joke. If you're an imposter, the ruthless Umbu experts might drown you in a pig cage. The guard stared at Dashiwan seriously. Dashiwan saw that this guard was more sensible. He felt a flicker of joy. If possible, he really didn't want to force his way in. After all, his chief teacher still had many good things he coveted. So he always maintained a gentle and refined demeanor to keep a good impression on his teacher, thereby gaining favor. He couldn't let such a trivial matter damage his image in Yuan Fei Rizen's eyes. But if he didn't force his way in, where would he find an acquaintance? Not long after, Dashiwan successfully entered the village. After the Umbu member vouched for him, he vanished. Dashiwan couldn't sense him even with his keen eyesight and heat perception. Clearly the Umbu had used the body flicker technique. How capricious, Dashiwan sighed inwardly. When will I learn the body flicker technique? Indeed, our protagonist no longer harbored illusions about the flying thunder god technique. Even if he obtained it with his currently mediocre ninjutsu talent, it would probably take decades or centuries to fully understand it. And that was just understanding the theory, not even considering whether he had spatial perception talent. After all, the current flying thunder god technique was still a rudimentary version. The genius who could improve it had not yet been born. With his clear self-awareness, he would need to master senjutsu first or practice some difficult ninjutsu and gain a deeper understanding of chakra before he could comprehend its principles. These flashy techniques were unfriendly to him, like reading a scripture in a foreign language. Snake, you're safe. That's a relief. When Dashiwan reached the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei Rizen rose from his seat and hurried over to check if Dashiwan was injured. He had indeed been worried sick. The Umbu unit had clearly been wiped out. He could only send people to search for the bodies of Dashiwan and Zilai Yi while praying they could use their wits to escape danger. He had been hoping against hope, his heart growing heavier, preparing for bad news, when unexpectedly, Dashiwan came trotting back on his own. Teacher, I'm fine. It's thanks to the Umbu that I could return alive. By the way, have they come back? Dashiwan spoke softly, following his own thoughts. They must have all died on duty and their bodies haven't been found. They must have encountered a powerful enemy. Don't worry, I'll take good care of their families. Don't burden yourself. The path of a ninja is cruel. Even I might pass away one day. Midway, Yuan Fei Rizen paused and changed the topic. Teacher, I understand. How could someone as powerful as you ever pass away? But I'll probably go into seclusion for a while. Given the circumstances, Dashiwan first went along with Yuan Fei Rizen's words, then casually mentioned his seclusion plan. But he didn't mention Longdi Cave, too lazy to explain. He would just hang a seclusion sign on his door and reverse summon himself there. He would return every few days. If Yuan Fei Rizen used his crystal ball and found him missing, he could explain later. Snake, are you about to break through? You're not even 7 yet, and you're already Chunin. Truly my disciple. Hearing this, Yuan Fei Rizen was overjoyed. After all, Dashiwan was still very young in the stage of building a foundation. Rapid breakthroughs were extremely difficult. Dashiwan gave a faint smile, but didn't explain. Tsunade, aren't you going out on missions? Why do you keep lingering around here? A young woman about Tsunade's age, already showing signs of early development, with a sweet countenance, spoke up. Don't even mention it. Missions require a full squad. We never had a supervising jonin to begin with, and now both of my teammates have gone off to play somewhere. D-rank missions can be done solo, but I'm not about to do those. At this moment, Tsunade was still unaware of what had happened to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen had concealed everything. Even the recent thorough investigation of Konoha had withheld the identities of those involved. The village's higher-ups only knew that 2 individuals of considerable standing had met with misfortune, and they assumed the pair had perished. Thus they held no interest in the deceased. Tsunade pouted slightly, speaking to Senju Yunshi, who was busying herself with various bottles and jars. Yunshi was her cousin, older than her by only a few months. Yunshi's grandfather was the cousin of the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. However, he had died on the battlefield before reaching the age of 20 due to an unforeseen accident. Her father, having grown up without a father of his own, had never trained in chakra. And when she was 3 years old, her parents had perished while traveling for business. Yunshi then returned to the clan. Being close in age, the two quickly became fast friends. Then just train. If you could inherit your grandfather's would release, maybe you could even become Hokage, and then you'd be able to protect me. Senju Yunshi tidied up the glass containers and set them aside, then looked at Tsunade and spoke. TCH, I don't want to be Hokage. Hearing Yunshi's words, Tsunade shook her head. By the way, why are you always fiddling with that stuff? I never should have given you my granduncle's notebook to use as a ledger. Look what you've become now. Tsunade looked at Yunshi with a pang of sympathy. Due to her parents' death, Yunshi was far more mature and introverted than others her age. Who's the one who keeps dragging me into dice games every other day? I recall you still owe me quite a few candies. But I am grateful you found this notebook. It would have been a true shame for all these precious records to gather dust in a corner of a room. If it had been damaged by mice or something, your granduncle's hard work would have been wasted. Yunshi glanced at a rather worn notebook resting on her left. She then gently dusted it off and placed it carefully into a drawer. Seeing how lovingly Yunshi treated the notebook, Tsunade couldn't help but purse her lips. That would never happen. My granduncle researched so many things. I remember when I was very, very small, about this big. Tsunade gestured with her hands. That's small. You must have been a baby then. How can you remember things from when you were a baby? Don't be silly. Yunshi looked at Tsunade's gesture and said in disbelief. No, I was around 2 years old then. Let me tell you, my great-granduncle and second granduncle were so much fun. Tsunade's eyes curved like crescent moons and a sweet smile spread across her lips. Clearly, she was recalling something joyful. Seeing Tsunade pause again, without continuing, Yunshi playfully poked her in the ribs. Come on, tell me. How were they fun? The second Hokage was someone she idolized, and she was eager to learn about the past of Senju Tobirama. After Tsunade let out a peal of giggles and begged for mercy, she finally began her tale. I remember several times when I was playing dice with great-granduncle, my second granduncle would come over. He'd say, brother, I've developed another jutsu. Then my great-granduncle would calmly glance at him and ask what it was. If the first 2 words of his answer weren't water release, my great-granduncle would order him to immediately write the jutsu into the forbidden scroll and seal it away. Isn't that hilarious? Ha! At the memory of her second granduncle's expression, Tsunade doubled over, laughing, clutching her stomach. But as her laughter subsided, the sorrow in her eyes became impossible to hold back. They were all gone now. After listening, Yunshi couldn't help but chuckle, followed by an overwhelming wave of admiration and reverence. Seeing the grief flickering in Tsunade's eyes, she paused for a moment, as if pondering how to comfort her dear friend without bruising her pride. Let's play some dice. We've got to complete your 100-game losing streak. Yunshi thought for a moment before suggesting. Tsunade snapped back to reality at her words. A warmth spread through her heart. All right, but I believe I've only lost 87 in a row. 100 is still a long way off. Tsunade rummaged through her clothes and produced 6 dice, carrying a faint, pleasant scent. She handed 3 to Yunshi, and the 2 of them settled on the front steps to play. Send word to Tsukumo. Tell him Orochimaru has returned. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk flipping through some documents. After reading 2 pages, something seemed to occur to him. He muttered to himself. His mind drifted to another white-haired child. A trace of melancholy surfaced in his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. He then rose and walked to a concealed location. Moments later, he reappeared carrying a massive scroll. This was the Forbidden Scroll. Over the past 2 months, he had been consumed by worry. He blamed himself for not having taught his disciples more life-saving techniques. Sarutobi, how long has it been since you forgot the dangers of the outside world? He muttered with a hint of self-derision. He then focused his attention on the scroll. He resolved that when news of Jiraiya's demise arrived, or when Jiraiya finally returned, he would bestow upon his disciples powerful tailor-made jutsu. Orochimaru is the cleverest, so he deserves the most impressive one. The Flying Thunder God technique is difficult enough and excellent for survival, but it lacks offensive power. Sarutobi Hiruzen examined a jutsu, reviewed its details, and furrowed his brow before musing. Other high-powered techniques drain too much chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. What if I openly teach each of them one technique and secretly teach them another? He whispered to himself. After all, many things weren't so straightforward. Even as Hokage, he couldn't overstep his bounds. That was why he often came across as somewhat stingy. The Forbidden Scroll was kept in his custody. While he could freely train in its techniques, teaching others without authorization was strictly prohibited. Anyone else wishing to learn the more powerful jutsu within would need to render extraordinary contributions. He couldn't abuse his position as Hokage to bend the rules. Of course, these were merely the surface rules and regulations. What couldn't be done in the open could be done in secret. Rules were simply meant to constrain others. As Hokage, he only needed to put on a show, appearing to follow the rules alongside everyone else. If he were the first to break them, the village would descend into chaos. Time flew by. Over 3 years had passed. Dashiwan was now 10 years old. He stood about 1.5 meters tall. The purple tear marks at the corners of his eyes made him look even more sinister. During these years, he had successfully mastered the spiral sphere. As for sage techniques, because he was still too young and the White Snake Sage was holding back the timing, that feeling of success remained elusive, always leaving him with a sense that something was missing. Zilai had returned once 2 years ago, then went back to Miao Mu Mountain to continue training. However, Dashiwan estimated that Zilai was probably a bit stronger than him now. After all, Zilai should have nearly mastered the sage techniques, or at least he was close. Anyway, he never seemed to have succeeded. In the end, he couldn't enter sage mode on his own. He always relied on the 2-toed sages to achieve it. But it was still more powerful. After all, 3 against 1. In a dim underground chamber. Dashiwan, I wasn't wrong, was I? The equipment and facilities here are all complete. What's the point of always studying little mice? If you want to research humans. Studying mice will never yield anything interesting. Only I can obtain corpses. Tuan Song stood nearby and said softly, watching Dashiwan, whose eyes were gleaming. Dashiwan felt that his talent was too poor, and there was an urgency, as war was approaching. 3 months ago, he had started catching small mice to familiarize himself and study the information in his mind. Meanwhile, Tuan Song had restarted the research project that Qian Shoufei Jian had previously initiated, but was halted by Qian Shouju Jian, and he had replaced all the equipment. He felt his age creeping up, but his strength had stagnated. This made him extremely anxious. So he turned his evil schemes to the wood release. He began searching for talented researchers in Muyi. In the ninja world, if you were not a ninja, no matter how impressive your other identities or abilities were, you would end up living a miserable life. Thus in Muyi, a cradle of the strong, it was extremely difficult to find someone who had given up being a ninja, or who simultaneously practiced ninjutsu and studied science. So he decided to train a batch of scientific personnel himself to fulfill his ambition. He began wandering around the village every day. When he encountered Da Shiwan, who was studying small mice, his heart stirred. He wanted to recruit Da Shiwan into his group. After all, Da Shiwan was a disciple of Yuan Fei, destined for an extraordinary future and might even become Hokage. Just like in his own past, a single wrong decision had left him with lingering regret. Even if Da Shiwan turned out to be useless and couldn't become Hokage, at the very least he could hold a significant position like him. If this plan succeeded, it would kill many birds with one stone. Perhaps in the end, he could even use Da Shiwan to undermine the prestige of the third Hokage, Yuan Fei. If it went well, Yuan Fei would step down, and he could become Hokage himself. Da Shiwan ignored Tuansang's words. This shadow of the pot of Mu Yi was not a good person. It hadn't been long, and now that he had some people under him, his desires were swelling. He was about to mess things up. However, Tuansang's current position could get him a lot of good stuff. For example, Da Shiwan, what do you think? I will nurture you well. With my status, I can elevate you to the Hokage position before long. Tuansang saw Da Shiwan's unperturbed expression and felt a hint of disgust. But he still put on a smile that he thought was kind. And he tempted Da Shiwan. In his view, all young men thought themselves extraordinary and desired high positions and power, ultimately wanting to become Hokage. But Lord Tuansang, I'm afraid I'm not cut out for scientific research. Da Shiwan's heart stirred, but he didn't believe Tuansang's nonsense. After all, the Hokage position was Tuansang's lifeline. How could he promise it away? Even if Da Shiwan was still young, he didn't believe it for a second. So he put on a flattered expression. He had just played with some mice, and this Tuansang was already trying to court him. Honestly, he couldn't figure out what the hell Tuansang was thinking. Seeing Da Shiwan still babbling at this moment, Tuansang frowned deeply. If he didn't know that Da Shiwan had excelled in school with brilliant and unconventional ways of solving problems, which he found extremely impressive. If Yuan Fei hadn't gotten to him first, even he would have wanted to take Da Shiwan as his disciple and properly teach him the will of fire of Muyi. Moreover, this kid was not only smart, but also interested in research. He had a premonition that Da Shiwan would definitely achieve something. Kid, a few days ago I accidentally found a pair of Xiaolun Yin on the road. If you stay here, I'll give you these found Xiaolun Yin to research. How about that? I don't need to tell you how powerful the Xiaolun Yin is. You should understand what a great achievement it would be to figure it out. Tuansang took out a container from his pocket which exactly held a pair of single-tomo Xiaolun Yin, and he emphasized the word found. It was as if he was warning Da Shiwan, I can even find the Xiaolun Yin of the Yuzhibwa clan, the top noble family of Muyi. Then finding your corpse, a commoner like Da Shiwan, wouldn't be too hard. His tone was supremely confident, as if he didn't care about Da Shiwan's status as the Hokage's disciple. Tuansang was tempting with the Xiaolun Yin on one hand and holding a big stick on the other. Da Shiwan naturally understood the implication. Honestly, he was extremely displeased. But when he thought about Tuansang's current power, he calmed down. Because with his current self, he couldn't obtain the Xiaolun Yin at all. This was just the appetizer. Later there would be the cells of the god of shinobi, Qian Shouju Jian, and the chakra of Ajuro waiting for him. Looking at the big picture, even with Da Shiwan's depth, he couldn't ignore this power. He was afraid that he couldn't research anything useful. He was afraid that he wasn't competent enough. After all, the original Da Shiwan was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Even Chen Que, standing on the shoulders of giants with over 5,000 years of history, dared not claim to rival him. Of course, if the system was powerful, that would be a different story. Even if 100 Da Shiwans were resurrected, they couldn't withstand it. Alright, I'll stay and learn, but I'll only come for 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, I need to train. And I want 2 days off every week. At the end of each month, I need an extra 4 days off, and I also want a salary. After all, if I come here to study, I won't be able to take missions. As Tuansang's forehead began to show some bulging veins, Da Shiwan rattled off a series of conditions. After finishing, even Da Shiwan felt that he was being a bit ungrateful. He feared that Tuansang would strike him down and cause his premature death. Tuansang, who was initially angry at Da Shiwan's conditions, suddenly remembered that this guy's conditions seemed intended not to neglect his training, and the higher his level became, the more Yuan Fei would value him. Then the blow would be even greater when it came. Thinking of this, Tuansang smiled like a withered chrysanthemum. Fine, I agree. Work hard, try to produce something. Contribute to Mu Yi and bring glory to your teacher, my good comrade. After deciding to agree, Tuansang began to sweet talk, invoking their relationship. An ordinary young man would have long succumbed to Tuansang's series of threats and intimidation. Teacher, you called for me. In the Hokage's office. Da Shiwan, who had received a notice from the Umbu at home, walked in. The moment he entered, he saw Yuan Fei Rijan, his face etched with worry, puffing on his pipe. Yes, I called you. What did Tuansang want with you? Yuan Fei Rijan recalled the Umbu report today, which said that Da Shiwan had followed Tuansang and that they had lost track of him. Worried that his disciple might be led astray, Yuan Fei Rijan quickly summoned Da Shiwan to inquire about his well-being, lest someone take advantage of the situation. After all, Tuansang had changed. He was no longer that adorable companion. Other matters he could turn a blind eye to. After all, some things required his cooperation and taking the blame. But when it came to his young talented disciple who had yet to form a complete worldview and values, he could not sit still. On nothing much. Today Tuanzong saw me studying a mouse and lent me a few books. The Shiwan spoke half-truthfully. If Yuan Fei Rijan addressed him as Elder Tuanzong, he would follow suit. If Yuan Fei Rijan simply called him Tuanzong, he would do the same, aligning himself with his chief master. By calling him Tuanzong, he signaled that he was on the same side as his master. Then he would play both sides to coax their treasures into his hands. This was destined to be a long tug of war. But what books? Yuan Fei Rijan's heart tightened. He knew exactly what Tuanzong had been up to lately. Just some basic biology books like why humans can't breathe underwater, why they need to mate, why after eating they have to defecate. The Shiwan lied without changing his expression. Yuan Fei Rijan felt a sense of relief after hearing this. Thank goodness I was too nervous. Could it be that Tuanzong, seeing how strained our relationship has become, is trying to extend an olive branch through my precious disciple? On my old brother, after all, he hasn't been experimenting on live humans. Maybe I should just approve his research project. Yuan Fei Rijan thought to himself. Little did he know the project he had not approved was already being set in motion by Tuanzong. Telling him was merely a formality to gauge his opinion. If he agreed, they would cooperate. If not, with Tuanzong's current influence, digging a secret chamber or tunnel was a trivial matter. Who would conduct such shady projects out in the open? Snapping back to reality, he remembered Shiwan was still waiting. Yuan Fei Rijan's slightly furrowed brow relaxed. Snake, how have your training been lately? Do you need any help? Shiwan shook his head slightly and spoke calmly. It's going well. Yuan Fei Rijan felt a wave of emotion upon hearing Shiwan's words. Having a talented disciple is truly a blessing. I hardly need to supervise him, though it robs me of some of the joys of being a teacher. Snake, train hard. When you reach the rank of Jonin, I will give you a grand gift. Yuan Fei Rijan spoke affectionately. As he called him Snake, he realized that the Shiwan had grown so tall without him noticing. Calling him Snake from now on might no longer be appropriate. Such a nickname was only suitable for his childhood. Ryuchi Cave. This feeling. The snake scales onto Shiwan's face slowly faded. The purple tear marks became even more eerie. Don't get distracted. Remember this feeling. As the Shiwan reveled in the sensation, the voice of the white snake sage reached his ears. The Shiwan paused briefly, then composed himself. He meticulously recorded the current state and sensation in his mind. He knew that the stage of cultivating sage art with snake oil had been completed. He had finished the first stage of sage art training. Little snake, from the moment I saw your snake eyes, I knew you were exceptionally suited for our Ryuchi Cave sage art. Now it seems my intuition was entirely correct. Your talent in sage art is the strongest I have ever seen. The white snake sage observed that the Shiwan had entered sage mode without any visible change in his appearance. It was as if the overwhelming energy of sage art could not alter the Shiwan in the slightest a marvel. The Shiwan was still finely controlling his body, so he did not respond. A minute later, the Shiwan's purple tear marks faded slightly. With your current strength, you can only maintain sage mode for 1 minute and 9 seconds. Your body is too young to bear a greater load of energy. The Shiwan felt a surge of joy at the white snake sage's words. This was a perfect start. At just 10 years old, aside from having a slightly smaller amount of chakra, he possessed Shadow Clone Rasengan and Sage Art. These 3 techniques, all honed through his arduous daily training, filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Thank you, sister, for your constant guidance. The Shiwan smiled lightly and spoke. His smile was somewhat sinister, giving off a feeling of a forced, insincere grin. But the white snake sage did not mind. She could sense the Shiwan's sincerity. Little snake, you are still in the first stage. For the second stage, you must enter sage mode without using snake oil. There is still much training ahead. Beyond that, there is the third stage, entering sage mode, that will without snake oil anytime and anywhere. Seeing De Shiwan somewhat inflated with pride, the white snake sage spoke gently. When De Shiwan's exhilaration at completing the first stage of sage art began to fade, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. Go back and rest quickly. Or you can stay here and rest if you like. The white snake sage, seeing De Shiwan's exhaustion, spoke. De Shiwan nodded, took his leave, and prepared to go home for a good sleep. At the same time, another goal surfaced in his mind. The Uzumaki body. That physique with immense regenerative power and astonishingly large chakra reserves. And so he jotted it down in his little notebook. Unbeknownst to him, he had already filled half a page with Chinese characters. Apart from the Senju clan members who had not inherited wood release, Shiwan wrote down every person with distinctive talents as they came to mind. Of course, for now, he was merely coveting them. He lacked the ability to do anything else. The next day, outside Kanahagakure, underground, in a research lab spanning several hundred square meters, the Shiwan, like an office worker slacking off, sat in a corner, staring blankly at the Sharingan in a container before him. If only I had a pair of Sharingan, I could experience that almost perverse insight and the boost to my physical abilities. If I had a Mangekyo Sharingan, even better. One with Tsukuyami, one with Kamui. I wonder how wonderful it must feel for the user. The Shiwan sighed in admiration. Nearby, several adult men were busily tinkering with experiments, while in the adjacent room an old man was lecturing a dozen or so clever children whom Tuanzong had tricked and lured with false promises. The Shiwan's incongruity stood in stark contrast to them. The knowledge in Da Shiwan's mind far surpassed the ink in the old man's belly, leaving him several streets behind. Thus he could afford to be so leisurely. Detecting host strong desire prerequisite condition Sharingan already met. Congratulations host for obtaining the bloodline limit Sharingan. 1 Tomo. As Da Shiwan's mind wandered, a voice echoed in his head. The pupil and Tomo of the Sharingan in the container were rapidly disappearing. Moments later, Da Shiwan felt a cool sensation in his head. The chakra in his body surged toward his eyes. An uncomfortable sensation like ants crawling over his eyes assailed him. If Da Shiwan could see his own eyes, he would notice that his usual snake pupils had quickly turned crimson. The snake pupils were compressed into a miniature form. A single Tomo was spinning continuously around the tiny vertical pupil, like the earth revolving around the sun. This Sharingan had an extra vertical pupil compared to others. Wow, the system is awesome. As the ant-crawling sensation in his eyes faded, Da Shiwan sensed that something extra had been added to his eyes. So he picked up a piece of transparent glass from the table, found a dark cardboard to block the back of the glass, and fashioned a crude mirror. Da Shiwan admired the Sharingan in his eyes, praising the system in his mind. Then he controlled his chakra, studying how to turn the Sharingan on and off. After a moment, Da Shiwan discovered that by dispersing the chakra in his eyes, the vertical pupils would revert to their original form. When he injected chakra into his eyes, the ant-crawling sensation returned. The vertical pupils compressed into a miniature form, and the background of the pupils turned red. The vertical pupils in Tomo were black, and everything before him became much clearer, with enhanced perception of details. Having successfully activated the Sharingan, he had no time to study the wonderful insight before he deactivated it. After all, he was still in the wolf's den. Although Tuanzong would not stoop to pointless surveillance like Yuan Fei Rijan, the place was crowded and prying eyes were everywhere. That was why Da Shiwan had chosen a corner to avoid being caught playing with the Sharingan. Thinking this, Da Shiwan froze. He saw that the Sharingan in the container had turned completely white. The pupil power and bloodline had vanished, leaving the preserved Sharingan as two pure white eyeballs like white spheres. If not for the faint bloodshot veins, no one would know they were eyes. Wow, what am I going to do now? How do I explain this? Da Shiwan realized the problem was somewhat serious. Then he gritted his teeth, opened the container, and somewhat disgustedly took out the two blank eyeballs, frantically applying various chemicals to them. He attempted to destroy the evidence. Then he would claim that the Sharingan had reacted with some material, thus covering up the secret of the white eyeballs. He could even ask Tuanzong later if he had any more Sharingan. 10+ minutes later, Da Shiwan was sweating profusely. Because quitting time was approaching, and these damn eyeballs still showed no sign of reacting. Thinking this, Da Shiwan's eye sharpened. He threw the two eyeballs onto the ground. Then with his slightly muddy shoes he made intimate contact. He would crush them to pieces and then dispose of the evidence. After all, leaving or entering this place required a thorough check by Tuanzang's trusted men at the entrance. Destroying them was the only way. Leaving them here or carrying them on him would be a disaster if discovered. When the time came to explain why the Sharingan had disappeared, as long as Tuanzong and his men didn't know the secret, he could say whatever he wanted. After all, a one-tomo Sharingan wasn't that precious to Tuanzong. Damn it, why does maintaining the Sharingan also require chakra? Why can I only use it for 45 minutes before my abundant chakra reserves are almost depleted? Night. Da Shiwan lay on the bed. To be cautious and ensure safety, he covered his head with the blanket and activated the Sharingan. He intended to test and familiarize himself with the exceptional dynamic vision and insight under the faint light. This test revealed a problem. He discovered that maintaining the Sharingan also required chakra, so he began timing it. That was the reason for his earlier complaint. After all, in the original story, even Kakashi could casually keep the Sharingan active while chatting with Lightning Cutter. He damn it didn't even have the Uchiha bloodline, so his Sharingan couldn't be deactivated at all. Yet Da Shiwan, who had a complete bloodline limit transplanted by the system, why was he so deficient? If he used ninjutsu, wouldn't he be weaker than Kakashi? Unconsciously, Da Shiwan compared himself to Kakashi. This comparison revealed a serious problem and led to a conclusion. He damn it was even more exhausted than Kakashi. If this continued, the future unit of chakra measurement might become one shi. If that happened, it would be absurd, utterly absurd. My disciple, you want to go out? Go out for what? Yuan Fei Rijan changed his affectionate name for Da Shiwan, looking at the boy before him with furrowed brows. Teacher, I've realized that I'm severely lacking in chakra. I can barely cast a few ninjutsu before I run out of chakra entirely. So I want to go out and see if there's a solution. Da Shiwan spoke half-truthfully. Hearing this, Yuan Fei Rijan said nothing, merely gazing out the window. He took puffs of smoke from his pipe one after another. My disciple, it's very likely that you're too young to refine much chakra, or perhaps your control over ninjutsu is still imperfect. Yuan Fei Rijan said comfortingly. He feared that his disciple might stray onto the wrong path due to such an absurd reason. At the same time, a figure of a woman appeared in his mind. That was Xian Shuehu, whether it was the whirlpool physique or the nine tails. Their chakra reserves were so vast that no matter how hard ordinary people like them tried to refine chakra, they could never catch up. He knew all too well the feeling of that gap. He even saw a reflection of himself in Da Shiwan. Possessing extraordinary talent, learning ninjutsu with ease, yet lacking the chakra to support and showcase that talent. Alright then, you must be careful. Safety is the top priority. A moment later, Yuan Fei Rijan snapped back to reality. He took a deep drag of his pipe and agreed to Da Shiwan's request. He hoped that Da Shiwan would encounter his own opportunity to solve this problem. Of course, this was merely a hope. Even Da Shiwan himself hadn't thought about it. Looking at the whole picture, the only way to increase chakra reserves was the hero's water, but that was poison. He went out to hunt down members of the Whirlpool clan for research, to study the secret behind their abundant chakra. Although he wasn't as clever as the original Da Shiwan, he had read the script and could see further than him. So that's it, you want to go out. In an ordinary room, Da Shiwan stood before Tuan Song explaining that he would be leaving for a while. After all, Tuan Song was now his boss, the one who paid him. Alright, I understand. You are Yuan Fei's disciple, just like my own disciple. Protect yourself well out there. When in doubt, I'll teach you a few guidelines. Tuan Song naturally wished for Da Shiwan to meet with misfortune. At this point, Da Shiwan hadn't yet displayed his research talents. He was merely clever and knowledgeable, so Tuan Song didn't take him seriously. If Da Shiwan died, it would be a severe blow to Yuan Fei, which would delight him. Of course, he wouldn't be the one to wield the blade. What guidelines? Da Shiwan was somewhat puzzled, wondering what old fox Tuan Song was up to. When these questions arise in your mind, I hope they help you. To kill or not to kill. Kill. To save or not to save. Don't save. To run or not to run. Run. Alright, I've said all I need to say. You may go. After speaking, Tuan Song waved his hand, signaling that Da Shiwan could leave. Da Shiwan gave Tuan Song a deep, lingering look. He found these words somewhat interesting. Da Shiwan had originally intended to ask Tuan Song for some money, but Tuan Song's interruption made him forget for the moment. It was only when he stepped out of the door that he remembered. He thought it was no big deal. As a ninja, he wouldn't starve to death. In the evening, Da Shiwan left the gates of Konoha once again. As if leaving the novice village, he used the transformation jutsu and traveled with a merchant caravan. He feared that the Umbu would follow and discover what he was about to do. Also, his previous escape had frightened him. It was better to be cautious since enemies were lurking in the shadows wanting to take his life. Even if the Umbu followed him, they couldn't protect him. By now he had considerable self-defense capabilities. That wasn't referring to himself. With the summoning jutsu, he could safely clear the early stages. Even if he couldn't win, the reverse summoning jutsu would let him escape to Ryuchi Cave and enjoy himself. Or he could summon Xiao Bai, who was still training in the summoning realm. Ordinary ninjas were no match for Xiao Bai anymore. Blue Planet. A man with a robust build, arched eyebrows, half-closed eyes with a hint of a smile, a crew cut, and a small ponytail sat on a sofa. The science of this world is truly remarkable, but there are still many materials I can't access. This nuclear bomb is quite interesting. Heck. This person was the Da Shiwan whose body had been taken over by the transmigrated Chen Que. When Chen Que took over his body, their souls swapped. The original Da Shiwan now occupied Chen Ke's physical body. He had already reached the peak of the Chunin level. His knowledge was also increasing. Late at night, Da Shiwan hurried on his way. After traveling with the merchant caravan a short distance from Konoha, Da Shiwan had already slipped away. The people in the caravan didn't even notice that one person was missing. Now Da Shiwan was continuously moving forward. With his hands behind his back, each leap carried him over 3 or 4 trees. His eyes were somewhat unfocused as he pondered the operational plan. After all, the Sharingan Byakugan and others could be researched later, but the Whirlpool clan was urgent. The current timeline was not far from the time when the Whirlpool clan and the Senju clan would be severely crippled, leaving only a few members. So he needed to gather more experimental materials. He didn't know if he could figure it out, or if the system would be generous. So as he hurried along, he was somewhat distracted. They resumed their journey until 1 or 2 in the morning before Orochimaru finally rested. After all, a shinobi is still human. The body has its limits when it comes to fatigue. The next morning, when Orochimaru discovered some fruits nearby that he recognized as edible, he ate them on an empty stomach for breakfast. While eating fruit on an empty stomach wasn't ideal, it shouldn't cause too much trouble. At worst, it might upset his stomach. This goes to show one shouldn't overthink things. By afternoon, Orochimaru's already pale complexion had grown even more haggard. It served as a stark lesson. Wild berries should not be eaten carelessly. Even if recognized, they should at least be washed before eating. Or better yet, not consumed on an empty stomach. Orochimaru was now suffering a bitter lesson. Every half hour along the road, he would hide behind a tree. Little one, why are you still on the mountain so late? Come down with me. There are wild beasts on this mountain at night. Orochimaru had just finished a battle not long ago. His legs were weak as he began walking. Hours earlier, he had started traveling on foot. Then he heard a gentle woman's voice which startled him. His senses detected a woman appearing not far away. Orochimaru turned his neck, slightly gazing at the approaching woman, his heart stirring. For on her garments was a clan crest, the very crest of the Uzumaki clan. His eyes narrowed. Murderous intent surged within him as he prepared to crush this delicate flower when abruptly his stomach churned with another wave of discomfort, his face turning purple. Wait a moment, I need to relieve myself. The murderous intent faded. All he wanted now was to find a spot. The sunset's afterglow bathed them both. Birds fluttered by and leaves drifted down around them. The woman stood frozen, watching the hunched-over Orochimaru dash away, and couldn't help but smile softly. The scenery around her seemed to bloom with radiance. Unfortunately, the only audience, Orochimaru, was preoccupied with his own business. Little one, why are you here? The two walked along the road. The woman stood half a head taller than the boy, breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Occasionally she would turn around to look at Orochimaru, while walking backwards lively as a little sprite. It was her first time seeing an outsider, and she was overjoyed. I came to the mountain to find some herbs. Orochimaru felt uncertain. He had planned to kill this seemingly ordinary woman after relieving himself. But this woman was surprisingly familiar, pestering him with question after question. Oh, it's getting late today. Tomorrow I'll take you to find them. I know this place well. I come up here often. The woman said warmly after hearing Orochimaru's words. Oh, Orochimaru replied somewhat dismissively. The sky had begun to darken as they arrived at a small wooden cabin. It was then that Orochimaru learned her name, Uzumaki Nanako. Her father had once been a shinobi of the Uzumaki clan who fell in love with an ordinary woman. But a cliché drama unfolded. The man's family refused to accept their union. So her father brought her mother to this remote mountain not far from the land of whirlpools and lived in anonymity. For shinobi always carried enemies from their past. During one trip down the mountain for supplies, her father never returned. Her mother, consumed by grief, passed away 2 years later. From then on, the mountain was left to this girl of barely 11 living alone. My cooking is good, isn't it? Even though it's just some mushroom soup and wild greens. Nanako watched Orochimaru devour the food like a storm, sitting beside him with her chin resting on her hands, big eyes blinking curiously at him as she spoke. It's quite good. After Orochimaru consumed some of the herbs Nanako had gathered, his stomach finally quieted down. An empty stomach warmed by a bowl of hot soup was indeed a comfort. In the dead of night, inside the small cabin, soft moonlight streamed through the bamboo window, flooding the room with silver light. A solitary figure stood beside the bed. Before him lay a worn wooden bed. Upon it slept a woman in peaceful slumber. Living in this world must be painful for you. How about I help you find release? Orochimaru's slit pupils contracted, a cold glint flashing within them. The first rays of dawn crept into the cabin. The girl's fair legs were tangled in the blanket. She groggily rubbed her eyes and sat up. She remembered she had to take her little companion herb gathering on the mountain today, so she couldn't afford to oversleep. With her eyes half open, she dressed herself and washed up. Nanako knocked on the door. Little one, wake up. Big sister is already up. After a long pause, there was no sound from inside. Nanako gently pushed the door open. The room was empty. Instead, there were several bulging burlap sacks, their contents unknown. 2 sheets of paper lay on the table. Nanako froze for a moment, walked over, and picked up the first note. It contained something she could barely understand. Then she picked up the second. Nanako, those sacks contain rice oil and salt. That other paper holds the chakra refinement technique and a few small ninjutsu. This world is not as simple as you imagine. Remember to train diligently. It will give you some means to protect yourself. Don't bring strangers to your home again. Not everyone means well. Chen Que. The paper slipped from the girl's hand and drifted onto the table. Sorrow flickered in her beautiful eyes. She opened the sacks to find 3 full bags of rice along with a generous supply of oil and seasonings. In a nearby village, a villager who rose early to prepare breakfast opened his rice jar to find it completely empty. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. Still empty. He hurried to check his hidden silver, only to discover that just some rice and seasonings had gone missing. He breathed a sigh of relief, then began cursing under his breath. Back in the mountain forest, Orochimaru sat silently by a river, holding a fish he had caught. He was performing surgery on it. A moment later, the gutted fish yielded a large tangle of intestines and organs, which Orochimaru tossed into the water. And so the fish treated by this quack doctor died with its eyes wide open. To console the departed fish, Orochimaru added some rare ingredients. He gave the fish a bath and a massage, preparing to give it a proper spa treatment soon. And a sauna session. Not long after, a wisp of cooking smoke drifted, vanishing into the unknown. Due to his upset stomach from yesterday, Shiwan decided to eat cooked food today, even if it might be dangerous. Yesterday had nearly drained his stomach entirely. The Chinsho clan's compound. Gangsho-sama, this is your younger brother. A person wearing the emblem of the Chinsho clan appeared before Gangsho, holding a child who had just been weaned. Younger brother? I have a younger brother. What about my parents? Why aren't they coming back? Gangsho took the child, staring blankly at the infant in her arms. She then asked softly. The ninja did not reply, but instead turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing without a trace. Outside my village. Underground. A dim room. Tuanzong-sama. Although there were a few ninja protecting them, it was still handled. The man was captured, the woman killed, but the child was seized by someone else, and is gone. Tuanzong sat in the only seat in the room with a ninja kneeling before him. Hearing the ninja's words, a faint joy stirred in Tuanzong's heart. Outwardly calm and composed, he waved his hand to dismiss the underground man. However, just as the ninja stood up and turned to leave, Tuanzong's figure flickered. He appeared behind the ninja. A blade flashed in his hand. The ninja's pupils dilated, a look of disbelief in his eyes. As if he could not understand why Tuanzong, his trusted confidant, would be so ruthless toward him. Tuanzong gazed at the corpse on the ground, then threw the blood-stained blade aside. Someone drag him out and bury him. Remember, do it properly, no slacking. Even after the body was carried away by 2 ninja, Tuanzong still stared blankly ahead. After a long while, Tuanzong came to his senses. A trace of complexity flickered in his eyes. Teacher, forgive me. Rest assured I will protect my well. He took a step. After a moment's thought, he found a mask in the room. Then he put it on. So this is Chinsho Zhujian's son. Tuanzong muttered to himself as he looked at a man in the cage, his hair disheveled, bound by heavy chains. Hearing a sound outside the cage, the man lifted his head slightly. He saw a masked figure. Who are you? Why go to such lengths to deal with an ordinary person like me? This man was none other than Gang Shou's father, the son of Qinshu, Zhu Jian. However, Zhu Jian's son detested war, so he had chosen not to become a ninja and had left the clan's protection. Tuanzong saw those eyes, a flicker of dullness swirling within them. Then he snapped out of it. He turned and left. Though this man had not cultivated chakra, the face, so strikingly similar to Qinshu, Zhu Jian was the answer. He had captured Zhu Jian's biological son precisely to study would release. No one was more suitable. The only flaw was that the child had not been obtained. But after thinking it over, he decided to let it go. That child was the pillar of the Qinshu clan, the prince of my. It was better not to meddle. One experimental subject was enough. Moreover, at this moment his heart was not at ease, ripples stirring in his eyes. After all, the Qinshu clan was his teacher's family. Now he had brought ruin to his teacher's nephew's household. He did not wish for this outcome, but everything he did was for my now lacked the power to stabilize the situation, the means to intimidate the various clans. And would release was that power. Since the Qinshu clan members themselves were not capable, unable to inherit the first Hokage's would release. Then let them become experimental subjects. At this thought, Tuanzang's eyes returned to placidity, cold and terrifying. A person has a heart, and within that heart lies a triangular thing called conscience. Every time we do a bad deed, the conscience turns tormenting the heart, making it bleed. But once we do enough bad deeds, it gets better, because the triangle has long worn down its edges. However, his words seemed to foreshadow the current De Shiwan. At that moment, De Shiwan was crouching on the ground. Before him lay a naked corpse. Beside it was discarded a garment bearing the emblem of the Xuanhua clan. There was no right or wrong. It was simply that this Xuanhua clan member possessed an enviable constitution, but lacked the strength to protect it. And De Shiwan was the one coveting that constitution. After a moment of sensing only a corpse missing its heart remained on the spot. The heart was preserved in a container by De Shiwan. De Shiwan sat on a distant tree. His heart was unsettled. He was not fond of the person he had become, especially the version of himself whose clothes and fingers were stained with blood. System, I want to possess the Xuanhua constitution. De Shiwan said softly, holding a heart in his hand. Detecting the host's strong desire, prerequisite conditions not met. Note: to obtain the complete Xuanhua constitution, you need 100 hearts of ordinary people with the Xuanhua constitution, or 10 hearts of ninja at Chunin level with the Xuanhua constitution initially activated. De Shiwan was slightly startled. His eyes dimmed. The hand holding the container revealed bulging veins. Clearly his heart was not calm. He did not ask why last time a single 1 Tomos Yeluen Yen had granted him a 1 Tomos Yeluen Yen. It was the system, and he was merely the host. He was not the master. There was no room for bargaining. Moreover, he was the beneficiary. He did not want to nag and ask why. He felt this was fine. If he had to research it himself, who knew how long it would take? The heart in the container became shriveled, as if the process were happening simultaneously. De Shiwan took out the withered heart and tossed it aside. One thing was correct: the source of the constitution's power was indeed in the heart. De Shiwan, with blood on his clothes and hands, leaned against the tree and sat on a branch. His bloodstained hand rested behind his head. He looked at the sky, his vertical pupils slightly unfocused. His pale, delicate face wore a lazy expression. There was a hint of melancholy between his brows, and his teeth lightly bit his lower lip. Not long after, De Shiwan jumped down from the tree, his expression calm. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed a dazzling flower blooming at the base of the tree. He paused his steps, which had been about to move forward. He walked over to the flower and crouched down. A moment later he stood up and turned to leave. After a few steps he stopped, then turned back. He lifted his foot and stomped hard on the flower. His shoe twisted viciously. Why am I living so oppressed, and you dare to bloom so brightly? Are you mocking me? De Shiwan recalled that from the moment he arrived in this world, he had been cautious, constantly hiding himself in humility. Imitating the De Shiwan in his memories, he had nearly forgotten his original self. Just now those words were still echoing in his mind. Living has no meaning, yet as long as you live you will discover many interesting things. For instance, you saw that flower, and I saw you. De Shiwan's eyes began to turn bloodshot. I just want to be myself, I just want to have some strength. Why must I be made a butcher? Damn it. You want me to kill, right? Is 100 not enough? I'll kill them all. De Shiwan stood on the ground, eyes bloodshot, his young face twisted with hatred, as if he had unleashed the demon within. The crimson tint in Orochimaru's eyes faded, returning to a placid stillness like a pool of stagnant water. Hunting down Chunin. Though I only need 10, I'm merely a Chunin myself, and their chakra reserves are vast. If the ripples of battle get out of control, and I'm discovered, I might end up paying with my life here too. Orochimaru murmured softly to himself. Step by step he walked toward the village like a walking corpse. Young man, why are you all alone? Where are your parents? You don't look like you're from around here. Are you? At the doorstep of a small wooden cabin a woman began to speak with concern, only for a long sword to pierce clean through her chest. System. Orochimaru called out softly, seeking attention. In that moment, driven by his hunger for power, he had become a slave to strength, an executioner for the sake of a formidable physique. He did not believe he was wrong. The world itself was what lay in error. He only wished to live a better life. In this world, to survive one needs power. For the Second Great Ninja War was fast approaching. In this world he had no allegiance. Orochimaru's pupils were slightly unfocused, yet his steps did not falter. The stench of blood in the village grew heavier. At first, he had only targeted those bearing the clan crest on their garments. And those who discovered him. It had devolved into killing on sight. Who are you? Why do you slaughter defenseless civilians? As Orochimaru's strikes grew swifter and his blade work more practiced, a voice rang out directly ahead of him. The newcomer stood around 180 centimeters tall, his muscles grotesquely bulging. A ninja forehead protector was strapped across his head. Orochimaru slowly regained his senses. He snapped back to reality, gazing at the several corpses lying before him. He paid no heed to the man who towered a full head above him. Instead, he turned and looked back dazed. Everywhere was soaked in blood, with a trail of small, vivid crimson footprints marking his path. The brawny man saw that Orochimaru not only ignored him, but also dared to expose his back to him. It was clear Orochimaru held him in utter disdain. The man narrowed his eyes silently, drawing the long sword from his back. With a slight shift of his feet, he closed the distance to within 3 meters of Orochimaru. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Orochimaru reacted instantly. He lunged forward 2 steps, then leaped high into the air, twisting mid-flight. He landed on his feet, sliding back 20 or 30 centimeters from the momentum. Impressed by Orochimaru's exceptional balance, the brawny man wasted no time charging at the still-sliding boy. Orochimaru watched the man charge at him with a ferocious snarl. His right hand pointed the sword at his opponent. With his left hand by his side, his fingers curled slightly, and a faint blue light flickered to life, rapidly forming into a spinning sphere of energy. The brawny man subtly shifted his grip on the sword, preparing a ninja sword technique. Orochimaru's slit pupils contracted sharply, his irises flooding with crimson as 2 tomos spun wildly within them. The brawny man, carrying the force of his charge and fueled by violent chakra, slammed his sword down at Orochimaru as if it were a club rather than a blade. Grow! Orochimaru's eyes locked onto the man as his lips moved slightly. The Kusanagi sword shot forward, extending rapidly, aimed at a gap in the man's defenses. Taken aback by the sword's bizarre nature, the man's pupils shrank as a blossom of blood bloomed on his shoulder. Yet his body showed no sign of stopping. Orochimaru could clearly see the flicker of pain in the man's eyes, swiftly suppressed. Noting the man's intended landing spot, Orochimaru allowed a faint smile and lowered his sword. Deprived of chakra, the long sword rapidly shrank back to its original size and clattered to the ground. The man's desperate, thunderous blow missed its mark, carving a gaping hole into the earth. Orochimaru's form had already slipped to the man's left, his movements as graceful and unhurried as a dance. Your speed is too slow. He slammed the Rasengan viciously towards the man's forehead. The strike was utterly ruthless. The man's pupils contracted as he registered Orochimaru's agile movements and the sphere of chakra in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his left elbow to block his head. Boom boom. The man's body was sent flying several meters, crashing into a house. Orochimaru showed no hesitation, summoning the sword on the ground and driving it towards where the man had fallen. He would not drag this out. The man lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His left arm was already bent at an unnatural angle. The bones within were clearly shattered. His chakra and his formidable physique had proven utterly futile against that single blow. Hearing the sound of a weapon cutting through air, the man managed to steal a breath before tensing up again. Pushing off the ground with his right hand, he launched himself upright. The Kusanagi sword embedded itself deep into the ground. Seeing his killing blow miss, Orochimaru paused for a split second before acting without hesitation. Another flicker of blue light appeared in his hand, as if drawing in the very wind around them to form an orb of pure air. The man's breathing grew ragged. The sight of the Sharingan in the boy's eyes made his heart sink. Shaking off his thoughts, the man discarded his sword. He grabbed his agonizingly painful left arm, using his right hand's chakra to manipulate the fingers of his now useless limb. Then he began forming hand seals. Twin Fang's banishment. Moments later, 2 spectral mastiffs formed from raw chakra surged toward Orochimaru. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's face at how quickly the man unleashed his jutsu. The Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly. He hurled the Rasengan in his hand at one of the mastiffs. But before he could react, the dissipated hound reformed into a chain that coiled tightly around his arm. The other dog lunged with jaws wide open, ready to tear a chunk of flesh from Orochimaru. The man's hands still locked in seals manipulated both the chain and the beast. The formidable Rasengan in Orochimaru's hand fizzled out. The hound, just as expected, sank its fangs deep into his shoulder. Even with chakra coating his body, it couldn't hold back those deadly fangs for even a moment. Orochimaru's face remained expressionless. A cold, sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and his words sent a chill down the man's spine. Trading 1 wound for 1 life, a fair bargain. The man's eyes darted toward the ruins he had crashed into. The sword that had been embedded in the ground was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that while he had been wholly focused on controlling his jutsu, the sword had already flown out, poised and waiting. And seeing Orochimaru bound by his sealing technique had eased his mind, making him complacent. The man realized the sword must be close, and if he dodged now, he would never have another chance to fight back. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his hands began to shift into a new seal. A long sword pierced clean through his chest. The man felt the strength draining from his body. Clenching his teeth, he formed the final hand seal. Release. His voice was barely a whisper as blood gushed from his mouth. He collapsed face first onto the ground, unable to hold on any longer, dead. Meanwhile, the remaining mastiff began to swell rapidly, emitting a brilliant flash of light. As Orochimaru's eyes narrowed in alarm, it exploded. After a resounding explosion, Shiwan lay on the ground, breathing heavily. His body was scorched all over and his hair was mangled like a dog's chew. The wound on his shoulder, first bitten into 2 gaping holes, was then struck by the blast, causing the flesh to appear necrotic. The Shiwan sat up, slightly blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. His internal organs had also sustained some damage. Clearly his hasty use of chakra to protect himself had not absorbed much of the impact. Most of the force was still absorbed by his body. However, fortunately, every time he killed someone, the system would drain the power from the victim and alter the genetic code within him. It was at this moment that he truly understood the might of the Xuanhua clan. And this powerful clan was destined to perish in the near future. At the thought, the reluctance in his heart quickly dissipated. Since they were all going to die sooner or later, it was better to let him make use of them. The Shiwan struggled to his feet, ready to finish the killing quickly and then flee. The commotion from earlier was quite loud and might have already attracted attention. Just then a man wearing the emblem of the Xuanhua clan appeared before the Shiwan. The Shiwan stared at him coldly, as if looking at prey. Though somewhat intimidated by Shiwan's gaze, the man still walked over, gently drawing closer. Why did you start fighting? So many dead. You're badly injured. Let me take you for treatment. The Shiwan's cold reptilian pupils flickered, feeling a soft warmth envelop his heart. The killing intent gradually receded. He ceased looking at the man and allowed him to approach. The Shiwan stared blankly at the devastation before him, momentarily lost. Die. Just as he was distracted, a voice rang out. The man who had drawn near pulled a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed at the unguarded Shiwan. The Shiwan heard the man's bitter, gnashing voice like a vengeful spirit coming from beside him. He was momentarily stunned. For a moment, he felt a weariness in his heart, unwilling to resist. He even wished that the man would just kill him. He stared blankly at the dagger growing closer, his pupils contracting. Watching the man's ferocious expression as he aimed straight for his heart, Shiwan's yelling yin slowed down the movement, allowing him to see every detail of the man's skin. Like a demon, a long sword appeared, piercing through the man's heart. If I must die, let it be at the hands of someone more handsome. The man collapsed, his pupils unfocused, staring blankly ahead. The long sword fell into Shiwan's hand. He stood up with effort, staggering forward. Living in such a world is also a torment. I will grant you release. Gazing at the villagers who had gathered in small groups to investigate the explosion, Shiwan murmured softly and indifferently. Young man, what happened in the village ahead? Why are you so badly injured? The Shiwan did not reply, trudging forward with difficulty. Sensing that the distance was sufficient. Half an hour later, Shiwan stood outside a village. The blood on his body had not dried, because a fresh layer of blood had been splashed on top. The Xuanhua body has been fully modified. By continuing to hunt, you can develop the Xuanhua body to its peak. Just as the Shiwan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the power within him beginning to undergo a qualitative change, the system's voice rang out. Like a beast opening its bloody maw, revealing its demonic nature. He felt the wounds begin to close slowly, and his chakra had multiplied several times over. I'm tired. I don't want to kill anymore. This time the Shiwan spoke the words aloud. Kid, what happened here? Why are you covered in so much blood? The Shiwan instantly understood the meaning of the tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. He felt his body had recovered somewhat. But facing two at once, he was not confident. Uncle and Ninja came to the village earlier and killed everyone on sight. It was terrifying. I only survived by playing dead among the corpses. The Shiwan blinked, forcing 2 streams of hot tears. As if seeing a family member, he rushed toward the 2 ninjas. The man from the Xuanhua clan was about to ask about the sword in Shiwan's hand and the wounds on his body, but seeing that he was just a child, his heart softened, and he prepared to walk over and embrace Shiwan to take him away. His companion, however, watched coldly. To him, the lives of ordinary people were none of the noble ninja's concern. The ninja, who was slightly crouching, arms open to embrace, Shiwan saw a flash of silver in his pupils and clutched his neck tightly. The comforting smile he had put on for the child froze on his face. Damn it, you're a ninja. His companion was stunned by the scene and charged at Shiwan, trying to block the lightning-fast sword strike for his defenseless comrade, who had no time to react. You killed him. Damn it, I told you that in this world you shouldn't have that pointless kindness. The man stared at his comrade's corpse. The warm smile on his lips was so glaring in his eyes. It was clear that the two shared a deep bond. The Shiwan unhesitatingly activated his Xieluan Yin, relishing the pleasure of his chakra increasing. Too slow, little brother. The Shiwan curled his lips, mocking. He lightly licked the blood off the sword, completely disregarding the ninja charging at him. Watching the ninja close to within 3 meters. The Shiwan squinted one eye while keeping the other open, assuming an aiming posture. The sword in his hand, infused with chakra, was thrown like a shuriken. He had discovered a new game. The man saw the flying sword calm down and dodged by tilting his head. But before he could gloat, the Shiwan charged at him. A blue orb had formed in his hand without warning. The man stared at Shiwan with solemn eyes, raising his sword, calculating how to evade this attack and avenge his comrade without injury, taking Shiwan's head. The Shiwan made no other move, simply swinging the orb toward the man. His other free hand twitched slightly, as if taunting the man to come closer. The man provoked beyond measure by the gesture. Infused powerful chakra into his sword ready to cleave the Shiwan in two. Suddenly a sound of something cutting through the air came from behind him. The man's eyes cleared instantly, and he tried to dodge. But in that moment of distraction the breath he had gathered was released. The blue orb slammed into his chest. The man spun and flew backward. A long sword pierced through him from behind. The man was struck simultaneously by two powerful attacks from front and back. Watching the corpse flying backward now dead, the Shiwan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Though he still had a considerable amount of chakra, his body was exhausted to the limit. Had he not acted so decisively, he would have been the one to die. After all, he was not a member of the Xuanhua clan and did not bear their emblem. It was only because the blood was smeared over him that the two ninjas had not discovered his true identity. If he had not acted, he would have been exposed sooner or later. So it could only be blamed on the ill fate of that kind-hearted ninja who was born into the wrong world. At night, Orochimaru sat on a tree branch. Though he had bathed in the river staining the water crimson, he appeared clean now. Yet he still felt the stench of blood upon him. So he let his clothes remain damp, confronting the weakness within his heart. He let the wind wash over him, gazing at the moonlight, drifting into a hazy slumber as the night deepened. The wounds on his shoulders and body slowly knitted themselves together. Such was the power of the Uzumaki lineage. Whether it was vitality chakra reserves or the body's regenerative abilities, all were awe-inspiring. In the dead of night, he jolted awake from a nightmare. A throng of people accused him, demanding to know why he had slain them, their faces twisted in fury. So in his dream, Orochimaru drew his blade and slew them all over again, until at last his own figure appeared, gazing upon him with profound pity. Why do you look at me like that? We've grown strong now. Before long we won't need to wear masks anymore. We can act freely, do as we please. What's not to love? Orochimaru spoke to his apparition, wounded by its judgment, his voice turning frantic. His phantom merely continued to regard him with pity. After a long silence, the apparition finally spoke. Weakling. Only those two words after such a pause. Orochimaru's face flushed with humiliated anger. How am I a weakling? Look at how strong we've become. A bright future ahead. We have the Sharingan now, and with that ultimate power we've solved our chakra insufficiency too. As we age and acquire other bloodline limits, won't we become the strongest in this world? Orochimaru declared to his reflection. Not we, just you. I would never turn my blade against those weaker than myself. Only the wrath of the weak strikes at those more vulnerable. The fury of the strong is aimed at their betters. Orochimaru laughed at these words. You're the divine within me. The original Orochimaru was merely a skilled escape artist who lived long. In this cruel world, turning your sword on the stronger, they'd end you with a single blow. What are you being so naive about? The second great ninja war is imminent. As the Hokage's disciple, I must go to the battlefield. My talent is far inferior to my predecessors. Am I to be mere cannon fodder or pray for heaven's mercy to survive? The argument ceased as Orochimaru woke. Jolted awake, you could say, by the disgust of his own self-righteousness, unwilling to face that reflection any longer. Hoisting his long sword onto his back, he resumed his journey through the night. He had no further desire to hunt. If any other choice existed, he would never have resorted to such extremes. But he had no choice. With the bloodline secured, he wished to leave this place baptized in blood behind. The abilities could be developed gradually later. Catching sight of the two gate guards again, Orochimaru felt a wave of relief wash over him. No longer would he live in constant dread. The guards, recalling the previous incident, merely gave his pass a cursory glance before letting him through. Master, I've returned. Orochimaru said softly to the man before him. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow, already furrowed, deepened with concern as he felt a pang of sympathy for his student. Welcome back, my student. Rest well. You must be exhausted from these days. After exchanging pleasantries laced with feigned smiles, Orochimaru left the office. Hiruzen's brow remained tightly knit. He had sensed a powerful killing intent radiating from Orochimaru, bloodlust acquired from taking lives recently. A war-hardened veteran like him could spot it instantly. No matter how well Orochimaru concealed it, he had yet to master true control over such aura. Orochimaru himself may not have realized it yet. Shortly after, an Umbu operative slipped out of Konoha's gates. Combined with how Orochimaru had evaded the Umbu assigned to protect him and that pervasive killing intent, Hiruzen Sarutobi, ever concerned for his disciple, took note. After all, Orochimaru was his pride and joy. Merely mentioning him stirred a quiet sense of satisfaction. Pride. A few days away, and you've withered already. Life is so fragile. Have I been too attentive? That without me you simply wilt. He gazed at the carefully tended flower in the pot. Orochimaru murmured softly, then tossed the pot into the trash bin without a second glance. Before long, he lay on his familiar bed and drifted off to sleep. Kill. Kill. Kill you all. Orochimaru muttered in his sleep, his words laced with nightmare. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office not long after, a confidential report reached Hiruzen Sarutobi. It stated that several villages in the land of whirlpools had been massacred days ago, with several ninja among the dead. The scene yielded only a trail of small footprints, some sword marks, and fluctuations of wind nature chakra. Hiruzen took several heavy drags from his pipe. The office became thick with smoke. Orochimaru, what exactly are you planning? With intellect as sharp as Hiruzen Sarutobi's, given such clues, it would be remiss of him not to deduce that the culprit was his 10-year-old disciple Orochimaru. Otherwise, what would be the point of being Hokage? The room fell silent once more. From his drawer he retrieved a scroll that had been written on some time ago. Frowning, he unrolled it. There inscribed were the words, Flying Raijin Jutsu. He glanced at it, and the image of Orochimaru surfaced in his mind once more. He set it down gently, a hint of indulgence flickering in his eyes. A moment later the scent of burning filled the Hokage's office. In the brazier the scroll he had been reading was consumed by roaring flames. His gaze was calm, yet shadowed with unease. His disciple had changed, no longer following the path he had laid out. His plans and expectations would have to be adjusted accordingly. After all, if Orochimaru were to turn rogue combined with the flying Raijin technique, even purging him would become impossible. He could not afford such a liability. Besides, he had yet to decide how to handle the matter. The land of whirlpools was Konoha's ally, and he still couldn't fathom what would drive Orochimaru to such heinous acts. These were matters requiring his investigation and deliberation. For who knows, perhaps someday this emotionally detached disciple might turn his hand against the very village that raised him. That was something he could never tolerate. And so he took it seriously, deciding to observe further before acting. After all, the land of whirlpools didn't know who the true culprit was, and Orochimaru was after all his most beloved disciple. Inside the crystal ball, a young boy sat cross-legged on the bed, refining his chakra. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed affectionately at the figure within the orb. After a moment the scene inside the crystal ball grew heated. Orochimaru opened his eyes and began forming hand seals. A clone remained on the bed. He now possessed the sensory abilities of a Uzumaki body combined with the enhanced perception granted by Sage Mode cultivation. Though he had not yet entered Sage Mode, his perception had significantly strengthened. How could he fail to sense being spied upon? Afterward, Orochimaru cultivated Sage Arts in Ryuchi Cave for a while. He also changed the bandages tightly wrapped around his wounds. Since returning to Konoha, he had wrapped the injuries in many layers to avoid suspicion from Hiruzen. Now he finally had time to replace them. The old bandages were stained with blood. After all, the wound was deep enough to expose bone. Even with his Uzumaki regeneration, it could not have healed so quickly. At the same time, he was pondering a question. Would he contract rabies? After all, a chakra dog was still a dog. Little brother, why are you so severely injured? Shouldn't you have sent Kabi to help you against the enemy? Kabi's combat power is quite capable now. You need not fear, she cannot assist. The White Snake Sage said with affection. Orochimaru felt a warmth in his heart. It's fine, sister. How can one fight without getting hurt? Minor scratches are inevitable. You didn't enter Sage Mode just now. Why not use snake oil to enter Sage Mode? It can enhance recovery. The White Snake Sage said softly. No need, sister. I have only recently grown accustomed to absorbing natural energy without snake oil. If I use it now, all my efforts this past while would be in vain. I haven't trained for several days already. Orochimaru politely declined. Soon after he left the sacred grounds, the White Snake Sage's words had reminded him of something. Sage body. He thought of the sage physique. The Uzumaki clan were distant relatives of the Senju clan. He wondered whether the combined bloodlines of Senju and Uzumaki might trigger a genetic return. Even potentially transforming his physique into a sage body or accidentally awakening would release. Though Orochimaru's thoughts were somewhat naive, it was not impossible. With this idea taking root, having experienced the immense power of the Uzumaki body, Orochimaru found himself barely able to restrain himself. After all, if it required so many people like last time. If he did not act now, the Senju clan would vanish without a trace. And as for the remaining Senju members who had intermarried with commoners, where could he even find them? But this was not as simple as it had been with the Uzumaki. After all, the people of Kazuryu were numerous and prosperous, loving peace. Many refused to become ninja, choosing instead to farm and live quiet lives. It was quite ironic, possessing such powerful talent, yet refusing to cultivate. Thus came the calamity that led to their nation's destruction. Of course, one could not blame them. After all, the more one knows, the less sense of security one feels. Those who know less can live peacefully and happily for longer. After all, how beautiful a word peace is. And Orochimaru had also enjoyed such peaceful times, though that world was equally filled with misfortune. Resource wars, small nations without nuclear weapons faced conflict every day, and peace seemed infinitely distant. How touching. Planet Blue. Before Chen Que sat two computers. One screen constantly scrolled with code. The other played adult videos. Chen Ke's eyes were bloodshot from staring. Suddenly crimson text flashed before his eyes. Calmly, he began typing on the keyboard. Soon a page loaded. Planet Blue is undergoing unknown changes. What is this? Orochimaru had only intended to search for nuclear secrets, but had accidentally stumbled into an information database. Science was becoming somewhat unscientific. Chewing day after day doing the same thing won't solve anything. How about I take you out to play? Recently Tsunade had been busy taking care of her child, her younger brother Senju Nawaki, so she often visited her friend Chewing. I'm in the middle of an experiment. Talk later. Chewing did not even look up as she spoke. Her pen moved, constantly recording experimental data. Tsunade felt somewhat bored. She gently pinched Nawaki's cheeks, playing with him. After all, what was the point of having children if not to spoil them? Wow, how long has it been? You already have a child. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade holding the child and spoke. A glimpse of greed flashed deep in his eyes like a predator spotting its prey, then vanished in an instant. Nawaki saw Orochimaru and smiled. He kept staring at Orochimaru, as if quite fond of him. This left Orochimaru somewhat bewildered. You're the one with a child? People say you get pregnant from kissing, and I haven't kissed anyone, so how could I have a child? Tsunade raised her voice and retorted. Shuani ignored her, so Tsunade took Nawaki for a walk through Konoha. When they passed Orochimaru's house, she decided to drop in and saw him fiddling with something, so she greeted him. Thus the scene unfolded. After hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled. It reminded him of his childhood when he knew nothing and had been thoroughly fooled by others. When watching such scenes on television, he would turn his head away. A trace of nostalgia flowed through Orochimaru's eyes. Then it faded into calmness, before returning to his practiced, thousand-fold rehearsed smile. Then who is this child? Orochimaru asked softly. His mind raced. This is my younger brother Senju Nawaki. Cute, isn't he? Senju lifted Nawaki slightly, as if to display him more fully. Indeed quite cute, Orochimaru said with mild appreciation. But a warning bell rang loudly in his heart. Precisely so. Nawaki would one day become his disciple and die before his eyes. Orochimaru would completely transform, discovering the fragility of life and the pain of parting, vowing to pursue the path of immortality. Of course, this was the experience of his predecessor. Nawaki also served as Orochimaru's rough temporal reference for the Second Shinobi World War. Wah wah. A cry rang out. Little Nawaki began to wail. Orochimaru's heart stirred. What's wrong? Are you hungry? He asked gently. Hungry, my foot, he's wet. The diaper is soaked. I'll be right back. Need to change this troublemaker. Want to come over to my place? I'll introduce you to a friend. Sure, I'm rather bored anyway. A sharp glint flashed in the depths of Orochimaru's eyes. Finally an opportunity to investigate and scout the Senju clan. Tsunade was slightly stunned by Orochimaru's prompt agreement. In the past she had invited him to her home many times, and he had refused every time. She was somewhat bewildered that he agreed so readily this time. She had only been making polite conversation. I didn't realize your family compound was so spacious. Orochimaru's tongue lightly traced his lips like a serpent flicking its forked tongue. Tsunade, oblivious to Orochimaru's expression, led the way ahead. It's passable, nothing extraordinary. Many of our clansmen have integrated into Konoha now, otherwise the scale would be several times larger. So how many shinobi does your clan still have? Orochimaru glanced around, casually speaking in a calm and detached tone, as if merely inquiring without any particular intent. I'm not sure about that. The Senju clan is currently managed by my grandmother. Hearing Orochimaru's question, Tsunade paused for a moment before responding. It was unclear whether she truly didn't know or was feigning ignorance. A name surfaced in Orochimaru's mind, Uzumaki Mito. And a massive fox. The thought of Mito made his heart tighten slightly. Now that he possessed the Uzumaki physique, approaching Mito might expose his secrets. Yunchi, are you free? I'd like to introduce a friend to you. After changing Nawaki's diaper, Tsunade led Orochimaru to the outside of Yunshi's room and called softly inside. Just a moment. A voice like a clear spring reached the ears of the three outside. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, finding it uniquely refreshing, as if it could cleanse and stir the soul. After a long pause, as Orochimaru glanced around, the door clicked softly and slid open. His gaze flickered briefly before settling into calm indifference. Though the young girl, about 10 years old, was strikingly beautiful, rivaling Tsunade's adorableness, she could not perturb Orochimaru's composure. This is my dear friend Senju Yunshi. Orochimaru, he also dabbles in all sorts of strange things. Perhaps you'll find common ground. Tsunade introduced them. Orochimaru's expression remained impassive, but he replaced it with a practiced smile that exuded an air of benevolence. I am Orochimaru, it's a pleasure to meet you. As he spoke, he extended his hand for a handshake, then froze. Such a gesture did not exist in this world. Senju Yunshi, seeing Orochimaru's outstretched hand, was momentarily puzzled. But being clever, she quickly grasped his intent. Senju Yunshi. Their small hands clasped briefly for less than a second before releasing. Tsunade watched with crescent-shaped eyes, amused by the sight. This Orochimaru always seemed so serious, yet now he was already taking liberties with her best friend at their first meeting. A thought of playing matchmaker instantly flashed through her mind. Tsunade mentioned you enjoy tinkering and researching. Is that true? Yunshi shifted the topic. False. I know nothing of research. Orochimaru replied with a faint, unruffled smile. A brief silence fell over the scene. You're lying. I've seen you studying little mice countless times, fiddling with who knows what. Orochimaru, you claim you don't know research. Orochimaru instantly recalled a line. Chong Wei, you still claim you don't know martial arts. He shook off the irrelevant thought. I was studying the reproduction and care of female rats. It's hardly research, more like veterinary work. Yunshi couldn't help but laugh at his response, finding Orochimaru rather intriguing. Tsunade rolled her eyes, leaving the meaning for Orochimaru to decipher. Orochimaru, why did you go to the Senju clan at this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, brow deeply furrowed. In that instant, many thoughts raced through his mind. With Orochimaru's intellect, he had realized his chakra was insufficient. Thus evil thoughts stirred within him. First he planned to study the secrets of the Uzumaki clan, yet inexplicably killed so many. Now he had gone to the Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but suspect that imperceptibly his disciple had completely diverged from him, becoming terrifyingly dangerous. Coupled with Orochimaru's intelligence, he even wondered if everything Orochimaru did was a disguise. Trust once shattered or cracked. Whenever Orochimaru made a slight move or stepped out of his sight, he would suspect Orochimaru was doing something sinister behind his back. At this thought, he felt he needed to have a proper talk with Orochimaru. After all, sighed, "Sensei, did you summon me?" Orochimaru wore a humble smile. If not for his slightly sinister eyes, he could not have been more upright. Especially at around 10 years old, such an adorable appearance was incredibly deceptive. "My disciple, why did you kill so many of the Uzumaki clan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, pressing his aura down upon Orochimaru, opening with a bombshell as if the evidence was conclusive. The smile on Orochimaru's lips froze. His eyes grew vacant, never expecting the matter to be exposed so quickly, catching him off guard. He didn't know that the murderous aura he carried upon returning had betrayed him, combined with a trail of small footprints and the absence of similar incidents in the vicinity directly pinpointing him. His mind raced. Even though he was eloquent at this moment, he became tongue-tied. His heart sank into the abyss. Seeing Orochimaru had no intention to explain, and his warm smile vanished, replaced by cold vertical pupils staring at him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of pain. So it was indeed his precious disciple who had done it. Even if someone showed him a photo of Orochimaru, he would have hesitated, even with irrefutable evidence. Even if he had already concluded his disciple was the culprit, as long as Orochimaru denied it, he would choose to believe him. But Orochimaru's inaction filled his heart with an indescribable sorrow. The cold reptilian gaze, devoid of emotion, made him feel like a failure. After all this time, he had never gained Orochimaru's trust. Scenes of their time together flashed through his mind. Orochimaru had always worn that heartwarming smile in front of him, but now it all shattered, replaced by this cold indifference. What pained him was never the number of people Orochimaru had killed, but that after all these years of raising him, teaching him ninjutsu, in the way of life, he had never earned his trust. Orochimaru never shared his thoughts, keeping him at arm's length like an outsider. This distance and unfamiliarity made him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, as though he could never warm the cold block of ice that was Orochimaru. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's fierce aura recede, his face becoming sorrowful, Deshiwan lowered his head, looking at the office floor. He was speechless. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been genuinely good to him. If Deshiwan had a better talent and physique, he would not have chosen to reveal his fangs and stir up trouble so soon. But in this world there are not so many ifs and buts. He only knew that he had to become stronger, very strong. The strong are free and unrestrained. He didn't believe that anyone on the path to power had never done anything against their conscience or evil deeds. After all, the world's resources are only so many, entirely dependent on mutual plunder, absorbing the essence of others to strengthen himself. So he never felt he had done anything wrong, only that his methods were somewhat extreme. Ninja. To put it bluntly, it's about killing. Even if bandits rape and pillage, what does that have to do with them? They are not police, not law enforcers. They are merely mercenaries who work for money. So killing bandits, under circumstances where they don't know them at all, where the others have never provoked them. Taking money, killing. Only after killing they stand on the moral high ground in the sunlight, making it hard for others to see their true faces. Under the banner of upholding justice for heaven, they take money and do the job. In simple terms, bandits are also people, ordinary people, just bad people. But is there a difference between bad people and good people? Actually, there isn't. For example, we plunder the honey that bees have worked so hard to collect, and then praise the diligent bees. For example, the meat we eat every day, isn't it all bloody? Are they wrong? Their fault is being weak. The strong prey on the weak. Strictly speaking, they are also lives. And there are many animal furs and such. Are they wrong? No. His thoughts gradually retracted. Deshiwan looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. My good teacher, so now are you going to hand me over and let them kill me to vent their anger? Or do you want to do it yourself? Deshiwan revealed a cold smile. He spoke softly, destroying all the illusions in Sarutobi's heart. The Hokage's office became filled with smoke from the pipe Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking. Deshiwan, what exactly do you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he didn't even call him disciple, but called him by his name directly, still harboring a sliver of hope that his disciple was still young, had just been led astray by rumors, and if he could correct himself now, it wouldn't be too late. I want to become very strong, but I am limited by my body, so I want to study the secrets of powerful physiques. At this point, Shiwan had no intention of hiding anything, blurting out nonsense. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Shiwan's words, rage flared up in his heart again. But he still forcefully suppressed it. But human experimentation is against the natural order. Even if you want to research, you don't have to kill so many ordinary people, do you? And just killing people, what can you research? You have become a demon of killing. Do you feel joy in killing, and thus kill for pleasure? Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to analyze Shiwan's inner thoughts, and spoke. No killing, I find it quite disgusting. I only kill to take hearts, to study the truth. Shiwan said subconsciously. Eloquent words without even thinking. Nonsense. Killing people to take their hearts, isn't that the practice of demonic cults? And in such a short time, what can you understand? The Uzumaki clan is our reliable ally. If this is discovered, how do you expect others to think how to handle these social relations? Then a good ally will become our enemy. Once war breaks out, we will be attacked from both sides. At that time, where will we have enough people to defend? And in the village there is the wife of the first Hokage of the Senju clan. If the news leaks, even I cannot protect you. Have you considered that? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Dashiwan's thinking was extremely immature and was disappointed. You are the Hokage, why are you afraid of them? Dashiwan asked subconsciously. Dashiwan's words stirred something in Sarutobi's heart. Could it be that his foolish disciple thought that with him the Hokage protecting him, he could cause trouble so recklessly? The anger in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart dissipated a little. If that was the case, it meant that he was still trusted by Dashiwan. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stopped himself. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the ninja demon Uchiha Madara directly pacified the land of fire and founded Konoha. The second Hokage was supremely talented. He was practically a humanoid ninjutsu creation machine. How powerful the two clans were. Do you think a mere Hokage like me would be seen as important by them? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold glint, and spoke softly. His disciple was smart about other things but too ignorant about the village and other situations. Oh teacher, what's the use of telling me this? How do you intend to deal with me? Dashiwan saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen was starting to digress again. Like a die-hard straight man, he brought the topic back, as if seeking death. Disciple, if you really like doing research, I can agree to it. I can even support you build a laboratory for you. But you must understand, absolutely no exposure, no involvement with Danzo. And if it is exposed, I will pretend to know nothing. You can even research living people, but everything must be done under the premise of not being discovered. Also, if there is anything you can directly tell me, don't hide it from me, understand? His anger gradually subsided. Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly. He thought it's just doing research. What harm is there in agreeing? As long as it's not experimenting on people from his own village, what does it matter to him? Besides, other countries are doing the same things anyway. Hearing such an open-minded Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shiwan was stunned, feeling it was absurd. After all, in the original story, Shiwan was reported for doing live human experiments. Then he was spared by Sarutobi Hiruzen and became a rogue ninja. But here, why is Sarutobi Hiruzen not taking it seriously? Shiwan was bewildered. Then teacher, about the land of whirlpools. Shiwan asked cautiously. Seeing Shiwan in such a posture, Sarutobi Hiruzen was moved. The feeling of being trusted by his disciple and of him coming to him for support and consultation was indeed quite good. Just keep it buried in your stomach. I have already altered your record of leaving the village. From now on, think twice before doing anything and always consider the consequences. And when you do experiments, you can target anyone, but never touch people from Konoha, understand? Otherwise, I cannot protect you. You should know that my position as Hokage is unstable from the start. I ascended by my teacher's decree, pretending to be in tug-of-war with the Senju clan, acting as their tool, and that's how I sat down. Many things must be done gradually, understand? From now on, if there is something you don't understand, come ask me more often. I am your teacher, I will support you with all my strength, we are family. Disciple, do you remember? This time Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely spoke so much to Shiwan, as if chatting with a friend, revealing many secrets. Orochimaru's head was buzzing as he returned. He had originally thought things would become very serious, perhaps even dying in regret. Unexpectedly, this old man was different from what he had imagined. All bark and no bite. This also gave Orochimaru a deeper understanding of what the ninja world truly was. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, smoking a pipe. Staring at the empty space before him, where Orochimaru had just stood, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt much more at ease after understanding Orochimaru's thoughts. As long as Orochimaru hadn't completely decayed, he would not choose to give up on this beloved disciple. After all, he had invested too much. He couldn't bring himself to destroy the talent he had cultivated with all his heart and soul. Orochimaru, I'm back. Just as Orochimaru was refining his chakra, a loud shout came from outside the door. This made Orochimaru pause slightly. The voice was somewhat familiar. With a click, the door opened, and a white-haired young man a few inches taller than him appeared before him. Jiraiya, how did you get so tall? Damn. Seeing the grinning Jiraiya at the door, Orochimaru said in slight bewilderment. He had eaten so much and consumed so many good things to grow this fast. And this Jiraiya. Thinking of this, Orochimaru paused. Then his heart blossomed with joy, thinking that this friend had probably been eating insects for years, especially undercooked ones, which contained a great amount of protein. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya's face first turned green as he thought of some bursty things, then he put on a smug expression. His eyes curved into crescents. Clearly he was overjoyed inside. As long as he was taller than Orochimaru, this bit of hardship was acceptable. That's right, that's right. It's not just my height that's grown quickly, and my strength has also progressed rapidly. Jiraiya covered his white hair and said proudly, like a petty person who got his way. Oh, it seems that in these years you've not only grown taller, but also gotten swollen-headed. Orochimaru chuckled softly, feeling a slight urge to have a fight with this Jiraiya to make him understand who was the real boss. Jiraiya grinned. It seems you've changed a lot too, Orochimaru. I wonder if your strength is as sharp as your tongue. Jiraiya's smile faded. He said in a low voice. It seemed he also wanted to test Orochimaru's caliber. After all, being suppressed by Orochimaru for so many years was unpleasant for anyone. When one had strength, the first thought was of Orochimaru. He wanted to defeat Orochimaru. He wanted to make this so-called genius understand that even someone like him, an idiot, after hard work, could catch up to a genius. Jiraiya, why didn't you tell me you were back? Just then Tsunade appeared nearby holding the young Nawaki. She said loudly. The tense atmosphere in the field instantly dissipated. The two exchanged a smile, feeling a bit awkward. No, I just got back. It's just that my house is close to Orochimaru's, so I came to check on him, Jiraiya said with a smile as he saw Tsunade, who had filled out quite a bit. After seeing toads for years, he suddenly thought Tsunade was so beautiful, like a goddess. Of course, at this moment, any woman appearing before him would give him that feeling. Moreover, Tsunade had been quite pretty as a child. Growing up, she had a different kind of beauty. Oh, Tsunade responded to Jiraiya's words, sounding a little unhappy. By the way, Tsunade, you've become much more beautiful. What's the secret? Jiraiya leaned in, smelling the fragrance on her. This turned Tsunade's face bright red. Oh, really? Tsunade rarely showed a girlish demeanor. As for the Nawaki in her arms, he seemed forgotten. Clearly, Jiraiya knew about Tsunade's situation. And Tsunade, seeing her crush, had cast everything else aside. It was only then that Orochimaru realized Tsunade had indeed become much prettier. Her originally slightly chubby face had slimmed down, becoming more angular. Her eyes were bright and spirited, and something else had appeared in them. Her overall demeanor was filled with heroic spirit. It was indeed quite attractive. Time passed. 2 years later. During these 2 years, Jiraiya was aggressively pursuing Tsunade, learning various seduction techniques. During these 2 years, like Orochimaru, Jiraiya only occasionally went to the sacred place to train. And Tsunade accepted the proposal of the two. She also went to Shikatsu Forest, studied sage arts, and started practicing them. Unlike the original story, Tsunade had a talent for sage arts, and actually practiced them. In the original, she likely had little interest in fighting, and during the Second Great Ninja War, the two men she loved most were taken by war, leading her to develop hemophobia and wander the world. Thus, she didn't practice sage arts. And Nawaki had grown a bit older finally, not needing Tsunade to carry him around every day. On this day, the three of them were like 5 years ago. All three were 12 years old. Their heights were average, all around 1.6 meters. The old man is really something. Why does he always make you the leader? I think I'm not bad either. Why not take turns? This was the first mission the three of them had taken in 2 years, just like the first time. Orochimaru was still the leader. Tsunade slammed a fist onto Jiraiya's head with a thud. Having always had feelings for Jiraiya, she had originally wanted to accept his pursuit and become his girlfriend. But on the day she was about to agree, she discovered Jiraiya's strange habit. This guy actually liked peeping on others. She couldn't tolerate that. After all, she was the princess of the Senju clan. Marrying Jiraiya would already be quite controversial. If Jiraiya's habit got out, it would completely disgrace the Senju clan. So she told Jiraiya fiercely that if he didn't quit this bad habit, he could forget about being with her. As for Jiraiya, he was hard to put into words. At that moment, not only did he not hold Tsunade and whisper sweet nothings, promising never to do it again. Instead, he went against the grain, spouting nonsense about art. As if without peeping, life would lose all drive, motivation, and hope. So their relationship ended up like this. Neither wanted to back down. It was ridiculous. Orochimaru, watching the drama from the sidelines, saw it all clearly. Cut the crap. If you were the leader, would you take us to peep at bathhouses? Tsunade said fiercely, clearly full of resentment. Yet Jiraiya seemed to enjoy this feeling, constantly pushing his luck, making Tsunade angry every day. His way of expressing love was a bit eccentric. Alright, give me some face, stop arguing. This mission we've taken, although just a small B-rank mission. If we mess it up, we'll be back to D-rank missions, pulling weeds and chasing chickens. Orochimaru said with slight anger, and the scene instantly quieted down. This made Orochimaru feel a surge of pride. This face fruit really worked. If I could mess up a B-rank mission, then I, Jiraiya, will never take another mission again. Under Tsunade's expectant gaze and Orochimaru's scrutinizing stare, Jiraiya finally uttered his solemn oath. Tisk, I thought you were going to swear off your bad habits. You've been looking but haven't accomplished a thing. If you'd handled that matter, we wouldn't be slogging through missions like this. Though I admit rank advancement requires a certain number of missions, it's not something I particularly care about. Orochimaru said languidly, his words laden with implication. Jiraiya understood instantly. Images of certain teachers he'd once seen, like by Jeff, flickered through his mind. He was about to respond to Orochimaru, confirming his understanding, when his peripheral vision caught Tsunade's curious expression. He pretended to be utterly clueless. If he actually said it out loud, he and Orochimaru would likely be gently bonked by Tsunade's 100-pound hammer. The mission this time would surely fail. Seeing that neither of them intended to continue the conversation, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tsunade's face. She felt it was rather dull. The atmosphere grew somewhat quiet. Orochimaru also had little interest in speaking. The target this time is a little-known rogue ninja. For a mere amount of silver, he turned traitor and even established a small stronghold, acting with arrogance. Our mission is to eliminate that rogue ninja and, of course, those lost lambs who followed him. We'll show them the fate that awaits those who side with Konoha's traitors. Orochimaru gave an impassioned speech, attempting to fire up his two companions. Damn it, to dare become a rogue ninja. Our Tsunade's grandfather was so wise building this great Konoha, and yet this kind of scum appears. I must teach him a lesson. Jiraiya chimed in immediately. Tsunade the Tsunade that. Clearly, he had nearly mastered the art of flirting. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This feeling of controlling another's spirit was the most exhilarating form of manipulation. Although he knew Jiraiya was just playing along. None of them were simple, all were far from ordinary. Tsunade meanwhile looked at Jiraiya's back with approval. It was a testament to Jiraiya's profound skill, and to the caliber of the one who wrote that art of flirting manual. Damn, the sky looks like it's about to rain. We'd better find some shelter quickly. Orochimaru remarked, observing the rapidly changing weather. Why bother hiding? Let's just call it a day, head to the sanctuary for some fun, and regroup tomorrow. There's no shelter out here in the middle of nowhere. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Jiraiya suggested. Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly. This annoying Jiraiya. Here was a perfect chance to spend time together, and he'd rather play with a bunch of animals than be with her. Orochimaru inwardly gave a thumbs up. Man, it's no wonder Jiraiya is destined to be alone forever. After all, a rainy night was full of poetic charm. With the gentle drizzle falling, two hearts could beat and sync instantly, drawing them closer. Fine, I think that's a good idea. At least the little animals are cuter than Jiraiya. Tsunade pouted, speaking in a fit of pique. Orochimaru smiled slightly, looking at the young Tsunade. She really was quite cute when she was sulking. All right, then it's settled. With that, Orochimaru formed hand seals swiftly. Jiraiya also began forming seals, albeit sluggishly. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, her hands moving quickly through seals as well. However, just as Orochimaru's figure vanished from the spot, Jiraiya abruptly stopped. His hand seals rushed over and grabbed Tsunade's hand. Tsunade, wait. We finally managed to get rid of Orochimaru. You're not going to leave me alone in this terrifying wilderness, are you? Seeing Tsunade's slightly puzzled look, Jiraiya flashed a smug grin. Tsunade burst into laughter. You and your mischievous schemes. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, speaking with feigned annoyance. There was a hint of coyness in her tone. It made Jiraiya's heart thump wildly. Let's build a small wooden cabin nearby. The nights in the mountains are cold, and if we get caught in the rain, we might catch a cold. Jiraiya said with a simple, slightly awkward smile. He was trying to change the subject. The silence between them was too much. He felt he might lose his composure. Let's do it together. Tsunade beamed with joy, her eyes curving into crescents. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. You're so beautiful. Were you serious the other day? If I stopped doing those strange things, would you really be willing to be with me? Jiraiya's eyes darted around, unable to meet Tsunade's gaze. Last time Orochimaru had been there, and his male pride and need to save face had made him act that way on purpose. After all, a real man couldn't let Orochimaru see him as a joke. Mainly, he was also afraid Tsunade had been joking. Like right now, if Tsunade said a single word of refusal or hesitated for more than 3 seconds, he would immediately laugh it off, saying he was just joking. Or, got you, didn't I? I was just messing with you. Jiraiya's heart was a nervous wreck. His heart felt knotted. After 2 seconds, Jiraiya's heart sank. He was just about to end this with a joke. Tsunade bit her lip gently. We can try being together. You were always a good person in my heart, but ever since you came back from training at the sanctuary, I've felt you've become less reliable. And that strange hobby of yours is really hard to accept. So I'm truly sorry. Let's wait a bit longer. At this moment, Tsunade began to hesitate. It was all too sudden. After all, just moments ago, Jiraiya had been teasing her right in front of Orochimaru. If they got together now, who knows what he'd be like. She wanted to see a real change in Jiraiya, although she did have feelings for him. But she felt a lack of security, or perhaps she was just being coy. In short, she wanted to wait and see. Of course, it could also be that she preferred the free-spirited Jiraiya from before, not the one standing before her now. When Jiraiya heard Tsunade's words, his earnest expression instantly broke into a smile. Got you. Did you really think I, the great Jiraiya, would give up a whole forest for a washboard like you? Heh. Jiraiya burst into loud laughter, as if mocking Tsunade. He was afraid she'd feel guilty for rejecting him. In his view, he was a man, what was a little heartache. He felt his fondness for Tsunade growing even stronger. He cheered himself on silently. The great Jiraiya loves a challenge. He just suddenly felt like a drink. Then the two began working on the small wooden cabin, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a hint of avoidance, instinctively keeping her distance. Jiraiya meanwhile wielded his kunai channeling chakra to chop at the tree with force. Suddenly, he stopped. Maybe we should just go stay at the sanctuary for the night. It'll prevent any misunderstandings when Orochimaru returns tomorrow, and it wouldn't be good for your reputation. Jiraiya put the kunai away into his mission pack. He ran a hand through his white hair, flashing a cheerful, toothy grin as he spoke. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Tsunade inexplicably felt a pang of sadness. Okay. The two formed hand seals. The spot fell silent once more. All that remained were the tree Jiraiya had chopped down and the branches and leaves Tsunade had gathered. The next day, Dashiwan performed a reverse summoning and returned. He was a bit puzzled by the traces left behind, but he didn't dwell on it. Just a chopped down tree, some branches and leaves. Dashiwan, you're here so early, quite enthusiastic. Just as Dashiwan was sitting on a branch, staring blankly into the distance. A ripple appeared below, and a voice came. Dashiwan didn't respond, not even a flicker in his eyes. Zilai Yi looked at Dashiwan like this, shrugged, and said nothing more. Instead, he tossed aside the wet, piled-up branches. Soon Gangsho also appeared on the ground. Let's go. Before Gangsho could speak, Dashiwan said coldly. Recently, whenever he had free time, he pondered the data on cell classification in his mind and eyes. He had only memorized this data, not understood or mastered it. With limited talent, he could only study slowly. After all, back when he was studying, these materials were like heavenly books. Watching Dashiwan rush ahead with his head down, Zilai Yi also had nothing to say. Gangsho stayed far behind Zilai Yi. Being too close would be a bit awkward. At noon the three didn't stop, instead, each ate their own dry rations. Sitting apart, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Deshiwan naturally felt this atmosphere, but he paid no attention to it. Right now he only wanted to become stronger with no interest in anything else. Perhaps he was still affected by Xiao Bai's words yesterday. The group arrived at the mountain looking down at several wooden houses below. That's the rebel ninja's stronghold. Judging by the houses, there shouldn't be many people. Let's just go straight in and finish this. Seeing the two waiting for him to speak, Deshiwan said. Hearing Deshiwan's voice, Yi charged up without a word, as if he wanted to vent his frustration through battle. Deshiwan followed closely behind. Gangsho, seeing her teammates so eager, also followed. Boom. The explosive tag left as an alarm by the rebel ninja detonated. No one knew who accidentally triggered it. The three were unperturbed and approached quickly. A man emerged from the wooden house wearing a Konoha forehead protector with a scratch mark. He looked at the three brats rushing toward him. Behind him, one by one, his underlings came out of the wooden houses holding weapons. What have I done to deserve such attention from the village? Looking at the three little kids, the man's eyes were cold and gloomy. He spoke calmly, showing no intention of attacking immediately. You betrayed the village. Deshiwan said flatly. It wasn't me who betrayed the village, it was the village that betrayed me. The man's face showed a hint of sorrow as he listened to Deshiwan. Less talk, prepare to die. Yi couldn't wait any longer. Chakra surged through his body as he charged forward. He wanted to test the rebel ninja's skill. Seeing that Yi had already chosen his opponent, Deshiwan didn't compete for it. He drew the Kusanagi sword from behind his back. He charged toward the group of weapon-wielding underlings. Gangsho watched her two teammates engage, but didn't join. Her gaze was fixed on Yi with concern. She was ready to support them from the sidelines. The rebel ninja sneered as Yi rushed at him. He hurled a handful of shuriken towards Yi. Fast and fierce, Yi showed no reaction. He halted his charge. He formed hand seals lightly. His white hair instantly lengthened, forming a barrier that blocked the shuriken. His current battle creed was pure ferocity. Seeing the enemy stop throwing shuriken, he grabbed a handful from his ninja tool pouch. To avoid further interference, he threw them at the rebel ninja. The rebel ninja drew a short sword from his back. He moved his feet lightly. Shifting his position by a few steps, he dodged the shuriken. Then he accelerated. He charged at Yi. The short sword was coated with a blue chakra blade. It was a chakra weapon. Yi watched the rebel ninja charging at him. His eyes calmly tracked the enemy drawing closer. Without any hesitation, his own body also surged forward. The two clashed in close combat. Yi directly blocked the enemy's wrist with his left arm, then drove his right fist viciously toward the rebel ninja's heart. The rebel ninja, provoked by this aggressive style, pulled his short sword back slightly, then lowered it, and thrust it towards Yi's heart. His left fist guarded his upper body like a brawler. Facing such a ruthless heart-seeking strike, Yi naturally wouldn't just wait to die. Leveraging his small size as both a disadvantage and an advantage, he stomped on a pressure point on the enemy's thigh, nimbly dodged the short sword, grabbed the enemy's blocking hand, spun up like a spiral, and straddled the enemy's neck. He extended his index and middle fingers, aiming for the enemy's eyes. The rebel ninja, caught off guard by this move, was momentarily flustered. The opponent had just been in a life-or-death brawl, and now suddenly used agility to pull this trick. With a cry of pain, without waiting for Yi to make another move, he unhesitatingly fell backward with force. He intended to use the ground's rubble to counterattack. Yi saw this and prepared to leap away, but unexpectedly the rebel ninja grabbed his calf. His falling speed increased even more. Over here, Deshiwan laid the long sword horizontally on his arm, wiping the blood with his sleeve. A dozen corpses lay on the ground, their throats slashed by the blade. Still not fast enough, still too slow. He recalled weaving through the crowd, each strike taking a life. Deshiwan sighed. Then he looked at the rebel ninja falling backward with Yi still on his neck. Deshiwan watched with interest, showing no intention to help. Just as the rebel ninja's body was about to hit the ground, Yi finally broke free. He stepped back and did a somersault, dispelling the momentum. The rebel ninja saw his underlings dead and realized that even one child was this troublesome, with two more watching menacingly. He stood still. He tilted his head back slightly, took a deep breath, and shouted on the spot. Hurry up and act. Don't forget, if I die, you'll get nothing. You're not dead yet, but you're really useless, can't even handle a few kids. A voice suddenly came from the shadows. Then three sounds of wind cutting through the air. Three more figures appeared on the battlefield. They wore masks, concealing their faces. Even their voices sounded strange, obviously deliberately altered. The opposing sides suddenly became numerous and formidable. The three of them converged, facing off against each other. Little ninjas of Muyi, you heard what he said just now. He has something we want. We need to save him. How about we each take a step back? I'll take him away, and you retreat. Let's prioritize harmony. The one standing at the front spoke softly. There was a hint of mockery in his tone, making it impossible to discern how much of his words were true and how much were false. Yet the three of them could clearly detect the sarcasm in his voice. How interesting. A cold smirk curled on Deshiwan's face as he gently licked his lips. It seemed as if he wanted to taste the flavor of the opponent's blood. Little brat, you're quite arrogant. I don't like your current attitude. The weak should know their place. If you crawl between my legs right now, I'll let you all off. How about that? The masked ninja exuded a powerful aura pressing down upon Dashiwan and the other two. Dashiwan's heart sank. The overwhelming pressure from the opponent indicated he was a full-fledged Jonin. Although Dashiwan himself was at the peak of Chunin, there remained an insurmountable gap separating him from a true Jonin. Moreover, in this situation where his full strength could not be unleashed, the identities of the two ninjas behind the opponent remained unknown. The situation suddenly became shrouded in uncertainty. Dashiwan's mind raced. He couldn't be sure whether someone was protecting them from behind this time. After some thought, he concluded that he must rely on himself. Watching the opponent scrutinize them like a cat toying with a mouse. He raised his hand, bit his thumb, and chakra instantly began to flow. With a slight movement of his hand, he completed the simple hand seals for the summoning technique. Come out, Big White. Dashiwan shouted, slamming his right hand hard onto the ground. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Dashiwan stood with arms crossed on top of Little White, his vertical pupils looking down at the people below. Little White had undergone a dramatic transformation. The two small bumps on its head had grown into a pair of tiny horns. Its body length now reached no less than 80 meters with a girth of at least 2 or 3 meters. When it arched its body, it stood at least 7 or 8 meters tall. Except for Zilai Yi and Gang Shou, everyone present was stunned by Dashiwan's display. Although Gang Shou and the others had never seen Dashiwan's summoning beast before, their own summons were similarly massive, so they were not particularly surprised. The opponents, who had only heard of the tailed beast's immense size, had never seen such a colossal summon. Little Snake, why did you call Big Bro out? Little White glanced briefly at the people below, then spoke to Dashiwan. It was a bit cocky. Little White, down there is 1 Jonin, 1 Chunin, and 2 unknowns. Can you handle them? Hearing Little White's arrogant words, Dashiwan stopped calling it Big White, and simply called it Little White. If Little White kept acting up next time, he would have Sister Snake teach this little brat a lesson. Little White seemed to remember something, and dared not boast any further. While Dashiwan and Little White were conversing, Gang Shou and Zilai Yi also bit their thumbs, and formed the grandiose hand seals for the summoning technique. Moments later, 2 clouds of smoke rose again. Boom, boom. A toad slightly shorter than Little White appeared, immediately launching into a verbal tirade. Little Zilai Yi, why did you summon me? Holy crap. A snake. Toad Bunta was so startled, he nearly retreated back to the summoning realm. If it had been a snake smaller or of equal size, he wouldn't have been afraid. He was very brave. But encountering a serpent larger than himself, and a white one at that, made him panic. Bunta, that's an ally. The enemy is the little one down there. Zilai Yi, noticing Bunta's shift from arrogance to fear, pointed downward as he spoke. If he didn't speak up, this unreliable cross-eyed toad might have fled in terror. Gang Shou-sama. Dashiwan is that toad summoned as food. It looks quite delicious. Little White, having forgotten Dashiwan's question, stared at the summoned giant toad, drooling as it eyed the muscular flesh that seemed chewy. That's an ally, Dashiwan said irritably. The trio's preparations took about 20 seconds. However, the opponents, daunted by Dashiwan's pet and his cold vertical gaze fixed upon them, dared not make a move. Even as the 3 colossal beings chatted after their initial appearance. Oh, so how do we fight? Little White asked, looking at the chakra gathering on the opponents with some gravity. How should I know what you're capable of? Just fight however you like. Dashiwan replied with annoyance. Meanwhile, Zilai Yi stood imposingly atop the giant toad. The giant toad opened its mouth and spat out a stream of aged oil like a vintage from 82. Zilai Yi then used his clumsy fire release, manipulating the flames with precision. A column of fire shot toward the ninjas on the ground like a flamethrower. When the oil landed, the true terror of this jutsu was revealed. Gang Shou, as usual, stood guard. Most of the jutsu she knew were medical techniques. She wasn't fond of fighting. Yet her little fist would make a person explode upon impact. Especially with her beloved nearby, she naturally couldn't be unladylike or engage in bloody violence. Seeing the opponents launch a jutsu of such scale, the masked man felt uneasy. He had thought these colossal beasts would engage in close combat, especially since that toad carried a large nodachi. He never expected them to fight dirty from the start. The Jonin made a gesture, and the other 2, along with the rogue ninja from Mu-Yi, dispersed slightly. The Jonin rapidly formed hand seals, his eyes fixed on the incoming jutsu that resembled molten lava. The intense heat drenched him in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from water. His surging chakra faltered, and behind him rose a massive wave attempting to counter that scale of jutsu with water. Sizzle. Water and fire collided, producing a piercing sound. The water surface began to burn as well. It was unclear whether the temperature was so high that it ignited the water, or if the oil spat by Bunta was as flammable as gasoline. The masked Jonin submerged himself in the water, enduring the heat. After a moment, Bunta's oil stream ceased. After all, its gaping maw was huge. It spat like a fountain, but it couldn't store that much oil. Seeing that his ferocious jutsu hadn't eliminated the opponent, Zilai Yi showed a trace of disappointment. The flames gradually died down. The Jonin climbed out of the water, gasping for breath as he lay on the surface. A wave of relief washed over him. Fortunately, the opponent's fire release had stopped it, otherwise his 10-meter-high wall of water would have been boiled alive. Slug. Now. But before he could catch his breath, Gang Shou's voice rang out. Yes, Gang Shou-sama. The slug replied softly like a shy little girl. A large glob of acidic slime shot toward the Jonin below. This was a highly corrosive liquid. Just as the sticky acid was about to land on the exhausted Jonin, a thick wall of earth rose up, encasing the masked ninja. The earth wall was instantly corroded, forming a large hole, but the acid did not reach the Jonin's head. The earth wall continued to grow rapidly. Little White watched the two slightly smaller toads, and the slug, all of whom were simply spitting in combat. Little White fell into deep thought. And Shiwan, seeing Little White lost in thought, also fell into deep thought. Xiaobai, hurry up and go. What are you waiting for? A moment later, Orochimaru saw the masked Jonin had caught his breath. Orochimaru urged him on. Oh well then, here I go. Xiaobai said, his scalp tingling. Orochimaru felt a wave of anticipation. After all, in the original story, the purple snake didn't seem all that impressive. Alright, I'm going in. But do I really have to do it myself? Xiaobai swam forward a little, his vertical pupils scanning the sticky acid below and the disgusting mess stained with toad oil. He asked again, a hint of disgust in his voice. Just go. However you want to do it, just do it. Seeing Xiaobai's cowardly demeanor, Orochimaru said with exasperation. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. Then he let out a mighty roar. Halt! You little thief, take this move from your grandpa. Super Kidney Smash. After saying this, Xiaobai's jaws opened slightly, a vortex formed around his mouth, and the energy within his body poured into it. Orochimaru saw Xiaobai's stance, and a flicker of confusion appeared in his eyes. Kidney Smash. Sounds familiar. Orochimaru grumbled inwardly. However, a moment later, when Sage Art Chakra surged fiercely within Xiaobai, Orochimaru was dumbfounded. He saw a colossal golden Rasengan form in Xiaobai's mouth. Only then did he understand what Xiaobai meant by Super Kidney Smash. What that was. Wasn't this just a Super Rasengan imbued with Sage Art? Also known as the Great Ball Rasengan, a technique even stronger and more destructive than the ordinary Great Ball Rasengan. While Xiaobai soaked in the pond, he was either beside him or bathing with him. He had secretly learned the Rasengan while Orochimaru was training. This was utterly ridiculous. Not only did he steal the technique, but he executed it even better than Orochimaru. This was absurd. Just as Orochimaru was silently adding more chakra to his feet, fearing he'd be thrown off by Xiaobai, and expecting Xiaobai to rush forward and smash the enemy with the Super Rasengan, Orochimaru's eyes widened as he watched Xiaobai compress the Super Rasengan smaller, then sucked it back into his mouth and swallowed it. Swallowed it. Orochimaru was stunned, but a flash of insight crossed his mind as he racked his brain, wondering why this move seemed familiar. Xiaobai seemed to have more in store. He lowered his massive head, aiming at the Jonin. Opening his jaws wide, he unleashed a golden laser cannon several meters thick. Orochimaru's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Forget the fact that he didn't use his body or spit acid. He stole his Rasengan. Fine, he stole his Rasengan. But he used it several levels more smoothly than him. Just as Orochimaru thought, Xiaobai was going to charge in with the Super Rasengan. When he was about to ram the enemy with the Great Ball Rasengan, the Great Ball Rasengan appeared, and then it was compressed. Swallowed by Xiaobai. Just as Orochimaru thought Xiaobai was about to self-destruct, a thick laser cannon shot out from Xiaobai's mouth. Isn't this just one of the ways the Ninetales launches its tailed beast ball? Must he be this flashy? Orochimaru suddenly felt a bit weary. Could Xiaobai possibly be the real protagonist here? And Orochimaru wasn't the only one stunned. The Jonin felt a chill run down his spine seeing Xiaobai use such a powerful technique. Just as he was about to use his strongest defensive jutsu, Xiaobai's move of eating it completely threw him off. Just as he wondered if the giant white snake was going to attack him with a fart, the giant white snake lowered its head, aimed at him, and opened its mouth. Then his pupils only caught a flash of golden light. And then his consciousness ceased to exist. A massive chasm dozens of meters deep and several meters wide was gouged into the ground. The other two masked figures stood there dumbfounded. Then snapping out of it, they drew their swords and swiftly killed the Konoha missing Nin. Then they turned and fled. There was no point in fighting. If the strongest Jonin among them was dead, were they supposed to stay and be buried with him? They killed the missing Nin to prevent him from revealing their information. Meanwhile, Xiaobai smacked his lips. Oh well, this move isn't fully complete yet. It's just that the water was too dirty and I really didn't want to go over there. So I used this incomplete technique. Little snake, the enemies are dealt with. I'm heading off now. Xiaobai said, barely able to close his mouth. Just as Orochimaru was still in a daze about to ask Xiaobai when he had stolen his Rasengan, Xiaobai left those words and slipped away. Orochimaru fell into deep thought. That Xiaobai could use Sage Art didn't surprise him. Whether they use Sage Art or not, it's all to enhance their physical strength. Animals don't have hands and can't perform ninjutsu. Now Xiaobai had managed to steal his no-hand sign ninjutsu, making him far more powerful. After all, the later stages of the Rasengan all require Sage Art as a prerequisite to balance it. Like the Rasen Shuriken, which needs to be thrown, or the Great Ball Rasengan. They are all products of Sage Art. Meanwhile, Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with a defeated expression. He had originally wanted a one-on-one fight. Seeing Orochimaru's summon, he felt his own looked a bit dull in comparison. And Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with a hint of admiration. After all, in this world the strong are respected. And at their age, having a bit of a hero-worshipping mentality was normal. The sound of two summons returning broke Orochimaru out of his reverie. Before he knew it, Xiaobai had become so strong. Should he quickly learn Sage Art himself, and then start learning the deluxe version of Sage Art? Seeing Xiao Bai's laser cannon move made him green with envy. This was something a real man should play with. The destructive power, the cool moves, the graceful motions. He decided to make a trip to the sacred place when he got back. He would teach the theory of other Rasengan variations to Xiao Bai, let that perceptive snake learn them, and then have Xiao Bai teach him. With that thought, Orochimaru silently praised his own cleverness. Right now Xiao Bai was practically a celestial being in his eyes, and a snake he could truly trust. Orochimaru, you're summoned. Jiraiya looked at the daydreaming Orochimaru. He asked weakly, wanting to ask how come when they both had summons Orochimaru's was so outstanding. Tsunade, on the other hand, didn't feel much about it. She thought her slug was pretty good too. Quite practical. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru snapped out of his thoughts. Spend more time soaking in the hot spring with it, talk about life goals, and teach it some principles of being a snake. Then it will train diligently on its own. Just keep practicing, and that's all it takes. Oh, it's already 5 years old, I still need to guide it more. That last move was a bit sloppy. Orochimaru rarely spoke so much. After all, Xiao Bai was hatched by him, like his own child. Now that his child had achieved something, bringing him pride in front of his friends. A little praise and a little criticism here, and there isn't too much, is it? With that thought, Orochimaru felt quite pleased with himself. The usual coldness on his face softened considerably. He figured Xiao Bai must have fled so quickly because he was afraid Orochimaru would scold him for stealing his jutsu, losing face in front of the other animals. The thought made Orochimaru want to laugh. He wasn't like the rest of the shinobi world, holding on to his jutsu so tightly and conservatively. As long as Xiao Bai wanted to learn, as long as he knew it, as long as he had it. Was there anything that wasn't possible? This mission has been nothing but trouble. I'm exhausted. How about we go take a bath together? Jian Er said with excitement on his way back. The Shiwan couldn't be bothered to respond. Jian Er's little scheme was transparent to him. Gang Shou shot Jian Er a sidelong glance. She said nothing. He appeared somewhat reserved. Seeing neither of them respond, Jian Er had no choice but to fall silent and continue the journey. His fantasy of a mixed hot spring could come to nothing. You're back. Looking at his 3 vigorous disciples before him, Yuan Fei smiled gently and spoke. Then Jian Er went on and on, recounting the twists and turns of the mission, hoping Yuan Fei Rijan would raise the mission difficulty. Yuan Fei Rijan refused without a second thought. This was merely their word against no one else's. There was no convincing evidence, not even a witness. What was there to argue about? The Shiwan, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. As the 3 were about to leave, Yuan Fei Rijan spoke up. Master, you've kept me behind. What is it? The Shiwan asked, puzzled. The third said nothing, simply helping himself to a scroll from the drawer. This is a storage scroll containing what you desire. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. If you face any difficulties, we can discuss them together. Do not make hasty decisions on your own. Yuan Fei Rijan handed the scroll to Da Shiwan, speaking with deep earnestness. Understood, master. The Shiwan slowly walked out of the office. A slender snake slipped from his trouser leg. Found a place to hide. It was an ordinary snake, the kind you could find anywhere. The Shiwan had transformed the snake into his eyes. He was preparing to make a move on the scroll of seals. He couldn't wait any longer to strengthen himself. Especially a technique like Edo Tensei. The sooner he learned it, the better. He could then find opportunities to refine it. Though he didn't know if he possessed such talent. But once he had it, who would turn down more ninja techniques? And he was genuinely curious about this technique. After all, it involved life and death. He was already 12 years old. Soon he'd be 20, and after 20 came 30, and after 30 old age approached. He had to hurry. If all else failed, if he could research and master the impure world reincarnation technique, that would be a fallback path as well. At this point, he was growing increasingly unwilling to stay in Konoha. He wanted to travel freely. Truly free, rather than leaving the village under the pretext of missions. The countless warm lights of Konoha were not his home. The vast abyss ahead was his inevitable path. He had long been mentally prepared. Although this adoptive master had even let him conduct experiments. The more this made Shiwan feel that Yuan Fei Rijan was unfathomable. The more vigilant he became within. After all, Yuan Fei was deviating from the original storyline, and that made his heart uneasy. And there were many more uncertainties. A few days later, Tuanzong appeared at Da Shiwan's residence. Da Shiwan, why have you stopped coming to the laboratory? Surely the equipment at my place doesn't satisfy your needs. Tuanzong said softly. Da Shiwan poured him a glass of water and sat opposite him. That Sharingan was ruined. There's nothing left to study. I found it boring, so I stopped going. Da Shiwan said quietly, showing no regard for Tuanzong's face. After all, he felt his wings were growing strong, and behind him stood the sacred land as his backup. If all else failed, he could always retreat to the sacred land, live well, and emerge only when he had become invincible. Tuanzong was slightly taken aback by Da Shiwan's words. I thought it was some major matter. How coincidental. A few days ago, I found another pair of Sharingan. This one has double tomo. Tuanzong smiled faintly and spoke. One couldn't help but wonder what kind of family he came from, picking up Sharingan eyes every time he went for a walk. The Uchiha clan hadn't even noticed, or perhaps these Sharingan had leaked from within the clan itself. After all, they found no use for such junk Sharingan. They simply collected them to prevent others from dissecting their power. Of course, some people under coercion or temptation secretly stole 1 or 2 pairs of Sharingan. That was only natural. After all, not everyone possessed such strong sense of clan honor. I've lost interest in the Sharingan now. No matter how I study it, I can't extract anything meaningful. It's boring. If anyone could have figured it out, they would have long ago. Throughout history, there have been countless geniuses. I can't believe no one has ever thought of this. Dashiwan took a sip of tea and spoke softly. His thumb traced the rim of the cup, his vertical pupils, not even glancing at Tuanzong. He already possessed a Sharingan now, albeit a low-level one, that seemed incapable of upgrading. But the time to study it was not yet right. Has our little genius finally backed down? Tuanzang's tone carried a hint of mockery. He attempted to goad the young Dashiwan with reverse psychology. Not for any grand reason, but simply to pull Dashiwan onto his boat. I'm unclear about something, so I've stopped. Sometimes pausing is compared to moving in the wrong direction, actually a form of progress. Dashiwan rested his hands on the table and responded coolly. Tuanzong was no good person and he had no desire to engage with him too closely. Unless. I was also a few days ago. We found a piece of flesh. We're not sure what it is. But the cellular activity within it is extraordinarily high. Despite being dead flesh that had been separated from the body for over 10 years, it retains remarkable vitality. The key point is after a scholar studied it, they discovered that this piece of meat had been separated from the body for over a decade. What secrets do you think this flesh might hold? After finishing, Tuanzong raised his cup, traced the bottom with his finger, and drank calmly. Then he stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. The bait had been cast. Dashiwan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He made no move to follow, merely gazing thoughtfully at Tuanzang's retreating back. A moment later. Hokage's office. Master Tuanzong came to see me just now. He's trying to pull me onto his boat. I suspect he's gotten his hands on the first Hokage's corpse. Dashiwan's heart sneered coldly. He recounted everything Tuanzong had said to Yuan Fei Rijan. In a game of wits with Tuanzong, he wouldn't get so much as a crumb. It was better to simply call the authorities. In other words, report to his master. Then he would see what Yuan Fei had to say. If Yuan Fei agreed, he would surely find some pretext to procure a piece for him just to keep him from aligning with Tuanzong. If he couldn't get it, then tomorrow these words would reach Gang Shou's ears. If he couldn't get it, Tuanzong wouldn't either. After all, the corpse would never be burned. At most, it would become slightly more difficult to obtain later. He wasn't the original Dashiwan. What was the point of playing games with Tuanzong? Just report him and have him arrested. Then see if Yuan Fei Rijan would be decisive enough to confiscate everything. That would be splendid. In the end, it would all end up in his hands. What was there to share with anyone? He wanted it all. As for being targeted by Tuanzong, the current him had no fear whatsoever. Even if Yuan Fei Rijan turned against him, he was confident he could escape. At that point, he would simply retreat to the sacred land. With the White Snake Sage there, not to mention whether they could even find the place. Even if they could, would they dare to strike? And even if they dared, Dashiwan estimated that in the current ninja world, apart from the aged Uchiha Madara with the Rinnegan and the sealed Kage, no one could match the White Snake Sage. Moreover, they would never go to such lengths over someone as insignificant as himself, Dashiwan. Yuan Fei, what do you want? In the office, Yuan Fei Risen sat at his desk, puffing on his pipe. As soon as Tuanzong entered, he started babbling. Call me Fire Shadow. Yuan Fei Risen didn't even glance at Tuanzong. He said calmly. Tuanzong was startled, his heart sinking slightly. The tone of Yuan Fei Risen made him feel uneasy. He still didn't know what Dashiwan had done, because recently he had been closely cooperating with Dashiwan and had pulled him into his scheme. So he hadn't sent his subordinates to watch Dashiwan. After all, Dashiwan's master was the Fire Shadow, and there might be Umbus secretly observing. He even hoped that Yuan Fei Risen would misunderstand that Dashiwan had a close relationship with him, which would also deal a blow to Yuan Fei, making Yuan Fei stare helplessly. If he sent people to monitor, then Yuan Fei would know that his relationship with Dashiwan was not good. Fire Shadow, what did you call me for? Tuanzong remained calm and decisively chose to yield. If Yuan Fei, who was usually so indecisive, was like this, he himself couldn't be any better. At least he still needed Yuan Fei's support now, and mutual support. Otherwise, finding opportunities in Konoha would be very difficult. Tuanzong, do you still have any respect for me or for our teacher? Yuan Fei Risen crossed his legs, turned around, and looked at Tuanzong. His tiger-like eyes were imposing without anger, giving off a fierce aura. Tuanzong, seeing this good guy like this, felt uneasy. This is serious. Yuan. Fire Shadow, what exactly is the matter? Just say it. We are old comrades, I will definitely support you fully, and I have always respected our teacher. Tuanzong was calm inside. He knew Yuan Fei well, suspicious, gullible, indecisive, appearing as a good-natured person, but actually a wolf in sheep's clothing who loved to play the game of balance. Now Yuan Fei still needed him, so even if Yuan Fei found out what he had done, Yuan Fei wouldn't do anything to him. After all, he was Yuan Fei's right-hand man now. Yuan Fei heard this, but unlike what Tuanzong expected, his expression didn't soften. Instead, Yuan Fei's face flushed red instantly. How dare you mention our teacher? He never had a lousy student like you. Yuan Fei was so angry that his face turned red. He looked ready to fight at any moment. Tuanzang's heart tightened. Yuan Fei was not to be trifled with. His 5-element ninjutsu were like a mobile artillery, which Tuanzong couldn't withstand. Calm down. Is there some misunderstanding? How can you say that about me? We've been through life and death together many times. The teacher even sacrificed himself to cover our escape. How could I ever forget? I often dream of the teacher. In my dreams, he asks me if I'm properly assisting you to become Fire Shadow. Tuanzong emphasized the last sentence, hoping to make Yuan Fei realize how important he was to him now. Yuan Fei indeed calmed down after hearing this. After all, he had few people to rely on now, and Tuanzang's secretly built power was an indispensable force for him. He wasn't moved by Tuanzang's words, but simply thought of Tuanzang's usefulness. You dare to mention the teacher? You said you wanted to restart the research lab. Fine, I agree. What about the Uchiha's eyes? What about the first Hokage, the teacher's brother? Yuan Fei lowered his voice as if afraid of eavesdroppers since this matter couldn't be exposed to light. Now Tuanzang was tied to him. If Tuanzang were caught, he wouldn't benefit, instead others would think he ordered the evil deed. What a pain. Tuanzang heard Yuan Fei's words, his eyes full of murderous intent, then quickly lowered his head to suppress his killing aura. He never expected this matter to be exposed. His mind raced through the people who knew about this. The faces of his subordinates appeared one by one. Finally, Da Shiwan's face came to mind. But one thing puzzled him. He had spoken to Da Shiwan in vague terms, so how could Da Shiwan have known? It was the corpse of Qinshu Zhujian. In the end, he could only attribute it all to Da Shiwan being a genius. As for why he didn't suspect his own subordinates. Because last time after capturing Zhujian's own son, he had tearfully killed his trusted subordinate to keep the secret. He realized that if he kept killing like this, no matter how many subordinates he had, it wouldn't be enough. So he developed the sealing technique, the tongue calamity. He planted a curse on all his subordinates' tongues so that if they tried to speak of secrets, the tongue would be detonated by the spell. It would destroy the brain. Thus that hidden danger was no longer a problem. And because of this, Da Shiwan had directly entered Tuanzang's sight, becoming the prime suspect. After thinking through the reasons, Tuanzang's face turned somewhat confused. Fire Shadow, I don't know what you're talking about. Tuanzang immediately played dumb. After all, Yuan Fei's wings weren't strong enough yet, so he wouldn't dare to break ties with him. Yuan Fei saw Tuanzang's behavior and understood everything. Just as Tuanzang knew him, he also knew Tuanzang too well. Tuanzang was a thoroughly evil man, ruthless and merciless, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. Moreover, he never told the truth, pretending to be ignorant while knowing everything. I won't waste words with you. Do you think everything you did was hidden and unknown? I'll give you half a day. I want to see the first Hokage's corpse intact. Understand? Otherwise, hey, you know what kind of person I am. Don't try to be clever. Yuan Fei risen said coldly, decisively. He didn't want to play with a fool like Tuanzang anymore, feeling a bit weary. Now his greatest ally was the Qinshu clan, who if he offended them, he would be doomed sooner or later. That Tuanzang dared to touch Qinshu Zhujian's corpse at such a critical moment was extremely audacious. Thinking of this, Yuan Fei risen felt a surge of ruthlessness. These clans that trampled on him, he would eventually eliminate them all and completely control Konoha. He would carry out his will of fire and ideology to the end. Now any plan or blueprint he wanted to execute could not proceed at all. These powerful clans, fearing for their own interests, had become the biggest obstacles. They considered themselves lofty and had no foresight. Even though he had secretly won over many small and medium clans, the Rishang clan remained ambiguous and neutral. He was no match for them at all. Oh, Tuanzang responded upon hearing Yuan Fei risen's words, sneering inwardly. As for intact, that's impossible. After all, the rats have gnawed off so much of the corpse. It's definitely not something Tuanzang did. He would just bluff and keep a part for himself. He didn't want to clash with Yuan Fei now. As for Da Shiwan, he had earned Tuanzang's hatred. After Danzo left, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office with a dark expression. To be honest, he had long known about Danzo's theft of bodies. He had intended to turn a blind eye and pretend not to notice. Frankly speaking, if he claimed ignorance of village affairs, that would be the real lie. After all, this village was only so big. If he lacked even that level of awareness, how could he call himself the village chief? He would be no better than the feudal lords of the mortal world. Unfortunately, his disciple Orochimaru was too enthusiastic and had actually done something proper for once. He had reported that villain Danzo. If Hiruzen still pretended to be unaware, he would be caught in a dilemma. What happened in the Hokage's office he naturally did not know of. If he had known, he would have held Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura in a different light. He had still underestimated the two schemers. Of course, mainly because Hiruzen Sarutobi had treated him quite well. He believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi had not yet declined in power and resolve as he had in his old age. Orochimaru, I've underestimated you after all. In a pitch-dark room, Danzo murmured softly. If Orochimaru could see this, he would probably have a complaint or two. Staying in such a gloomy place day after day, it would be a wonder if one's thoughts didn't turn dark. You want to learn medical ninjutsu? In the evening, Orochimaru found Tsunade and explained his purpose. Medical arts were a fine thing, essential skills for both experiments and robbery alike. If he could get his hands on that strength of 100 seal, that would be even better. Yes, I think medical ninjutsu is quite impressive and practical. Orochimaru said softly, a fake smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. It's enough for me to learn medical ninjutsu in our team. Don't worry, if you get hurt, I'll definitely heal you. Tsunade replied softly. She didn't understand what Orochimaru was up to. Seeing Tsunade say this, Orochimaru understood in his heart. Without saying more, he took his leave. He figured Tsunade was too busy with the children and other matters to spare the time. Moreover, they were on the same team. There was no need for both of them to master medical ninjutsu. But in the future, things might not be the same. Walking out of the Senju clan compound, Orochimaru shook his head with a faint smile, thinking to himself. He planned to visit the hospital tomorrow. If it weren't for that thunder god who made his skin crawl, he wouldn't have come to see Tsunade at all. What did your interesting teammate want with you? Yunshi walked out from inside the house looking at the dazed Tsunade and asked softly, "Nothing much. He wanted to learn medical ninjutsu from me, but after I said one thing he left." Tsunade said, sounding a bit puzzled. Yunshi's pupils slightly contracted. Then she looked at Tsunade and said, "There's something I'm not sure if I should say." Tsunade rolled her eyes at Yunshi. "If you're not sure, then don't say it. In front of me, don't pull that should I or shouldn't I routine." Tsunade said with annoyance. "Your teammate Orochimaru is not simple. When you're with him, be more careful. You never know when you might lose your life." Yunshi said softly, her voice somewhat cold. "Huh? What do you mean? What are you thinking? We're comrades." After finishing, Tsunade looked at Yunshi with surprise, never expecting Yunshi to say such a thing. "Don't be naive. When he looks at you, there's no emotion at all, not like someone with comradely bonds. And as for learning healing arts, he's probably doing it for research on living subjects. For those of us who like research, we'd naturally be interested in interesting physiques and bloodlines. Don't tell me he's learning healing arts to heal people. With you as the healer, what need is there for another healing technique?" Yunshi said softly, pondering the unusual aspects of this matter. Just kidding. Don't overthink it. Just be more careful from now on." Seeing Tsunade deep in thought, Yunshi chuckled lightly and dropped the subject. "Oh," Tsunade answered absent-mindedly. She felt a sense of contradiction towards Orochimaru. Born a commoner, yet astonishingly gifted. Even she, the princess of the Senju clan, seemed somewhat dim in his presence. She then shook her head. Tsunade cast the thought aside. "So annoying. Today I want to eat something you cook. I'm so depressed I could die." Tsunade rubbed her stomach, caught up with Yunshi, hugged her from behind, and said. There was a note of coquettishness in it. "Sigh, little white, I didn't learn healing arts, so you'll have to work hard." At Orochimaru's home, Orochimaru sat at the table. His elbows rested on the table, his slender fingers half clenched into fists, supporting his cheeks on both sides. Before him was a small wooden cage. Inside the cage was a disabled white mouse with a strong will. The white mouse lay weakly in the cage. It seemed about to give out. So Orochimaru gave the mouse a humble name, Little White, hoping to keep it going. In the dead of night, Little White finally couldn't hold on and passed away. Orochimaru dug a hole in the small yard and buried Little White in this autumn. As he buried it, he thought of Little White's greatness. He placed a few flower seeds on the grave mound. Let it turn into spring soil to nurture the flowers, to fulfill Little White's greatness. If Little White could speak, would it be moved to tears? Sigh, that child Orochimaru does have a kind heart. He's so sad over a dead mouse in his research and even buried it personally. Hiruzen Sarutobi, feeling a bit bored, picked up his crystal ball and looked around aimlessly. He happened to see Orochimaru's white mouse die. He watched until Orochimaru gently gave the mouse a proper burial. He felt quite moved. Then the view shifted. He looked towards the steaming bathhouse, fearing that a fire might break out there. He saw waves surging scenes. Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face flushed red. Sigh, too fierce. Who told me I'm the Hokage? These are all my people. Then, as if recalling something, the crystal ball's view shifted to an empty clearing. After a moment, the clearing slowly parted to both sides, revealing a stretch of stone steps. A masked figure emerged from within. Before long, Hiruzen heard a knock at his door. Where's Danzo? Why didn't he come? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the man who had appeared in the crystal ball moments ago. Danzo-sama said he has no face to see you, so he didn't come. He had me deliver the items instead. The man knelt on the ground, head bowed, speaking softly. Bring it out for me to see. Hiruzen Sarutobi said softly. Hokage-sama, open it here. The ninja seemed a bit puzzled. If not here, then where? Am I supposed to take it to my house? Konoha. Hospital. Don't hold me back. This person is suffering from senile dementia. A bolt of lightning to the skull will surely cure him. Dear family member, I am an expert. I am a professional. You must trust me. Who kicked me? After a chaotic commotion, a man lay on the ground. Coincidentally, it was the genius doctor who had once tried to strike Orochimaru with lightning, Sangjing Tianliang. Orochimaru's slitted pupils glanced at the man covertly, then he slipped away without a sound. This big shot was not someone he could afford to provoke. He was practically a show-off reincarnated. Sangjing Tianliang brushed the dust and footprints off his clothes. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. Ignorant mortals, none of you can comprehend my divine move. I even had the electricity ready. What poison should I use? This is a method I transcended from the divine book. A figure appeared in Sangjing Tianliang's mind. It was the young and adorable Orochimaru. I'm stuck on the simplest healing technique. How frustrating. Leaving the hospital, Orochimaru looked at the empty streets. The autumn sun no longer as scorching as before. The courage he had barely mustered dissipated instantly at the sight of that unscrupulous Sangjing Tianliang. He wondered how such an unreliable brain specialist was still employed. After a moment's thought, he decided to put the matter aside for now. Pushing the matter out of his mind, Orochimaru wandered around Konoha. He held a skewer of dumplings in his left hand, stuffing his little mouth full. He looked around left and right. After a while, he found nothing interesting. Sleep seemed more appealing. So he headed back home. Orochimaru, Lord Danzo summons you. On the road, he always took home. The surroundings were somewhat desolate. Behind Orochimaru, a masked ninja appeared. An icy voice reached Orochimaru's ears. Not interested. If he wants to see me, he can come himself. The smile that often lingered on Orochimaru's lips vanished. Without turning his head, he said indifferently, He paid no heed to the ninja behind him. Orochimaru's words left the ninja baffled. Danzo had told him to bring Orochimaru back, but hadn't said what to do if Orochimaru refused. Now what was he supposed to do? It left him frustrated and caught between a rock and a hard place. All he could do was watch helplessly as Orochimaru swaggered away. After returning to his room, Orochimaru remembered that he hadn't yet visited Xiaobai. She was a truly powerful ally. "You little snake finally come to see your big sister." Orochimaru had just arrived at the Ryuchi cave. A sweet voice reached his ears. If one ignored the enormous body, it really was quite sweet. "Xiaobai, what are you doing? Why aren't you out playing?" When Orochimaru reached the dragon transformation pool, he saw Xiaobai inside playing with water sprays. Orochimaru spoke softly. Xiaobai shot Orochimaru an annoyed glance, then turned away and continued playing with the water. Orochimaru, watching her, was momentarily stunned. He suddenly remembered that the Raisin Shuriken required wind release chakra and nature transformation. No matter how he looked at it, Xiaobai couldn't possibly produce a Raisin Shuriken. With that thought, he dropped the idea and began today's chakra refinement and sage training. The scenery was beautiful, a perfect place for training. "Yo Tsukumo, you're training too. Youth really feels great." Just as Tsukumo Hatake was practicing his swordsmanship, a man with a bowl-cut head walked by on his hands. As he moved, he spoke. A white sword light flickered in Tsukumo Hatake's eyes, then vanished without a trace. He sheathed his short sword behind his back. Turning around, he saw a pair of feet. "Yamight away." Tsukumo replied softly. Compared to the icy tone he used with others, his voice now carried a noticeable warmth. Maitue flipped lightly and stood up. Dressed in a green bodysuit with thick eyebrows and big eyes, his appearance was somewhat hard to describe. "Have you mastered your ultimate technique? Want to spar?" Tsukumo looked at the other's strong physique and said with some interest. "Sparring. Sounds great. If it were that easy to master, it wouldn't be called an ultimate technique. Figuring it out alone inevitably leads to detours." Maitue gave a thumbs up, flashing his white teeth. "Oh, I'll keep working hard then." Hearing that the others' much talked about ultimate technique was still not mastered, Tsukumo lost interest. Others didn't believe Might Dewey's words, but he did. After all, Might Dewey was the hardest worker he had ever seen. Hearing Tsukumo's words, Dewey was dumbfounded. He had already unwound the bandages on his hands. He was just about to test Tsukumo, a genius who had already become a jonin at such a young age. "You're not mistaken, but I have a mission to attend to. See you later." Seeing Dewey's stunned expression, Tsukumo gave a faint smile. Cold as it was still a smile. By the time Dewey came back to his senses, Tsukumo was already gone from the spot. "Well, I'll be damned. How many times is this? He piques my interest and then runs off." After a long silence, Dewey rubbed his hair and said helplessly, "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Jiraiya slammed his fist fiercely into a tree. A moment ago, he had been sitting alone on an empty patch of ground, studying jutsus. He wanted to devise a technique more powerful than Orochimaru's orb, but after sitting for ages, he had no inspiration at all. That was rather frustrating. Sage mode. Once I master Sage mode, I'll definitely be able to defeat Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, just wait. Prepare to be crushed by this genius's comeback. His face, previously downcast, suddenly lit up with a brilliant smile. He was extremely carefree, but he forgot that he could never truly calm his mind. That was why in the original story he had never succeeded in achieving Sage mode on his own. And there was another point. He forgot. Orochimaru was also training in Sage mode. In other words, even if he succeeded, he would at most close the current gap. If he failed, the gap would widen even further. Truth be told, they didn't truly understand the power of Sage mode. That's why they weren't very diligent. They worked by fits and starts. Orochimaru knew the true power of Sage mode, which was why he trained so persistently. Jiraiya later experienced the might of Sage mode, but he was naturally restless, and as he grew older his bad habits only multiplied. If not for the Toad Sage's prophecy that the child of destiny who would change the ninja world would be his disciple, then Fukasaku and Shima wouldn't have helped him so much. But there were no ifs in this world. Some people were simply that blessed. At night, a small snake slithered along the wall of the Hokage's office. Swoosh. A kunai appeared. The small snake was pinned to the wall. Orochimaru opened his eyes. His slitted pupils gazed into the distance. That was the direction of the Hokage's office. "Master, I want to learn medical ninjutsu. I've realized that life is so fragile. I want to become a doctor to heal the wounded and save the dying." The next day, Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage's office. He began with sheer fabrication. Hiruzen was caught off guard, puzzled by Orochimaru's sudden change of heart. "My pupil, you must understand that one cannot bite off more than one can chew. Besides, as a powerful ninja, you can protect many in the village in your own way." Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke softly, his face crinkling into a chrysanthemum-like smile. The smile on Orochimaru's lips faltered. He was baffled. Why was it so difficult to learn such a simple medical technique? In the world of adults, a lack of enthusiastic agreement was tantamount to refusal. As Orochimaru left the office, a profound look flickered in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. His gaze then darkened with a hint of gloom. "Orochimaru, why are your eyes so beautiful?" A small short-haired child was held somewhat impatiently in Orochimaru's arms. The little one was Nawaki. Orochimaru was a bit puzzled. Despite having a different soul now, why was he still so popular with children? A thought struck him, and a wicked idea crept into his mind. That was to form an entire organization, utilizing his innate charm that attracted brats. Of course Sasuke was the exception, especially one who had betrayed his master. The problem was he couldn't beat his brother. If only he could lure his brother away, and maybe get Shursui as a bonus by one get one free. With that thought, several plans formed in Orochimaru's mind. One was to get in touch with those brats early on. Another was to grow stronger quickly so he could convince them through virtue. It's innate. Why don't you go play with your sister instead of always coming here? Orochimaru said softly, patting the adorable child's head. I don't like playing with sis. She always makes me play dice with her. The little boy pouted, venting his dissatisfaction. A vein bulged on Orochimaru's forehead at this. This Tsunade was being a bit too reckless, just as he was thinking about her. A graceful figure appeared before him. She had blonde hair, simple but high-quality clothes, though regrettably lacking in curves. Nawaki, I told you not to speak ill of others outside. You promised me. Tsunade said softly, her brow slightly furrowed. Hearing her clear voice, Nawaki shuddered slowly, turning his head. Then he quickly turned back and buried his face in Orochimaru's chest. This is an illusion. I must have fallen for that bastard Fugaku Uchiha's Jinjutsu. Nawaki began to mutter to himself. Hearing this, Tsunade's expression shifted, and she pressed her thumb against her index finger, bending it before bringing it into intimate contact with Nawaki's little head. Oh damn it. Nawaki shivered. Cursing under his breath, he had picked up Orochimaru's catchphrases. Tsunade shot Orochimaru a glare as if to say, you're teaching him bad habits instead of good ones. Before I knew it, Nawaki has started school, and I'm already 16. Orochimaru murmured softly, watching Tsunade carry Nawaki away. He was deeply moved. Over these 4 years he had finally mastered Sage Mode. He could now enter it within 5 minutes, and even reduce that to 2. His chakra had also finally reached the threshold of a Jonin, except for his lack of practical combat experience. As for the surprise Hiruzen Sarutobi had promised upon reaching Jonin, it was still nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had simply forgotten due to senility. Snapping back to reality, Tsunade's figure was already gone from his sight. Orochimaru entered his house, closed the door, and sat on the bed in a chakra-refining posture. After a long while, another figure appeared in the room. The Orochimaru on the bed dissolved into a puff of smoke. The real Orochimaru first closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, then took out a green potion from his robes. Hashirama's cells. Fisk, I dare not use them recklessly. I lack test subjects. Orochimaru stared out the window. Hiruzen Sarutobi had hidden the remnants of Hashirama's body in his secret chamber, but Orochimaru had long since discovered it. Using his snakes, he had secretly transported the cells out. Every time he needed them, he would have a snake bring out a small amount, fearing that taking too much would raise suspicion. Because Hashirama's body was the greatest treasure. So Orochimaru could only gaze longingly at the scroll of seals, and the impure world reincarnation technique written on a separate scroll, never daring to touch them. If he did, these treasures would no longer be left unguarded for him to steal. The main issue was that Hiruzen Sarutobi was not to be trusted. He kept spying on him in his lab with a crystal ball. It was only when he was out on missions that Orochimaru could barely scrape together some crude equipment. And it was outdated junk at that. His small laboratory was located beneath his house. After all, the safest place is the most dangerous one. With that thought, Orochimaru's musings came to a halt. An image of a little boy appeared in his mind. He wanted to bestow upon him a great fortune. It was Nawaki, and that fortune was the green vial of diluted Hashirama's cells. Of course, should anything go wrong, the current Orochimaru had no means to remedy it, and he had no idea if there was even a chance of success. After all, considering the little subjects in his lab, they were covered in branches. They had skipped the entire turning into spring soil to protect the flowers process, and simply grew trees directly from their bodies. This time your mission is quite arduous. There's trouble in the land of rain. Your task is to gather intelligence. Since you haven't made many appearances in the shinobi world and your skills have reached a certain level, I've decided to entrust this S-rank reconnaissance mission to you. Remember, if you encounter danger, don't hesitate. Retreat immediately. Life is the most precious thing. At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke softly, his tone heavy. His entire being exuded an aura of solemn resolve. As the three of them left, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office, smoking in a daze. It was clear his heart was not at peace. Something was certainly troubling him. The old man was quite frightening. This mission seems really dangerous. The three of them walked out of the office. Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Orochimaru stared straight ahead. He was just a shadow clone, why should he worry? Let the original deal with the headache. With that, he told Jiraiya and Tsunade to wait a moment. He was going to buy some oranges. He walked to a corner. His figure dissolved into a wisp of smoke. Didn't you go to buy oranges? Where are the oranges? Jiraiya asked curiously, seeing Orochimaru return empty-handed. There damn well aren't any oranges. Orochimaru said crossly. Let's go. This is our first S-rank mission, so let's grab a foothold at the docks first, and try to finish it brilliantly. Orochimaru said crossly, then walked to the front of the team. Always being the captain, and such was too annoying. At that moment, in Konoha village, a young lad was born. He was Minato Namikaze. This also meant that the Whirlpool country was about to fall, because a young man named Nagato was eager to be born and carry the burden. Lord Hanzo, the ninjas from other countries within the Rain country have either been killed in accidents we arranged or captured, a report came in the hall. A masked man sat in the hall beside him, a sickle bound with a chain. Inside his body was implanted a poison sac, which came from a highly venomous Black Mountain salamander. Thus he had resistance to poison, but whenever he breathed, those around him would inhale the toxic gas to avoid affecting others. This mask not only allowed him to move freely in water, but also prevented the spread of poison. It was a dual-purpose mask. Hanzo sat silently in place, saying nothing. He merely waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to leave. Gazing at the guards patrolling 24 hours a day outside, Hanzo smiled with some satisfaction. Then he leaned back in his chair, preparing to rest. A few days later, three figures appeared in a vast mountain range. Not far ahead lay the territory of the Rain Country. The three did not recklessly enter. They were there to gather intelligence, not to kill. Why do you think the old man sent us here? Does he think we're too idle and gave us an S-rank mission to polish our reputation? Jiraiya said, looking at the distant Rain Country. He sat on a tree branch, leaning against the trunk with a somewhat disdainful tone. Tsunade quietly watched the drizzling rain that was largely blocked by the leaves. A curtain of rain between heaven and earth formed a beautiful painting. Orochimaru lay on a branch, soft snoring coming from him. He was asleep. In truth, he didn't need to come out to know what was happening here, so his heart was at ease. At present, the economic development among nations was unbalanced, and each was vying for territorial sovereignty. Soon this would lead to the outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War. The Rain Ninja would be the protagonist of the Second War. First, they would declare war on the Iron Country, the Sand-Hidden Village, and the Leaf-Hidden Village. Then the Rain Country would become the main battlefield. The fighting would gradually devolve into a chaotic melee. So Orochimaru didn't need to think hard to know that the Rain-Hidden Village was now definitely preparing for war, while other countries appeared quite peaceful on the surface. In truth, they were also preparing to stir up trouble. After the failure of the First War, they realized that even with the god of Shinobi and the demon of Shinobi already dead, they still couldn't handle the situation. Among them, the Leaf's ally, the Whirlpool Country, had become their target. Unable to defeat the Leaf, they would go after the weaker Whirlpool Country to weaken the Leaf's strength. Moreover, the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool Country were too monstrous and coveted by many. Whether used in combat or to seal tailed beasts, they were extremely practical abilities. As dusk fell, the drizzling rain finally stopped. In the darkness of night, the three gathered to discuss tactics. Orochimaru was slightly stunned. He realized that without noticing his height had reached 1.79 meters. It was the height of his prime. Tsunade was 1.63 meters. And Jiraiya, damn it, was nearly a head taller than him. Thinking of that beast Jiraiya, who in his prime was over 1.90 meters. Orochimaru felt somewhat puzzled in his heart. Was that exploding bug really that nourishing? After Naruto ate it, he also grew so fast. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Noticing Orochimaru's distraction and his strange gaze fixed on him, Jiraiya shuddered. He softly called Orochimaru's name. Jiraiya had grown much closer to Orochimaru now, because Orochimaru felt that having learned the Rasengan from Naruto was a matter of cause and effect. So he had taught the Rasengan to Jiraiya. Then Jiraiya would teach it to others in the future, so that many interesting things and colors wouldn't be lost due to his own actions. Because now the Rasengan was already tacitly considered Orochimaru's technique, Minato would certainly not study it. This involved issues of stealing techniques and affecting reputation. If Minato didn't study the Rasengan, the technique that complemented the Flying Thunder God would be lost. Jiraiya also seemed to be missing something. And Naruto was practically crippled. All those different kinds of Rasengan, including the ones from the movies, there were far too many. This cause and effect was too strong, so Orochimaru simply taught it to Jiraiya to settle the karmic debt, and also to avoid having Jiraiya chase after him like a debt collector doing nothing else if he ever defected in the future. Let's take it slow. This mission isn't so simple, and there's no time limit, meaning we. Orochimaru said with implication. It means we don't have to rush at all. It's rare to get a mission without a time limit. We should have a good time, forget about the mission. As soon as Orochimaru finished, Jiraiya quickly chimed in. Tsunade's heart also stirred. In her mind, the clinking of silver coins and the rattle of dice echoed. The three exchanged glances. Then they smiled at each other, each with their own hidden agenda. Orochimaru knew what would happen, even roughly the timing, which was why he made such a suggestion. After all, suffering from mosquitoes in the forest was too miserable. Moreover, Hanzo was nearing his prime now. He was terrifyingly powerful. If they encountered him, wouldn't they be throwing their lives away? Most importantly, the opponent was a poison user, disgustingly vile. They only needed to loiter and play around in the vicinity, but eventually they would naturally catch wind of some news. After all, several countries would be involved by then. Orochimaru, however, was unaware that the Rain Country was currently conducting a massive operation to hunt down spies and ninjas. They were preparing to clean up their own territory, resolving internal troubles. As soon as they found a relatively luxurious city, Jiraiya and Tsunade vanished without a trace. Jiraiya was probably taking a bath or observing the people. Tsunade could now enter the casinos. It was like when Chen Que back, then used his ID card to get a membership card at the internet cafe, the first chance he got. Orochimaru, on the other hand, looked around carefully. He was looking for a suitable place to set up a base. Given his current plans, he might not even need to wait until the Third War. He would bid farewell to Konoha. Then the sky would be the limit and he would be free. No longer needing to hide and be cautious. He was tormented by the constant sudden feeling of being watched. It was as if the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had nothing better to do and didn't need to watch the bathhouse. Whenever he thought of him, he would use the crystal ball to check if he was behaving. That was quite uncomfortable. It was like living under constant surveillance. Dashyun transformed into an ordinary-looking young boy and walked along the street. He carried a gourd of wine in his hand. He had found it at a roadside stall. He took an immediate liking to it. Now that he had reached the proper age, he could finally savor a sip of wine. Though Dashyun carried a sword on his back and a wine gourd at his waist, it looked somewhat incongruous. But he couldn't resist his fondness. At that person, Dashyun's face flushed slightly. His first time drinking in this world was thus spent. Dashyun saw ahead a man with a strange appearance draped in a large black cloak and felt a bit puzzled. Images flashed through his mind, matching with celebrities stored in his memory. Holy crap, my financial manager. With that thought, Dashyun did not hesitate and hurriedly chased after him. This Jiaodu was not only powerful in combat, but also a rare talent in financial management. Dashyun eagerly pursued him. Jiaodu's pale green pupils glanced back, indifferently spotting Dashyun, this little ant. He then walked toward a secluded area. Hero, please wait. Just as Jiaodu was about to turn and strike, a voice came from behind. Jiaodu's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He turned his head lightly. Something wrong? Jiaodu said calmly, his green eyes fixed on Dashyun. Dashyun saw that the man before him was indeed the person he had imagined. Joy surged in his heart. You are Jiaodu, the one who fought the god of the shinobi world for 3 days and 3 nights, aren't you? Dashyun suppressed his inner laughter and began to flatter him forcefully. Upon hearing Dashyun's words, Jiaodu frowned slightly. My face is covered, how can you recognize me? Has my reputation already spread across the shinobi world? The first sentence was spoken aloud while the latter was thought complacently in his mind. It's your eyes that betrayed you. Your eyes are like the brightest stars in the night sky. Even if you cover your handsome face, it's of no use. Dashyun suppressed his disgust and spoke without any scruples. Although Jiaodu was quite weak, Dashyun was not necessarily a match for him at the moment. After all, Mingren needed Raisin Shuriken to destroy 2 of his hearts, and it took legendary ninja Kakashi Luwang and other teammates to finish off this immortal duo. Jiaodu heard Dashyun's words and laughed. In the shinobi world, he had never heard such blatant praise. It had to be said, language was an art. Kid, do you have business with me? Since you know who I am, then you should know that if you want my services, you must bring enough silver. Jiaodu looked at Dashyun with appreciation and spoke. No, I don't want to hire you for something. Dashyun shook his head lightly upon hearing Jiaodu's words. Jiaodu's brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. Kid, you know my reputation, yet you dare to come to me without bringing enough silver. Jiaodu said indifferently, his aura enveloping Dashyun, fully displaying the demeanor of a master. Forget it. Considering you are a cute junior, just leave. Next time remember to bring enough silver. Even chatting with me costs money. After all, I make hundreds of thousands per minute. Thinking that Dashyun might be his fan, Jiaodu softened his attitude and spoke softly. Seeing Jiaodu's smug demeanor, Dashyun sneered inwardly. I want to create an organization and would like you to be my financial manager responsible for the organization's funds management, Dashyun said directly. It was enough to leave a good impression on him. Next he would have a fight to show his power. Only then would Jiaodu follow him wholeheartedly. This power did not need to surpass Jiaodu's, it just needed Jiaodu's recognition. It would be best to fight to a draw first to keep Jiaodu around. Later, when he became stronger, he could fully subdue him. Dashyun had a complete plan in mind. Oh. Create an organization. How much capital do you have now? What is the goal of the organization? How many members are there currently? Jiaodu, hearing this young upstart's arrogance, launched a series of soul-searching questions. He considered it as mentoring a junior. After all, this kid at least had discerning eyes. Dashyun, hearing Jiaodu's words, began to think rapidly. Money is nothing. With you here, any amount of funds is easy. As for people, our organization's members are currently causing a stir in the outside world. Let me tell you, just the Mangekyo Sharingan alone, we have several people who possess it. And there's someone who knows how to make paper bombs. What do you think? A wealth of talent, right? Dashyun began to bluff without a blush. He was referring to Yu Jishui and Xiaonan, who hadn't been born yet. Especially Xiaonan, with 600 billion paper bombs. Although many were bought by draining Jiaodu's money, many were also made by herself. After all, paper bombs were so expensive. How could 600 billion paper bombs be bought only? Oh, interesting. You even know about the Mangekyo Sharingan. The organization is indeed full of talent. But kid, are you taking me for a fool? If they had such power, why haven't I heard of their deeds? Eyes like those of Yuzebo Ban, and several pairs at that. Can't you stop bragging? Dashyun's smile froze, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. He had been too busy bragging to consider plausibility. Now he was thinking whether to cover it up or switch to a different mode of boasting. To be honest, I've set my sights on a few talented young men who will definitely awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the paper bomb maker, he has just awakened a paper release. Dashyun prepared to back down a little. Meanwhile, Yuzebo Fuyue, who was just starting school in Konoha, felt a surge of malice. He was only 4.5 years old. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kudo felt somewhat uneasy. This kid was truly a genius. Even better at bluffing than he was. Especially that unflappable demeanor of his. Truly a student who surpassed the master. Kudo himself only ever dared to boast after getting drunk that he once fought the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju for 300 rounds. Watching Kudo still staring at him, Orochimaru was a bit puzzled. Although they hadn't even been born yet, they'd still need to wait a few years for that. But surely this wasn't too excessive of a boast. Yet this complicated look in Kudo's eyes, what was that about? Upon closer inspection, aren't you rather tempted? Orochimaru mused inwardly. Boy, who did you learn this shamelessness from? Kudo said gruffly, watching Orochimaru's transformed eyes dart about. Oh, when I was 10 I encountered an old man who said a surge of spiritual energy rose from my skull, and that the task of saving the shinobi world was entrusted to me. So I trained hard for years and finally. The atmosphere grew tense. Orochimaru was spinning a tale. After all, those won over by charisma were more reliable. Those coerced by force were less so. For if they could be forced under your intimidation, they could just as easily submit to someone else's. Those won over by genuine influence, like Kimimaro, such an obedient boy, were far more dependable. Thus the fierce confrontation Orochimaru had imagined never materialized. Kudo, having wandered alone for years, felt a certain weariness. Encountering an interesting young man, he wanted to chat a while longer, finding it rather amusing. Mainly because he liked Orochimaru's eloquent tone. The words he spoke were pleasing to hear. Before parting, Kudo said calmly, Boy, build your organization first, then come find me. We'll talk then. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Don't try your grand promises on me. Show me something concrete. Orochimaru watched Kudo's departing figure, a sinister smile curling his lips. A prospective member secured. He didn't expect to fully win Kudo over so easily. After all, neither his strength, his funds, nor his ambitions had anything to offer Kudo yet. One couldn't expect someone to simply recognize one's protagonist aura and immediately become a loyal subordinate bustling about at one's every command. That wasn't how the world worked. Orochimaru sat upon the rooftop eaves gazing at the moonlight. A sake gourd rested beside him, and the Kusanagi sword remained in its worn scabbard. He couldn't bear to put the sword in his mouth, so he carried it with him always. His appearance had reverted to its original form. Orochimaru, what brought you up to the rooftop for some fresh air? Tsunade lightly stepped across the roof tiles and sat beside him, casually picking up the sake flask and taking a drink. Hearing the commotion, Orochimaru kept his eyes closed. Then, recognizing the voice, he gently opened them and gazed lazily at the sky. I'm not seeking the breeze is seeking me. Hearing this, Tsunade didn't respond, merely wrinkling her delicate nose. What terrible sake, so awful to drink. Orochimaru smiled faintly at Tsunade's words, but said nothing. At this point, Tsunade still had no burdens of the heart. Only when sorrow came would she realize this very wine was a rare delicacy. Jiraiya or Dan, whom would you choose? Orochimaru paused, inhaling the pure fragrance beside him, and asked softly. Tsunade's beautiful eyes grew dazed upon hearing his question. She then shot Orochimaru a sharp glare with her Byakugan. Jiraiya, I suppose. I've come to realize he's just a playboy, and back in our childhood, I simply couldn't distinguish between love and admiration. It was all a misunderstanding. As for Dan, I felt nothing. If we're talking handsomeness, he wasn't as handsome as you. If we're talking talent, he wasn't as gifted as you. If we're talking warmth, he couldn't compare to Jiraiya. Why on earth would I have fallen for him? Mimicking Orochimaru's posture, Tsunade reclined on the roof tiles, her hand resting behind her head, her eyes hazy, as she gazed at him, and spoke softly. You're drunk. Get some rest. Tomorrow you'll need to go cause devastation. Orochimaru smiled gently, and added, that fiery gaze of yours. I'm still not quite accustomed to it. True. Otherwise, why would I be chatting about this with you? I would have punched you into sweet dreams long ago. Tsunade didn't bother debating whether she was actually drunk. Yeah, then have you clarified the difference between admiration, being moved, friendship, pity, and love? Orochimaru didn't press further. As he felt her intense gaze soften, he asked quietly. Not far away, Jiraiya watched the pair on the rooftop with a lonely expression, then turned and walked away. Young master, would you like tea or alcohol? Jiraiya's long white hair flowed in the wind, giving him an prematurely aged appearance. The red tear tracks stretching down his delicate face added a touch of otherworldly beauty. A real man naturally chooses wine. Enjoying the fragrance on both sides, Jiraiya casually draped his arms around the fair, smooth shoulders of the two women in sheer garments, one on each side. He found a seat and settled in, propping his feet on a modest wooden table, his gaze growing distant. Then he shook his head sharply. Where's the wine? This old man needs a drink to drown these feelings, or I won't be in the mood for anything. Jiraiya's sudden outburst made the two women in sheer garments glance at him curiously. Young master, heartbroken. Came here to drink away your sorrows. The woman on the right covered her mouth and laughed softly, her shoulders trembling slightly. Jiraiya paid no mind to the woman's words. Instead, he gazed at the wine already served on the table. Without waiting for her to pour, he grabbed the flask and began drinking. Truly refreshing. I nearly lost half my life. Swap this for a wine jar. This flask is inconvenient. Wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, Jiraiya said to the woman beside him. Watching the woman leave to fetch the wine, Jiraiya took another sip. Tsunade's image surfaced in his mind, from his childhood memories to the present day. When the wine arrived, Jiraiya tossed a handful of silver coins on the table, grabbed the wine jar, and left. The woman on the right watched Jiraiya depart, reminded of the boy who once belonged to her. But some things cannot be decided by will alone. One can only accept them. I don't know. I've never been in love. How would I understand any of this? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade pondered for a moment. Then she shook her head and spoke. I don't understand either. I was just saying random things. Get some rest soon. Orochimaru picked up the sake flask, took a drink, rose to his feet, and gazed at the moonlight above. With a gesture of his hand, the Kusanagi sword flew into his grasp. His toes barely touched the ground as he departed. Tsunade watched his retreating figure, her drunken, hazy eyes clearing slightly. After returning to the room, Orochimaru gazed blankly into the distance. "Sigh, I'm out of sake. Well, I'll go fetch more. After finishing it, I can have a good sleep." The bustling streets gradually fell silent. A biting cold wind swept through. Clutching his long sword, Orochimaru took occasional sips of sake to ward off the chill and the devouring beast of emotion that lurked in the depths of night. Suddenly, Orochimaru's steps halted. His vertical pupils gleamed with a cold light. "A dark, windswept night perfect for murder, is it? You've been tailing me the entire way. The weather has turned, and it's freezing. Come out quickly, don't freeze to death." Orochimaru leisurely hung the sake gourd at his waist, yet his awareness never wavered from behind. A sharp whistle cut through the air. A kunai coiling like a viper struck toward Orochimaru's wrist. He instinctively sidestepped. The sake gourd tumbled to the ground. The meager remaining wine spilled onto the earth. A deeper chill settled in Orochimaru's gaze as his aura turned frigid. He did not look at the sake gourd on the ground. Instead, he shifted his steps lightly. He slowly turned his body. Upon seeing the approaching figure, he felt a flicker of surprise. The man had short white hair and carried a short sword on his back. Orochimaru felt a vague familiarity with the stranger's face, yet could not place him. "Who are you?" he asked, his gaze falling upon the Konoha ninja headband on the man's forehead. Noting the lack of killing intent in the earlier kunai strike, Orochimaru spoke softly. "Hatake Tsukumo. Orochimaru, as team leader you are this lax and obsessed with alcohol. Do you not value your comrades' lives? Oh Tsukumo, I've heard of you, the top genius of Konoha. You reached the rank of Jonin years ago, your brilliance unmatched. What made you take an interest in my affairs?" Orochimaru spoke softly. A legendary ninja named Kakashi surfaced in his mind. And this man before him was none other than the father of that legendary ninja, Hatake Tsukumo. "I have been shadowing you all along. I know everything you have done. Neglecting your duties, ignoring the mission, wandering about sightseeing instead." Tsukumo gazed deeply at Orochimaru. A sense of disappointment and frustration welled within him. This Orochimaru had once been a genius on par with himself in their childhood. He was even a disciple of the Hokage. Yet over the years his training had been utterly neglected. Now at 16 he had barely reached Jonin-level strength. Simply disgraceful. Especially now reduced to this drunken state, it made him feel as though he were on the same level as Orochimaru. A deeply uncomfortable sense of shame. "Oh, I thought the old man had sent someone to protect us. But how we conduct our mission hardly concerns you, Mr. Tsukumo. If you have nothing else to do, you may return or go back to Konoha. How the mission is carried out is my affair. No need for further questions." Orochimaru showed no courtesy. To put it plainly, Kakashi had been profoundly shaped by Hatake Tsukumo's influence. On the surface, Hatake Tsukumo was a genius basking in unmatched glory. Had he not perished given his reputation and his position as the Hokage's personal attendant, he stood a strong chance of becoming the fourth Hokage. Yet this very genius was destroyed by public opinion, taking his own life in the most cowardly manner. In one sense he was incredibly strong. In another he was weak, easily shattered, utterly fragile. And he was no good father either. His influence on young Kakashi ran far too deep. This was precisely why Orochimaru held no fondness for the man. "The Hokage sent me to protect you. This is my mission. It is also a favor to an elder. Last time I failed to find you and let you suffer. I am sorry." Tsukumo did not respond to Orochimaru's sharp words. Instead he spoke softly. He appeared remarkably magnanimous. "Oh, which time was that?" Orochimaru searched his memory, but found little impression. A subtle unease began to stir within him. "You need not ask further. I came only to tell you. During the mission, take care of your comrades. This is your responsibility. Do not neglect your duties like a drunkard." Hatake Tsukumo did not engage with Orochimaru's words. Instead he spoke with shining, earnest eyes. He hoped to straighten this wayward young sapling before it grew too crooked. "Tsukumo-kun, but I don't really want to listen to you, hee." Orochimaru chuckled lightly upon hearing Hatake Tsukumo's words, and spoke. In fact, he wasn't drunk at all. After all, which drunk person would admit they were drunk? Secondly, he also wanted to test this man's strength. Thirdly, he wanted to see what exactly was wrong with Hatake Tsukumo. A man so powerful, tempered by countless wars, could not be so fragile, not even under the villagers' blame or the accusations of the comrades he had saved. After all, a strong person must have a strong heart to match. "Judging by your attitude and tone, you don't seem to like me very much." Hearing Orochimaru's somewhat sarcastic words, Hatake Tsukumo felt a sense of oddness. He felt that he had never interacted with Orochimaru before, yet this Orochimaru seemed to have a deep grudge against him. "No, I just think you haven't even sorted yourself out, yet you're meddling in others' affairs. I find it a bit dismissive." Orochimaru continued to provoke Hatake Tsukumo. His tone was somewhat infuriating. In Hatake Tsukumo's calm eyes a white sword light flashed quickly, then returned to stillness. He was a few years older than Orochimaru and should be more mature. Seeing Hatake Tsukumo return to his calm state, a deep glint flickered in Orochimaru's vertical pupils. He picked up the gourd of sake from the ground, wiped the mouth of the gourd with his sleeve. Then he tried to pour some into his mouth to see if there was any left. After a moment, Orochimaru held a mouthful of fine sake, a flush appearing on his face. "This sake really good. How about this, let's have a fight." If you win, I'll take good care of my two lovely teammates. If you lose, then go back to wherever you came from. After swallowing the sake, the faint blush on Orochimaru's face faded away. He spoke softly with his back to Hatake Tsukumo. Then he turned around and looked at Hatake Tsukumo, a bit elated and arrogant. Seeing Orochimaru staring at him seriously with his vertical pupils, Hatake Tsukumo's heart stirred. He pondered for a moment. Just as Orochimaru was about to lose patience, Hatake Tsukumo said softly, "Come with me, let's go farther away." The two traveled in silence, leaving the bustling area behind, and entered the mountains. They stood facing each other. "You strike first. If I strike, you've already lost," Hatake Tsukumo said, indifferently, white light flickering in his eyes. Orochimaru felt a surge of battle intent making his blood boil. He casually drew his longsword, then closed one eye as if aiming. He infused chakra into the sword. Just as he was about to throw it, he stopped. Instead, he sat down quietly on the ground and began to absorb the natural energy in the air. Since Hatake Tsukumo told him to strike first, he planned to first refine 5 minutes of natural energy and enter sage mode before fighting. If this weren't a spar, he would have summoned Little White and used a laser cannon. Summoning beasts were also part of one's strength. He didn't care about such formalities. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. Hatake Tsukumo watched Orochimaru sitting cross-legged on the ground, first puzzled, then sensed wisps of unknown energy from heaven and earth entering Orochimaru's body, forming proportions with spiritual energy and chakra separating and merging. It seemed he was preparing some ultimate technique. He had no intention of breaking his word, so he quietly watched Orochimaru. He tensed his body, staring unblinkingly at Orochimaru, ready to meet Orochimaru's techniques at full power at any moment. Everything before me has become so clear. The chakra in my body is several times more active, and my perception has greatly strengthened. Let me test the power of real combat. Every time he entered sage mode, Orochimaru had different sensations. His vertical pupils appeared more lively, like the eyes of a true cold-blooded creature. Watching Orochimaru stand up, his body seemed unchanged, only the purple smudged tear lines deepened a bit. Hatake Tsukumo did not let his guard down. He clearly sensed Orochimaru's current power and the illusion of being watched by a wild beast. It sent chills down his spine. "Then I'll strike without mercy, Tsukumo-kun." Orochimaru's voice lingered in place, but he had already vanished. Only a sonic boom echoed in the air. In the pitch-black forest, visibility was already low, and with Orochimaru's speed, it was as if he had teleported. By the time Tsukumo came to his senses, Orochimaru's fist was already before his eyes. Hatake Tsukumo's pupils contracted slightly. He moved his feet lightly, seemingly slow, yet incredibly fast, giving a contradictory sense of surprise. Orochimaru watched the person disappear before him, spread out his powerful perception. Infrared perception several times larger, combining multiple sensory methods. In an instant, he caught the figure of Hatake Tsukumo. He touched the ground with his toes. A large crater appeared on the ground, formed by Orochimaru, forcibly canceling his inertia and borrowing force. Just as Hatake Tsukumo was about to attack, Orochimaru's figure vanished again. He had no choice but to use the body flicker technique again, widening the distance to give himself room to charge. The white light in his eyes grew brighter. It seemed he was ready to unleash a world-shaking sword strike at any moment. Orochimaru felt his own speed quickly being adapted to his originally brute force. Rushing steps became light and agile. Always dodging is not your style, Tsukumo-kun. Orochimaru looked again toward Hatake Tsukumo's position. The trees before him could not block his perception at all. Hatake Tsukumo was completely exposed in his eyes. "Orochimaru, you're getting arrogant." Just as Orochimaru was a bit careless and preparing to toy with him like a cat with a mouse. In the dark night, a burst of intense white light flashed. A phantom image entered his pupils, fleeting. Orochimaru was startled by this astonishing speed. He quickly bit his tongue hard with his teeth, trying to use the pain to regain his senses. Hatake Tsukumo's speed was like a flash of lightning. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. The sting on his tongue jolted him back to his senses. He marveled inwardly. What a terrifying blade, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. With a light tap of his feet, he sprang backward. His own speed was not to be underestimated. Chakra rapidly gathered in his hand. As Hatake Tsukumo reappeared before him, Orochimaru's vertical pupils locked onto Tsukumo's blade. The sphere he had already formed slammed hard toward Hatake Tsukumo's wrist. Witnessing this, Hatake Tsukumo shifted his body, slightly altering the trajectory of his short blade. Orochimaru's heart sank. Such speed, and yet he could still change his attack route. What a formidable man. Even his dynamic vision, bolstered to a monstrous degree by the Sharingan and sage arts, still couldn't keep up. One could only imagine the despair ordinary people felt when facing Hatake Tsukumo. However, because this was merely a spar, Tsukumo couldn't go for the kill, so his speed was somewhat restrained. He fought with absolute control over his speed. Orochimaru's retreating steps faltered. Unmindful of Tsukumo's charging momentum, he chose to engage at a disadvantage. For if he kept retreating, he would inevitably tire. After all, in the martial world, speed is the ultimate key to victory. The best defense is a strong offense. So with his Rasengan having failed, Orochimaru altered his attack strategy. Seeing Orochimaru begin his counterattack, a flicker of approval appeared in Hatake Tsukumo's eyes. He clashed with Orochimaru once, kicking him back a dozen meters. Then he stopped in his tracks. He didn't pursue choosing instead to give Orochimaru another chance. Indeed, one's reputation precedes them. When I was your age you were stronger than me. But you lack the tempering of life and death battles, so in your current state you are no match for me. Yet I acknowledge your strength. Hatake Sakomo twirled his short blade, creating elegant arcs in the air. He spoke softly. His words were true. At the same age he wasn't as fast, and couldn't possibly have defeated Orochimaru. Orochimaru shook his arm. The earlier punch exchanged with Sakomo's other hand had left it numb. This showed the sheer physical power of Hatake Sakomo. As for the kick he had taken, though slightly painful, it didn't cause much damage. This demonstrated Sakomo's exquisite control over his strength, refined to the smallest degree. For the first time, Orochimaru faced a ninja with such extraordinary speed, and he was at a loss for how to fight him. The key issue was that his opponent wasn't just agile, his strength was also overwhelming. It was as if he had no weaknesses, which was simply absurd. Thinking this, a flash of determination crossed Orochimaru's eyes. A blue light appeared in his hand. A moment later, the Rasengan had formed, but Orochimaru showed no intention of stopping. He wanted to try the giant Rasengan. The small Rasengan was no match for a fighter like Sakomo. His opponent's swordsmanship was eerie, easily slicing through his small, agile Rasengan, leaving him dumbfounded. Hence the idea of using the giant Rasengan had crossed his mind. After all, when facing such an agile opponent, and at a loss for what to do, the best approach is to overwhelm with sheer power. The standard Rasengan began to rapidly expand. A surge of innovative ideas flooded Orochimaru's mind, as if he had achieved a sudden enlightenment. His understanding of the Rasengan deepened even further. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, battle is the best teacher. Ideas flowed endlessly. He could already sense that this giant Rasengan would succeed. In the past it would have failed. Giant Rasengan. Sensing that his sage mode was about to expire, Orochimaru charged at Hatake Sakomo with a meter-wide sphere, unwilling to waste such a rare opportunity. Hatake Sakomo's eyes lit up at the sight of the powerful sphere in Orochimaru's hands. It seemed interesting. It had been a long time since he faced a worthy opponent. He hadn't expected such an opportunity tonight. Gripping his sword, he moved his feet lightly. Affected by the battle, Hatake Sakomo's blood also began to stir. A white chakra blade coated his sword as he slashed toward the giant Rasengan. A sizzling sound filled the air as the short blade made contact with the sphere. The chakra coating the blade clashed with the giant Rasengan. A piercing screech echoed into the night sky, just as the short sword sank halfway into the sphere. Sakomo halted, then, with a light push of his toes, he retreated. The white glow on his sword had dimmed. Seeing Sakomo retreat, Orochimaru felt his tension ease. The giant Rasengan in his hand began to rapidly destabilize. Then it dissipated. He beckoned with his hand. The long sword he had discarded on the ground flew back to him. Catching the sword without hesitation, Orochimaru pressed his arm against the scabbard. He drew the blade while running. The scabbard was flung away by his brute force, disappearing somewhere. The Kusanagi blade, as if aware of its opponent's swordsmanship, let out a soft hum. Well struck. Hatake Sakomo called out instinctively as he watched Orochimaru charge forward, blade in hand, like a berserker. He dashed forward with his own blade. Their swords clashed. Orochimaru felt a slight sense of relief. The worst-case scenario would be not making contact with the enemy's blade, leading to an awkward standoff. But now that their blades met, he could use his brute strength to break his opponent's sword, thus gaining the upper hand. After all, his Kusanagi was a divine weapon. But just as this thought crossed Orochimaru's mind, the power within him began to ebb away. The surrounding environment dimmed slightly. A wave of weakness washed over his body. His sage mode had timed out. However, he paid it no mind. He continued swinging wildly, flaunting his swordsmanship. Hatake Sakomo could clearly see the openings in Orochimaru's defense, yet when he tried to exploit them, he found himself in a dilemma. Because although Orochimaru's sword skills were lacking, his strength was immense, and the speed of his swings was incredibly fast. It felt a bit like a scholar meeting a soldier unable to reason. The battle gradually shifted from a masterful duel of one-hit kills to a different dynamic. Hatake Sakomo was reluctant to see the fight end so soon. So he began to feed Orochimaru's sword techniques, acting as a sparring partner. As Orochimaru's sage mode faded, he pulled his punches. Orochimaru began to feel slightly out of breath, but he didn't mind. If not now, then when to develop the Uzumaki body. Hours later, Hatake Sakomo was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Orochimaru, meanwhile, was swinging each blow with immense weight, having reached his absolute limit. His eyes grew glazed, showing signs of exhaustion and fading consciousness. Yet Hatake Sakomo showed no sign of stopping. He had enjoyed himself today, so now he intended to help Orochimaru enjoy the same. Orochimaru's state clearly indicated he was nearing his limit. At the critical point, it becomes easier to break through one's physical limits. Finally, after another hour passed, Orochimaru's eyes began to clear. A warm sensation spread through his body. The feeling of power surged once more. Hatake Sakomo, whose face had turned somewhat pale, was clearly struggling to hold on. Seeing Orochimaru in this state, he spoke with exasperation. "You've broken through your limits. Stop now unless you want to exhaust me to death." His tone had lost its coldness, now sounding like an old friend chatting. "Oh." Orochimaru sheathed his long sword. "Thank you, Sakomo-kun." Orochimaru expressed his gratitude softly, as he was clear on his debts and credits. "Don't mention it. It's almost dawn. Go wash up and get some sleep. We'll have a drink tomorrow." His legs weak, Tsukumo attempted to use the body flicker technique to leave. After a moment, he found himself still standing in the same spot. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. It turned out his chakra had long been depleted, and his physical stamina was completely spent. The scenery here is quite nice. Let's take a walk together. Orochimaru, noticing Tsukumo's embarrassment, spoke considerately. Alright, I actually have something to ask you. Tsukumo immediately took the out that Orochimaru offered. Truly conversing with a smart person is effortless. You clearly have such outstanding talent, why do you seem so lazy? On the road, Shomao asked Shiwan with curiosity. Alas, sometimes knowing too much and seeing too clearly isn't a good thing either. Hearing Shomao's words, Shiwan uncharacteristically spoke a heartfelt truth in a veiled manner. In the past, he always said what people wanted to hear, playing the chameleon. What is it that you see too clearly? Shomao asked subconsciously. What do you think of mine now and Renjia? Shiwan did not answer, but shifted the topic to something else. In truth, Shiwan had never truly integrated into this world, never felt its beauty, nor forged bonds with its people. Sometimes he felt as if he were in a dream, dazed, like an outsider. Moreover, he had already seen through everyone their true natures through the omniscient perspective he possessed. With this thought, Shiwan picked up his gourd flask, shook it, and heard some liquid inside. He smiled, genuinely happy. Eagerly, he took a small sip. Mai is fine now and Renjia is relatively peaceful. Hearing Shiwan's words, Shomao said subconsciously. You're right. It's fine. Hearing Shomao's response, Shiwan said casually. Many things need to be slowly experienced by oneself, don't try to correct others. I don't know how to put it, but I always feel you're not quite real. Seeing Shiwan's demeanor, Shomao blurted out unexpectedly. Shiwan's action of putting down the gourd paused slightly. Real? What do you mean? Shiwan turned his head, his slit pupils fixed seriously on Shomao. It's like you're ethereal and elusive, and you give off a very fickle vibe. Hard to figure out your purpose and true thoughts. Shomao thought for a moment, scraping together the right words before speaking softly. People have their own minds. Fickleness is just making different choices when facing different problems. My purpose? I have one. To become stronger. As for my thoughts, I haven't even figured myself out yet. Shiwan replied softly. He knew all too well that this was problematic, that it would eventually drive him mad. But he had no choice. Heavier the crown, heavier the burden. He knew how dangerous Renjia was, knew its darkness. Thus, everything he did, including the process, was guided by the omniscient perspective. With the omniscient perspective, he would enhance his strength as much as possible, making choices that benefited him. With the omniscient perspective, he would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. He was indifferent to emotions. With the omniscient perspective, he was like a god. Emotionless. Shomao listened to Shiwan's confusion, falling into silence. He himself was no less lost. He wanted his swordsmanship to be unmatched, to revive his clan, to make Mai better. But he could only dream. Ahead lay endless darkness, confusion, and helplessness. He didn't even know if his current direction was right or wrong. Seeing that Shomao beside him had grown melancholic because of his words, a trace of frustration flickered into Shiwan's eyes. Indeed, late at night, this kind of atmosphere was too devastating. But he was quite happy. 9 years since he came to this world. For the first time, he had a friend to talk heart to heart. Someone to share thoughts with. Though the topics weren't deep, it was still better than bottling everything up. By the way, what happened with your mission? You went to the border of your country, and then turned back. The fog in his eyes clearing, a lucid Shomao inquired. This mission has no time limit. Why rush? Life comes first. Shiwan glanced lightly at Shomao, a faint smile playing on his lips meaningfully. Unlike his usual practiced fake smile, there was a touch more sincerity. Well, then I won't ask. We're here. Wash up and sleep. Let's drink together sometime. Just as he was about to say more, he saw the bustling scene ahead. Shomao stopped. He bid farewell. Shiwan walked ahead. Without looking back, he waved a hand to show he understood. Now his only thought was to refill his gourd. Ever since he started drinking, his mind had become even more chaotic. It was a tangled mess. He needed some alcohol to numb himself. If he got drunk, he would use his chakra to break down the alcohol. He liked the feeling of being half drunk, not fully sober. He didn't want to become a drunkard. Drowning sorrows in wine is the act of a coward. He would use alcohol to anesthetize himself, drink just enough to be tipsy, and keep his mind clear to accept all the negative emotions that came. I hope you won't appear in my dreams tonight. Especially you. Shiwan lay on the bed, recalling the version of himself that always appeared in his dreams, looking at him with that irritating gaze. Shiwan stared blankly at the ceiling with his slit pupils. He whispered softly, then closed his eyes and began to sleep. Good night, Makabaka. When Orochimaru woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He washed up casually, then noticed that his two companions had already gone out to play. Orochimaru ordered some food and began eating in his room. Before long, another figure appeared in the room. Yo, isn't this Orochimaru? Haven't seen you in a few hours and you already look so down. Came Tsukumo's voice. A smile curled at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. He handed Tsukumo a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. Eat with me. Eating alone is quite boring. Orochimaru said softly. Tsukumo took the bowl and chopsticks without a second thought. Whether it's me or you, haven't we both been through this since childhood? Your teammate relations seem to be even worse than mine. Tsukumo said softly. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. They're too immature, we can't see eye to eye. Orochimaru didn't argue, only said softly. True enough. Geniuses like us carry too much burden. What about some sake? Give me some. Tsukumo said with feeling, then asked for alcohol. It was clear that Tsukumo drank occasionally in his daily life. But he never drank during missions. He handled that well. You are you and I am me. I would never be fettered by such vanity. Orochimaru picked up a piece of meat and savored it. Tsukumo also had a piece. He poured a cup of sake and took a light sip. If only I could be as carefree as you. Tsukumo said somewhat gloomily. Carefree my ass. By the way, how did you know I started eating? Don't you sleep? Are you hiding in the shadows, secretly watching me? Orochimaru said blandly, then joked. He had become much more cheerful. Bullshit, I live upstairs. Eating alone is boring. How could I be secretly watching you? At most I just sense you. Tsukumo was also a bit flustered. Perhaps he had never met a genius like him that he could actually talk to. Talking with ordinary people never had any topics in common. Others always looked at him with strange eyes, worship, envy, jealousy. So finding people to talk to was rare. And he himself had his own pride. Ordinary people couldn't catch his eye. How about it? Want to spar? After the meal, Tsukumo suggested. Orochimaru looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't expect Tsukumo to be such a battle maniac. But he was also excited inside. He loved fighting too, loved the feeling of growing stronger. And the feeling of savoring the fruits of years of hard work. Do you need to meditate for a few minutes before every fight? Watching Orochimaru sit cross-legged on the ground, as usual, Tsukumo asked curiously. Orochimaru felt a bit frustrated. But he didn't bother to respond. Refining natural energy required complete concentration. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Tsukumo saw that Orochimaru was ignoring him, thought for a moment, and understood the key point. You were a few seconds faster this time. Watching Orochimaru stand up, his body brimming with energy, Tsukumo said softly. He was fully in sparring mode. Alright, stop talking. You're such a chatterbox. This state of mind doesn't last long, so come on. Orochimaru said with a hint of disgust. Then he called to start. Tsukumo heard what Orochimaru said, focused his mind, drew his short sword, and stared intently at Orochimaru. He entered a battle state. Seeing this, Orochimaru didn't say a word, and immediately began forming a spiraling sphere in his hand. He started with the Great Ball Rasengan. Watching Orochimaru unleash such a powerful jutsu, without hand seals, Tsukumo's eyes showed admiration. But today he wasn't going to recklessly clash head-on like last night. He was a technical fighter. How could he fight that way? Orochimaru's vertical pupils locked onto Tsukumo. Without hesitation, he moved his toes and charged at Tsukumo like a mad bull. His speed was extremely fast. Tsukumo's eyes radiated white sword light. Without hesitation, leveraging the momentum of drawing his blade and his chakra, he charged toward Orochimaru. He slashed out a brilliant sword light. Then without even looking at Orochimaru, he moved his hands and feet lightly, entering a continuous combat state. The sword light collided with the Great Ball Rasengan. In the end, Tsukumo's blood still ran hot. He clashed head-on with Orochimaru. He wanted to test the limits of his own technique. Could that one sword stroke, gathering all his spirit and energy, cut open this seemingly powerful and sharp jutsu? Orochimaru saw Tsukumo still slashing at his Great Ball Rasengan, but this time it was different. He was also using his fists and feet to launch an all-round attack. A full coverage attack. Orochimaru's snake pupils slightly contracted. He had no time to see whether the Rasengan or the sword light was stronger. He seriously received Tsukumo's punches and kicks. Both of them retreated. Tsukumo stepped back one step, Orochimaru back 4 or 5. The Rasengan was cut through, and he had taken a kick to his lower abdomen. The white light on Tsukumo's short sword also dissipated. His eyes grew brighter with brilliant white light shining in them. Orochimaru drew the sword from his back. When Tsukumo saw him draw his sword, delight surged in his heart. Even though Orochimaru's swordsmanship wasn't great, but a swordsman still prefers to fight another swordsman. The sound of clashing blades makes one's heart leap. Orochimaru's sword was just as wild and chaotic as usual. Amidst the chaos, there was a certain beauty. He only practiced swinging his sword in daily training, so his swinging speed was very fast. He never practiced anything else but sword swinging. And Tsukumo, with his outstanding eyesight, caught every one of Orochimaru's chaotic sword strikes, as if he were fighting a mirror of himself. Seeing this, Orochimaru felt a little displeased. So I'm just a practice dummy, huh? The thought flashed through his mind and vanished. He infused his sword with sage chakra. It became sturdier and sharper. His speed and strength also increased significantly. Well done. Sensing that Orochimaru's swordsmanship was becoming increasingly fierce, Tsukumo let out a loud shout that nearly startled Orochimaru. Seeing Tsukumo like this, Orochimaru felt helpless, but since the other was his friend, and it looked like he was on the verge of enlightenment, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and danced his sword wildly, trying to put more pressure on Tsukumo. He took on the role of a practice dummy perfectly. Orochimaru noticed Tsukumo's eyes beginning to glaze over and put in even more effort. He noticed that the other had become barely aware of the outside world, only his sword remaining. He had entered a world where only the sword existed. Orochimaru's vertical pupils slightly contracted. His pupils turned crimson. A single tomo playfully emerged, spinning daintily. He then focused intently on the way Tsukumo moved his sword. Ready to learn a move or two? Orochimaru quietly activated his Sharingan. Tsukumo indeed didn't notice. His eyes held only his own sword and Orochimaru's swinging blade. For him, there was nothing but the sword. After a while, Orochimaru's sage mode faded, and his Sharingan also deactivated. Learn my ass. Tsukumo was just wildly swinging randomly like him. It just looked like another stage. The first stage is learning various sword moves. The second stage is forgetting all the sword moves you've learned. Then in various situations various sword moves come out. Frankly, Orochimaru didn't understand the intricacies either. He just remembered descriptions from TV dramas. He was overthinking trying to seem knowledgeable by offering a forced explanation of Tsukumo's incomprehensible actions. Fallen leaves swirled in the air as birds returned to their nests. Orochimaru and Hatake Tsukumo lay beneath a tree breathing heavily. What a pity. We were so close. After a long silence, Hatake Tsukumo spoke with a touch of melancholy. His messy white short hair carried an air of both elegance and desolation. Orochimaru held a gourd of sake. He took a sip watching the fallen leaves drift with the wind, choosing to ignore Tsukumo's humble brag. Do you have any dreams? Noticing Orochimaru's silence, Tsukumo turned to look at him. Dreams. One simply daydreams about those. Orochimaru sat up, running his fingers through his long hair as if something had just occurred to him. He gathered his hair into a top knot and used a twig to secure it, planning to craft a proper hairband later for a more refined, otherworldly appearance. Let's go. If we stay here any longer, even the birds won't dare return to their nests. Orochimaru watched several small birds nearby staring at him, chirping nervously. They were startled by the powerful aura radiating from him. All right, I'm getting a bit peckish anyway. A proper meal, some fine wine, and another day drifts by. Tsukumo sat up and replied. Orochimaru couldn't help but think to himself how melancholy the white fang of Konoha had become. Orochimaru, you're back. And who is this? Just as Orochimaru entered the room and was about to send for food, Tsunade pushed the door open. Oh, just a friend. What brings you here? Orochimaru asked softly. This. Could you possibly lend me some money? Tsunade hesitated, thought for a moment, and spoke weakly. Orochimaru was taken aback by her request. You're a wealthy woman yourself, yet you're asking me for money. I'm running low too. The mention of money made Orochimaru realize his own finances were nearly depleted. He decided to wait until late at night. To rob the rich and give to the poor. Robbing the cruel wealthy and giving to the destitute. Himself. Clearly this wasn't his first time pulling off such a scheme. But he had been careful not to get caught showing some restraint. Stingy. Seeing Orochimaru refuse, Tsunade rolled her beautiful eyes at him. She left. Orochimaru didn't want to interrupt his conversation with a friend, though her stomach had been growling all day. She planned to grab something to eat. She was in pretty rough shape. We're about to eat. Want to join us? Seeing Tsunade prepare to leave, Orochimaru remembered she had likely just been fleeced by someone. Her pockets must be empty now. He spoke up. Upon hearing his words and seeing through her facade of strength, Tsunade took 2 steps back, turned around in one fluid motion, and sat down. I want meat, she said with pouted lips like a small pet. In the next room, Jiraiya, who had not come out after seeing Tsunade enter Orochimaru's room, wore an incredibly complex expression in his eyes. His eyes seemed to tell a story. Why show me these things? Jiraiya picked up the sake bottle on the table. He was the most melancholic person in this city. Wow, you're Hatake Tsukumo. I've heard your name. Tsunade's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Hatake Tsukumo, the legendary child of someone else's dreams that parents always held up as an example. Modest. Just average. You're all excellent too. Orochimaru drank wine nearby. He found this atmosphere quite pleasant and comfortable. After Tsunade became the big spender and emptied her purse, she grew restless. Day after day she clamored for missions, eager to complete them and return for her earnings, only to splurge once more. Jiraiya, however, grew somewhat silent. He would zone out at the slightest provocation, even losing interest in seeking inspiration. He had become the second drunkard. Tsukumo no longer hid in the shadows. He simply donned a mask, and like the others removed his ninja headband. As they walked together, he regarded Tsunade and Jiraiya as if they were invisible. Only when his gaze fell on Orochimaru did his pupils focus. Their friendship deepened. It was as if they had found a kindred spirit. Orochimaru, for the first time in this foreign world, tasted the preciousness of friendship. He began to slowly accept Tsunade and Jiraiya as his companions. He no longer responded with his former perfunctory attitude. He resolved not to seal his heart away as before. Since things had come to this, he would live well and savor life. He would do his utmost to acquire the power to protect himself. A shift had occurred within Orochimaru's mindset. Perhaps Hatake Tsukumo was the key that had cracked open a sliver of his sealed heart. Didn't you say we should wait a while longer? Why the sudden urge to go to the land of rain now? Tsukumo inquired with curiosity. We have to go eventually. It's rare to see Tsunade this enthusiastic. Right, Jiraiya? Orochimaru replied softly, prompting the daydreaming Jiraiya and Tsunade, who was eavesdropping nearby. Tsunade's expression turned flustered upon hearing her name. Jiraiya, seemingly oblivious, continued walking ahead. Clearly lost in thought, he hadn't heard Orochimaru. Whether he would have responded if he had heard was anyone's guess. Seeing Jiraiya's distraction, Orochimaru didn't bother him, as he often drifted off himself. Captain, 4 youths have crossed the borderline. What should we do? A ninja emerged from the shadows to report to his leader. Where did they enter? The captain asked calmly, showing little reaction. They walked right in through the main road, bold as you please. The ninja answered seriously. Let me take a look. The captain didn't ask further and gestured for the ninja to lead the way. They're dressed well, not like refugees. Probably loaded. We might deal with them as ninjas and earn some extra cash. The captain observed from a distance and murmured, but he froze then took a second longer look. Call the others. These four are not ordinary. Not a speck of dirt or dust on them. They're not civilians, they must be foreign ninjas. The captain spoke with a hint of urgency. Moments later a squad of 10 assembled and gave chase towards Orochimaru and his group. Orochimaru paused the flask of sake held midair. The fish are biting. Perhaps our mission is about to be completed. He hinted, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hatake Tsukumo also smirked. Excellent. Tsunade listened, utterly bewildered, feeling disconnected from the two. Is this how geniuses communicate, through riddles? Meanwhile Jiraiya noticed his companions lagging behind and stopped a little confused. He walked back a few steps to join them. 8 enemies. How shall we divide them? Hatake Tsukumo spoke softly. Orochimaru's slit pupils focused briefly. He ignored the question, then replied flatly. Your perception leaves much to be desired. There are also 2 hidden in the water. 10 in total. Orochimaru didn't hesitate to belittle Tsukumo, his gaze fixed on the dam nearby. Tsukumo closed his eyes upon hearing this, focusing his senses. A flush of embarrassment crossed his face. In perception, I am inferior to you. But in killing I am faster. Tsukumo declared, his eyes sharp and fixed on Orochimaru. Tsunade and the now focused Jiraiya were dumbfounded. They exchanged glances. Jiraiya asked weakly, are they always like this? Tsunade's eyes were glazed over. Yes, always. Their words I understand separately, but together they make no sense. May I ask what business you have in the land of rain? Seeing the 4 of them stop, the captain knew they had been spotted. He emerged from hiding, speaking in a deliberately unhurried tone. 7 other ninjas followed him out. Among them were ninjas of all ranks from Jonin to Jonin. As for the 2 special Jonin with excellent swimming skills, they remained hidden underwater. Come out, all of you, including the 2 in the water. Do be careful not to catch rheumatism. Orochimaru ignored the captain, addressing the dam instead. In response, a few bubbles surfaced from the water. Then nothing. As if the bubbles were saying, we're just not coming out. What are you going to do about it? Besides, we're fish. Big fish. Seeing no sign of them emerging, Orochimaru didn't dwell on it. Boy, didn't anyone tell you that you're quite arrogant? The captain frowned as Orochimaru disregarded him, raising his voice a few decibels. He seemed to be getting a bit angry. But he held back his rage. Ninjas are human too, they get angry. But because they are ninjas, they don't let anger control their emotions like ordinary people. They suppress their anger, preventing it from affecting the speed of their jutsu. Oh, did I eat rice from your house? If not, then it's none of your business. If you're going to fight, then fight. Stop being so fussy. Orochimaru looked at him with cold slit pupils, as if just noticing him. He spread his palms slightly, adopting a helpless expression. With his growing power, Orochimaru had become increasingly unrestrained. Hatake Tsukumo meanwhile rested his hand on his sword's hilt. Jiraiya watched Orochimaru's smooth talk with a hint of envy. He wished he could be as articulate as Orochimaru. He glanced at Tsunade, who held a kunai tightly in her hand. She was eager for a fight, her fists clenched. Having just begun her big spender phase, she felt quite frustrated. Perfect, she wanted to vent with her little fists. Hee, an interesting little brat. The captain half closed his eyes, raised his right hand midway, and waved it forward. Behind him, 7 ninja from the land of rain drew their swords kunai, or charged barehanded toward the 4 of Orochimaru. Don't kill that one giving orders. Capture him, he might be useful. Also, let's end this quickly. We can't linger here. Orochimaru watched as the enemy began their charge. Still speaking at his unhurried pace, issuing commands as if it were second nature. It seemed entirely natural. Any other orders? If not, Orochimaru, I'll begin the slaughter. Hatake Tsukumo curled his lips into a cold smile. Strands of sword gleams began to flicker in his eyes. Understood. Tsunade sensed the atmosphere, speaking softly. The battle was about to erupt, when the 2 sides were only a dozen meters apart. 7 ninja from the land of rain launched over a dozen kunai toward Orochimaru, and the others roughly 2 per person. Their hands began forming hand seals. It appeared they had a well-rehearsed combat strategy. Stay careful. Rarely Orochimaru offered a word of concern to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Seeing Hatake Tsukumo already charge ahead, his blood boiled with excitement. He drew the Kusanagi sword and surged forward. The projectiles arrived before Orochimaru in an instant, and their accuracy was impressive. Orochimaru swept the Kusanagi sword lightly. He accelerated once more, following close behind Hatake Tsukumo, unwilling to fall behind. Earth release, great swamp. Fire release, spark ignites the prairie. Wind release, great gale. Just as Tsukumo and Orochimaru were less than 3 meters from the enemy, the ground beneath them softened. A wall of flames surged toward them from ahead, while a wind release technique fed the fire from behind. Near the ninja releasing the jutsu, several others had drawn their long swords to provide cover. White light flashed in Tsukumo's eyes. His body vanished in a blur. The swamp ground seemed non-existent to him. Like a sharp sword, he charged into the sea of fire. A white sword intent boiled around his body. It was sword intent, spiritual pressure and chakra, energy, fused together. Orochimaru, witnessing this, was unwilling to show weakness, but he had never encountered a ninja using a swamp technique before. A hint of frustration surfaced. He began recalling those light, agile footsteps from that night. Chakra circulated gently, his steps transforming from heavy to nimble. He too walked upon the swamp as if it were solid ground. Then the sea of fire appeared before him. Orochimaru began rotating his left hand. Gathering the Rasengan chakra started spinning, drawing the surrounding flames toward the Rasengan in his hand. Feeling the searing heat transmitted through the chakra barrier on his hand, Orochimaru increased his chakra output once more. The Rasengan expanded rapidly. A large Rasengan began to take shape. Flames continuously surged into it. Orochimaru controlled the explosive fire before him, but could not fully harness it. He had hoped to borrow the enemy's fire to create a blazing large Rasengan. The swamp on the ground dissipated. In front of Tsukumo, a headless corpse now lay. Tsukumo's short sword remained as sharp as ever. The ninja who had been protecting his comrades stood with a blank stare. Pupils dilated. He was somehow frightened by Tsukumo's speed. He couldn't react in time. Tsukumo didn't hesitate, charging toward the seemingly frozen ninja. Orochimaru perceived this scene and felt a touch of reflection. The ground hardened once more, allowing him to advance at full speed. The semi-completed large Rasengan smashed forward, driving the raging flames with it. The enemy's fire release was relentless, while he could only use his own chakra to control it. In this situation, managing a semi-finished product was already remarkable. Two long swords slashed mercilessly toward Orochimaru's wrists and ankles. If they had missed earlier, they would not make the same mistake. Meanwhile, as Jiraiya and Tsunade prepared to charge, two water arrows struck from the water. They were forced to divert toward the dam, intending to eliminate the ninja playing dirty from the shadows first. The captain, seeing one of his men eliminated in a single exchange, felt a flicker of panic. But remembering their numerical advantage, he charged forward to reinforce. He didn't even bother maintaining his position at the rear to command and block their escape route. Orochimaru saw the two incoming swords and remained unfazed. The Kusanagi sword in his right hand swung rapidly. The two ninja releasing jutsu also abandoned their techniques. Stopping their ninjutsu, they grabbed kunai and joined the battlefield. Orochimaru found himself fighting four opponents. Tsukumo faced three, having already taken one down, and the captain reinforced the fight. The semi-completed large Rasengan in Orochimaru's hand dissipated. That Rasengan looked fierce, but was essentially a hollow shell. All the chakra had been devoted to defensive purposes. It protected Orochimaru, allowing him to pass through the sea of fire unscathed. Facing two swords and two kunai, Orochimaru felt a moment of panic. But his serpent pupils contracted slightly. He realized that although the enemy had numbers, their individual strength was not negligible. However, they couldn't fully utilize their advantage. So he swung his swords at his fastest speed. The enemy's long swords were deflected toward the ninja of the Land of Rain. They hastily retracted their force and stepped back 2 paces. Orochimaru seized the opportunity with sharp eyes and quick hands. One hand snatched a kunai. Using their momentum, he kicked another ninja at a pressure point. After repelling one more ninja, Orochimaru bent his knee slightly, suspending his body midair, then unleashed a brutal knee strike straight into the temple of the ninja, whose kunai he had grabbed. The ninja saw Orochimaru's ferocious strike. The kunai was jammed between Orochimaru's fingers, impossible to pull free. Panic flashed across his face. His pupils contracted. The ninja Orochimaru had kicked away earlier witnessed this scene, his eyes widening in fury. But Orochimaru's speed and power were too great. His thighs still numbed, he couldn't possibly turn back in time to assist. The ninja behind him pushed him forward, thrusting his long sword at Orochimaru, attempting to force him to abandon his killing strike. Orochimaru didn't care at all. In battle, sustaining some injuries was nothing, as long as it wasn't a fatal blow. His fighting style had always been one of trading wounds for lives. Bang! A violent knee infused with chakra slammed heavily into the opponent's temple as his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. One of the ninja's eyes was directly blasted out by the immense impact force. The other eye bulged outward as if about to pop out of its socket. Seeing the long sword approaching, Shiwan initially intended to retreat. But then he noticed that the ninja beneath his knee still appeared to be alive. A sharp glint flashed in his vertical pupils. With chakra attached to his toes, he fiercely drove them like a sword into the opponent's heart. At that moment, the long sword had already reached his front. He twisted slightly and sprang backward several meters. A deep gash appeared on his hand with the flesh on both sides turned outward, yet he didn't even glance at it. One down. Sensing that Shuan Mao had taken down another Shiwan felt quite helpless. There was nothing to say. He really wasn't as fast as him. But he didn't hesitate. He didn't aim to catch up, but at least not fall too far behind, or else it would be embarrassing. Even though the other party had far more combat experience and was several years older than him. He watched the 3 ninjas charging at him, their eyes bloodshot. It seemed they had a fairly good bond with each other. But what did that matter? If they were at a disadvantage, the enemies would surely be hunting them with excitement on their faces. With a step, he charged forward again. The flexibility of Shiwan's body allowed him to perform incredible evasive maneuvers, such as dancing between 2 swords on their tips. Since he hadn't practiced thrusting, he threw the long sword to the ground. Perhaps there would be an unexpected gain. His right elbow smashed heavily onto the opponent's blocking wrist. The opponent's wrist broke with a snap. Shiwan shifted his body, dodging a thrown kunai and a roundhouse kick, then retreated again. He couldn't afford to be impatient. If he got entangled in a prolonged fight, he might lose his life. The ninjas from Yu Country felt their hearts sink as they saw Shiwan's agility in close combat. Even under the pincer attack of 3, he could still counterattack. At close range, ninjutsu became unreliable. This was one of Shiwan's strategies. Using his own taijutsu, which was not a weakness, to strike at their weak point, taijutsu. Once they were locked in close combat, they naturally couldn't easily release ninjutsu. Spread out. This won't work. Just as Shiwan was about to charge again, the two unconsciously stood together to face the enemy. The ninja with gloomy eyes said in a low voice. He was the one who understood the situation. The other two were startled, then moved their feet lightly. They dispersed to the left and right. The man who spoke felt a surge of joy seeing his companions obey his command. Shiwan looked at the man standing in the middle with a broken wrist. His vertical pupils stared at him calmly. Things were getting interesting. Shiwan gradually grew excited, his blood boiling. Finally showing your face. Painful sky kick. Gang Shou saw the ninja popping up ahead, her pretty face turning livid, clearly annoyed by being toyed with. With chakra infused, a monstrously powerful kick stomped heavily onto the water surface. The ripples froze for a moment, then reversed and surged toward the ninjas from Yu country. It looked as if she was controlling the water waves. And it seemed not very powerful. At least the opposing ninja looked contemptuously at Gang Shou, who appeared to be splashing water like a spoiled child. That was what he thought. But when the water wave slammed into him, his pupils constricted and his face showed disbelief. Even a droplet, if imbued with immense force, could shatter solid rock. Zilai Yi, seeing the enraged Gang Shou, had already dodged to the side. He was very clever. As for the other one, he was still waiting in the water for his comrades to act as bait, while the two violent koi formed from chakra swam around him to create opportunities. The water was dyed with a patch of crimson. The overconfident special Jonin, struck by the powerful water wave, had his lower body pulverized by the all-encompassing water. Only the upper body remained riddled with bloody holes. Meanwhile, the ninja deep underwater, seeing the red above, thought his comrade had succeeded. He burst out of the water rapidly with the two violent koi. Gang Shou sensed something charging from below. She gathered her monstrous strength again and punched the water surface fiercely. Compared to earlier, when she had to control the direction of the water, consuming considerable power, now it was simply too easy. Several water pillars erupted around Gang Shou. The invisible fist force containing gravity-like power shot rapidly underwater. The two several-meter-long violent koi instantly turned into powder. The ninja, with a look of terror, collided with the invisible force. The expression of delight turned to horror, his pupils contracted then faded. His intact body was like a piece of pottery. It shattered quickly into pieces. Only the hard skull remained relatively intact. Zilai Yi looked at Gang Shou with a hint of fear. This version of Gang Shou was so cool. Gang Shou slowly stood up, wiping the mixture of blood and water from her face. Let's go. There are still 5 more over there, she said softly, as if she had just crushed 2 ants unconcerned. All right. Zilai Yi swallowed hard, feeling a chill inside. His mind started wandering. Mainly from his perspective, he had seen it too clearly. This made him feel somewhat lucky that he had been calling Gang Shou a washboard and hadn't been killed yet. When the two were about to come over here, Shua Mao was using their captain as a sparring partner, trying to see if he could break through in his sword technique. Shiwan, on the other hand, had wounds on both arms with flesh turned outward, looking quite deep. The madness on his face was even more intense. His originally somewhat orderly punches had become, like his sword technique, completely wild and haphazard. He loved this feeling of fist-to-flesh combat. Shiwan, with his delicate and somewhat handsome features, was swinging his fists and charging at ninjas armed with swords and kunai, which looked somewhat bizarre. Once again he returned without success. His thrown punch was blocked, he dodged a sword strike, and another blood blossom appeared on his back. Shiwan's eyes became clear. Sensing that the others had finished their battles, his vertical pupils turned cold. Having vented, that felt great. I don't have a masochistic tendency, do I? That's not good. He moved his fingers slightly, tapped his toes, and charged again. Halfway through his charge, the Kusanagi sword flew into his hand, and he grasped it firmly. The ninjas, who had already become familiar with Shiwan's attack rhythm, suddenly showed fear on their faces. Shiwan's speed increased so fast that they couldn't see his attack trajectory. A bloodstain appeared on one's pale neck. Shiwan bent down, knees bent, and pressed his palm into the ground, leaving a deep handprint, dodging 2 attacks from above. Using the leverage from his palm, he slammed his back into the chest of a ninja. A brilliant sword flash severed the arm of another ninja. Then he paused. By the time the ninja he had knocked away reacted, he turned around and shot the Kusanagi sword from his hand, aiming at the other's chest. Then he charged toward the one-armed ninja. Bye-bye. He clenched his slender fingers into a fist covered in dense chakra and punched a large hole through the one-armed ninja's heart. The ninja lay on the ground with dilated pupils, staring angrily at the sky. Shiwan, also exhausted from the brief burst of power, fell to the ground and rolled twice. Reveling in the exhilarating feeling of speed, he slowly crawled and then stood up. His abundant chakra was almost depleted. He looked at the ninja, who was pinned to the ground by the Kusanagi sword through his shoulder blade, struggling. 2 kunai appeared in his palm. He threw them directly. He was too lazy to move. Just as Shiwan, exhausted, was about to fall to the ground again, he felt a softness on his back and a delicate fragrance entered his nose. Why push yourself so hard? Couldn't you just hold them off and wait for us? Gang Shou's voice trembled slightly. Her eyes turned red. She covered her hands with green healing chakra and began treating Shiwan's wounds. Meanwhile, Shua Mao, seeing Shiwan exert himself, subdued the opponent in a few moves. No comparison, no harm. By the time Dashiwan was done, he already had a scroll in his hand. Let's go. Still not willing to get up. Shuo Mao pulled the Kusanagi sword from the gruesomely dead body and walked over. He handed the sword hilt toward Dashiwan. Done. Did you get anything out of him? Dashiwan snapped back to reality upon hearing Shuo Mao's words. Yeah, this is their mission scroll. Just take it back. Shuo Mao tossed the scroll in his hand, then put it into his pocket. He extended his hand. Dashiwan was slightly startled, then took Shuo Mao's hand and stood up. Let's deal with it when we get back. Feeling Gang Shou's tight grip on his hand, he pulled it free. Dashiwan said softly. Zilai Yi watched with envy. Suddenly he felt like dyeing that thing on his head green. Troublesome times. Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered, his expression weary as he gazed at the scroll on his desk. It was the one Orochimaru and his team had just handed him. The mission had been completed far sooner than he had anticipated. Sakumo, I'll be heading back now. Drop by for a drink sometime. Orochimaru bid farewell to Sakumo. Very well, Orochimaru. Train hard. The ninja world will soon be in turmoil again. The more power you have, the better you can protect yourself. Sakumo nodded, then spoke softly. Orochimaru did not look back, merely raising a hand in a slight wave. I truly hope that day arrives soon, so we can fight side by side once more. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Sakumo shook his head with a smile. Orochimaru entered his home and closed the door. After sensing no prying eyes, he glanced under the bed. The inconspicuous strand of hair was still there, unbroken. Orochimaru breathed a slight sigh of relief. If the hair had been broken, it would mean someone had been there and discovered his secret chamber. That would not be good news for him. 2 years later. What? You want to become my disciple? I don't know any ninjutsu. How can I teach you? Orochimaru looked at Nawaki, who had graduated at 6 with outstanding results. Orochimaru shook his head slightly. He didn't want to become too entangled with people from Konoha, especially this privileged young master. Not using Nawaki for experiments was already the last shred of goodwill he had left for him. I heard from my sister that you're the strongest. I don't care. You have to take me as your disciple. Seeing Orochimaru shake his head. And about to turn away, Nawaki clung to Orochimaru's leg and pleaded. Orochimaru's face darkened. He wondered where the child had learned this. Then go to your sister. Your Senju clan's monstrous strength is formidable enough. I have nothing to teach you. Orochimaru remained unmoved by Nawaki's pleading. After all, humans are weak creatures, spending every day together would inevitably breed unnecessary complicated emotions. Moreover, in the original story, Nawaki died at barely 10 years old, perishing not far from him. His internal organs were obliterated by exploding tags. Knowing the outcome, Orochimaru didn't want to take on this burden. Yes, it was a burden. Because he knew Nawaki had this destined calamity, he would likely spend every day on guard trying to change the outcome. That would hinder his training and his experiments. He already had too many things to do and not enough time. If he had to look after Nawaki as well, how could he manage? Seeing Nawaki leave without further pestering, Orochimaru breathed a small sigh of relief. But soon after, he received a summons. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to see him. Sensei, what do you wish to see me about? Orochimaru spoke softly, facing the still vigorous Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ahem, my disciple. Why did you refuse Nawaki's request to become your disciple? Hiruzen smiled gently. So word has already reached him, and he might even be here to persuade me. Orochimaru thought to himself. A sense of annoyance crept in. If Hiruzen insisted he take Nawaki as a disciple, he would have no choice. After all, this convenient master had twice sent the extremely powerful Sakumo to protect him, and he was genuinely moved. He had only learned of this recently, when he casually asked Sakumo. Only then did Orochimaru realize that his convenient teacher had been quietly doing these things. It would be a lie to say he wasn't touched. After all, words of love are hollow. Nothing compares to concrete actions. That's the difference between words and deeds. Yes, but I've been busy lately and my skills don't match the Senju clan's techniques. I wouldn't have much to teach. Thinking this, Orochimaru still tried to resist speaking softly. Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru's unyielding attitude, and a fond smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Foolish child, do you understand the influence of the Senju clan? Taking Nawaki as your disciple will greatly benefit both you and me. With this connection, my position as Hokage becomes more secure, and my support for you will be even greater. When I retire, it's not impossible for you to become Hokage. Hiruzen said with a smile. At this moment, he didn't seem like the scheming leader, but an old man chatting with a junior. But you already took Tsunade as your disciple, and you've been Hokage for so long. Besides, I have no interest in being Hokage. Orochimaru shrugged after hearing Hiruzen's words. That's different. When Nawaki grows up, he will surely be the pillar and decision-maker of the Senju clan. Once Tsunade marries, she's no longer considered a member of the Senju clan. Nawaki is the heir of the Senju clan. Can't you see which is more important? My dear disciple, you must listen to me on this. Everything else I'll yield to you. Hiruzen continued with a smile, explaining the intricacies. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes after hearing this. But sensei, are you certain the Senju clan will always exist? Can you tolerate having someone above you? Orochimaru stared intently at Hiruzen, with his slit pupils, speaking seriously. He suddenly thought he understood Hiruzen's intentions. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Hiruzen was taken aback. His expression darkened, and he frowned deeply. Don't worry about that. Their clan isn't so easy to topple. For now, aligning with them is the right move. Even if they collapse tomorrow, you'll still gain plenty of benefits. Whether in the short term or long term, it will greatly enhance your reputation. Hiruzen's frown did not ease. He took a deep drag from his pipe. He spoke. Sensei, if this is your firm request, I will do it and satisfy you. But are you certain? Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of slyness, his slit pupils fixed on Hiruzen. If Hiruzen insisted, he would comply. But then the favor Hiruzen had done for him would be treated like a business transaction. Seeing Orochimaru's serious expression, Hiruzen paused. Then he narrowed his eyes. This is my request. Go ahead, my disciple. I generally don't force you to do things you dislike. But this time you must listen to me. You can propose any conditions, and I'll agree. Hiruzen's tone was firm at first, then softened. A trace of coldness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, then he said mockingly, really? Anything I ask? Yes, name it. If I can do it, I'll get it for you. Hiruzen stared steadily at Orochimaru, his voice calm. Very well. I want the 9 tails. In the Hokage's office. Orochimaru's voice was soft, yet it struck Hiruzen like a thunderclap. Are you insane? You dare to set your sights on the 9 tails. Who taught you this? Do you have any idea what the 9 tails means to us? Hiruzen stood up, a murderous intent and fury flashing in his eyes. He slammed his hand violently on the desk, his voice distorted. Though he raised his volume, he forcefully suppressed it. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocritical expression, a trace of desolation flashed deep within Orochimaru's eyes. Meanwhile, upon observing the calm, emotionless gaze of his former student, Hiruzen gradually composed himself. My dear disciple, the 9 tails is something ordinary ninja cannot withstand. I say this for your own good. You must understand that the 9 tails Jinchuriki is the wife of the Shinigami. To think you could claim such a beast, surely you jest. Even if you truly desired it, I could not deliver such a thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered a faint smile. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Oh, then forget it. Orochimaru mentioned his desire for the 9 tails as though it were nothing more than a casual remark, light and unhurried, as if speaking in jest. His inner transformation, however, was a mystery known only to himself. Then, my obedient disciple, do you have other desires? Do ask for something within my means. Consider it a congratulatory gift from your master celebrating your first time serving as a teacher. Oh, then give me 10 million ryo. I've been rather short on funds lately. Orochimaru replied without hesitation. At this point, his wings had already grown sufficiently strong. The things he desired were within easy reach. His seemingly casual conversation earlier was merely a test to gauge his standing in his so-called master's heart. Having recently learned of the things his adoptive master had secretly done for him, he was deeply moved. If it came to destroying his master's life work, he found himself unable to bring himself to do it. After all, he was a child who had received 9 years of compulsory education. Now was the perfect moment, everything falling into place with impeccable timing. All this. My funds are managed by your Shirayuni. Besides, the position of Hokage carries no salary. Where would I obtain such a sum? You are making things difficult for an old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a warm, ingratiating smile, as though the man who had flown into rage moments before was not him at all. The truth was that Orochimaru's decision to accept Hashirama Jushin as his disciple had brought him enormous benefit. Whether it was implementing plans within the village or reducing the Hashirama clan's vigilance toward him. Even if he wished to plot against them, it would now be far easier. A chilling coldness settled in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. He was no longer young. He did not have the luxury of time to proceed gradually. He desired to seize complete control over Konoha, to infuse every corner of the village with his vision and his will of fire. Oh, then I shall return and ponder it. Once I have decided, I will let you know. You may inform them. I agree. Orochimaru gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with his vertical pupils cold and detached. A thought-provoking smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Want to annihilate the Hashirama clan, ha? Orochimaru thought with dark satisfaction. In this game of wits, he too would secure his position. Disciple, it pleases me greatly that you have come to your senses. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose from his seat and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, presenting the picture of a benevolent master and filial disciple. Having left the office, Orochimaru walked homeward, his gaze unwavering and tranquil. Watching Orochimaru depart from the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. After a long silence, I underestimated you, Orochimaru. He murmured softly, a pipe clenched between his teeth. A cruel gleam flashed in his eyes. It was not merely because Orochimaru had raised such an unrealistic demand to avoid accepting Jushin as his disciple. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that Orochimaru, unwilling to take Hashirama Jushin as his student, had deliberately set an impossible condition. Or perhaps when the time came to destroy the Hashirama clan together, the 9 tails would be Orochimaru's share of the spoils. Of course, the master and disciple were engaged in a game of riddles, neither daring to break the silence. Moreover, Orochimaru's ambition had grown terrifying. He was already scheming for the 9 tails, who knew what he might desire in the future. When Orochimaru spoke those words, there was a hint of piqued desire to test the bond between master and disciple, and the second layer of meaning that Sarutobi Hiruzen had understood. When Sarutobi had dangled promises to persuade Orochimaru to accept Jushin as his disciple, their relationship had plummeted to freezing point. Orochimaru's displeasure had reached its peak. To make matters worse, there were those constant furtive glances probing his every move. The kindness Sarutobi Hiruzen had shown him, he would remember, and act accordingly when the time came. As long as those sinister calculations did not drag him, a man who sought steady and cautious advancement, into their web. Yet fate had a way of defying his wishes. Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to use him as a chess piece. But as a person of a new era, how could he possibly accept such a fate? No one wishes to be another's puppet led by the nose. Most importantly, he detested the feeling of being constrained. He had grown thoroughly weary of it. A true man born between heaven and earth. How could he languish in subjugation for so long? Ding 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 ding, I'm back again, teacher Orochimaru. Soon after, Jushin bounced up to Orochimaru's side, a small flower in hand. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned by the sight of Jushin. A strange sense of healing washed over him. The corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. Little Jushin is quite clever, isn't he? Knowing how to invoke special privileges. Orochimaru gently stroked Jushin's small head and spoke softly. His heart felt somewhat lighter. A little flower for you, teacher Orochimaru. Jushin pretended not to hear, offering the flower to Orochimaru. He held out the small flower toward Orochimaru. Master -1, what are these balloons for? Shinsho Shungshu held a pile of balls including balloons. Over the years, playthings had gradually caught up and developed a lot. Thus and so, such and such. Then you practice climbing trees using chakra every day, and after that practice walking on water with chakra. Yes, our -1 directly taught Shungshu the training insights of the Luoxian Wan. At the same time, there were methods to enhance chakra control. What the hell did he know about being a teacher? Now Shingshu's environment was much better back then. He himself didn't have such good conditions. Now he could only try to teach Shingshu as much as possible to prevent this lovely child from being blown to a bloody pulp later. Shuimin was now about 2 years old. Xuanhua Jixinai was also about to come to Mai. The Xuanhua clan was about to emerge as well. And he -1 was now 18 years old. Time flies like a fleeting white colt passing a gap. Now he still hadn't figured out the principle of Bushi Zhuanxing. Time passed swiftly. This year -1 had reached the age of 21. Over these 3 years his strength had begun to stagnate. He still hadn't found anyone to experiment on with Chinsho Jujin's cells. He was waiting for an opportunity, and the opportunity had arrived. Because Xuanhua Jixinai had arrived at Mai, his strength was about to undergo a breakthrough like a soaring flight. Shingshu had already reached the rank of Zhongren, becoming another genius youth after -1. Shingshu, do you remember everything I said? -1 looked at the young man with a resolute face before him and said softly, I understand, Master -1. Shingshu nodded vigorously with his little head. Then tell me, what did I ask you to do? -1 said softly with a hint of endearment in his eyes. Master -1 said that I should start seclusion in a few days. No matter what happens outside, I must not come out unless Master -1 returns to find me. Otherwise ignore everyone even if war breaks out. Shingshu looked at -1 with earnest eyes, speaking word by word. His heart was a little uneasy. He felt as if something big was about to happen. Shingshu, remember my words. Otherwise you won't need to call me your teacher anymore. Remember the pact between us. -1's elongated eyes had purple teardrop marks. His vertical pupils fixed tightly on Shingshu as he spoke seriously. If Shingshu truly disobeyed him and died on the battlefield, he would have nothing to say. Everything is fate, everything is self-inflicted. Even his own disciple could not be an exception. -1 leisurely blended into a merchant caravan, gazing at the bustling Mai. -1 took a deep look at the not-so-tall round building. The Hokage's office. His eyes became somewhat hazy. The passage of time gave him a long-lost feeling. This chess game was finally about to begin. The players were already getting ready. Yuanfei Risen sat at the table looking at the scroll before him. 5 years. The Rain country has ceased its turmoil. This also means that war is truly imminent. Have the personnel been prepared? We must not let Mai divert its energy to come to the aid. Several men sat at a long table, quietly drinking tea. Then let's wait for the Rain country to act. At that time we can gather a large number of ninja directly without arousing suspicion. Not bad, good idea. -1 walked to a familiar mountain. He thought of that girl who used to walk backwards while hopping and jumping. It was still the summer sunset. Flowers blooming all around. Butterflies, bees, and little insects were pollinating the flower hearts. A gentle breeze blew. It gave a pleasant feeling. -1 lightly stepped onto a tree branch. He leaped forward. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated wooden cabin before him, -1 landed on the ground. He gently pushed open the door, entering the room just like a few years ago. But the difference from a few years ago was, the cabin was covered with cobwebs and dust. From the inside, places that weren't seen before revealed that the wooden house was already dilapidated. The roof had already begun to leak. Pushing open the cabin where the girl once stayed, the dust on the door drifted and fell. Under the sunset, it was like a continuous cascade of falling snowflakes. A moment later, -1 walked outside. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He recalled the naivety of those days. He had intended to kill ruthlessly but ended up in a mess because of a stomachache. In the end, he even turned into a rice carrier, carrying loads back and forth from the foot of the mountain. Youth is truly wonderful. -1 sighed with emotion. Then his smile faded slightly. His eyes also turned cold. But still, I haven't become strong enough. Everything seems to have returned to the starting point. And I have grown old. -1 stared blankly into the distance. Scenes seemed to emerge in his eyes. Those were the people he had killed back then. The nightmares he had suffered over the years were still fresh in his memory. He touched the gourd of wine at his waist. A sense of peace came over him. He took a gentle sip of the fine wine. -1 closed his eyes. Ah, The ultimate beauty of the mortal world is nothing more than this beautiful scenery, fine wine, and the boudoir, where a beauty once lived. Everything is just so perfectly fitting. One spread his arms, embracing this beautiful place. Several days later, the Rain Village declared war on the land of Iron, the Sand Village, and the Leaf Village. No one knew where they found the courage to do so. The reason for the declaration was the ninjas from the land of Iron, the Sand Village, and the Leaf Village frequently passed through our territory without paying toll fees. Moreover, they intend to encroach upon the land of the Rain Country. This declaration of war was earth-shattering, offending all three neighboring villages at once. The major villages began to tighten their defenses, gathering large numbers of ninjas preparing for war or defense. The other three major villages watched with a detached air. The Cloud Village, however, began to stir restlessly. They started patrolling along the Leaf Village's border as if ready to strike at any moment. They coveted the fertile lands. When Hiruzen Sarutobi received the news, he was furious. With a wave of his hand, he dispatched everyone except the Senju and Uchiha clans to both sides. Preparations for war began. Weapons and food supplies were continuously transported to the front lines, a significant portion contributed by the daimyo. And with this declaration of war, a coalition force began to circle around, aiming to strike the Whirlpool country from behind. Their target was clear. At night, the forest was like a gaping abyss, swallowing all sounds of animals. The mountain was already densely packed with people. Many more were arriving by water. Orochimaru captured a mist ninja and used the face copy technique. He took the opponent's face for himself. This was a B-rank technique that Orochimaru had developed a few years ago. From his perspective, this technique was truly formidable. When Orochimaru had infiltrated the Leaf Village's Chunin exam using this technique, he had perfectly peeled off the target's face, leaving no trace of deception. Is Orochimaru still in seclusion? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked softly, his thumb and forefinger lightly gripping his pipe. Before him knelt an Umbu operative. He relished the feeling of others kneeling before him. The situation was now murky. Though he had prepared for it, he hadn't expected the Cloud Village to pull such a stunt. He might have to go to the battlefield himself, unable to stay in the rear. And once he left, he worried that his troublesome disciple might cause trouble, hence the question. Yes, Lord Hokage. Your disciple has a closed for training sign hanging on his door. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned upon hearing the Umbu's report. He then waved his hand, dismissing the Umbu. Hiruzen Sarutobi took out a crystal ball from the drawer, its surface sparkling and translucent. After forming a few hand seals and channeling his chakra, an image soon appeared on the ball. It showed Orochimaru sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a slight relief upon seeing this. Compared to the troublemaking Danzo, it was this disciple who truly worried him. He knew well Danzo's intentions and ambitions. He had ways to deal with Danzo, but his disciple Orochimaru was completely unfathomable, which troubled him greatly. The probing gaze faded from the bed. Orochimaru formed a seal with his hands and dispelled the shadow clone technique. The chakra inside him was still decent. Just a few tons perhaps. Having a chakra-free shadow clone sit on the bed for 10 days or half a month was no problem. This was Orochimaru's contingency. He estimated it wouldn't take too long, so he didn't mind. Orochimaru, now wearing the face of a mist ninja, looked at the vast coalition force with some surprise. No wonder the Whirlpool country had been destroyed in such a short time. It was not without reason. Soon, when the first batch was fully assembled, the ninja coalition began their advance. They swept through everything in their path. Orochimaru merely stood beside the corpses, waiting for the system to absorb the power of the Whirlpool bodies. Everywhere the 5 elemental ninjutsu techniques were on display, along with gleaming golden chains, sealing techniques. Over 200 chunin and more than a dozen jonin formed sharp spears, piercing the defenses of the Whirlpool country. Orochimaru was stunned by this group battle. A sea of fire stretching for miles, a sea of water, earth walls rising hundreds of meters high. And what was worse, this was just one direction. The other 3 directions were the same. It was a massive meat grinder. This was also due to the stealthy coalition, which had a full array of ninjutsu. Their cooperation created a spectacular scene. Orochimaru followed behind the mist ninja. He casually used C-rank techniques to blend in. He felt the invisible energy around him being drawn into his body. This trip was worth it. His chakra grew at a perceptible speed. Host has obtained a large amount of Whirlpool body essence, now surpassing the limit of the Whirlpool body. Host has acquired an incomplete sage body. Can collect Senju clan essence to supplement and complete the sage body. Note the completion must be achieved before further enhancement. Soon, when Orochimaru felt his chakra fully transform into a torrent of chakra, the system's voice appeared. System, there is still so much Whirlpool body essence here. Can't you collect it? Orochimaru rarely asked the system. Such an opportunity was rare, and he had to seize it. Host's suggestion is reasonable. Can continue to collect and store, but it will dissipate at a rate of 1/365th per day. My God, please pay attention. All rights of interpretation belong to the mysterious system. Does the host confirm this operation? Orochimaru was slightly pleased to hear the system's words. Then he paused. I agree. Please collect quickly. Our Orochimaru had originally intended to protect the Senju clan. But fate, timing, and circumstances all aligned against it. Orochimaru had no choice. A dozen messenger hawks flew high in the sky, heading to the Leaf Village. The coalition paid them no heed. They seemed unconcerned. Of course once these hawks took to the sky, and since it was night shooting them down would be nearly impossible. Late at night, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sleeping with his wife. A frantic knock came at the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi shuddered in fright. His face darkened. Looking at his wife's beautiful face, he forced a smile. There might be something at the front lines. Keep yourself ready for action and wait for my return. Hiruzen Sarutobi kissed his wife's peach-like cheek. He whispered gently. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just stepped out of his room ready to fly into a rage when a distressed letter arrived before his eyes. His gaze grew somewhat vacant. A wave of unease washed over him. Could the front lines be in crisis? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't even bother finishing his walk, took a few steps into the living room, turned on the light, and began reading. Land of Whirlpools. Hiruzen paced back and forth on the spot. The Land of Whirlpools was their ally guarding their rear flank. Now that trouble had struck, how could they not be anxious? He hurriedly made his way to the Hokage's office. After a few steps, as if remembering something, he turned to the ANBU nearby and said, "Summon the clan heads." Hiruzen Sarutobi sat quietly in his office, his expression filled with unease. His position as Hokage, he hadn't sat in it long enough. Before long, Danzo pushed open the door and entered. A flicker of surprise appeared in Hiruzen's eyes. He hadn't expected Danzo to arrive so quickly. Seeing the confusion in Hiruzen's gaze, Danzo pondered for a few seconds, then took a few steps toward him and spoke softly. "I've received the same intelligence. I presumed you would be here, so I came. My opinion is that we should not rescue them. In fact, we could lure the Senju clan into a trap. This would allow us to gain better control over Konoha." Danzo spoke with a sinister expression, his voice cold and clear, completely devoid of emotion. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. "You?" But before Hiruzen could continue, Danzo spoke again softly. "Lady Mito is already aging. She may pass away soon. Once she is gone, can the Land of Whirlpools still be trusted? Their population has grown substantial, their physiques powerful, and they reside behind us. Their sealing jutsu is exceptionally formidable. If we rescue them, and they grow stronger in the future, they will become a calamity for our Konoha. Moreover, don't you think the Senju clan is an obstacle to our advancement? By then 2 major threats will be eliminated, and with our abilities we can achieve great ambitions." Danzo's tempting voice echoed in Hiruzen's ears. Hiruzen's originally shocked expression shifted to one of doubt and hesitation after hearing Danzo's words. Upon hearing the rest, a look of trepidation crossed his face. Clearly Danzo's words had struck right at his heart. Perhaps the Land of Whirlpools truly should not be rescued. By the time Danzo finished speaking, a flush of excitement appeared on Hiruzen's face, as if he were already envisioning his future grand ambitions. But Hiruzen's heart grew turbulent, and just as he was about to speak his objection, Danzo's voice came again. "Opportunity seldom knocks twice. The glory of the Senju clan is already a thing of the past. Are you willing to let them ride on your head and issue commands to you every day? Besides, don't you know how strong our Konoha truly is? Just the ANBU and Root alone are enough to wage a mid-scale war. And there are so many other clans. Think about it. Besides serving as figureheads, what good are the Senju to us?" Hiruzen's heart sank. His expression gradually calmed. Danzo's words had spoken straight to his heart. How often had he not wished to overthrow the Senju clan and look down upon them, telling them, "My lord, the times have changed. Now is the era of Hiruzen Sarutobi." But he dared not. Nor had he ever had the opportunity. He did not wish for his schemes to be exposed and bear the infamy. "I'll leave it to you then. It's all in your hands now. And you must retrieve those sealing jutsu at all costs." Hiruzen sat upright, speaking softly, yet seriously. Clearly he had long coveted the sealing techniques as well. "Rest assured," Danzo said with a smile. He had received intelligence days ago. With his extensive network, he could pick up Sharingan eyes casually along the way. How could he possibly remain ignorant of such minor developments? Of course, any sealing jutsu he retrieved would be kept for himself. What business did it have with Hiruzen Sarutobi? Watching Hiruzen's solemn expression, Danzo once again marveled at how cunning and devious this old man was. Danzo would have to take the blame once more. How much longer must I wait before I become Hokage? Danzo thought wearily. Now serving as an advisor, he was constantly harassed by members of the Senju clan. It was unbearable. Fortunately, they were but grasshoppers in autumn, unable to leap for long. Moments later, the Hokage's office was packed. A senior member of the Senju clan pointed at Hiruzen Sarutobi and cursed, "The Land of Whirlpools is in dire straits. Why haven't you sent reinforcements yet? They have been our ally since the Warring States period." Others began murmuring among themselves, but no one spoke up. They had just witnessed the meaning of "when the guests depart, the tea grows cold." Elder Senju Steel coin, it is not that Hiruzen Sarutobi refuses to rescue them, but that our Konoha has no ninja left. With fighting on 2 fronts simultaneously, where could Konoha possibly find more troops? Besides, sending a small force would hardly be enough to fill anyone's teeth. Hiruzen pretended not to hear, gazing intently ahead. Danzo stepped forward to speak. The other 2 advisors' expressions changed upon hearing his words. They hadn't finished their tenure as advisors either. They certainly did not wish for Konoha's strength to be severely weakened by rescuing others, after which they could no longer enjoy their prestige. They were Koharu and Hamura. They had made up their minds, even if it meant defending the Senju clan, they would not allow Konoha's strength to grow hollow, not allowing others to take advantage of the vulnerability. In the end, the matter fizzled out. Mito looked at the stone faces on the Hokage monument with deep disappointment, except for those Senju clan members who had already retired and integrated into common society. The remaining 1,000-plus ninja walked out of Konoha's gates and headed toward the land of whirlpools. Civilians fled in terror, scattering like leaves before a storm. The war raged on through the night. The Uzumaki clan's resistance weakened, their warriors falling one by one until nearly all their shinobi lay dead. Most of their ninja had mastered only half their craft, their skills blunted by years of peace and the comforting presence of their mighty ally Konoha. Yet the innocent bear no fault. It was their very gifts that sealed their fate. Their unique constitution and mastery of sealing arts made them coveted prey in the eyes of others. They had naively cast aside their swords, not realizing that a sword held in hand and a sword abandoned are two very different things, and this sword meant sufficient shinobi strength. It was then that Orochimaru first set foot in this land. The last time he had only lingered at the border villages. Now surrounded by corpses at every turn, he fell into deep contemplation. The invading ninja ransacked the land like bandits, plundering whatever caught their eye. Some ignored the civilians, entirely focused solely on treasure. Others killed for pleasure, charging forward to run their blades through innocent flesh. Konoha's reinforcements had yet to arrive. The cries of resistance grew fainter, and the occasional explosions slowly died out. Orochimaru understood, save for those who had escaped or been captured by interested parties for research. The ancient Uzumaki clan had become history. Corpses littered the land, ruins crumbled where proud buildings once stood, and devastation stretched as far as the eye could see. Then the morning sun began to rise. As Orochimaru prepared to depart, he received orders to regroup. Hours later, a force of over 1,000 shinobi appeared before his eyes. A complex emotion stirred within Orochimaru. It was clear that the Senju clan had been betrayed long ago. And this allied force, Orochimaru suspected Konoha's shadow loomed within it. Otherwise their intelligence could not be so precise. Compared to the land of whirlpools, the Senju clan's strength was far greater. Many of their ninja possessed monstrous physical power, closing the distance in an instant at the slightest provocation, blades drawn without hesitation. They trusted their bodies more than ninjutsu and possessed formidable healing techniques. Orochimaru had no intention of fighting. He simply stepped back, retreating. He planned to reap the spoils of their conflict. Though the Senju charged in with ferocity, initially managing to hold their own against enemies several times their number. But it wasn't long before they began to falter. The gap in quality was simply too vast. For this was all that remained of the Senju clan, from the lowliest genin to aged elite jonin, a ragtag assembly of wildly disparate skill levels. Problems were inevitable. Blinded by vengeance, lacking a capable commander, and having marched at full speed through the night. Despite their powerful physiques, exhaustion soon overwhelmed them. Watching the Senju clan's battle tactics unfold, Orochimaru couldn't deny his disappointment. It turned out the Uchiha weren't the only ones who had grown arrogant. The Senju were no better. They believed all beneath their clan were nothing but weeds to be crushed. Easy prey for their taking. Charging an elite force of thousands with barely 1,000 of their own. Admirably brave, foolishly so. Power surged endlessly within his body. The Senju constitution reacted with the Uzumaki physique, rapidly filling the gaps in his incomplete sage body. He felt his chakra swelling once more, his perception sharpening, and subtle qualities he could not quite name. He, Orochimaru, was the greatest victor of this farce. He had planned to play the game as a chess master, but with his system, he had become merely a spectator. Why aren't you fighting? As Orochimaru reveled in the surging power, a mist ninja squad leader charged at him, demanding answers. The man was frightened, and Orochimaru seemed like an easy target, a convenient excuse to retreat to the rear. Though the Senju were few and uneven in strength, their close combat cut like a razor-sharp blade. The allied forces were suffering heavy losses as well. After all, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Unlike the Uzumaki's pathetic demise, the Senju displayed the glory befitting their name. Orochimaru moved with ethereal grace. Before the squad leader could react, his chest caved inward. Orochimaru's hand gripped his shoulder. Several cowardly ninja who had witnessed the scene quickly turned away, pretending they had seen nothing. Host, initial sage body integration complete. Further development awaits as your power grows. The remaining sage body source energy has settled within you. Enjoy its use. A moment later, the system's voice finally arrived, belated as ever. Orochimaru had reached the pinnacle of his physical potential, the foundation of his freedom and his power to carve his own path. A flicker of complexity passed through his slit pupils. Humans are like this. What they cannot obtain, they endlessly crave. Yet once obtained, they become plagued by anxiety and melancholy. Spotting a group of a dozen or so young Senju, their strength unremarkable, being shielded, as they retreated, Orochimaru's eyes brightened slightly. The Senju clan had finally realized they were no longer the masters they once were. Orochimaru's feet moved soundlessly. The body flicker technique carried him away. Are you Senju clan members? Orochimaru had circled around, bathed, and changed clothes. Now he stood before the young, defeated remnants. He had no more use for corpses. These dozen or so youths would serve his next face. Why do you hide your face, sir? Dare you reveal yourself? A young Senju, perhaps 17 or 18, spoke, noticing the forehead protector on Orochimaru's brow. Orochimaru gently pulled away the black cloth covering his face. I am Orochimaru, teacher of Shinju Nawaki. I was in seclusion, but upon hearing of the Uzumaki incident, I followed the Shinju reinforcements here. How goes the battle ahead? Why are you in such a state? Were you ambushed? His face bore the urgency of pressing war and the warmth of kinship with the Shinju, his smile soft and gentle. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the young leader froze. The young master's teacher. Tears welled up in his eyes. We've already been to the battlefield. Let's head back first. We can talk as we go. The youth spoke with grief etched across his face, yet mindful of their precarious situation. He hurried on. When we arrived, the land of whirlpools was already littered with corpses. The elder, who was close to the Uzumaki, was enraged. Ignoring the possibility of ambush, he led us charging in, hoping to rescue some survivors and preserve the Uzumaki bloodline. The group had found refuge in a cave, exhausted beyond measure. Orochimaru had led them to this hidden spot. Now they sat together in a circle. Orochimaru, like an elder, listened quietly as the youth poured out his tale. And then, did you save anyone? And the others, did you get separated? Orochimaru asked knowingly. We searched the villages along the way and found survivors. So we pressed deeper. But the cunning enemies had set an ambush as if they knew we were coming. The youth paused mid-sentence, a realization striking him. His eyes flickered with unease before settling into resignation. Orochimaru noted the shift in the boy's gaze. Your suspicion is correct. Konoha did send out many ninja tonight. Not to the Rain Village staging point, nor toward the Cloud Village. Orochimaru patted the youth's shoulder, feeling him instinctively flinch. Yet the boy did not pull away. His eyes turned bloodshot as Orochimaru's words sank in. Who did this? Why would they do this? Do they not know how much the Shinju sacrificed to build Konoha? Our clan produced 2 Hokage. We are the founding family. Who could be so depraved, so treacherous? I must go back and expose them, let everyone see their true faces. The youth's blood boiled at Orochimaru's words. The deaths of over 1,000 clansmen weighed heavily on his heart. Now, learning that their defeat came not from a mighty enemy, but from betrayal within their own ranks, he could not contain his fury. The remaining dozen or so youths, the youngest 13, the eldest 16, all had red-rimmed eyes. Just last night, they had joyful, complete families. Today they had nothing. Are you a fool? The only direct lineage Shinju left are the dozen of you who escaped. Your other clansmen have fully integrated into Konoha. If you go back and make a scene, you'll be signing your own death warrant, wiping out the Shinju name entirely. And someone with such power, can you even fight them? You don't even know who struck the blow. What leverage do you have? Orochimaru's face hardened. He spoke slowly, his tone sharp. He had originally planned to lure these young Shinju away, then lock them up for experiments with Hashirama's cells. After all, no matter how diluted the cells were, using infants as test subjects, the cells would almost instantly overtake the body, consuming it and turning into wood. In the original timeline, Yamato was the sole surviving child, and even that was due to Orochimaru's own careful work. These young ninja with their Shinju blood might grant him a deeper understanding of Hashirama's cells. But now he decided otherwise. These youths had escaped death and crossed paths with him. Their fortune was not low. A dozen would release, wielding Shinju warriors appearing in the shinobi world. What a magnificent sight that would be. And with some Uchiha orphans collected along the way, he would become the godfather of the ninja world. But then what are we supposed to do? The youth slumped in despair. Father, what is wrong? In a simply furnished hall, the young Uchiha Fugaku asked softly as he watched his distracted father. An era has come to an end. The middle-aged man replied subconsciously upon hearing Fugaku's words. What era? Nothing. Do not ask. Cultivate diligently. What a ruthless heart. Heh. Hashirama, you have a good younger brother. Tobirama, you have met your match today. The Hyuga clan. An elder reclined in a rocking chair, swaying gently with an air of pure contentment. The matter had concluded in full. Those who should have received the news had gotten it. Even those left in the dark could piece together fragments or gather whispers. Grandmother, what should we do? Tsunade stood before a woman. She asked with a sorrowful expression. This woman was none other than Mito Uzumaki, wife of the first Hokage, Shinju Hashirama. She looked haggard at that moment. Though she appeared youthful, her face bore an air of exhaustion, her eyes reflecting deep weariness. Tsunade, you must train diligently and protect your younger brother. Do you understand what I mean? Mito stifled her inner grief, her thoughts drifting to young Nawaki. And Tsunade kneeling before her. She spoke softly. Are we just going to let it stand? Tsunade's clear eyes brimmed with complexity, with deep-seated resentment lingering beneath the surface. I am growing old. I merely wait for Kushina to come of age. Once the Jinchuriki seal is complete, my time here will be nearly at an end. Mito said with complicated emotions. This village was the life's work of her husband. She longed to unleash slaughter and dispel the darkness shrouding Konoha. But with war on the horizon, any further upheaval from within would leave the village truly precarious. Hearing Mito's words, Tsunade's eyes filled with sorrow. Go then. Stay within Konoha unless there is an emergency. I will protect you both. Mito waved her hand, wearily gesturing for Tsunade to leave. Her gaze fixated vacantly toward the Uchiha district, as if she could see the bustling crowds of days gone by. Hashirama, I am sorry. I should have seen through their ambitions sooner. I let your life's work be destroyed. After Tsunade left, Mito collapsed weakly to the ground, her eyes vacant and unseeing. She bore twice the suffering that Tsunade endured, yet she remained their sole pillar of strength. If she faltered, everything would deteriorate further. Tsunade passed Nawaki's room and noticed the seclusion sign hanging at the door, repeatedly restraining herself from pushing it open. But each time she stopped herself. She longed to flee with Nawaki and escape this dreadful place, yet the world of shinobi offered no sanctuary for them. That old dog Sarutobi, that treacherous Danzo. Yunchi gripped the test tube tightly, veins bulging on her delicate hand. Though her feelings for the Senju clan ran shallow, it was still the land that had given her life and raised her. Reflecting on her own weak stature, Yunchi's hate-filled eyes grew vacant. After a long while, her hands gradually steadied with resolve. She hurriedly searched through a drawer until a worn notebook came into view. She carefully lifted the notebook, cold light flashing through her eyes. She began flipping through its pages. Edo Tensei, Edo Tensei, she muttered repeatedly. Indeed, this was the very notebook left behind by Senju Tobarama, containing his creation of the Edo Tensei and his research notes on the forbidden technique. Half a month later, after much wandering, Orochimaru, along with 17 young members of the Senju clan, disguised themselves and finally arrived at the Land of Fields. As the war was still raging, Orochimaru led them into the mountains and established a temporary stronghold in front of several wooden cabins. Orochimaru looked with satisfaction at the 17 young men before him. Konoha has grown corrupt, and Nawaki is still in the village. I plan to return and gather intelligence, and also bring Nawaki and Tsunade out. You shall live in seclusion here for now. I will bring them to you. Remember, you must never reveal your whereabouts. If hungry, you may hunt in the mountains. Think of your young clan leader. He still relies on you to rebuild the Senju clan. Do you understand? Orochimaru spoke softly. His expression was solemn. The youths were at a rebellious age, prone to thinking of things too simplistically. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. I will keep them in line. We are truly grateful to you. The eldest, a young man of about 17 or 18, said earnestly. His face was resolute. Clearly he had accepted Orochimaru and his plan. After all, if Orochimaru had wished them harm, they would have perished long ago. Thus, even though Orochimaru was a disciple of that old fiend Hiruzen Sarutobi, they still placed their trust in him. Not only was he the old fiend's apprentice, but he was also their young clan leader's teacher. When Orochimaru slipped back into the village, he moved with stealth and furtively entered his room. As usual, he checked the hidden mechanisms in the underground chamber. Finding no signs of tampering, he was relieved. Orochimaru-sensei, are you back? At night, Nawaki gently knocked on Orochimaru's door. He called out softly. Orochimaru, who had been meditating cross-legged on his bed, opened his eyes. He slowly rose to his feet and lightly opened the door. What's wrong, Nawaki? Didn't I tell you to go into seclusion? As he looked at Nawaki's reddened eyes, Orochimaru paused. You know? Nawaki stepped inside, and Orochimaru closed the door. He closed his eyes briefly, sensing his surroundings. He detected a few figures lingering at a distance behind Nawaki, making no move to approach. Orochimaru opened his eyes and spoke softly. Woo-woo. My sister told me everything. Our Senju clan, when they went to reinforce the Land of Whirlpools, none of them returned. They were all wiped out. Hearing Nawaki's words, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. He then walked to the table and poured Nawaki a glass of water. Have a drink and tell me slowly. Nawaki accepted the cup, drank, then gently set it down on the table. Orochimaru-sensei, I want to know what happened. Nawaki looked at Orochimaru with a mix of anxiety and trepidation. His eyes held grief, uncertainty, and trust. Clearly he had his doubts about the selective information Tsunade had shared with him. It all began with the Land of Whirlpools. Your Senju clan and the Land of Whirlpools had been allies for generations. What happened this time was premeditated. The isolation of the Land of Whirlpools with no one to come to their aid was by design of the current Konoha leadership. And the Senju clan's deployment to assist them was just one part of the scheme. Recalling how utterly dedicated Nawaki was in the original story to fighting for Konoha, all in a desperate bid to restore the Senju clan's former glory, he died tragically young. And the path Sasuke took, knowing how early ninja children matured, he did not follow Tsunade's or Itachi's approach. Instead, he chose to tell Nawaki the truth. Contrary to Orochimaru's expectation of righteous fury, with Nawaki shouting curses at the old Hiruzen and rushing off for vengeance, Nawaki listened to Orochimaru's words with careful attention. His face betrayed no emotion. The hatred in the depths of his eyes was carefully concealed. Seeing this, Orochimaru's serpentine pupils held a new glimmer. He thought to himself, this child has potential. Sensei, thank you for preserving 17 bloodlines for our Senju clan. Nawaki rose and bowed deeply to Orochimaru. He spoke. Watching Nawaki, who had been influenced by him, or perhaps through his lessons, had become remarkably composed and subtle for his age. Orochimaru felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Your Senju clan still has many members who married common folk, doesn't it? The clan isn't completely extinct. Orochimaru said with a light chuckle. No, it doesn't count. Once they integrated into Konoha, they gave up the Senju surname. They are no longer members of our clan. That was a strict decree from my grandfather. And those old bastards are ruthless. They might be in danger too. But there's nothing I can do. Nawaki spoke softly. So what will you do? Orochimaru asked, a strange glint in his eyes. A flash of murderous intent crossed Nawaki's eyes, quickly suppressed. Sensei once said, for a gentleman, revenge is never too late. I am still too weak. I wish to bide my time until I am strong enough. the 10-year-old Nawaki said with a grim expression, displaying a maturity far beyond his years. Oh, and what will you do once you are strong enough? Orochimaru asked softly upon hearing this. This disciple is getting interesting. Konoha has rotted. I will raze it to the ground and rebuild it from the ashes. A wave of bold determination surged from Nawaki. Orochimaru's vertical pupils rolled. You are too naive. The village is a complex web entwined with the interests of countless people. Unless you can reach the level of your grandfather and win people over with virtue, your words are mere fantasy. Orochimaru did not hesitate to deflate Nawaki. But there are many who would follow our Senju clan. Nawaki instinctively retorted. Exactly why I say you're still too green, thinking too simply. Without power, who would follow you? The ones who truly remember your clan's goodness are the common villagers of Konoha. But villagers are often fickle, easily swayed by others, or blinded by petty gains. Orochimaru stated flatly, dispelling Nawaki's naivety. But Nawaki tried to interject. But then he recalled the recent tragedy. Then sensei, teach me how to achieve revenge. As long as I can avenge my clan. Nawaki stripped of all hope. His eyes red, he looked at Orochimaru with desperate pleading. Orochimaru looked at his grief-stricken disciple, and gently ruffled his hair. One thing you said is right. Power is the most crucial element. Go back and see if your grandfather left anything behind. Sort through his belongings. See if you can find anything useful. And don't overlook your grandmother's side either. Scrounge up whatever you can. Harine seal and sealing techniques are valuable. Your grandfathers would release jutsu as well. Your clan should have copies of these things. Orochimaru said softly, patting Nawaki's head. His smile was kind. Finally, it's over. But I never expected that the Senju clan would be the first to leave the stage. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window staring blankly at the still bustling Konoha. A trace of melancholy appeared in his eyes. He should be delighted to have eliminated a major threat. The great mountain pressing on him had collapsed. I wonder how the front lines are doing. By the way, I heard that Nawaki has completed his training and went to see Orochimaru. It's perfect timing to send my disciples to the battlefield for some experience, to let them feel the cruelty of war and how hard won the peace of Konoha is. He paused for a moment, as if recalling something. He murmured softly. Old man, what did you call us for? Because Orochimaru was in seclusion, Hiruzen Sarutobi had not sent Jiraiya and Tsunade out either. Jiraiya said in a calm tone. He also knew about the Senju clan's affairs. For the first time he realized that this teacher was not simple. But so what? He was originally a commoner. Without Hiruzen Sarutobi, he wouldn't be where he is today. So despite his complex feelings, he pretended not to know, hiding his inner conflict. Tsunade remained silent as usual. There was a hint of weariness about her. Orochimaru quietly stared at the ground. Now that Hiruzen Sarutobi posed no threat to him, he couldn't be bothered to respond. Of course, if it came to a real fight, Orochimaru would still feel uneasy. After all, this convenient teacher could go for a mutually destructive exchange. He didn't want to strain relations with Konoha too much. If things became too strained, it would be troublesome for him. After all, even without the Senju clan, Konoha was still a powerful village. In the original story, defecting was the better option. If he really caused a major incident, how could he peacefully establish an organization? He would have Konoha ninjas chasing him every day. Besides, no matter how strong he was, his subordinates couldn't withstand a blow from Konoha, and his strength wasn't invincible. So Orochimaru never intended to leave Konoha. This place, for now, could still provide him a relatively quiet environment to conduct his experiments and fully digest the knowledge in his head. Orochimaru, what do you want from me? Tsunade looked at the man full of evil intent with a calm expression. Seeing Tsunade's cold demeanor, Orochimaru was somewhat puzzled, but he still spoke softly. I'd like to visit your clan. He had assigned Nawaki a mission, and Nawaki hadn't returned yet. He wanted to see what Nawaki was up to. Our clan is already a shadow of its former self. What's there to see? Tsunade said indifferently. As if thinking of something, Tsunade continued. I hope you stay away from Nawaki from now on. Her gaze was filled with coldness. Everyone knew that Orochimaru was Hiruzen Sarutobi's most favored disciple, including her and Jiraiya. As the saying goes, love me, love my dog, hate me, hate my dog. Well, then I won't go. Orochimaru shook his head and said casually. He didn't care how others treated him. Only he himself could ever hurt him. He would never hand a sharp sword to others or reveal his weaknesses, letting others have a chance to betray him. Watching Orochimaru leave without a second thought, a flicker of softness passed through Tsunade's beautiful eyes, then turned to ice. You're not stupid. You know what I'm concerned about. Have you really gotten tangled up with that old dog Sarutobi? Or have you never considered me as a friend? Tsunade whispered softly. Jiraiya watched Orochimaru and Tsunade, then walked aside to whisper. After that, Orochimaru left nonchalantly. Tsunade's eyes turned icy cold. He wanted to do something, but was powerless. Blame those complicated, lustful people. Nawaki, where are you going again? Seeing Nawaki sneak out of the room, Tsunade caught him red-handed. I'm going to see Orochimaru-sensei. Nawaki stood before Tsunade. He looked at Tsunade calmly. Unlike the Nawaki of before. You're not allowed to see Orochimaru anymore. Do you hear me? Do you know? Tsunade, who was about to say more, suddenly remembered that she hadn't told Nawaki these secrets and stopped. Why, oi? Nawaki looked at Tsunade flatly, without any emotion. Obviously, he hadn't taken it to heart. There's no why. You just can't. That's it. Seeing Nawaki like this, Tsunade's voice turned colder. She couldn't bear Nawaki being so close to Orochimaru, one of the culprits behind the clan's annihilation. Perhaps at any moment her younger brother could be killed by Orochimaru. Oh, mind your own business. Don't give me that attitude. If you have any anger, take it out on the clan's enemies. Don't act tough in front of me. Hearing his sister being so unreasonable, Nawaki blurted out subconsciously. People often say the most hurtful words to those closest to them, while being polite to strangers. At this moment, both Nawaki and Tsunade were full of pent-up anger. Hearing Nawaki's words, Tsunade's eyes froze, and she was momentarily distracted. When she came back to her senses, Nawaki was already gone from in front of her. Nawaki, wait. She rushed out immediately, trying to stop him, but she tripped on the threshold. She fell clumsily to the ground, even rolling over twice. It was clear how flustered she was. She stared blankly at the sky. 2 clear tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. At times like this, she was merely a fragile woman. With grievances she could not speak of to anyone. She could only bear it all alone. Teacher, I have arrived. Orochimaru sat on the bed, legs crossed. He swayed the sake gourd, leisurely drinking. Shiranui pushed open the door and spoke softly. A fresh trail of tears still wet on his face. Clearly his heart was far from calm. Having quarreled with his dearest older sister. Sit. Pour yourself a glass of water and sober up a bit. Orochimaru glanced at Shiranui through drunken, hazy eyes and spoke softly. He understood everything at once. Then he continued, gazing at his sake gourd, growing ever more fond of it. I had a fight with my sister. We have never argued before. Shiranui took a sip of water. He confided in Orochimaru, revealing the vulnerability that a child should possess. You are far too weak, Shiranui. This will not do. Before you possess absolute strength, you must not and cannot control your emotions. Remember this, it applies to anyone. Orochimaru reclined slightly, his back against the wall. One leg bent and stretched across the other leg upright, and bent the ankle resting against the sole of the horizontal foot. His hands rested on his knees, fingers moving incessantly. I understand, teacher. Firmness appeared in Shiranui's eyes. He gathered his spirits. Teacher, grandfather, and second grandfather's belongings have all been tampered with. I found nothing. Shiranui whispered. His gaze fixed on Orochimaru. Oh, do not worry. It was to be expected. I merely did not anticipate they would act so swiftly, showing absolutely no respect for your grandmother. A cold sneer curled Orochimaru's lips. Such greedy appetite, truly ugly. One wonders if Mito has grown old to endure such things. Perhaps it is because Shiranui has not yet come of age. Orochimaru pondered silently. Then have you learned the Yin seal? I noticed your sister seems to have already mastered it, with a diamond-shaped mark above her brow. Orochimaru asked again. Grandmother refused me. So I laid my cards on the table. She said if I could awaken the wood release, she would grant my wishes. If I cannot awaken the wood release, she told me to keep my head down and behave. Shiranui said somewhat dejectedly. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru showed little reaction. That ability was of no use to him anyway. It merely served to satisfy his humble collecting obsession. He now possessed the sage body, unlike Tobirama, who had fought since childhood, accumulating hidden injuries that damaged his foundation, and ultimately fought Madara to the death, sustaining grave wounds. With Madara dead, his will to live had also waned. If he could develop his sage body to the same extent as Hashirama's, he estimated he could easily live 500 years without issue. So you obtain nothing at all, is that correct? Orochimaru's vertical pupils fixed steadily upon Shiranui. Teacher, I indeed obtained nothing. Shiranui lowered his head in shame. Orochimaru looked at the bowed Shiranui. His vertical pupils held no warmth. I am heading to the battlefield tomorrow. You should return early. Your sister will go as well. Have a proper talk with her. This battle will likely span several years before we return. After a moment, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze and spoke softly. Yes, teacher. Teacher, please rest well. Shiranui, who had wanted to say more, saw the chilling aura radiating from Orochimaru and fell silent. He too wished to go to the battlefield. He secretly resolved that tomorrow he would ambush his teacher at the village entrance and insist on going to the battlefield for experience. Even if it meant rolling on the ground. This might help ease other suspicions. Shiranui closed the door and walked away, lost in thought. Halfway there, he discovered his older sister Tsunade was walking toward him. His gaze flickered evasively. Before he could say anything, his hand was covered by Tsunade's soft palm, and she pulled him toward home. System, are you there? Watching Shiranui depart, Orochimaru, having taken a sip of sake, sat up slightly. Feeling somewhat bored, he called upon the system in his mind to pass the time. I am here, my respected host. How may I be of service? The system's response made Orochimaru pause. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. System, I have been in this world for many years now, and my strength has somewhat lagged behind, has it not? Orochimaru spoke softly. The system hesitated. Then what is my respected host's intention? Setting aside the Rinnegan and six-path sage mode, how about granting me a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, or perhaps the wood release for fun? Orochimaru was somewhat intoxicated. He took advantage of his drunkenness to make unreasonable demands. My respected host, you should have realized by now that I am merely a medium. I require physical materials to convert for you. The system's somewhat exasperated voice echoed in Orochimaru's mind. Oh, I will not make things difficult for you. I have Tobirama's corpse. Producing the wood release should pose no problem, correct? Upon hearing the system's words, Orochimaru's brows rose slightly. He replied frivolously in his mind. This. Respected host, that corpse has already been severely damaged. Moreover, the energy has dissipated too much. Directly converting it into wood release is impractical. You might explore this domain further, and perhaps achieve what I cannot. Orochimaru felt somewhat displeased upon hearing the system's words. Madara could accomplish such things, yet the system claimed it could not. He did not believe a word of it. It was clearly a matter of insufficient incentives. Then find me a brilliant female researcher as my companion. I have grown somewhat lonely after all these years. Orochimaru continued. The system experienced a momentary freeze. After a moment, my respected host, what style of Mangekyo Sharingan would you prefer? I shall immediately consume my own life force to produce a pair for you. Unable to endure the pestering of the clingy little demon Orochimaru, the system could only helplessly agree. It had also received considerable benefits recently. If you put it that way, I become quite interested. The next day, the three of them sat in an awkward silence, no one speaking. Behind them trailed 6 nondescript ninja. Orochimaru seemed lost in thought, still dwelling on what had happened the night before. He had already conceived every idea in his mind, every dojutsu technique he desired. And not just any dojutsu, but one never before seen in the ninja world. Yet the system informed him it required loading. A mere 81 days to load. A single dojutsu. He could hunt ninja to accelerate the process. Conditions and logic with no apparent connection had been presented by the system. It made no sense whatsoever. Shiraku, why are you here? As the three were about to leave the village, Tsunade looked at Shiraku and said in surprise. Orochimaru's expression darkened. This familiar, uncontrollable situation had appeared once again. Orochimaru understood deep within. It was the world's corrective force. I am the last male of the Senju clan. I must also go to the battlefield and kill enemies to revive our Senju clan. Shiraku had thought of this excuse throughout the entire night. It was impossible to refuse. This was right at the entrance of Konoha, where anything that happened would be known by the village's high-ranking officials. Young Shiraku, you are still too young. Cultivate for 2 more years and stay in the village to keep your grandmother company. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru spoke softly. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's beautiful eyes softened slightly. In the original work, she had Kato Dan to listen to her troubles and encourage her. But now she had nothing. She could only grit her teeth and persevere, protecting her younger brother. Finally, Shiraku had embarked on his path of courting death. So many people feared the wood release. And Shiraku no longer had the Senju clan as a protective shield. Whether enemy or ally, all wanted his life. Whether for research on wood release or to eliminate potential threats. Many would inevitably resort to desperate measures. Along the way, Tsunade looked at Shiraku, who was clinging to Orochimaru with a complicated expression. Jiraiya's eyes were fixed entirely on Tsunade. Orochimaru occasionally took sips of his sake. You are the young head of the Senju clan, though you are now a commander without soldiers. But remember, a commander should not charge headfirst into battle. You must remain in the rear and provide command. Orochimaru recalled from the original work. Shiraku turned back, smiled at Orochimaru, and with a resolute expression leaped onto a tree branch and rushed ahead. Then a burst of flames and explosions erupted into the sky. When he reappeared, Shiraku's internal organs had been completely hollowed out. That was why he was saying these things to him. If Shiraku left his side, he would be courting death himself. Orochimaru remained the captain of this mission. This time he had several more subordinates under his command. You 6 proceed at full speed. Go and see what the situation is at the front lines. Orochimaru pointed at the 6 behind him and said softly, his general-like demeanor fully displayed. But Lord Orochimaru, our mission is to protect you at all costs. Remembering the surveillance mission given by the Hokage, this ninja said with an unpleasant expression. This is a military order. Do you wish to defy a military order? Seeing this ninja's unwilling expression, Orochimaru's vertical pupils gazed coldly at him, as if ready to execute military justice at the slightest word of refusal. The ninja shuddered at Orochimaru's icy gaze. Remembering that they were no longer in Konoha and that Orochimaru's orders were now military orders, if they defied them, Orochimaru had the right to punish them. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. We will proceed at full speed now. The ninja dared not say another word. His life was what mattered most. Orochimaru's frosty expression quickly melted away. He patted the ninja on the shoulder. Good brother, go quickly. Find out the situation ahead. I do this for the greater cause. I hope you understand. Orochimaru smiled gently. He signaled that they could leave. The 6 departed. Orochimaru gave a meaningful smile toward the rear. Seeing this side of Orochimaru, Tsunade felt somewhat uncomfortable. She had never seen this kind of Orochimaru before. Jiraiya did not say much. Shiraku meanwhile looked up at Orochimaru, hoping to learn something useful from him. The group of 4 leisurely made their way along the road. There was no sense of urgency about the battle ahead. They ate when hungry, drank when thirsty, traveled for an hour, then rested for half an hour. At night, they set up camp and rested. At this pace, it would likely take 10 to 15 days to reach the front lines. If not for their unusually fast marching speed, it might take 1 or 2 months. However, just 3 days later, they saw numerous traces of explosions and bloodstains along the road. It appeared that small battles had taken place here in recent days. Until the group spotted a ninja forehead protector. Orochimaru had a premonition. His ninjas sent ahead to certain death had likely met their end. They were marching so openly toward the front lines, and the group included Shiraku. His value was far greater than ambushing grain supplies. Orochimaru saw this scene and remained unfazed. This scheme of borrowing a knife to kill, this wretched idea, was likely devised by Danzu, that unscrupulous man. He closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings, finding no ambushes. Orochimaru continued his leisurely pace toward the front. He did not walk too quickly, fearing he might encounter some trap. If they encountered a trap, they might be fine, but Shiraku could easily suffer an accident and be sacrificed. It was that casual. Like the Grim Reaper himself. Having escaped one disaster, various crises would inevitably appear later, causing an unexpected death. Half a month later, after casually dealing with 2 assassination attempts, the group finally arrived at the front lines. Orochimaru, you're here. Tsukumo Hatake immediately came out of his tent to greet Orochimaru upon hearing of his arrival. By now Tsukumo had risen to a position of great authority. Except for the 2 old fossils, he basically had the final say on this front. Yes, I'm here, Tsukumo-kun, Orochimaru replied, feeling genuinely happy to see Tsukumo. There was no sense of estrangement despite the time apart. Come, let's sit in my tent first and have something to eat. Familiarly ignoring Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Nawaki, Tsukumo pulled Orochimaru toward his own tent. The remaining 3 exchanged glances. Oh, you all come in too. As if recalling something he had missed, Tsukumo turned around and invited them. How can we be so rude? Jiraiya stepped forward with a grin. Oh, sorry about that. You're right, my tent is not for just anyone. Then find a place to set up camp and stay. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsukumo said impulsively. Orochimaru was speechless. This conversation was ridiculous. Seeing Jiraiya's awkwardness, Tsukumo seemed to remember something. Orochimaru, your comrade is still so thin-skinned. Just kidding, come on in. Tsukumo said to Orochimaru first, then turned to Jiraiya, whose smile had frozen. The scene was extremely awkward. How's the situation now? You seem quite relaxed. After sitting down, Orochimaru asked softly, feeling a bit puzzled. Don't even mention it. I thought the Land of Rain had grown bold enough to take on 3 at once, but they ended up just vending on the Land of Iron. With the Suna Ninja next door, we Konoha folks are a bit bored. Tsukumo Hatake shook his head and said softly. That's not right. They were so aggressive, how could it end up anticlimactic? Orochimaru frowned, unable to make sense of it. It's mainly because the Land of Rain feels its territory is too small and resources too scarce. It envies its 3 neighboring countries. That's us. Fighting back and forth, it's all about expanding territory, but they don't even consider if they can swallow it. Hearing Tsukumo's words, Orochimaru was somewhat confused. He didn't understand how this free-for-all had started, but he knew that the Konoha's legendary Sannin would have a skirmish with Hanzo. He couldn't recall the specifics. He only knew that Tsukumo's moniker, the White Fang of Konoha, would become renowned in this battle. Sasori's parents would be killed by Tsukumo. Dan and Nawaki would also meet their end. Chiyo would confront Hanzo and Tsunade respectively. Thinking it over, Orochimaru shook his head. These things were only for reference. Oh, then we should be careful. The Land of Wind is so close to us. We have all fertile land, while they have only sandstorms. They might bite us, Orochimaru said softly as a precaution. Consider it a few words of advice for his friend Tsukumo Hatake. I've already taken precautions. Don't worry, Tsukumo replied softly. Then he remembered that they had been chatting for so long, without even offering Orochimaru a cup of tea. That was impolite. He scratched his head, picked up the cup on the table, and poured a cup of tea for Orochimaru. He handed it to Orochimaru, then passed the kettle to Jiraiya, signaling them to help themselves. Orochimaru accepted the tea and took a gentle sip. Tsukumo was particularly mindful of etiquette and politeness in front of strangers. In front of him, he dropped the pretense and revealed his true self. Days gradually became uneventful again. The Land of Fire always advocated peace, so it had no intention of striking first. Winning this kind of battle wouldn't be of much use. They were the defensive side, so they had no intention of launching an attack. The Suna Ninja village, seeing that Konoha, this fierce tiger, was staying put, also remained still. As the saying goes, a statue is a turtle. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Meanwhile, the Hidden Rain village, noticing that the Hidden Sand and Hidden Leaf villages had no intention of fighting, quietly increased their efforts, planning to take care of the Land of Iron first. So the war was currently directed at the Land of Iron, invading its territory. The samurai of the Land of Iron turned and fled as soon as they heard the name of Hanzo the Salamander. Hanzo felt a glimmer of joy at this sight, as if he could see the good times approaching. His greatest goal was not just the present. Rather, it was to make the Hidden Rain village become the 6th great hidden village. Now, seeing how cowardly the samurai of the Land of Iron had become, it seemed that the battles of the previous days had already scared these self-proclaimed warriors. Just as he was about to order the pursuit of these fleeing lambs, he saw a man still standing in place, holding a katana, blocking their path. Young man, you have great courage. What is your name? Hanzo asked softly, looking at the man with some boldness. My name is Mifune. I never change it, whether sitting or standing. Go ahead, let me see your strength. What makes you dare to stand before me? Hanzo's voice came through his mask, utterly calm. In one hand, he held a sickle, in the other a chain. Mifune, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. He lightly tapped his toes and charged at Hanzo with his katana. Seeing that Mifune's courage was commendable, but his skill mediocre, Hanzo found it somewhat dull. He sidestepped, lightly dodging Mifune's fierce slash, then swung his sickle toward Mifune's neck, as if aiming to sever the opponent's head. Mifune barely managed to parry the strike. He was at a great disadvantage, but he showed no intention of retreating. Despite knowing he was outmatched, he continued to attack. Seeing this, Hanzo's pupils slightly contracted. With a flick of his sickle tip, a deep gash was carved on Mifyun's right cheek. Mifyun showed no emotion, gripping his katana tightly and slashing at Hanzo. Hanzo held the chain firmly, channeling chakra, and dealt a heavy blow to the back of the katana. The katana broke. Hanzo did not hesitate. He kicked Mifyun's abdomen. Mifyun was sent flying dozens of meters. He fell to the ground, coughing blood, trying to get up, but unable to move. He stared blankly at the broken katana. A person's end is not death, but when he loses his faith. Even if you die here, you are not a dull blade. I will declare to the world that you are a hero. Hanzo looked down at Mifyun and said. He seemed to have no intention of killing Mifyun. Instead, he walked toward the direction where the samurai had fled. After all, Mifyun was poisoned by his venom. Mifyun struggled to rise. Mifyun, thinking Hanzo wouldn't kill him, sat up. Blood kept spurting from his mouth, staining his clothes. Kill me. I am their leader. As long as you kill me, you will have won this battle. Mifyun said with effort. To prevent blood from clogging his vocal cords, he kept coughing up blood. Hearing Mifyun's words, Hanzo's expression softened slightly. He stopped. He paused, then tossed a porcelain bottle to Mifyun. You have been poisoned by the venom on my sickle. This is the antidote. With that, he turned and left. The Land of Iron was taken care of. Next, he only needed to win 2 more battles. Then the territory of the Land of Rain will become so vast, so vast. Thinking this, one of the people from my village, within the Suna camp, in a large tent, a handsome man with a somewhat effeminate demeanor inquired softly. He was Xie's father, Shuang of the Red Sand. Yet he was also Chiyo's son. Chiyo was now in Sharon village. He was the supreme commander of the frontline Suna forces. Beside him sat a gentle and beautiful woman. Below, a few men with white gauze covering their faces were seated. Because the country of wind was all desert, the white cloth served to shield them from the sandstorms. Lord Shuang, my village has shown no movement, as if they have no intention of joining the war. A fair-skinned man murmured softly. Nonsense. Mai is ambitious and treacherous. Our lands once had forests, but they were all seized by Mai, leaving us to endure this endless sandstorm. The dark-faced man beside him quickly interjected. Shuang watched his subordinates on the verge of arguing again with a sense of helplessness. He had lost count of how many times they had quarreled. Black and white seemed destined to clash. Shuang Xia is still so young, waiting for us at home. Let's hasten our pace. Mai has vast resources. Fighting them brings no benefit. The country of rain is advancing fiercely, and we cannot afford to absorb them. The tent had grown empty. After hearing his wife's words, Shuang fell silent for a while, his brows furrowed. He was a ninja of Sharon village. Seeing the villagers suffering daily from the sandstorms, he truly wished to do something to change this situation. If he returned empty-handed, having gained nothing, he would have no face to return. I will discuss it properly with everyone. You go back and rest first. Shuang caressed his wife's cheek and said softly. Soon the tent, once empty, became lively again. Shuang waved his hand, and the tent fell silent. The country of rain has been slow to act, focusing solely on attacking the country of iron. Moreover, the country of rain itself is small, and the rain village has few ninjas. Swallowing the country of iron is already a stretch for them. I suspect this war will be much ado about nothing. Meanwhile, we are using the nation's scarce provisions not for camping here. So I have decided to ambush Mai. Drive away this wolf pack, then take over the battlefield and annex the country of rain. Shuang saw that everyone was waiting for him to speak. He then voiced the thoughts he had pondered for half a day. After Shuang finished speaking, nothing remained in the tent but the sound of breathing. At that moment, it was deathly silent. But can we really defeat Mai? In the first war, so many besieged Mai and still lost. A moment later, a timid voice came through. It stirred the fear in everyone's hearts. Those who had been eager to act also calmed down. Since you are so afraid of death, why did you come to the front line? Don't you want to leave a better environment for your descendants? If you're so cowardly, we might as well be turtles. This miserable land is all sand. We rely entirely on buying food, dragging down our nation's economy. Even if we gave it away, no one would want it. Shuang raised his voice a few decibels, trying to instill some spirit into his comrades. But isn't the country of rain very small? I think they must be coveting our vast lands of the country of wind. So our presence here is not entirely useless. At this moment, another voice emerged. It shattered Shuang's illusion. Seeing the ninjas of the village so terrified of Mai, Shuang felt helpless. His eyes lost focus, staring blankly at the lamp above. For a moment he was dazed. The ninjas of Mai were like a nightmare to them. Scenes from his childhood flashed through his mind. An image of a child appeared in his mind. It was Xia. A surge of strength seemed to flow into his heart. His thoughts became clearer. He began to contemplate what his comrades truly feared. Only by understanding what they dreaded could he have a chance to dispel their terror. After a moment, a name emerged in his mind. Qinshu Zhujian. The mere mention of Qinshu Zhujian's name turned his thoughts into a chaotic mess. This was an insurmountable obstacle. Watching the scene below, which had turned into a market where his loyalists were arguing, Shuang felt a headache coming on. Just then he suddenly remembered. Qinshu Zhujian had been dead for ages. Why fear a corpse? Well, to be precise, both Qinshu Zhujian and Qinshu Feijian were dead, so why be afraid? What are you afraid of? Don't you remember the news we received a while ago? As Shuang pondered, he suddenly hit upon a key point. What news? Below, the commotion died down. Someone spoke up in response. You came out to fight, yet you don't read the intelligence reports. Shuang sighed in exasperation, lamenting his pack of foolish teammates. Have the sandstorms addled your brains? All this. The scene quieted down again, everyone looking at each other, watching them. Shuang sighed. The country of Yuzushio has been destroyed. Yanin village is flaunting their forces at Mai's defense line. We have a battlefront too. Oh, and the Qianshou clan you fear, they are also extinct. I don't know if it's out of fear that you subconsciously consider Mai untouchable, thus ignoring this news. But it's true. Do you still think Mai is terrifying? Besides, we only need to drive them away and push the front line into the country of rain. Shuang was somewhat helpless, having figured out the key point. He was not the Kazekage after all. These men were not truly stupid, it was just that he had not yet earned their trust or enough prestige. So they only wanted to carry out the Kazekage's orders, feigning ignorance about everything else. After saying this, Shuang finally understood. The clown was himself. He had been the one fooled by the sandstorms, failing to see through these old foxes. His heart was in turmoil. How to lead a group of unruly old foxes? What to do? Waiting online quite urgent. When Shuang spoke so plainly, some finally dropped their pretenses. They too were people who genuinely cared about Sunagakure. But the Kazekage-sama only ordered us to guard the border. If we act and the Leaf Ninja get provoked, we would become the sinners. A man around 40 years old spoke softly. He voiced what everyone was thinking, but dared not say. Shuang was secretly relieved that someone had finally stopped playing dumb. As I said, Konoha isn't that scary. Especially after losing the powerful Uzumaki clan as an ally and the Senju, the top combat clan. The Uchiha haven't appeared either. There are only a few Hyuga. We don't need to be afraid. We just need to. Enough? Send a message to the Kazekage. Your reasoning is sound. But we have our own difficulties. You are the commander appointed by the Kazekage, but if you defy his orders, you still have to contact him. Before Shuang could persuade them again, a voice interrupted. Shuang hesitated, then felt he shouldn't be too hard on them. Waiting for the Kazekage's orders wouldn't take too long. Fine. I'll write to the Kazekage. Be ready for battle at a moment's notice. Orochimaru, it's been a while. Fancy a spar. Orochimaru was sitting cross-legged in his tent. Sakumo walked in and spoke. Orochimaru was tempted for a moment, but then calmed down. Sakumo was one of the commanders now. If they messed around and delayed the war effort and got blamed by the villagers, having to commit seppuku would be ridiculous. Orochimaru's heart turned cold. This friend's resolve was still lacking. No sparring. We're on the battlefield. What nonsense. Orochimaru said irritably. Hearing this, Sakumo shook his head in disappointment. Sigh, so boring. I'm getting rusty. Have a sip. Don't get drunk. Use chakra to process the alcohol. Orochimaru tossed the gourd to Sakumo. Sakumo caught it instinctively. Staring at the gourd, he swallowed nervously. Hey, ninja can't drink on a mission. And this is a large-scale war. Are you trying to get me killed? Sakumo swallowed again and threw the gourd back. Orochimaru uncorked it, and the aroma filled the tent. Orochimaru took a satisfying sip. He smacked his lips. I'll find wine. Seeing this, Sakumo turned away in disgust. Orochimaru was too much. After Sakumo left, Orochimaru's face tensed up again. This waiting game wasn't working. He still wanted to capture some ninjas and bless them, but if he messed with leaf ninjas and got caught, the trouble would be too great. So it wasn't a good idea. In the land of rain, Fuso, hold on. Not long after, a cry was heard. My child, your life is so hard. A woman, weak and tearful, held a baby in her arms. Don't be sad, Fuso. I'll take good care of you and the child. Looking at his red-haired wife and the equally red-haired child in her arms, Ayase, a black-haired man, softly said. Ayase was a physician in the land of rain who had met Fuso 2 years ago while she was traveling. They fell in love at first sight. Fuso originally wanted to take Ayase back to Yuzushio, but her father wrote to her asking her to stay for a few years. She didn't mind. It was only today, heavily pregnant, that she learned of Yuzushiogakure's fall due to outdated information. In her grief, she went into early labor. The child was born prematurely. I see we have a son. Have you thought of a name for him? Fuso looked at her husband and spoke softly. The sadness in her eyes couldn't be erased. Fuso, let the child take your surname. Let him be Uzumaki Nagato. Let our child revive the Uzumaki clan. Seeing his grieving wife, Ayase said softly. As night fell, an old man with white hair and a gaunt face appeared at the couple's doorstep. His pupils were small, the irises ringed with black circles, and a faint purple light flickered. This man was none other than Uchiha Madara. A year ago, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had finally evolved into the Rinnegan. He had then begun to plan and set his schemes in motion. It was recently that he had targeted the couple Ayase and Fuso. Originally, he only planned to transplant the Rinnegan into a child to complete his plan. But considering that ordinary children couldn't handle the transplant, he decided to target the Senju or Uzumaki clans. But to his surprise, by the time his plan was ready and he had created black and white Zetsu, both clans were already extinct. While Konoha still had many Senju, none had the right constitution. He couldn't wait any longer. He wouldn't consider the Uchiha, because he had been betrayed by his clan. Also, the Uchiha were part of another aspect of his plan. Giving them the Rinnegan would make things uncontrollable. So for a time he was in a difficult position. But with his rigorous approach, Madara chose to wait for the right one. He sent out black and white Zetsu to search the ninja world. The Zetsu were something special. Black Zetsu was the embodiment of his will. White Zetsu was a creature he had created from Hashirama's cells. Especially the spiral Zetsu, which was top-notch. It wasn't long before they found a surviving Uzumaki woman who was heavily pregnant. After a series of operations, Madara was exhausted. He felt as if half of his remaining life had been cut away. To ensure the success of the plan, and for the Uzumaki child to use the Rinnegan properly. He had also left a portion of the life force from Hashirama's cells within the Rinnegan, but this too was restricted. This life force could only be used to save lives. It could not be used to gather the power of the 6 paths like he had done. He had extinguished the source. Thus it lacked the ability to create. It was only a bit of energy to improve Nagato's constitution, making him more suitable for the Rinnegan. After finishing, Madara returned to his base. The demonic statue of the outer path was connected to him by multiple pipes, continuously injecting life force into his body. It allowed him to hold on a little longer to finish the necessary preparations. After receiving Shuang's intelligence report, the Kazekage fell silent for a moment. He gazed out the window at the vast expanse of yellow sand, then sent back his reply. They had nothing to lose anyway. All they had was a land covered in yellow sand, but even a gamble was worth taking. After all, this was not a full-scale war against Konoha. Thus he agreed to Shuang's plan. With the Kazekage's approval, Shuang set her plan in motion, taking advantage of the fact that Konoha's forces had been recently lulled into complacency. They prepared for a midnight raid on the camp. The number of their ninja deployed to the front lines was roughly equal to Konoha's. Moreover, many of their ninja were puppet masters, each capable of controlling multiple puppets, all coated with venom. He felt the odds were quite favorable. 4 ordinary ninja, the sand ninja, who wielded puppets and poison, were particularly tenacious opponents. One careless moment struck by a poisoned shuriken, and they would die from the toxin. As night fell in silence, one after another sneaky ninja slipped out of the sand ninja camp. During their movement, apart from the faint sound of wind, there was not a single other noise. Soon the large camp was emptied. They had claimed to fight several skirmishes against Konoha and drive them away. In reality, from the moment they struck, they would go all out to avoid any unexpected complications. As they approached Konoha's main camp, a signal flare shot into the sky. Then a succession of signal flares rose, turning the night into day. Seeing this, Shuang showed no surprise. The Hyuga clan was simply that formidable. With them present, sneaky attacks were impossible. Moreover, because it was nighttime, they had already gotten quite close to Konoha's positions. During the day, this would have been impossible. Konoha's forces were surely exhausted by now, unlike them who had been prepared for a long time. These were their several key advantages. The battle was about to erupt. Konoha's ninja emerged from their tents while the sand ninja were rapidly approaching. Not wanting to give them too much time to wake up fully, they targeted isolated individuals, surrounding and beating them with puppets. Some Konoha ninja hadn't even realized what was happening when a barrage of poison kunai shot toward them. In the urgent situation, many were still half asleep and hadn't time to resist before being struck by the deadly poison. They fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Without an antidote, in a short time, they would become corpses. This was the suppressive power of puppet masters over low-rank ninja and their dominance in battlefield group combat. This was also the confidence that once made the sand ninja arrogant. When Orochimaru lazily stepped out of his tent, the outside was already ablaze with fire. His tent and Sasori's tent were not far apart. Located at the center, they could not break through in a short time. Orochimaru sensed that not only had Sasori left his tent, but also his 2 grown companions and his disciple were gone. Orochimaru had intended to find Nanori to provide some support, but after a moment's thought he stopped. He was not a babysitter. Flowers grown in a greenhouse would not survive even if they lived. Besides, Nanori was being protected anyway, so he did not worry about it. Instead, he merged into the darkness. Whether there was a battle or not, what did it concern him? He did not need battle credits. He began to drift through the battlefield. His hand touched the vial in his bosom, and he felt satisfied. After a moment, Orochimaru discovered 2 isolated ninja in a remote corner. They were fighting. One was a Konoha ninja, the other a sand ninja, and they were merely playing around. You throw a kunai, I lightly block it, just for fun. Then after the sand ninja blocked the kunai, he shot more than a dozen vicious senbon. Tenfold return. The Konoha ninja spun and jumped, dodging them. Orochimaru was speechless at this sight, especially since neither of these 2 showed any intention of using ninjutsu, a tacitly understood battle. These were 2 ninjas slacking off. Orochimaru, perched on a tree branch, moved lightly and dove into the fray, like an eagle swooping down on chicks. What surprised Orochimaru was, not only did the sand ninja's puppet throw senbon at him, but the Konoha ninja also threw 2 kunai at him. That was truly outrageous. A slight smile appeared on Orochimaru's lips. As if defying all laws of physics, he twisted in midair, without any leverage point, quickly dodging the projectiles from both sides. With a casual wave of his arm, the 2 on the ground lay motionless. Orochimaru slung one over each shoulder and carried them deep into the deserted forest. Looking at the 2 ninja, he had casually tossed onto the ground. Orochimaru rummaged in his bosom and pulled out a large test tube, at least 250 milliliters in size, filled entirely with green liquid. It was Hashirama's cells. Looking at the large container in his hand, Orochimaru was somewhat puzzled. He had forgotten to bring a needle. Moreover, this entire bottle could inject enough for tens of thousands of people. After thinking it over, Orochimaru pondered. He took out a senbon from his ninja tool pouch. First, he carefully pierced the sand ninja's blood vessel. Then, using the other end of the senbon, he stirred it inside the test tube. Next, the thicker end of the senbon, now carrying the green liquid, was inserted into the sand ninja's blood vessel. Without hesitation, he switched to another senbon, dipped it in the green liquid, and directly inserted it into the Konoha ninja's body. Then, carefully capping the test tube, he stepped onto a tree. He quietly observed the reactions of the two below. Orochimaru mainly wanted to see whether the Hashirama cells he had refined were pure enough. After all, Madara had bitten off a piece of Hashirama's flesh. Obito had half his body composed of white zetsu. And white zetsu was a weapon created by Kaguya. The operating principle was quite simple, but one would fail upon first attempt. He did not want to gamble with his own life. All he wanted now was to create would release. If he could decipher the principle of Ashura's chakra and combine it with Indra's chakra principles, the Rinnegan would be as plain as day before his eyes. Host, there is no need to go to such lengths. As long as you gather the bloodlines of Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Skeleton Pulse, and Hyuga, this system can help you transform them into complete Otsutsuki chakra. Would release is merely a Kekkai Genkai, formed by fusing water and earth chakra attributes. Sensing Orochimaru's thoughts, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Hearing the system's words, Orochimaru rolled his eyes and retorted irritably. Why don't you help me obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan first, and then we can talk about all this? You unreliable thing. Suddenly, Orochimaru looked toward the nearby area. He saw those two unfortunate souls beginning to turn green all over their bodies, as if wearing 10,000 green hats. Then their flesh and blood began to deteriorate. Two tree trunks grew from the bodies of the two ninja. Their bodies rapidly withered, drained of nutrients by wood release. Soon they became two skeletons. Orochimaru fell into deep thought. So domineering. Hashirama cells have already eliminated and assimilated their cells so quickly, Orochimaru murmured with emotion. He formed a hand seal and flames erupted on two nearby trees. What if I go steal Madara's corpse later? Wouldn't that give me access to all of the 6 paths of pain? Taking a few steps, Orochimaru, preparing to continue hunting for prey, paused. Then a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Previously, he had only focused on researching Hashirama cells because they contained wood release and Ashura's chakra. He had overlooked Madara, who possessed the Rinnegan, and as Indra's older brother carried Indra's chakra. Orochimaru stopped stroking his chin. The smile on his lips gradually widened. Brilliant. The sounds of battle outside continued with fierce intensity. Orochimaru rushed toward the rear medical unit, intending to procure some needles and syringes. He realized that even though he had already diluted the Hashirama cells, the concentration was still too high. These people were too frail in constitution and lacked any compatibility with Hashirama cells. Orochimaru pondered another question, whether awakening the wood release was related to one's own chakra nature affinity. After all, wood release combines water and earth. If a person lacked both water and earth natures, one couldn't simply conjure them out of nowhere. At most, the Hashirama cells would assimilate the entire body without usurping control. The goal was to transform one's own cells to have the same vitality and characteristics as Hashirama's cells. Lost in thought, Orochimaru decided to find a few more unlucky subjects to test his theory further. When he retrieved the syringes, he again selected 2 unfortunate individuals for experimentation. He discovered that no matter how little Hashirama cells he injected, the subjects still couldn't withstand it. Then he surveyed the area and found that the actual number of deaths was not particularly high. Most of the casualties were Chunin and Genin. Such large-scale battles became a meat grinder for the lower ranks. Orochimaru also failed to find any ninja with water or earth affinities. Even if such individuals existed, they might not have the ability to perform the appropriate jutsu. This made Orochimaru feel that his preparations were still insufficient. First, he had not brought the dilution solution he had developed. He had only brought a large bottle of Hashirama cells. Second, he had not done sufficient homework. Unconsciously, Orochimaru had grown fond of this research experience, constantly encountering problems and then solving them. This feeling was indeed quite pleasant, discovering one truth after another. The large-scale battle, though initially fierce, ended after a few hours of minor skirmishes. It had seemed aggressive at first, but as the fighting progressed, it felt more like both sides were tacitly training their troops. When they realized they couldn't inflict heavy damage on each other, both commanders decided not to push too hard. After all, not only was the nearby Rain village watching covetously, but the other 3 great villages, though appearing uninterested. If they suffered heavy casualties, those villages would surely seize the opportunity to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Thus, both sides acted with unspoken understanding. What the hell? We declared war on them, and now they're fighting among themselves. What's the meaning of this? Taking the spotlight from us. Hanzo learned of the battle as soon as it began. His expression darkened. They don't take our Rain village seriously. Even the small victory he had achieved no longer felt satisfying. He felt as though his thunder had been stolen. The main purpose of this great war was to bare their fangs and display their strength. It was a bid to become the 6th great hidden village. That was his intention, but he had no intention of intervening. Their ninjas compared to Sunagakure and Konoha were indeed fewer in number, and their strength lagged far behind. He himself and his prized summoning beast were his only source of confidence. Orochimaru sat in his tent occasionally, taking a sip of sake. His eyes were hazy with drink. Before long, Nawaki came bouncing and gesticulating wildly with his fingers, still reveling in the battle just fought. He was still spattered with spots of blood. Tsunade followed behind him, her face pale, also entering the tent. She looked exhausted. No one knew what she had been doing. Jiraiya came in right after Tsunade, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, looking somewhat languid. Nawaki, you've taken down quite a few enemies, haven't you? You seem so happy. Looking at Nawaki, who was sitting across from him, Orochimaru said softly, Sensei, I killed 3 Genin and 6 Chunin. Nawaki spoke quietly, his tone tinged with excitement. Seeing Nawaki so delighted, Tsunade's gaze softened, and she gently stroked his head. She knew that Nawaki had been pent up for a long time. Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru, who showed no intention of offering him sake, so he poured himself a cup of water. Why have you all come to me? Orochimaru looked at Nawaki with approval, then turned to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade ignored him completely, as if he were nothing but air. We didn't see you on the battlefield, so we came to check on you, Jiraiya said, tousling his messy white hair. So what's up? Are you feeling unwell? Jiraiya asked with concern. Not really. I just find it tedious, all this killing. We're no longer the weak obedient tools we used to be. So if I don't want to go, I don't go. Orochimaru said calmly. He often let Hiruzen Sarutobi's orders go in one ear and out the other. In this camp he had connections with Tsukumo, so who would dare to control him? Of course, if the situation truly became critical, he would still step in. The nature of the situation would be different then. With these petty skirmishes now, if anyone questioned him, Tsukumo would simply say that Orochimaru had been assigned other tasks. Who else would dare to say anything? Tsukumo's attitude toward others was nothing like his attitude toward Orochimaru. A single glance from him was enough to chill anyone to the bone. Shingshu, what element is your chakra? Recalling his past life, he had accidentally come across Shingshu's records. He didn't know Shingshu's elemental affinity. After Jiraiya and Tsunade left, Orochimaru's lips curled into a warm smile. He asked softly, I want to use chakra paper to test. I seem to have earth, lightning, and water affinities. Shingshu scratched his head. At 4 feet tall, he looked rather adorable. Orochimaru had not been particularly concerned before, but upon hearing Shingshu's words his eyes lit up. He sat up slightly. Good boy, that's wonderful. Look at you stained with blood, go wash up. Orochimaru said with concern. Frost, we've been fighting Konoha for a year now, yet they haven't been driven away. All that silver and gold wasted. Not just concealed weapons but poisons and explosive tags as well. Our already impoverished village is only growing worse. In this past year Suna had launched over a dozen wars. Casualties reached 1 in 10 or 12 with over a dozen Jonin killed. Upon hearing his subordinates report, Frost's expression darkened. Fighting for so long without an opportunity, he was equally helpless. Both sides were experienced ninja, neither underestimating the other. Without someone significantly stronger to break through, how could there be heavy casualties? Meanwhile, Konoha was dripping with wealth. Judging by their demeanor, they could hold the front lines until the end of time. That was absurd. It was during this year that Orochimaru found several ninja with earth and water affinities and conducted experiments on them. Unexpectedly, he did spot certain patterns. Those with earth and water affinities showed greater compatibility with Hashirama's cells. And Hashirama's cells, in Orochimaru's perception, were rapidly strengthening the earth and water chakra. They were transforming in one direction. Of course, it could be that these ninja were simply too weak. The power of wood release and Hashirama's cells was too overwhelming. So they couldn't withstand it. And exploded. Lord, our spy reports that the Fire Country is sending grain and supplies to Konoha again. This time the grain alone could sustain them for 3 years. Frost's already furrowed brows tightened further. How the hell are we supposed to fight like this? War is fought with population, money, grain, and weapons. It's a battle of endurance. Assemble, select 500 elite soldiers. I will lead them personally to intercept. After pondering for a moment, Frost said solemnly. His eyes were sharp with determination. He was clearly preparing to risk everything in a last stand. He had come to understand the disparity in their strengths. Moreover, after this past year, he had roughly figured out Konoha's tactics. He had about a 60% chance of success. If successful, he would achieve glory and success. The tide of battle would shift dramatically. If he failed, there would be no more Crimson Sand. Frost. After waiting for the ninja to gather just as he was about to depart, his wife appeared before him clad in battle armor. Go back. I will return. Frost said softly. His words were concise, fearing any delay. He looked at his wife with deep affection, gently touching her cheek. His eyes filled with reluctance. No, we'll go together. Knowing her husband's decision was unchangeable, she did not obey him this time. Frost's eyes were bloodshot. Very well, let us go together. Frost took his wife's hand and walked to the front. His robes fluttered behind him. Lord Sokka, they've fallen into the trap. There are several hundred heading toward the grain route we've rigged with traps. Upon hearing the scout's report, Saku showed no great delight. Instead, he gazed toward the direction of Suna. A man's image surfaced in his mind. All's fair in war. Don't blame me. You are a hero, a worthy opponent. I will grant you a dignified death. Recalling Frost, with whom he had clashed several times over the past year, Sokka's eyes filled with a white glow. He spoke solemnly, his tone tinged with melancholy. Frost trusted the intelligence because that spy had infiltrated the Fire Country for 5 years and had provided several valuable reports before. However, that spy had long been captured, and some of the information had been deliberately leaked. This was something they had learned through correspondence with the Hokage. This operation had been ordered directly by the Hokage. He was merely an executor. When sunlight fell once more, Frost and his wife, along with 500 elites, all fell within the Fire Country's borders. After valiantly slaying 5 Jonin, they had attempted to kill Saku, their commander. Soon after, Frost tightly embraced his lifeless wife, gazing longingly toward the land of wind. Sasori, be good and grow up well. Saku looked at the lifeless couple with a complex expression, sheathing his short sword. Place their bodies in front of the main camp. Have Suna come collect them. Bring our fallen back as well. They are all heroes. Grandmother, when will father and mother return? Young Sasori held Chiyo's leg gently. Your parents are heroes. They'll come back to keep you company once they win, okay? Grow up well, and wait for them, alright? Chiyo held Sasori, and spoke softly. Watching Sasori fall asleep in her arms, Chiyo's face was full of tenderness. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her eyes turned red. She gently placed Sasori onto the small bed, and covered him with the blanket. She then stepped outside and gazed toward the battlefield. Frost, you must return safely. Sasori is still so young. And I am already old. Families wounded by war were everywhere. Even those in high positions could not escape. Only the heartless are exempt. Even those in high positions could not escape. Only the heartless are exempt. Even those in high positions could not escape. Only the heartless are exempt. One day later, the Kazekage's office. Chiyo held a piece of intelligence and a letter in her hands. Chiyo nervously picked up the intelligence report. Slowly her hands trembled uncontrollably. Then her entire body shuddered. Her eyes filled with tears. The thin paper in her hands slowly drifted to the ground. Before Shuang's mission, the letter she had written long ago was pressed against her chest. As if cradling her child, grief she discovered could be truly silent. Tears fell one by one onto the ground. Without uttering a word, her eyes vacant and hollow, she walked out of the Kazekage's office like a wandering spirit. Watching Chiyo age decades, in an instant his heart ached. His bond with Shuang had been strong. The image of Xie surfaced in his mind. Shuang, you and your wife have left so suddenly. How are Chiyo and Xie to survive without you? His teeth clenched tightly. Veins bulged on his body. He grabbed a piece of paper, intending to draft the highest order for total war against Konoha, but halfway through writing, a gust of wind and sand blew open the doors and windows. He slumped weakly onto his chair. He thought of the consequences of total war. These villagers, already struggling to survive, would suffer even more. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted. He suppressed his emotions fiercely. Finally, reason prevailed. He seized the half-written order and tore it to shreds. With a powerful sweep, all the documents on his desk were sent flying. He is the Kazekage, the father of us all, our hope, our faith. Yet he is none of these things to himself. Glancing at the still sleeping Chiyo silently suppressed her emotions. She entered the room, retrieved a chest from beneath the bed. Inside was a set of battle armor and several scrolls. Without a word, she donned the armor. Just as she finished packing, ready to head to the front lines with tear-red eyes to avenge her Shuang, a faint movement appeared at the doorway. Then a small head poked through the doorway. Grandmother, where are you going? Are you abandoning Xie too? Looking at Chiyo clad in battle armor, Xie spoke timidly, a hint of grievance. The ferocity on Chiyo's face dissolved, and she slowly turned her head, struggling to control her expression. A faint smile emerged. Shuang, be good, Xie. Grandmother is going to the front lines to fight the bad man for your father. This mother who had lost her son and daughter-in-law had not even the time or opportunity to grieve. Then grandmother, come back quickly, Xie is afraid. Chiyo crouched down, intending to pat Xie's head, but instead she pulled Xie into a tight embrace. My dear Xie. Xie is still so young. Are you certain you must go to the front lines? The Kazekage looked at Chiyo and spoke softly. Documents were scattered all over the floor uncollected. Take care of Xie for me. I must go avenge my Shuang. Chiyo remained silent. After speaking, she turned and left. The wind howled. The Sand Village's highest commander is dead. Ha ha. Prepare all forces. Let's devour the Sand Ninja first. Upon learning of Shuang's death and the Sand Ninja's leaderless state, Hanzo gathered his forces, preparing to eliminate the Sand Village first. Only Konoha would remain, a difficult adversary to overcome. Why provoke the people of Konoha? So many fine warriors lost so easily. The Sand Ninja camp. Morale was low. Suddenly one man began to complain. Exactly. Konoha has been purely defensive. Why did we provoke them, attacking time and again? We gained nothing, but lost our lives for nothing. The camp echoed with blame directed at Shuang. Such is human nature. When victorious, they would flatter and boast. When things went wrong, they complained and accused. While they spoke, they failed to consider the age-old warning that walls have ears. When Chiyo entered, she caught every word. As a Suna ninja of high standing, Chiyo was granted entry into the camp after a mere display of her credentials. And so, what followed was an utter massacre. Chiyo, who had already endured the sorrow of white hair burying the black, was in no charitable mood, and they had walked straight into her path. Upon learning of Frost's demise, the rain-hidden village did not linger. Gathering their followers, they struck directly at the Suna ninja. And so Konoha enjoyed a brief respite, though the fighting would rage on for several more months. Chiyo had originally intended to press her advantage and eliminate Hanzo, the obstruction standing between her and her revenge. But upon engaging him, she suffered a severe setback. Hanzo was nothing short of a walking venomous creature. Thus Chiyo set aside her urgency for vengeance and steeled her composure, turning her focus to studying Hanzo's poisons. The creation of poison, after all, is straightforward. One need only refine the most lethal substances, prevent others from crafting antidotes, throw in a few deceptive elements, and blend the toxic ingredients together. Chiyo was not only unparalleled in puppetry, but also in medical ninjutsu. Whatever poison Hanzo concocted, she could unravel it in moments, sometimes within hours, at most a fortnight. Hanzo, sensing he had met a worthy opponent, grew invigorated. He changed tactics each time. Yet without exception, Chiyo countered every one. This left Hanzo deeply frustrated. His greatest trump card, his poison-laden salamander, was rendered useless against a master of antidotes, filling him with considerable distress. Old puppet woman, your son is dead. Why don't you return home? What are you doing here? On the battlefield, after finding his poison ineffective, Hanzo shifted to psychological warfare. Enough. I'm growing tired of this. At first it had been somewhat amusing. He felt like a teacher constantly devising new problems with Chiyo as the one solving them. In the beginning it had been quite satisfying. But as her poison after poison was effortlessly dismantled, it began to feel as though there was no challenge at all. It was deeply vexing. Old man with the breathing tube, I advise you to mind your own business. Your weakness has been exposed. Though your poison gas is formidable, your salamander requires 5 minutes to replenish it. If you don't withdraw, I won't hold back. And so both sides began to fall back. Though Chiyo spoke with nonchalance, she felt a slight relief upon seeing Hanzo retreat. For all her prowess, she was still only one person, and this was the front lines. Medical supplies were far from abundant. Should a wave of poisoned soldiers arrive, even with her knowledge of antidotes, she would run short of materials and time. Hanzo meanwhile was fuming at the old puppet woman's arrogance, his teeth aching with rage. But then he recalled that this old woman was here seeking revenge against Konoha. What right did he have to fight her battle? If he could defeat her, it would only enhance his reputation. If he couldn't, he'd have expended effort for nothing. As he pondered, something felt off. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. If Suna had someone capable of countering poison, Konoha certainly did not. If he could crush Konoha, the strongest village in the Fire Country, the most powerful of the 5 great nations, his fame would soar. At this thought, Hanzo's expression behind his mask grew contemplative. This war had dragged on for nearly 2 years. Continuing this stalemate was untenable. Little Suna ninja, haven't you learned your lesson from last time? And now you've started fighting the Rain Village as well. Recalling his masterfully orchestrated scheme that had claimed the young brat commander, he fell into deep thought. Just then a figure appeared in the office. Hokage-sama. This was delivered by Hanzo of the Rain Village. Hiruzen's brows drew together. He pondered inwardly. What could he be sending now? Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling the ANBU to inspect the sealed envelope for poison before handing it over. The ANBU carefully opened the letter, confirmed it was harmless, and passed it cautiously to Hiruzen. The third Hokage took it gently and placed it on his desk. He glanced through it with casual indifference. Could the Rain Village truly dare to attack both Suna and Konoha simultaneously? He assumed it was some desperate ploy, perhaps a temporary alliance against Suna. But the moment he read the contents, he erupted in fury. It was another declaration of war. The letter read, having long heard of Konoha's unmatched strength, we hold deep admiration. The Rain Village wishes to test itself against you. Alternatively, you may acknowledge the Rain Country as the 6th great nation and the Rain Village as the 6th great hidden village, and all this need not happen. Hiruzen's anger gradually subsided as he weighed the feasibility. If it could be managed, he would prefer to avoid a great war. The Uchiha clan was not yet ready. He coveted the Uchiha's power, tempted either to bring them under his control or to eliminate them as a tumor. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan appeared to respect him as Hokage. Yet he still felt unfulfilled. What he truly desired was their absolute submission. To be honest, he did not wish to fight. He wanted to address internal matters first, just as Hiruzen was about to agree, knowing full well his consent would amount to little, for no other nation would heed him anyway. Another battle report arrived. Suna was attacking Konoha once more. This infuriated Hiruzen. Pushing their luck too far, Konoha had remained within their own territory, content to defend. And now everyone was turning their weapons upon them. How could he endure this? He began drafting a letter, preparing to accept the Rain Village's demands and crush Suna first. Then came another knock at the door. A moment later, Hiruzen reviewed the intelligence. He suddenly smiled. The Cloud Village has been dancing on our borders for years, and now they've decided to pack up and stop. He picked up his brush and issued new orders, summoning the clan heads to prepare reinforcements. If I don't show my true strength, you'll take me for a sick cat. Hiruzen tore up Hanzo's letter. He was fully prepared for a two-front war. Wait. Neither side has a commander. This is rather problematic. Hiruzen paused mid-sentence while writing his orders. 2 small ink dots appeared on the paper. He began searching his mind for Konoha's military geniuses. Sigh. Perhaps my 3 students are ready by now. Hiruzen was about to set down his brush and consult with the various clans, when his eyes fell upon a photograph on his desk, himself alongside his 3 students. He picked up his brush once more and began writing. White Fang of Konoha, your life is mine. On the battlefield, Chiyo, seeing her enemy, could no longer hold back. She opened a storage scroll and manipulated several puppets to attack Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo was a bit confused, but recalling that he had indeed killed many people, it was normal to have enemies. After dozens of exchanges, Chiyo was exhausted and panting, while Tsukumo's expression was solemn. This old woman is a master. Whenever he was about to deliver a fatal blow, Chiyo would flexibly control her puppets to block him. This made him quite frustrated, and when he finally managed to break through the puppets, two Tsunajonin would rush out and intercept him. Realizing he couldn't kill the opponent, Tsukumo felt fighting was pointless. He had no interest in being someone's punching bag. Moreover, the Hokage hadn't yet responded to the intelligence he had reported. Thus, Tsukumo had no intention to continue fighting. He feared it might affect the Hokage's plans. Chiyo could only watch helplessly as Tsukumo retreated. She glared fiercely at Tsukumo, wishing she could drink his blood and eat his flesh. But then she thought that if the Kazekage hadn't sent his guards to protect her, she would likely have died just now, and a deep sense of powerlessness washed over her. What a terrifying man. He's not even in his prime yet, and he's already this strong. After a long while gazing at the empty battlefield ahead, Chiyo seemed to still see Tsukumo and sighed. Returning to the camp, Chiyo looked unwilling. She was about to write a letter asking the Kazekage to send some experts to kill the young Tsukumo to prevent him from becoming a major threat in the future. But she noticed the medicinal herbs on the table. Her heart stirred. Then the Suna camp fell silent. However, a letter had already been sent back to the Land of Wind. Meanwhile, various deadly poisons were being prepared. Yes, she intended to create a poison. Then using poison, she would shatter Konoha. As an excellent puppeteer, she understood all kinds of poisons and could also concoct antidotes. She could also create deadly poisons. What? Did I hear that right? The old man wants us to lead troops into the heart of the Land of Rain and fight the people of Amigakure. If we do that, what about the civilians of the Land of Rain? Orochimaru held a letter in his hand. He had just been softly reading the letter the old man had written to him. The one who raised the question was Jiraiya. Tsunade also furrowed her brows. Nawaki, on the other hand, listened quietly, his heart undisturbed. The things Orochimaru taught him from time to time were very useful, but he was also influenced by Orochimaru becoming somewhat emotionally detached, lacking the compassion a child his age should have. This is the old man's intention. I'm just a messenger, Orochimaru said calmly. Over the years, he had clearly become so estranged from the old man. He didn't understand why this so-called teacher still trusted him so much. This operation still had him as the commander with Tsunade and Jiraiya as his deputies. This old man, isn't he afraid that I'll get all his good disciples killed? After all, Tsunade is the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. Could it be that he wants to use me as a knife to kill? Or maybe he appreciates my cold-bloodedness and wickedness. Surely he can't be naive enough to think that I have a strong sense of belonging to Konoha. Orochimaru thought to himself. He found it somewhat interesting. This letter doesn't make sense. Let me see it. Tsunade, hearing Orochimaru's words and seeing him lost in thought, snatched the letter and spoke. Konoha is still sending more people, right? Well, no then. What's there to see in this letter? Orochimaru shrugged and said casually. After reading the letter, Tsunade fell silent. She didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to not only fight two countries, but also to bring the flames of war deep into enemy territory. To make them truly feel pain. To make them afraid to start wars again. The idea was good and could effectively strike the enemy. But it was too cruel. However, thinking of the Senju clan, which had contributed so much to Konoha, and for reasons she couldn't understand, the clan that had produced two Hokages could be completely eradicated. What else wouldn't Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to do? Several months later, a reinforcement force of over 1,000 people arrived at the camp. They had come with the supplies, so they arrived later. During these months, it was relatively quiet. Chiyo was researching poisons. Hanzo, upon learning that Konoha was about to accept his challenge, had a bad feeling. So he refrained from causing trouble, which was rare. He waited quietly for Konoha's forces to arrive. This showed how seriously he took Konoha. However, just as Konoha's forces were arriving, just as he was about to deploy, bad news came from the rear. It turned out that their already poor country, after he provoked this war, had become even worse. And what was more deadly was that the Land of Rain was similar to the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind was arid all year round, covered in sandstorms. But it had a large territory and could mine metals underground to exchange for money and buy food. But the Land of Rain was not only prone to floods, but ordinary crops could hardly survive. Moreover, it had no economic resources. Thus, sustaining a prolonged war was extremely difficult. It formed a stark contrast with the Land of Wind. The drought-stricken die of drought, the flood-ridden die of floods. Now, because of the war, the demand for food and money was even greater. Many men had also joined the war doing menial tasks, so the economy was stalled. There were also people fleeing the country due to the war. Moreover, because the Land of Fire was a major food producer and they had offended the Land of Fire, they could only buy more expensive food from other countries. The treasury was about to run out. This was not good news. Hanzo's heart sank. He felt that this battle was already lost. His ambitions would also turn to nothing. But he had no intention of giving up. If he gave up like this, wouldn't his determination to lead the Land of Rain out of the mud become a joke? In Hanzo's anxious wait, after half a month, the ninja forces of Konoha finally stirred. And when they moved, it was with the force of thunder striking both sides simultaneously. Having always been on the defensive, never once leaving the Land of Fire's borders, now they emerged and split into two columns like tigers descending from the mountain. This startled Hanzo greatly. Then the battle lines opened. Forces of roughly equal numbers began to clash, and the sky became a flurry of various ninjutsu. Watching the formidable Konoha ninjas being held back, Hanzo felt not a trace of joy. Because he had received word that Konoha had sent more than just these forces. Where were the others? Lord Hanzo, these Konoha ninjas are nothing special. If we defeat them, the fertile lands of the Land of Fire will be ours. A ninja, seeing Hanzo's gloom and fearing he was under too much pressure, tried to comfort him. It was evident that this ninja and Hanzo shared a good relationship. Konoha, land of fire. Land. No good. This is bad. Hanzo suddenly recalled that so many reinforcements had come from Konoha, yet the battlefront still held only this many. Where could those people be if not on the battlefield? Quickly alert the rear units and check our backlines. Don't let them circle behind us. Starting a war inside our own country. Forget it, I'll go myself. Hanzo immediately said to his personal guards. Then, abandoning the idea, he actually disregarded the pressing battle and ran toward the rear. That was the stronghold of their rear ninja forces. With Hanzo's departure, Konoha's ninjas intensified their assault, launching a relentless, all-out offensive. They hurled everything they had, explosive tags, shuriken ninjutsu, at the enemy. The explosions rang out in waves. Meanwhile, a band of over 1,000, like a refugee column, had taken a long detour and was heading toward the heart of the land of rain. They carried only the barest supplies. And most of that was weapons and explosive tags, which meant their food would only last until they reached the interior of the land of rain. From then on, their food source would depend entirely on plunder, hunting in the mountains, or gnawing on tree bark. The hidden rain village's ninja forces prepared to retreat, but Konoha held them fast. They had no intention of letting them go. Their goal this time was to break them from within. Orochimaru, do we really have to do this? As they drew closer to their destination, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. We have to. If it makes you feel bad, think of it differently. Even if we don't kill them, they'll die of old age or starve anyway, Orochimaru said irritably. But those are civilians. Haven't we trained since childhood to protect civilians? If we open fire deep in their territory, how many civilians will die? Jiraiya spoke again, his eyes filled with struggle. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Orochimaru suddenly recalled that he himself hadn't been so conflicted before. Then let's go back. Worst case, we lose, and let them ravage the civilians of our land of fire. Anyway, our land of fire has a large population. They just want our land. Our fire country is huge. We can give them some. Orochimaru said softly. His vertical pupils stared coldly at Jiraiya. Well, even if they win, they might not necessarily harm our civilians. Besides, with us here, how could we lose? Jiraiya said instinctively. He dared not think of the images in his mind. The reason they started the war is that they think their country's economy is too poor and their territory too small. It's fine. We Konoha ninjas are raised by the civilians of the land of fire anyway. A little guilt is nothing. As long as you, Lord Jiraiya, can uphold your sense of justice, let our populous land of fire suffer a little. Give away some land, let them kill a few civilians to vent their anger. After all, there are so many people in the land of fire. Each great nation can take a bite, feed them until they're full, and peace will come. Orochimaru said flatly with a hint of mockery. But we won't lose. We must not lose. If their attack fails, isn't that enough? Jiraiya spoke again, deliberately pretending not to hear the sarcasm in Orochimaru's words. Yes, you're right. They attacked us for no reason. Our comrades, the ninjas, one by one gave their lives to defend the country, plundering food and money from their own civilians to hold the line. And you, Lord Jiraiya, magnanimously beat them back and call it even. But can you resurrect those fallen ninjas? Will you support their families? Or do you think war is a child's game that can be called off? Orochimaru was annoyed by Jiraiya's attitude. It wasn't that he was a hothead, unable to bear invaders in his own country. Jiraiya, if you can't take it, just leave. One more or one less of you really doesn't matter much. Orochimaru said softly, watching the still hesitant Jiraiya. What was he worried about? At worst, he'd take on a couple more disciples later. But Jiraiya wanted to say more. Seeing Jiraiya, who had such absolute sympathy for the weak, Orochimaru fell silent. The mockery had gone to his head. The situation was too similar. Originally, he had transmigrated to the ninja world, wanting only to live happily, experience the beauty of this other world, and grow stronger on the side. He treated this world as a survival game, playing at life. But fate had made him Orochimaru. He could only mimic Orochimaru's mannerisms and speech. Because Orochimaru lived under the watchful eyes of all the higher-ups, any slip could send him into the abyss. After barely surviving until he had some power, thinking his cultivation progress was enough, and he could slowly become himself, he was discovered by Danzo for researching the materials in his mind. Knowing Danzo's dirty hands, he could even pick up a Sharingan from a Konoha noble clan on the road. What else could he do? And then a Sharingan appeared before him. What could he do? Of course, he chose to research it, and that research led to trouble. He obtained the Sharingan. That was fine, but feeling its power, Orochimaru's desire for strength grew even stronger. If he could increase his power safely, he could quietly wait for the Uchiha clan's massacre night and collect more Sharingan. But when he used it, he found that even Kakashi could chat while using the Sharingan and lightning cutter, while he struggled just to maintain its activation. Now he was completely unsettled. After all, fortune had favored him, letting him transmigrate into such an interesting world. But this world, while interesting, could also devour a person's life without notice. Naturally, he didn't want to die a heroic early death. So he sought a way to solve his chakra deficiency. After much thought, he realized only the Uzumaki body would do. But the Uzumaki clan faced a huge problem. If he didn't act now, the clan would be annihilated. What would he do then? Without the Uzumaki body, once the clan was wiped out, he could only watch. He couldn't even get a corpse for research. Besides, studying a live body versus a corpse was completely different. How could he study a corpse? His scientific talent was so pathetic. So he had to go to the whirlpool country early to try his luck. But with his strength so low, he could only grab a few villagers to study the mysteries. If he tried to capture a ninja, it was uncertain who would capture whom. And then he happened upon a lone Uzumaki woman. Just as he was about to make his move, for various reasons, he couldn't go through with it. Finally at night, when he had mustered his courage, not only did he not strike, but he ended up carrying rice. During that rice carrying, Orochimaru realized his own heart was too weak. To survive in a place full of darkness, he needed strength. Mere hiding was useless. Especially standing in the whirlpool country, a land that loved peace. They loved peace, yet they were still destroyed. Finally his weakness and goodwill faded, and Orochimaru prepared a heart to study. But he didn't start studying immediately. Instead he hoped the system would give him some pleasant surprise. But the system was inhuman. It brought not only surprises, but also scares. In his past life, he had never even killed a chicken, yet he was asked to kill people. And not just any people, but ordinary mortals like himself. Indeed, at that time he was so weak that asking him to kill a chakra-rich Uzumaki was like sending him to his death. So it was always a seemingly two-option multiple-choice question. In his past life he was just like those civilians, a weak, ordinary person. Killing others was essentially killing himself. He too had been a peace-loving, ordinary person who wanted to live a good life. Killing them was like killing his past self. He had to torture himself 100 times over. But he had no choice because of his arrival. The world's correction force and the butterfly effect he brought began to influence this world. He feared that if he waited another year or two until he had enough strength, the Uzumaki clan would already be extinct. Many things had to be done early, not delayed. So he began to kill. Killing until his eyes were bloodshot, killing until his body was drenched in blood. Killing until his spirit grew numb. Each kill made his heart a degree colder. Because if he had no strength, he too would be like those civilians ruthlessly hunted. He hacked at his own heart blow by blow, killing the cowardice, useless kindness, and weakness that belonged to Chen Que. That day he became the true Orochimaru, the one the Naruto world wanted. And now it was just the same. This time they too were going to plunder food and lives. To destroy their peaceful lives and beauty. To annihilate their lives and their country. Completely from within, to dismantle them. That was the purpose of not carrying food. In the past, Orochimaru had no choice. Now Orochimaru had enough power to stop this tragedy. But he didn't. Instead he struck down Jiraiya, who wanted to stop it all. Jiraiya's persistence hurt him. Especially when he climbed the high tower and saw his former self below. There were clearly more ways than that. But he readily gave up, conjuring 10,000 reasons to tell himself it was right. Just like now, he wanted to use mockery to break Jiraiya's will, even though he knew the outcome. Jiraiya eventually became one of them. He wanted to drive Jiraiya away to keep him from becoming like himself. Nonsensical. At this moment Jiraiya was like his former self, and he was like the self in his dreams. This was his redemption. But seeing that Jiraiya had no intention of leaving, and even seemed to accept his words, a wave of sorrow washed over him. His heart grew colder. Indeed, everything I did was right. Let's split up. We'll be reaching the land of rain soon. Moving as one large group would make us too conspicuous, Orochimaru said softly as they approached. 1,000 or more people gathered together, heading toward the land of rain. It was practically begging to be exposed. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with the terrain of the land of rain. When Hanzo reached the rear lines, he learned that a refugee column of over 1,000 people had fled into the interior of the country. His heart grew cold. He lost all desire to keep fighting. Retreat, we're going back. We must drive the Konoha ninja out of the land of rain. Seeing Hanzo return, the Konoha forces showed no intention of pressing their advantage and began to withdraw as well. After all their objectives had been achieved. With Hanzo leading his forces back, no one blocked them at the border of the land of rain, allowing Konoha to invade at any time. They had completely seized the initiative. And keeping troops at the front line was pointless. If too many were left behind, there wouldn't be enough forces when they needed to retreat. If too few were left, they would be easily wiped out. Moreover, Konoha's ninja had already penetrated deep into the interior. After all, it was a defensive war either way. Orochimaru, why did you scatter everyone? Seeing Orochimaru's reckless dispersal of forces, only the 4 of them remained, and Jiraiya was somewhat puzzled. Too many people, too conspicuous, easily wiped out in one net. We can't fully unleash the true combat power and destructive capability of ninja. By dispersing our forces, although we might be picked off one by one, ninja survive in all kinds of environments. We know how to keep ourselves alive. This is actually better. Orochimaru recalled the original story. They had been ambushed by Hanzo. A wave of poison gas, and almost all the Konoha ninja were taken down. Then it was just the 3 of them fighting Hanzo. Seeing he had little hope of victory, and knowing the 3 were disciples of the Hokage, he didn't want to escalate further and spared their lives. He even granted them the title of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. How humiliating it was. After that battle, many ninja and civilians were pushed to the brink of starvation. Hearing Orochimaru's explanation, the 3 fell into thought. Jiraiya felt a chill in his heart. He had originally hoped to lead the ninja forces to prevent them from harassing the civilians. Now look at this, breaking into scattered units. It directly radiated across the entire land of rain. There's a village ahead. Let's go borrow some food. Soon the 3 continued their journey at a leisurely pace. Orochimaru noticed smoke rising from a small village ahead and said softly, "Let's not. Our rations can still last a few days." Knowing Orochimaru's habits, Jiraiya quickly refused. Teacher, you're mistaken. That's not cooking smoke. Nawaki said softly. Tsunade stayed close to Nawaki's side. Nothing else mattered. Her mission had only one purpose: to protect Nawaki and keep him safe. The lives of others had nothing to do with her. Oh, not cooking smoke. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he gently repeated the words. Jiraiya quickly turned to look at the smoke. Let's go borrow some food. Our rations don't taste good. The smoke was growing thicker. This wasn't cooking smoke at all. It was more like a fire. It's all because the land of rain declared war. My younger brother was killed by the Suna ninja. Now let you all feel my pain. A Konoha Jonin looked coldly at the villagers in the village. Then he forcibly grabbed them, intending to burn them alive. Originally, he had been on a mission. His younger brother had arrived at the battlefield first. But when his mission was complete, he received the news of his brother's death. How could he bear this? He had promised their dying father to take good care of his younger brother. Brother, rest assured. I'll kill more people to keep you company in the afterlife. Whether it was coincidence or not. Among the ninja Orochimaru led this time, many had lost family members, comrades, or companions on the battlefield. The team was assembled from the original front lines and rear support units. One had to admit Hiruzen Sarutobi was far-sighted. It does seem like a fire, not cooking smoke. Then we won't go there. A small fire, they can handle it themselves. Besides, after experiencing a fire, they certainly won't be in the mood to lend us grain. Orochimaru closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then spoke softly. Orochimaru shifted his direction. They detoured around the village. Teacher, among the ninja who joined us for this mission, I noticed quite a few lost comrades on the battlefield this time. The group continued their journey. Jiraiya was gloomy. Nawaki suddenly blurted out. He wanted to share his conjecture and have his teacher analyze whether he was right. This was also Orochimaru's way of educating him, encouraging him to observe more, think more about problems. Orochimaru's vertical pupils gazed calmly ahead. Your conjectures are all correct. Many of those entering the land of rain this time lost comrades and family members in this war, and quite a few are rather cruel and ruthless people. This is also the key stroke of this plan. If we had sent ninja who had never felt pain or naive ones, they would have wasted their lives and failed to thoroughly dismantle the land of rain's internal structure. This war would have no end in sight, and who knows how many more lives would be lost. So Nawaki, you must remember, when it comes to enemies, you must use any means necessary to destroy them, dismantle them, and eliminate them. The most important thing is always your own life. Understood? Orochimaru said gently to Nawaki. Using the natural lesson before them, he taught Nawaki a class. After all, Nawaki possessed both earth and water nature. If his conjecture was correct, he might truly be able to mass-produce wood release. At this thought, Orochimaru paused. He suddenly thought of Tsunade. Tsunade seemed to have fire, earth, water, and yang nature. Had he not paid enough attention to her? If successful, she would be a top-tier combatant. A few days later, when Banzong learned of the shamelessness of the Muyi ninjas, he was instantly inflamed with rage. It turned out that the Muyi ninjas had not merely pushed the front line into their heartland. Their first move was a strategy of utter annihilation. The residents of Yujigwa, who had been barely scraping by now, faced the direct incursion of Muyi ninjas. The land was plunged into chaos and misery, with every soul filled with dread. Yet they were utterly powerless. After capturing and killing a few isolated ninjas, Banzong, with no other choice, was compelled to disperse his forces like Muyi, fragmenting them into smaller units to counter the enemy. Across Yujigwa, the land was engulfed in the flames of war. Lord Banzong, according to the latest intelligence, the commanders of this Muyi operation are the three disciples of Yuan Fei Rizhan, De Shi, Wanzilai Yi, and Gang Shou, and also the young master of the Qian Shou clan, which has already been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Banzong's brows furrowed deeply. Extract from him the exact locations of those three brats. Banzong pondered for a moment, then issued the order. After a short while, the ninja returned. Lord Banzong, the prisoner, was tortured to death, but we still got no answer. According to what he said, they had already split up before entering Yujigwa. As for Deshiwan and the others, they were overseeing the rear, and even the prisoner did not know their exact route. The face beneath Banzong's mask turned ashen. Change the tactics. Corner them, seal them in one place, and finish them all at once. This piecemeal approach is too slow. Also capture more prisoners and interrogate them to find out exactly how many they have. Every single ninja is a catastrophic threat to the people of Yujigwa. Several days later, Lord Deshiwan. A ninja appeared before Deshiwan. Deshiwan remained indifferent. What's the matter? Where are you heading? Coming back to the rear. Are you planning to desert? Deshiwan looked down at the kneeling ninja, his vertical pupils cold and piercing. No, Lord Deshiwan. The ninjas of Yuin village have changed their tactics. It seems they are preparing a major operation. I deliberately waited here for you. Oh, a major operation. How interesting. A smile curled on Deshiwan's lips. A day later, Deshiwan could no longer smile. He suddenly realized the problem. Over 100 ninjas had gathered around him. How did you infiltrate Yujigwa? Why are you still here after so many days? Seeing nearly 1/9 of his forces assembled before him, Deshiwan's expression darkened. Clearly these ninjas had not immediately pressed into the heartland of Yujigwa. Instead, they had been slaughtering residents along the border, and now they were being slowly driven back by the Yuin village ninjas. Though Deshiwan was irritated by the folly of these ninjas, he felt a slight relief knowing that there were still some clever ones who had not been driven back. He had no particular interest in who would win this war. Nor did he need any illustrious military achievements. But if he lost too disgracefully, it would be too shameful. He could not afford such humiliation. After half a day's march, the Shiwan's steps faltered. This battle is unavoidable. Infrared sensors detected the heat signatures of human figures. But before he could order his men to disperse, waves of purple mist spread rapidly, enveloping them in an instant. Hold your breath. The purple mist is poisonous. The Shiwan warned softly. Indeed, natural fog was never purple. Unless it was the smoke from a censer under the sun. Who asked him to warn? But the mist spread too quickly, and many ninjas fell victim. Over 100 ninjas collapsed in an instant, more than half of them down. Some tried to hold their breath, but could not last long, and fell before escaping the poisonous cloud. Seeing the ninjas strewn about just like in the original story, the Shiwan felt a surge of frustration. He cautiously took a shallow breath, and tried to neutralize the poison with chakra. After all, he could not hold his breath for much longer. In the original story, the three of them had fought a battle. If they had only held their breath, how could they have lasted that long? He experimented and finally understood the problem. He realized that using chakra to counteract the poison consumed an enormous amount of chakra. No wonder the three had fought so desperately. Come out, Banzong. Those who could be felled have been felled. Those who cannot be felled will never be felled. The Shiwan's voice, soft and feminine, murmured. He appeared fearless, with no trace of panic at being ambushed. As expected of the Shiwan. I wonder if you are afraid dying so young. Banzong revealed himself, standing on a giant Shanjiaoyu. Zilai Yi Gangshu, take Shingshu and leave. Shingshu is too young. He can't hold on much longer. The Shiwan about to strike noticed Shingshu's face flushed red from holding his breath. He said softly. This honest child was still holding his breath. The Shiwan's words made Zilai Yi and Gangshu pause. Gangshu then felt a pang of guilt, blaming herself for not taking better care of her younger brother. Zilai Yi, stay and help you. I'll take Shingshu to a safe place, and then come back to assist. Gangshu looked at the Shiwan with gratitude. Banzong, seeing the three still chatting, paid no heed. His Shanjiaoyu baby had just released its poison and needed to recharge. The Shanjiaoyu began silently gathering poisonous mist. No need. Amir Banzong is not worth the trouble. Take good care of Shingshu. Don't leave him. Don't make a decision you'll regret for life. The Shiwan said softly. Perhaps because he recalled that Gangshu's physique was also a potential asset. That was why he spoke so patiently. After all, he only invests time in maintaining those who are useful to him. In his eyes, ordinary people are nothing but weeds. Watching Tsunade lead away Ningtu, who could barely stay conscious, Orochimaru cast his gaze upon Jiraiya, who had yet to depart. You should leave as well. We are in the land of rain, and they are poisoned. Danger could arise at any moment. Orochimaru observed Jiraiya, who showed no intention of leaving, and spoke softly. Jiraiya glanced deeply at Orochimaru, then said nothing before walking away. Samon watched Orochimaru, the one who had sent his comrades away. Long black hair, golden slit pupils, purple eyeshadow, extending to the bridge of his nose, and tear-like marks. Pale skin. Meeting Samon's lingering gaze, Orochimaru's vertical pupils turned ice cold. He raised his hands slightly, and pressed them together. Annoying toxic mist. Wind release, great breakthrough. A ferocious gale erupted from Orochimaru's mouth. This was a C-rank ninja technique requiring no hand seals. It sounded simple, but its scale varied depending on the user's ability. When wielded by an exceptional ninja, the wind force possessed the destructive power to topple centuries-old trees. And Orochimaru's version manifested as a devastating storm, as if sweeping everything before it. The purple mist dispersed rapidly. Orochimaru's target was not Samon. He merely cleared away the toxic fog and surrounding obstacles. Seeing Orochimaru growing overconfident, Samon shifted his feet and activated his body flicker technique, preparing to deliver the same sword art flash that had once defeated Sanshu, teaching the arrogant Orochimaru a lesson. As for why he used a scythe for sword techniques, who could say? Orochimaru watched Samon approaching at breathtaking speed, a blur like a gust of wind. Even with his keen perception, he could only catch afterimages, as though Samon were teleporting through space itself. It was evident how masterful Samon had become with the body flicker technique. Watching him draw nearer, his gaze fixed on his prey like a falcon poised to strike. Orochimaru did not flinch. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. This was a B-rank ninja technique, instantly summoning multiple giant snakes to serve as intimidation, restraint, and capture. Several snakes erupted from Orochimaru's hands, surging toward the oncoming Samon. Being his summoned creatures, they were far stronger and smarter than ordinary serpents. Watching Samon flash forward and slice through the summoned snakes, it was clear he had been taken aback by such a bizarre technique. The sudden appearance of so many snakes attacking him sent a chill down his spine, and he instinctively altered his attack trajectory. Observing Samon's momentary distraction, Orochimaru's pupils narrowed. He slammed his palm against the ground. Sinister snake coiling. A massive serpentine beast was summoned, soaring towards Samon in midair. The sheer force of the impact sent Samon flying upward, even as he used chakra and his scythe to block. Witnessing this, Orochimaru pressed both hands to the ground. Sinister snake wrist explosion. Several giant snakes were summoned, surging skyward with jaws agape, ready to swallow Samon whole. Samon remained unmoved. His sides slashed through the giant snakes. Seeing this, Orochimaru channeled his chakra, and the giant snakes detonated. Explosions echoed across the battlefield, their power rivaling even that of explosive tags. Orochimaru had adapted and replicated ninja techniques originally used by the Orochimaru of the original storyline combined with the serpent abilities of the Snake Sanctuary, making them no challenge for him. There were a few even more powerful techniques he could not replicate, nor did he wish to. These were jutsu he had researched and reproduced out of boredom, having never obtained the Forbidden Scroll. They served to round out his offensive capabilities. Feeling his chakra fully replenished after unleashing a barrage of techniques, Orochimaru couldn't help but reflect. He still lacked those high-consumption techniques. Now releasing ninja jutsu no longer drained his chakra reservoir. It was absurd. Shaking off his thoughts, he watched the smoke from the explosions slowly clear. Samong stood on the ground. His clothing was disheveled and torn. Witnessing this, Orochimaru felt a pang of admiration. Truly worthy of the half-god of the ninja world. His reputation was well-deserved. For Orochimaru, whose offensive arsenal was still limited, unleashing this entire sequence of techniques had failed to injure his opponent. This left him somewhat dissatisfied. Boy, you're talented for your age. But you're still too weak. These are merely children's tricks. Samong rose to his feet. By now his salamander had slipped beneath the ground unseen. Hearing Samong's words, Orochimaru's pupils tightened slightly. Then he smiled faintly. You certainly know how to boast. Have you recovered enough, old man? Observing Samong's intention to continue chatting, Orochimaru spoke softly. Old, but vigorous, I'm in excellent condition. Samong shook his chains. You're old enough to retire. What's the point of constant bloodshed? Orochimaru formed a hand seal and spoke softly. His figure shimmered, and 5 Orochimaru clones appeared. This was the shadow clone technique, each imbued with substantial chakra. Old man, I'm coming at you now. Don't you dare die. If you do, the land of rain is finished. Orochimaru launched a verbal assault combined with psychological suggestion. The shadow clones did not hesitate. Wind and fire, prairie blaze. 2 clones advanced, one unleashing wind release, the other fire release. They attacked Samong. The old man stared at Orochimaru bewildered. One moment they were chatting like old friends, the next he was drawing his blade. Yet even a single shadow clone could unleash such a powerful fire release bolstered by an equally formidable wind release. A scorching wave rolled toward him. It evaporated the moisture in his body. He retreated hastily, and with a thought of his mind, the salamander burst from the earth, spewing a cloud of poison. This was an enhanced neurotoxin. Even Samong, who possessed natural immunity to poisons, could not remain in such a concentrated venom for long. But unlike the clones Samong expected to shatter, these shadow clones were saturated with massive amounts of chakra, resisting the toxin. Samong's eyes widened in shock. Young one, why is your chakra so extraordinarily abundant? Orochimaru gave no response. Fixing his gaze on the salamander still belching poison, he decided to deal with this elusive summon first. This creature that could burrow underground and appear and disappear at will. The Rasengan in his hand rapidly took shape. The remaining 2 shadow clones sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly gathering natural energy, preparing to channel it back to the original body when the time came. Old man, come play with me. Watching the wind and fire combination ninjutsu he had unleashed prove ineffective, Orochimaru paused. The 2 shadow clones slowly began forming hand seals. Hanzo could not fathom what the shadow clone was planning. A sense of urgency surged within him. This youngster was truly astonishing. Old ghost, stop letting your mind wander, or you shall remain here. Besides, as a ninja, you should simply focus on releasing your jutsu. Wielding a scythe in one hand and a chain in the other makes you look more like a farmer than a shinobi. How much land do you till in a year? Watching the distance close, Orochimaru's mind raced. The Rasengan in his hand, appearing harmless enough, rapidly expanded in size. His words served to distract Hanzo, pulling his attention to the banter. Hanzo watched the approaching Orochimaru, calculating relentlessly in his mind. As the terrifying jutsu in Orochimaru's grasp continued to grow, a flicker of panic stirred within him. Forgetting that Orochimaru's body flicker technique should already be ready yet had not been deployed. Boy, that jutsu of yours looks impressive, but can it even strike a target? Surely no one foolish enough would stand still and serve as your practice dummy. Hanzo maintained a calm demeanor. Who can say? The massive Rasengan in his hand was complete. Chakra concentrated at the soles of his feet, dramatically increasing his speed. Hanzo could clearly see the coldness in Orochimaru's eyes and the emotionless expression on his face. He studied Orochimaru with careful attention. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he raised a single hand in a gesture. His figure flickered. Transforming into an afterimage, he vanished from his original position. To ordinary eyes, he seemed to disappear in an instant. Orochimaru's serpentine pupils narrowed slightly. His left hand rose, forming a hand seal. His figure also vanished in an instant, relentlessly pursuing the afterimage. Hanzo sensed his opponent had used the body flicker technique to close in, his heart sinking. Then, as if remembering something, a trace of terror flashed across his eyes. His footsteps halted. He watched the enormous Rasengan hurtling toward him at tremendous speed. Instinctively, he concentrated all his chakra throughout his body and swiftly raised his scythe to block. The massive Rasengan collided with the scythe, since Hanzo's body did not make direct contact with the Rasengan. A tremendous force surged through his arms, making it impossible for him to maintain his grip. Only his left hand clutching the chain held firm. Bang! The scythe flew from Hanzo's grasp. It slammed into his body with devastating force. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth. His body was launched backward for over 10 meters. A crimson arc traced through the air amidst the blood mist. Orochimaru's expression darkened upon seeing that Hanzo had not fully absorbed the impact. A centipede with 100 legs refuses to die easily. Striking such an experienced ninja again would prove difficult. Hanzo landed. A streak of crimson lingered at the corner of his mouth. He suppressed the surging blood rushing toward his throat. Yet no panic showed on his face. Instead his gaze turned dark as he fixed his eyes on Orochimaru. A cold smile graced his lips. The spot where he had landed had long been concealed with numerous explosive tags. He had deliberately lured Orochimaru to that location as a trap. Hanzo's palm struck the ground. The earth beneath Orochimaru's feet slowly sank, revealing dozens of explosive tags coiled around his legs. Orochimaru's vertical pupils contracted sharply. Watching the explosive tags wrapped around his ankles, old man, have some decency. Orochimaru's serpentine pupils reflected the blazing fire. Hanzo watched as Orochimaru was consumed by the flames, feeling a wave of relief before coughing up another mouthful of blood. Trouble. Watching Orochimaru engulfed in flames, he suddenly remembered that this battle had clearly turned against him. If he killed Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, what wrath would he face? He could not bear the fury of Konoha. But once the explosive flame formation detonated, the continuous explosions would be unstoppable even for him. 1 minute later, the rapid succession of explosions began to subside. Hanzo shook his head, turned, and departed, hope fading that Orochimaru had merely been wounded rather than killed. A profound sense of desolation washed over Hanzo. Another major battle awaited. He needed to return first and heal his wounds. Moments later, the ground trembled. A charred corpse slowly cracked apart. From within, a figure crawled out. It was Orochimaru. It still isn't perfected. This perverted snake clone substitute technique of mine. Orochimaru appeared completely unharmed, his clothing neatly arranged. Yet internal injuries had sustained damage, rapidly healing under the power of the sage body. Watching Hanzo depart, Orochimaru made no move to pursue. He had deliberately planned to lose to Hanzo. Had he not allowed himself to be defeated, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would surely view him as a thorn in their side. If he possessed ordinary strength, yet harbored ambition, others might believe they could still control him. But once he demonstrated both power and ambition, his days would be numbered. Moreover, Konoha still held something he desired. The Ninetales was a valuable companion indeed. Though he could no longer fully harness the Ninetales' power, activating its mode at most would significantly boost his combat strength. Recalling the Ninetales' sacrificial mode of Ultra Baryon release, which was utterly devastating. In the past, that had been his approach. Now he intended to keep it close. Perhaps even teach it to Xiaobai. That would be even more entertaining. Surveying the devastated battlefield, Orochimaru shook his head. Then, as if sensing something, he struck his own chest forcefully. A mouthful of blood erupted. Orochimaru, are you alright? Moments later, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Nashi approached. I'm fine. That Hanzo is indeed formidable. Then the group continued onward, showing no intention of leaving the rain country. Yet Orochimaru felt something had been overlooked. In the forest, the two shadow clones sitting cross-legged on the ground opened their eyes. Has the battle ended? Watching the other clones dissipate, Orochimaru looked bewildered. Yes, it's over. All that hard work refining natural chakra wasted. Speaking which, it dissolved into smoke. The remaining shadow clone, however, carried a cunning expression. It had no intention of dispersing. Instead, it skipped away merrily. After the shadow clone dispersed, Orochimaru paid it little mind. He cast the clone's memories aside. A slight sigh escaped him. Shadow clones alone lacked excitement. Wood clones were far more interesting. Or perhaps, given his current level, shadow clones no longer suited him. Multi-shadow clone jutsu would be more fitting. An army of one. Unleashing 5-element ninjutsu. The scene would be breathtakingly magnificent. That day, two Konoha Jonin arrived outside a humble room. Starving. Wonder if there's any unexpected fortune. One Jonin murmured softly. They stepped slowly into the house. Nagato, how do you read this character? Fusu, a housewife, was teaching the young Nagato to recognize letters. In the inner room, Ise was grinding medicinal herbs. Mother, I know. This character reads Na. And the next one reads Ga. It's my name. Nagato said softly. But before he finished, the door slid open. Fusu instinctively looked toward the entrance. She realized it wasn't a neighbor, so she pulled Nagato behind her. The Konoha ninja, seeing her gesture, mistook Fusu for a kunoichi preparing to attack. A flash of motion, a kunai claimed Fusu's life. Nagato stared blankly, not yet comprehending. He didn't understand what had happened. In the original story, Nagato was at least 5 or 6 when this scene occurred. Now he was only 2 or 3. Who's there? Hearing the door open and the ensuing commotion, Ise came out to check. He saw young Nagato sitting dazedly on the floor, splattered with blood. His wife Fusu lay in a pool of blood. He rushed toward her. Fusu. The Konoha ninja, seeing an adult male charging at them, didn't hesitate. His kunai flew. Ise fell collapsing into the blood pool, his pulse gone. Nagato stared, his pupils contracting sharply. Only then did he realize his parents had been killed. No. The young Nagato ran toward their bodies. The Konoha Jonin casually drew another kunai from his pouch. A cold gleam flashed. He approached Nagato. An orphan, no point living either. Let me send you to your parents. The ninja's shoes trod in the blood. He stood silently behind Nagato, as if granting the child a moment of grief. His companion merely watched coldly. Spare no weed lest it grow again. The grieving Nagato lay his tiny body against his mother's chest. Mother, don't leave me. He didn't notice the ninja drawing closer. After shaking her for a while, he understood they would never wake. Nagato stood up, glaring at the Konoha ninja. Why did you kill them? His childish voice echoed in the room. Hearing his tone and seeing his expression, the Konoha Jonin swiftly thrust his kunai down. In Nagato's clear eyes, the reflection of the Jonin's vicious face grew larger. The kunai came closer. Just as it nearly touched him, his clear irises shifted. Rings of patterns appeared. A fierce repulsive force burst from Nagato's body. The room shattered into splinters, pulverized by the repulsion. The two Konoha Jonin were hurled back over 10 meters, dead on impact. Their internal organs had turned to powder. His parents' bodies. Nagato, oblivious to the outside world, fainted. In a hidden cave, an old man gazed blankly into the distance. Closer inspection revealed this decrepit elder had no eyes. Only tubes connected to his body. His empty eye sockets held nothing, though the white Zetsu behind him had Sharingan in their sockets. He didn't bother to take them. Perhaps he believed eyes were useless to him now. Even without eyes, he could perceive through other means. So quickly the Rinnegan's protective seal was triggered. Madara murmured. Nagato's eruption caused Orochimaru, who was in a cave, to pause. This evil, malevolent chakra. Rinnegan. Orochimaru whispered. Wait. In the original, the three of them fought Hanzo, so Nagato and Konan should be nearby. And they've been trailing behind them. Orochimaru suddenly recalled the original story. He hadn't yet realized that the butterfly effect had already thoroughly disrupted the timeline. Nagato was a mere 2- or 3-year-old toddler, while in the original the Rinnegan's awakening happened when he was 5 or 6. Then Konan would find him, and they'd wander together. Later the three would nearly be blown up by kunai with explosive tags, leading to their discovery. Jiraiya would stay and teach them for 3 years. But sadly he only taught them some ninjutsu and useless kindness, not the mindset to match their power. With naive hearts they were trapped by Danzo and Hanzo, who captured Konan. Yahiko died and Nagato lost his legs in the explosive flame formation. Realizing the butterfly effect, Orochimaru walked out of the cave. He headed toward Nagato's direction, still thinking the butterfly effect had simply caused Nagato and his group not to pass this way, not to meet them, not to become their disciples. He hadn't imagined that the butterfly effect had accelerated the plot by several years. Seeing Orochimaru emerge from the cave, Jiraiya, who was building a fire nearby, and Tsunade and Nawaki, sitting together, quickly stood up. Orochimaru, what's wrong? You're badly injured. Where are you going? Jiraiya asked, confused, staring at Orochimaru's back. Oh, I'm just going out for some air. Wait for me here. Orochimaru replied. His tone was flat, unreadable. I'll come too. I'm suffocating in here, Jiraiya said, rising to join him. Having always hated confinement, he'd had enough. With Orochimaru's speed, it didn't take long. He soon arrived at a place of ruins. In the middle, a small child was lying. Orochimaru looked at the 2- or 3-year-old child. He was completely dumbfounded. If it weren't for the red hair, he would have thought he had made a mistake. This was a bit ridiculous. The error was too big. What a pitiful child, Jiraiya. Kill that child. He's so young, he won't survive. Orochimaru said calmly. In order to shift this burden to Jiraiya, Nagato carried too many schemes. He didn't want to get involved in this trouble. He also wanted to see what Kagaya looked like. If he took Nagato as a disciple and combined with his own explosive growth and strength, then no one would be able to touch Nagato. Madara was dead, truly dead, so it's better to leave some surprises. This was also Nagato's fate. As for Konan, this girl, she shouldn't have to suffer with those 2 naive kids. The key point is that Konan could continuously produce explosive tags. The biggest arms dealer. Then money would come, wouldn't it? It's much better than Jiraiya writing make-out violence. He's been writing books for so long, but he hasn't made much money and he often exploits Naruto. What Orochimaru didn't know was, his shadow clone had picked up a little girl. Uncle Orochimaru, do you have any more candy? Konan wants some candy. Konan, only 3 or 4 years old, said in a milky voice. Just now Orochimaru's shadow clone had rescued Konan from human traffickers. These traffickers caught orphans and sold them. Even if Orochimaru's shadow clone hadn't rescued her, Konan would have escaped with her intelligence. A little Konan uncle doesn't have any more. Uncle will find some for you, okay? Orochimaru's clone said with a smile. He had Orochimaru's memories, but his personality was different. Unlike the 6- or 7-year-old he had imagined, this Konan was still a little tot. Because he possessed all of Orochimaru's abilities, he easily found Konan. Thank you, Uncle Orochimaru. MWA, the little Konan held in his arms gave a loud smack and kissed Orochimaru on the cheek. It must be said that Orochimaru's face for some reason naturally had a great attraction for children. Yo, little Konan is naughty. Orochimaru put Konan on his shoulders. Let's fly. Konan nervously grabbed Orochimaru's hair, strands a bit tense. Orochimaru also held her little legs. After Konan got used to it, she kept clapping her little hands. Oh, we're flying. It must be said that the Orochimaru brand shadow clone really knew how to cause trouble. Usually it didn't reveal itself, and it was just as meticulous as the original Orochimaru. In the cave, after watching little Konan fall asleep with a sweet smile on her face, Orochimaru's clone mischievously tied Konan's hair into a top knot. All that was missing was a red sash, a spear, a ring, and a pair of windfire wheels. Then she would have turned into little Neza. Launching. Why hasn't the solar eclipse come yet? In the villa, Orochimaru sat in the living room staring blankly. The skin on his body looked a bit rough. Of course this was just makeup he had applied. His original appearance was exactly the same as before. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. With a slight movement of his finger, the bottle opened. Soon the aroma of wine filled the air. Orochimaru sat with his legs crossed, one hand on the armrest of the sofa, the other holding a wine glass, leisurely and carefree. Boss, the person you wanted has been captured. Soon after, a burly man appeared before Orochimaru. The suit inadvertently revealed the grip of a gun. "I'll throw him into the lap," Orochimaru said without any emotion, as if nothing had happened. Jiraiya walked at the back holding the young Nagato, as if afraid that Orochimaru would kill him. Tsunade was beside him, bringing Nawaki along. Orochimaru walked at the front. This group had become somewhat strange, more or less. After walking for a while, Orochimaru found no trace of Konan. Feeling a bit bored, he decided to return. He had originally planned to take Konan away from her suffering, but since he couldn't find her, he let it go. Of course, this was also due to his laid-back attitude. If he had activated his perception and enveloped the rain country, finding a person would have been easy, but he was the type to go with the flow. When he realized that Nagato was still a child, his interest in Konan dwindled. He didn't want to be a babysitter. "We're going back, Jiraiya. What about you?" Orochimaru thought for a moment, and then said softly. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya was a bit stunned. "I want to take this child back, teach him well, and when he grows up and becomes strong, then." "You're overthinking. His situation is the result of the sins of our Konoha people. If you take him back, not only does he harbor hatred for Konoha, but Konoha ninja also have hatred for the rain country. If you go back like that, aren't you just walking into a death trap?" Orochimaru said softly. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Just take him directly back to Konoha. Don't let the frontline people know that you brought him back from the rain country." Orochimaru gave Jiraiya a suggestion. "I see, that could work too." Jiraiya thought about it. This child was still too young. In 2 or 3 years, this child would only be about 5 years old. How could that work? It's not like he could stay in the rain country for 6 or 7 years just for a child. Nagato was actually awake, but he didn't open his eyes, because he didn't know how to face them. The current Nagato had not yet experienced the hardships of survival and the difficulty of living on the edge. Although Jiraiya and the others had saved him and didn't leave him alone in that sad place. But he didn't have much goodwill towards them either. After all, his parents had been killed by their Konoha comrades. However, he didn't feel much hatred either. Because he was still too young, he didn't remember much. In his memories, the memories of his parents were not deep. At most, he felt confusion, fear, and helplessness. And a little bit of hatred. He didn't know why they had destroyed their happy home. Orochimaru's eyes became somewhat profound. He sensed that Nagato was already awake. But Nagato showed no intention of opening his eyes. Thinking of Jiraiya's future misery, Orochimaru thought for a moment, and then spoke softly. "Jiraiya, put this child down. I've thought about it. He is ultimately a child of the rain country. It's not good for you to take him away." Jiraiya was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. He didn't expect Orochimaru to say such a thing. Subconsciously he asked why. Tsunade and Nawaki watched silently, without any intention of speaking or moving forward. Orochimaru just gave Jiraiya a slight wink. Jiraiya was a bit puzzled, but still he left Nagato at the spot. The group disappeared from the spot. Sensing their departure, Nagato sat on the ground in a daze, at a loss. "Orochimaru, why did you do that?" From the shadows, Jiraiya asked in confusion. "This child has been pretending to sleep. His family was destroyed by our shinobi of Mai. If he weren't pretending, you could still raise him. But if he is, then you're raising an enemy. Be careful with your life." Upon hearing Zillai's inquiry, Dashuin spoke softly. "But if he dares not open his eyes, how will he know to face us?" Zillai replied. Dashuin felt a bit weary after hearing Zillai's words. "Then go ahead and raise him. But I suggest you don't do it now. Wait until he encounters a few life or death situations and understands the hardship of survival. Then go. Only then will he appreciate your kindness. And you must either keep him by your side always or teach him enough survival skills. But I still think you're overdoing it. How many orphans like this are there in this war? Can you take care of them all?" Dashuin said softly. Anyway, even if Changmin wasn't taken by Zillai and taught, nothing would happen to him. Someone would take care of him in the shadows. Dashuin, you are too heartless. Perhaps you are right. Everything I do might be in vain. I'm just trying to lessen my guilt so I can sleep at night. Zillai looked at Dashuin and said earnestly. Dashuin found Zillai's expression interesting. This easygoing guy rarely showed such determination. Then work hard. Become the 4th Hokage. That way your kindness and naivety might be able to influence the entire ninja world. Zillai. A curious idea crossed Dashuin's mind. If he could trick this carefree Zillai into aspiring to become Hokage, that would be amusing. I don't want to. What's so interesting about being Hokage? Freedom is better. And I don't want to become someone like that old man. Seeing Zillai about to go out now, Dashuin felt a bit helpless. This foolish child just doesn't listen. The group resumed their journey. Zillai picked up the confused Changmin and prepared to head to Mai together. But Dashuin stopped him and suggested he do more good deeds. See if he could encounter more orphans and bring them along. Seeing Zillai so single-minded, Dashuin made the suggestion. He reckoned that Zillai would eventually meet Mayan and Xiaonan, as it was their destined master-disciple bond. It was also a way to save Xiaonan's life. And Zillai, seeing Dashuin show such rare humanity, agreed. He estimated that this fatherly role would last at least 5 years. He just didn't know if this wandering man could persist. Or would he as usual teach for 3 years, and then leave without a second thought? Knowing full well that the other was the child of destiny, he sought he would still leave, without hesitation. Indeed, Changmin was also a child of destiny capable of reshaping the ninja world. Meanwhile on the other side, Uncle Dashuan, I want to hear a story. A clone of Dashuan was roasting fish. Xiaonan hugged his leg, and said. Dashuan's clone pinched Xiaonan's cheek, and said softly, Xiaonan, what story would you like to hear? I want to hear the story of Wu Zetian and the Supreme Emperor. When Dashuan released these shadow clones, he used a large amount of chakra. This clone, if it didn't fight or suffer significant damage, could last at least 4 or 5 years. That was quite absurd. Dashuan no longer bothered with his subordinates in the Rain Country and hurried back to the front lines. He planned to help Shomao deal with Qiandai. He remembered that Qiandai's poisons were all neutralized by Gangzhou. As expected, within a month of Gangshou's return, Qiandai attacked Mai with her prideful poison. At first she poisoned the Mai forces into chaos. Seeing this, the Mai people immediately retreated, throwing chakra shurikens and explosive tags recklessly. But Qiandai had no intention of a direct confrontation. Pursuing now would greatly increase casualties. She planned to toy with the Mai forces slowly. She also believed that no one could neutralize her poison. However, contrary to her expectations, her poison was neutralized by a young girl. And it was done quite quickly. When she again patrolled the Mai defense line, she found that the poison ninjas had become lively again. She was furious. So she called a truce for another month to research new poisons. Dashuan was not idle either. Originally, he had stayed on the battlefield to fight Hanzo and find Xiaonan. Now that one matter was settled, he began collecting experimental equipment. He planned to research something new, a way to stop the process if the injection of Hashirama's cells failed. When it was ready, he would experiment on Gangzhou. No. It would be the time to bestow fortune upon Gangzhou. Though he could try now with a success rate of about 40 to 50%. If Gangzhou could develop the Yin seal into the 100 healings mark, that might add another 10%. That was the total success rate, including the fact that she was Hashirama's descendant and had inherited his cells. But it was still not high. He missed his all-purpose original test subject. That test subject with excellent physique. That test subject with a transplanted arm of Sharingan. The arm Danzo used belonged to that test subject. Time flew by. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Dashuan could no longer remember how long he had been in the ninja world. These trivial questions had become mere data in his mind. Due to constantly creating poisons, Qiandai was called the Poison Hag Qiandai on the battlefield. Gangzhou earned the title of Miraculous Healer Gangzhou. She was deeply loved by the frontline ninjas, which made Dashuan hesitant to even test the diluted version of Hashirama's cells. He estimated that this diluted version would give Gangzhou a combined success rate of 70%. If she survived, she would gain would release several times stronger than the green version without consuming as much chakra. This was the power of science. Perhaps because he was a time traveler with a god's perspective. Many difficulties were easily resolved. Thinking of this, Dashuan suddenly remembered. It seemed that being several times stronger than the green version was still useless. After all, without this, Ganshou's overall stats were already above Kage level, close to Super Kage, and adding this couldn't bridge the gap. And he hadn't been able to create an advanced version. That is, after obtaining the semi-finished wood release to further enhance its power or to complete the true power of wood release. And thinking of this advanced version, Dashuan suddenly remembered that he still had a luxurious sage art to learn. Thus his time became even more pressing. Although he didn't need to rush into the living corpse reincarnation, now there were still many things waiting for him. If not for the sheer power of wood release and the ability to build a wooden villa anytime, anywhere, he wouldn't have been so dedicated to this research for so long. When Orochimaru once again quietly appeared in the land of fields, words failed him. The 17 young men of the Senju clan he had saved were now all around 20 years old. These young men knew that Konoha and the Land of Rain were at war. They understood that Orochimaru was helping the young clan leader train. So they had been training in the mountains and forests. When hunting, they would hide if they encountered outsiders. Clad in animal skins, they were more savage than savages. This was why Orochimaru was at a loss for words. Orochimaru-sama, you're back. Where is the young clan leader? The boy who had once been the leader had now matured. The Senju clan, like the Uchiha clan, had strong genes, particularly in terms of facial features. He is still training on the battlefield. It's a rare opportunity. Orochimaru said softly. Feeling the abundant chakra within these 17 young men, 10 of them had already reached the level of Jonin. He was almost reluctant to use them for experiments. Come here, all of you. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru said softly. A moment later he thought again. Which of you have not reached Jonin? Orochimaru asked knowingly. 7 somewhat ashamed young men stepped out of the line. Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru took out a test tube from his chest. This is a potion I intercepted from that old scoundrel Danzo a while ago. It contains cells of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. I've also studied it. This potion gives you a 40 to 50% chance of awakening would release. Do you want to try it? Orochimaru said softly. He couldn't be bothered to ask about their chakra natures. In his eyes, with the Senju clan's physique, not even reaching Jonin after all these years was too weak. Living was of little use. They might as well gamble. Damn it. To think they wouldn't even spare Lord Hashirama's remains. The Senju clan members began to seethe with indignation. Enough. You 7, do you want to try? If you do, you might die, but there's a chance to let the glory of the Senju clan shine upon this land once more. If you don't try with your poor talents, you'll hardly accomplish anything. Hearing their grumbling, Orochimaru said directly. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the 10 Jonin-level individuals began to stir restlessly. You all wait a bit longer. Let me research more later, and then you can try. The current potion is too weak. It's not suitable for you, Orochimaru said softly, looking at the eager young men. Then he took out a syringe and several needles from his chest. 5 minutes later, the first person burst. He burst right before Orochimaru's eyes. Turning into a tree, Orochimaru showed no emotion. The Senju youths wore grief-stricken faces. Orochimaru changed the needle and injected the second person, reducing the dosage slightly. 7 minutes later, the second one burst as well. Watching their clansmen and longtime companions die like this, the Senju group felt a mix of emotions. As Orochimaru approached the third person, the remaining few spoke up. Orochimaru-sama, please inject us all at once. We're not afraid to die, but watching our friends die one by one while we wait our turn to die is unbearable. Can you give us a quick end? The 10 Jonin on the other side dared not look over. Even as Jonin, they often felt their strength was insufficient. Their clansmen were still Chunin. One can imagine the turmoil in their hearts. Moreover, having the chance to possess the same technique as Lord Hashirama was undeniably alluring. If the Senju clan hadn't been destroyed, not to mention a 40% chance. Even a 10% chance would have Senju clan members lining up to try. Would release held immense significance for them. Orochimaru pondered for a moment. To be honest, he had planned to dispose of these 7 useless ones, making use of their remaining worth. Even if this would release, which was stronger than the landscaping version, succeeded, he would still test another potion to see if he could elevate their wood release further. If wood release could only be used for landscaping, Orochimaru would never be satisfied. But hearing their words, Orochimaru felt they were true men. They had obeyed him, all being ninjas hiding in the mountains for so many years. It wasn't easy. Orochimaru's attitude shifted slightly. He decided to give them a chance to live. With that thought, a smile appeared on his face. All right then, come over and spread out a bit. Don't let your failure drag down your comrades. I'll inject you one by one, Orochimaru said while changing needles. After a moment, 2 more turned into wood and were gone forever. Only 3 remained on the field, their bodies radiating a faint green glow, green from head to toe. One Chunin's arm began to turn into wood, spreading rapidly. Just as it was about to reach his neck, it stopped. The arm that had turned to wood slowly restored to flesh and blood. Orochimaru knew this person had likely succeeded, although he had been confident it would work, seeing it firsthand. Seeing his experiment actually succeed with his own eyes, Orochimaru felt an indescribable satisfaction. Because he had never succeeded before, he had only deduced it from data based on the subject's reactions and the changes he sensed in their body. Of the 7, 3 survived in the end. The overall attributes of this wood release were a bit stronger than expected. Study it well. You don't have wood release techniques yet, so figure out your own attack methods. When I return to Konoha, I'll get some for you. Also, I have a few tasks for you this time, Orochimaru said softly, looking at the 13 people before him. Orochimaru-sama, please speak. The Senju clan members looked at him with admiration. This man could even create wood release. He was like a god. Orochimaru took out 2 vials from his chest. There are 2 potions here. The first is the one you just used, and the second is an enhanced version. Your task is to capture nearby residents and conduct live experiments, injecting them with the first potion as I did. If they succeed, then inject them with the second potion. The second task is to build a stronghold in the land of fields, but be careful not to reveal your Senju identity. That's all for now. I'll be going. With that, Orochimaru left. This was an order, not a discussion. Orochimaru had initially intended to go to the Ryuchi cave to practice Senjutsu. However, considering it might take a considerable amount of time, he decided to postpone it. Because the Second Great Ninja War was about to end. They had been locked in conflict for 3 years. One would poison, the other would antidote. Neither could gain the upper hand. Uncle Orochimaru, where are we going? Konan, nearly 7 years old, was being led by the hand by Orochimaru's clone. Where else? We're going to turn ourselves in. I was planning to cause some trouble, but then I found you, little girl, Orochimaru's clone said irritably. He had originally intended to establish a cult, but that plan was cut short, and he ended up as a babysitter. Turn ourselves in? What does that mean? Konan asked softly. Well, turning yourself in means admitting you've done something wrong, Orochimaru replied grumpily. That's not right. Uncle Orochimaru hasn't done anything wrong, so why should you turn yourself in? Little Konan can testify for you, she said in a crisp voice. Hearing Konan's words, Orochimaru's clone fell into a contemplative silence. He knew well what his original body was like. If he handed Konan over to him, she would inevitably be exploited. But he also knew Konan's original fate. If she stayed with Nagato and the others, she would suffer even more. In the end, he was conflicted. However, having encountered troublesome ninjas several times, he had no choice but to fight, draining his chakra reserves until he was on the verge of vanishing. At that moment, the original Orochimaru was perched on a tree. Orochimaru, why are you following me? The man ahead with his back to Orochimaru accurately called out his name. Orochimaru gazed at this Hyuga clan member who had finally separated from the group and was far from the camp. His heart stirred with intent. The Byakugan was a treasure, and with the war drawing to a close, it was rare to see a Hyuga clansman let his guard down. Without a second thought, Orochimaru followed him, intent on committing harm and harboring malicious designs. Nothing else, just a few words I want to say to you. Orochimaru lightly landed on the ground. What is it? I don't recall us being that close. And why couldn't you say it back at the camp? Why wait until I came out here? The Hyuga man harbored no excessive suspicion. He could never have imagined that Orochimaru harbored ulterior motives. Although Orochimaru had hardly participated in the war, he was still the Hokage's disciple. Certainly not one to strike against a comrade in arms. Orochimaru let out a soft laugh, his steps light. Of course it's something important related to your mission this time. At this he paused. The Hyuga Jonin instinctively looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pupils rapidly turned scarlet, revealing 3 tomo that swirled around a contracted golden slit pupil. In an instant it transformed into a golden cross, 2 golden vertical pupils intersecting horizontally and vertically within a single eye. Consciousness annihilation. The Hyuga Jonin's expression turned to terror. He could never have imagined that Orochimaru possessed the Sharingan, and of all things the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as he was about to flee, he heard Orochimaru's cold murmured words. He felt his perception, will, and consciousness rapidly fade into darkness. He died, instantly defeated. This was Orochimaru's unique dojutsu, entirely self-created. Consciousness annihilation directly erased the target's consciousness perception and will a spiritual attack akin to obliterating the soul itself. But anything conjured by that shameless system, especially the freebies, could never be so perfect. Supposedly for balance, it added a host of conditions. For instance, the target had to gaze into his eyes for 2 seconds. His strength had to surpass the target's. His mental power had to exceed the target's. His dojutsu power had to outmatch the target's. And it could only be used once a month. That was the instruction manual provided by the system. Looking at the fallen Hyuga Jonin, Orochimaru was initially satisfied and prepared to gouge out the Byakugan. But as he took a step, his consciousness turned black as if struck by a heavy blow. The world itself became dim and muted. What the hell? I used that dojutsu once, and this is what you do. Orochimaru was utterly bewildered, feeling his vision had directly turned into nearsightedness. This was absurd. Knowing this place was not safe to linger, he hastily removed the Byakugan and placed it in a container. Unconvinced, Orochimaru immediately activated his second dojutsu. Eager to see what his second design dojutsu had become. Space transfer. This ability could instantly transport him to any place he had ever been. Orochimaru's figure vanished from the spot, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Only a corpse missing its eyes remained. In a fraction of a second, Orochimaru reappeared inside his own tent. He found it strange this dojutsu seemed to consume no dojutsu power at all. It only drained some physical stamina and chakra. What the hell is this system up to? System, explain to me why this is happening. My esteemed host, because consciousness annihilation is an extremely powerful offensive dojutsu. Its side effects are considerable. Please note this is a one-hit kill type dojutsu that completely prevents the target from sudden power-ups or unlocking latent potential. No matter how strong the target becomes after transformation, as long as they haven't transformed and the passive conditions are met, it's an instant kill. The system, sensing Orochimaru's thoughts, appeared to explain. Orochimaru initially thought it made sense, but then it dawned on him, since my ass. Isn't sudden power-up the specialty of the protagonist? Could it be that Orochimaru was no longer the protagonist? Such a dojutsu specifically targeting protagonists and severely damaging his own body. Wasn't it the quintessential villain's ultimate skill? Then why does my space transfer, which is so useful, seem to have no side effects? Orochimaru continued. Space-type techniques have no restrictions in this world's rules. Because space ninjutsu doesn't alter other things, there are no side effects. Wherever you want to teleport, it doesn't affect the world. But your offensive techniques act on others, so the world's rules impose strong constraints and side effects. Hearing the system's words, Orochimaru felt a flash of understanding. In the original story, the so-called strongest fire release Amaterasu was nothing special. Moreover, Itachi would bleed every time he used it. The same applied to Tsukuyumi, techniques that torment others, as long as the opponent's dojutsu wasn't stronger than his. Even if the opponent's mental power was superior, they would still fall under the genjutsu. Each use also caused blood to flow and left him feeling drained. Meanwhile, Obito, Minato, and Tobirama used techniques like Flying Thunder God and Kimui as if they were child's play. This was likely the same principle. Of course, Orochimaru felt little after effect because he had a sage body. It would automatically repair itself. Thinking about it this way, Orochimaru felt he had seen through the truth. Fortunately, he hadn't ended up with 2 offensive dojutsu. Otherwise, he would have gone blind in a few days. Due to the excessive consumption of resources by the Sharingan village, they could no longer sustain the conflict. Thus, the battle came to a definitive end. Meanwhile, the Mai ninjas who had infiltrated the territory of the Yu country were utterly forgotten by all. No one knew whether they had all perished in the mission or had turned to banditry. Dashyuan had never bothered to check on them, and they showed no inclination to return. On the journey back, Dashyuan and Shuamao traveled side by side. Dashyuan caught sight of Jiating Duan. The only anomaly in this war was likely that the 3 ninjas never earned the infamous title they might have. Gongshou's reputation soared, and she acquired a title. Shangshu and Duan, perhaps, because Gangzhou had not given them her pendants, barely managed to escape disaster. Zilai had yet to show any intention of returning. He had already taken on 3 disciples. Changmin and Mayan remained, but the woman was replaced by another. She was as youthful and radiant as Xiaonan. Xiaomao should have also gained considerable prestige. However, Daxuan noticed that Xiaomao harbored no ambition to become the Hokage. Thus he advised her to keep a low profile and laid out a thorough analysis. Xiaomao broke out in a cold sweat from the shock. After all, among the 3 leaders of this mission, he was one of them. And he was the youngest. To strengthen the cohesion of Mai, if his achievements were too great, the village would undoubtedly mold him into a universally known hero, embellishing his exploits. Encouraging everyone to procreate, become ninjas, and emulate him as a hero. For instance, how he had triumphed against 2 opponents and brought back so many people. The mere thought chilled Xiaomao to the bone. The higher one is lifted, the harder the fall. Xiaomao was no fool, who after Daxuan finished speaking, he turned as indifferent as Daxuan. Daxuan did not mention that he would become a candidate for the Hokage or receive the Hokage sleeve. None of that needed to be said. Just as they were on the road, Daxuan suddenly blacked out and collapsed. It turned out that his shadow clone not far away had vanished without Xiaonan noticing. The fatigue of several years along with the memories flooded into Daxuan's mind all at once. Even with his immortal body, he could not withstand it. This backstab was perfectly executed. Fortunately, it was night. Daxuan lay unconscious in the tent for 2 hours before finally stirring awake. He sighed inwardly. Good thing it wasn't a wood clone. If it had been, this backstab would have dragged on for decades. He then read through the memories in his mind. He wouldn't have been fazed if he hadn't read them, but once he did, he was utterly bewildered. That clone was far too mischievous. It had even thought of establishing a church. Then it accidentally discovered Xiaonan. And it wanted to raise her into an empress. Who would believe that this was a clone? Xiaonan, wake up. Daxuan appeared at the place from his memories. He saw Xiaonan sleeping alone in the tent. With a complicated expression, he woke her up. After all the twists and turns, Xiaonan had still ended up in his hands. Uncle Daxuan, did something happen? Xiaonan asked in a crisp voice possessing a maturity beyond her years. Oh, nothing much. From now on, just call me teacher. Daxuan paused and said softly. His clone had not taught Xiaonan any cultivation, knowing it couldn't maintain itself for long. So it had refrained from teaching her. When the real body wanted to shape Xiaonan into something, it would be easier to guide her. Seeing how sensible Xiaonan was, Daxuan felt a stir in his heart. The memories of the clone and Xiaonan were all in his mind, as if he had been with her all along. Huh, Uncle Daxuan, didn't you say you would raise me to be an empress? Then you would be the imperial teacher. Why are you asking me to call you teacher now? Imperial teacher sounds so much cooler. Xiaonan's eyes twinkled. She said softly. Daxuan was taken aback. What the heck was an empress and imperial teacher? Oh, Xiaonan, the truth is your teacher is a ninja. A rather powerful one. From now on, I'll teach you ninjutsu and make you very strong. How about that? Daxuan said. Oh, but I don't want to be a ninja. I want to be an empress. Well, you need enough strength first. Otherwise, how can you rule your country? Only by becoming a ninja can you possibly become an emperor. Daxuan was somewhat exasperated. He felt he shouldn't have come here. This troublesome child. Why didn't she ask for the sun in the sky? She wanted to be an emperor. Well, fine then. I won't be an ordinary emperor. I'll be the fierce emperor, conquer the ninja world, and then proclaim myself emperor. Daxuan's forehead beaded with sweat. Soon he brought Xiaonan back to the camp. Xiaonan quickly fell asleep, seeming to trust Daxuan deeply. Daxuan gazed at the sleeping Xiaonan. He pondered what excuse he would use to explain the sudden appearance of a little girl. Or perhaps he could place Xiaonan in the Tian country and use a shadow clone. At this thought, Daxuan quickly stopped himself. This batch of shadow clones was not very obedient. If he summoned them and left them unattended, they would surely cause chaos. But then he recalled something. Those children from the Senju clan were too honest. It seemed sending a shadow clone to oversee things might actually be quite good. The more he thought, the more tempted Daxuan became. But he decided to keep Xiaonan by his side. He was afraid the shadow clone would do something bizarre again. Wait, my ocular powers are so formidable now. If the clone runs wild with them, wouldn't the ninja world descend into chaos? Daxuan suddenly recalled his latest ability. He frowned, then quickly figured it out. It was just a shadow clone. So he summoned a shadow clone infused with most of his power. Facing the clone that stood upright with a straight gaze, Daxuan said bluntly, stop pretending. You know my thoughts. Go to the Tian country and set up the base. He gave his clone a straightforward order. All right, boss. I never expected you to dare release me again. Truly worthy of myself. Your heart is indeed strong. The shadow clone said boisterously. You are me, so what is there to fear? Daxuan retorted. Now go. I'm giving you a break. Stop cursing me in your mind for overworking you.